Transcending the Nine Heavens chapter 1137 to chapter 1191. Everyone was dumbstruck. Rui Budong finally couldn't stand the series of oh my gods anymore. He carried in a huge bundle of firewood and threw it on the ground. Then, he went to the room and took out 2 barrels of oil. Using a long wooden stick, he lifted Zhuge Changcheng's body into the barrel and placed him at the top. Then, he started a fire. The flames burned fiercely, bringing with them a strange pungent smell. Zhuge Changcheng's body was actually still spasming and twisting in the fire. Even his legs were burned off and the bones on his upper body were still twisting and turning. Chu Lu'er hid in Chu Yang's arms, trembling all over. Mo Qinggu hid on the other side. The 2 little girls were like doves that had lost all their feathers in the snow, shivering. Everyone was speechless. They really didn't know what to say. The culprit had used it without even knowing. Now, everyone was actually not as frightened as the culprit. While the fire was crackling and burning, Wu Juoqing was prattling on and on. Who used the poison? Why did it burn? Bastard! Who told you to burn it? Who used the poison? Who? Everyone looked at Chu Lu'er speechlessly. Wu Juoqing followed everyone's gaze and saw a little girl with a pale face and tears in her eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. He said in disbelief, could it be, cough cough cough. Chu Yang coughed dryly a few times and said, it's like this. By chance, I obtained a book called Guide to the World's Poisons. Then, I saw that my little sister seemed to be extremely interested in using poisons. So, I threw the book to her and let her practice on her own. Later, Lord Z came and also promoted my little sister's cultivation a little. Cough cough. It seems to be like this. Wu Juoqing's breathing quickened. He looked at Chu Lu'er with bulging eyes, making some noise in his throat. Guide to the World of Poisons? Practice it for fun? Ha ha ha. Unable to control himself, this poison doctor rolled his eyes again and again. He wanted to say something, but he suddenly bit his tongue. Then, when he wanted to open his mouth to speak again, his face suddenly turned red, and in the next moment, he fainted. Lord Wu couldn't help but feel faint. He had spent his entire life studying the Heaven and Earth Poison Compendium. But, he was still unable to use the most crucial poisons even though he was proficient in using them. It was one thing to think about it, but whether or not it could be used was the key. Now, this little girl had only followed a book to self-study, and she had actually managed to come up with it. Even if Lord Wu hadn't been injured, he would have fainted in such a situation, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Meng Chaoran hurriedly carried him back. Chu Yang followed them in and inspected him. He couldn't help but click his tongue. The poison doctor's bones, which had just begun to heal, were completely torn apart again. Chu Yang sighed. Although he understood Wu Juoqing's feelings, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After treating Wu Juoqing's injuries, Chu Yang was just about to go out when he saw Wu Juoqing open his eyes. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Wu Juoqing's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then, he looked at Chu Yang and said quietly, wait for me. Then, he closed his eyes. Chu Yang was here. He sat down beside the table. Then, he witnessed an astonishing scene. A white cloud emerged from Wu Juoqing's body and started to circle around Wu Juoqing's body. With every circle, the white cloud shrank by the size of a fist. When it reached his thigh, the white cloud disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, a fresh wind blew. Just like the morning breeze in spring. Fresh and natural, refreshing and refreshing. The morning breeze blew, but it didn't blow anything. It only blew on Wu Juoqing himself. And Wu Juoqing's body, like a piece of dead wood that had already decayed a little, suddenly started to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dead muscles and skin started to recover just like that, regaining vitality. And his face also slowly became rosy. When the morning wind stopped, Chu Yang could clearly hear creaking sounds. It seemed to be coming from within Wu Juoqing's body, as if the bones were automatically returning to their original positions and healing. Wu Juoqing finally stopped. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. With a slight smile, he actually sat up from the bed. The next moment, he moved his arms and neck, moved his waist and legs, and tried to stand up from the bed. Then, he actually tried to walk a few steps. The more he walked, the smoother it became. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Watching this miracle happen in front of him, he only felt that his brain was already in a knot and he couldn't speak. At the current stage of Wu Jiuqing's injuries, other than the complete version of the heavy pill, there was no other medicine in the world that could heal him. But now, a miracle appeared before his eyes. Wu Jiuqing didn't even rely on any medicine, just a morning breeze and a cloud, and he recovered. What was going on? Do you think it's very magical? Wu Jiuqing looked at Chu Yang and asked with a smile. Yes, it's very magical. Chu Yang nodded. It's not magical. Wu Jiuqing's eyes were filled with longing, affection and emotion. He said, my ancestors are Chen Feng and Lu Yun. Back then, when I was deceived into becoming a tribulation, my ancestors had already left the heavens continent. The reason why I was able to survive until the last moment was that my ancestors had divined that I would face a great tribulation in this life, and each of them gave me 3 streams of vital energy. Chen Feng and Lu Yun's vital energy? Chu Yang asked in shock. Yes. I have my ancestors' vital energy in me. Therefore, although my physical body was destroyed back then, I was able to escape from the heaven-mending cave at the last moment with the vital energy. And, over a relatively long period of time, I gradually recovered my physical body. Wu Jiuqing smiled lightly. That time, I used 2 gusts of morning breeze and 2 drifting clouds. If this vital energy only existed in my body and wasn't used, my ancestors wouldn't suffer any losses. But once I used it, my ancestors would be weakened and hurt to a certain extent. Therefore, unless I had no other choice, I didn't dare to use it, nor could I bear to use it. Today, this is the 3rd cloud and the 3rd morning breeze. Wu Jiuqing stared at Chu Yang. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Chu Yang nodded. Due to my severe injuries this time, the ancestors' life force can only help me heal my injuries. As for my cultivation, perhaps it can only help me recover half of it. Wu Jiuqing sensed himself for a moment and said solemnly, but I can't not use it. Especially after discovering this little girl. He chuckled. Completely self-taught, she actually knew the guide to poisons of the world. And, she could actually condense that kind of poison on her own. How could I let go of such a talent? He said solemnly, this poison is the biggest regret in my life. It's more important to me than my life. Chu Yang asked tentatively, Elder, what do you mean? Wu Jiuqing's eyes flashed. He said, let that girl in. Let me take a look. Chu Yang nodded. Okay. He got up and walked to the door. Lu come in for a while. Chu Lu agreed and ran over quickly. After entering, she saw that Wu Jiuqing had actually stood up. The little girl was also shocked. Her mouth opened wide and she exclaimed, why are you standing up? Why I'm standing up is not important. What's important is you. Wu Jiuqing smiled. Girl, come here. Let me take a look at you. Chu Lu looked at Chu Yang doubtfully. Chu Yang nodded encouragingly. Chu Lu walked over meekly. Girl, let me ask you, did you cultivate this guide to poisons of the world by yourself? Wu Jiuqing asked kindly. Yes. Chu Lu nodded. Sometimes, Big Brother also helps me explain and ponder over it. But these few days, I've been reading, memorizing and experimenting on my own. He helped you explain? Wu Jiuqing rolled his eyes and glanced at Chu Yang. He said disdainfully, what's the use of him helping you explain? He's someone who doesn't know anything. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Big Brother is the person I respect the most. Chu Lu's face darkened. Looking at this world-renowned poison doctor, she actually warned him. Cough cough cough. Wu Jiuqing choked and coughed violently. He stared at the little girl, dumbfounded. The little girl's expression was resolute. Anyone who dares to insult my big brother has to apologize. Apologize? Wu Jiuqing was confused. Do immortals have to apologize if they insult him? Chu Lu pursed her lips and said, so what if they're immortals? Even if they're higher than immortals, they have to apologize if they insult my big brother. Chu Lu said dispassionately, my poison can kill people now. In the future, it may not be impossible for it to kill immortals. Even in the world after the void-shattering realm, as long as there's a suitable poison, can't it spread over millions of miles? Wu Jiuqing was shocked. He stared at Chu Lu, dumbfounded. Even in the world after the void-shattering realm, as long as there's a suitable poison, can't it spread over millions of miles? The shock that this sentence had on this poison doctor was unparalleled. He had never thought that his poison would be able to kill an immortal. Not to mention using poison to massacre the world above the heavens. But this little girl's thoughts were actually so crazy. Just because someone insulted her big brother, she actually wanted to spread her poison over millions of miles. What the heck? I like this kind of character. The next moment, Wu Jiuqing suddenly beamed with delight. He actually bent down toward Chu Yang. I'm sorry, Brother Chu. I shouldn't have insulted you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Chu Yang was shocked. Looking at Wu Jiuqing, who was bent over in front of him with his forehead almost touching the ground, his eyes widened. His eyebrows flew up to his forehead. He blurted out, F***ck. Wu Jiuqing rolled his eyes. He didn't expect that his first sincere apology in his life would only get such a word in return. Why do you want to see my physique? Chu Lu asked. Why do you want to see my physique? Looking at Wu Jiuqing in front of her, Chu Lu took 2 steps back instead, her face full of vigilance. Why does everyone want to see my physique now? Wu Jiuqing was taken aback. I'm just looking, nothing else. Your big brother is right beside you, how can I harm you? Chu Lu snorted and said, that's hard to say. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Yang for help. Big brother, Chu Yang knew that this was probably a great opportunity for Chu Lu. This person in front of him was the author of the Guide to the World of Poison. This person's poison skills were absolutely at the acme of perfection, he said. Lu, Elder Wu is a senior expert. Besides, aren't there still many things you don't understand from the Guide to the World of Poison? This Elder Wu before you is the author of that book. Chu Lu tilted her head and said, alright, I'll let you see then. Her voice seemed to be giving Wu Jiuqing a great gift. Wu Jiuqing said excitedly, good, good. Then, he reached out and placed his hand on Chu Lu's wrist. Then, he was taken aback. He blurted out, innate spiritual body? His expression became serious. Then, as if he had sensed something, he was suddenly shocked again. Not only innate spiritual body, but also martial saint-level cultivation? At such a young age. Then, he shuddered violently. His finger flicked away from Chu Lu's wrist and he exclaimed, oh, my God. Innate poison meridians, innate poison body. Innate. Oh, my God, cough cough cough. Chu Yang wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. He could only hold it in and cough a few times. He had to remind this old man, you are the descendant of Chen Feng, one of the tribulations from tens of thousands of years ago, an expert who has surpassed supreme martial artists. Can you not be so alarmed? Take note of your status and poise, you must have poise. But Wu Jiuqing had obviously already tossed poise and status out of the window. She stared at Chu Lu with trembling hands as she exclaimed, oh, my God. Oh, my God. So that's how it is. I see. So there is actually such a person and such a body in this world. Oh, my God. Chu Lu widened her eyes and returned to Chu Yang's side in fear. She leaned on him and whispered, big brother, is this old man crazy? Cough, Lu, your aptitude is too good. That's why he's shocked. Chu Yang coughed dryly and explained in a low voice, Lu, you should really be proud. To be able to shock the poison doctor Wu Jiuqing to this extent. I reckon you're the only one in history who can do that. Oh, Chu Lu replied and said, so my physique is still considered good. I've been tortured since I was born, and I've been tortured for more than 10 years. I've been running back and forth in hell every day. I can actually shock people to this extent, Chu Yang coughed and said, yes. If you don't experience setbacks, how can you see the rainbow? To you, the pain is already a thing of the past. It has become a capital that will never be erased. And in front of you is a rainbow path that leads straight to the clouds. Hee hee. Chu Lu pursed her lips and laughed. Chu Yang. I have something to tell you. On the other side, Wu Jiuqing shouted. What is it? Chu Yang actually knew what was going on, but he still pretended to be confused. Let your younger sister acknowledge me as her master. Wu Juoqing's eyes were shining. He grabbed Chu Yang's hand with one hand and gripped Chu Yang's shoulder with the other. Let this girl acknowledge me as her master. He used so much force that Chu Yang's shoulder actually made cracking sounds. What the heck? Let go of your hand first. My shoulder is going to break. Chu Yang was in so much pain that even his nose and eyes were wrinkled together. Oh. Wu Juoqing hurriedly let go of his hand, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Chu Yang rubbed his shoulder and said exasperatedly, if you want to take in a disciple, you have to ask for the opinion of the person in question, right? What's with crushing my shoulder? Wu Juoqing snorted and said, who can't tell that this little girl listens to everything you say? If you say yes, she won't say no. If you say no, even if I'm a deity, she won't acknowledge me as her master. This poison doctor was really smart. He actually saw the crux of the matter so quickly. Chu Yang had no choice but to ask Chu Lu-er, what do you think? Chu Lu-er's expression was complicated. She said, I'll listen to Big Brother. Chu Yang thought for a while, still unable to make up his mind. To Chu Lu-er, Wu Juoqing could be said to be the most suitable master in the world. Even someone from the heavenly imperial court might not be more suitable than Wu Juoqing. But Chu Yang was still worried about Chu Lu-er's safety. His identity as the master of the tribulation sword had to be announced to the world eventually. When the time came, if Lu-er was by Wu Juoqing's side, would he hurt Chu Lu-er? What else are you troubled about? Wu Juoqing was a little anxious. He made threatening gestures and said, what's there to consider about such a good thing? Hurry up and let this little girl acknowledge me as her master. I'm the only one who truly knows her value. I'm also the only one who truly knows where she's heading in the future. Others can only see her free and natural physique. Innate free and natural physique is nothing. It was rare to see a disciple so suitable for him. Having a successor for his lifelong legacy was a great joy in his life. But this little girl was dawdling. Her mind was elsewhere. This was really the first time Wu Juoqing had encountered such a situation. With his status, if he shouted that he wanted to take in a disciple, even if he had to make people kneel and kowtow 108,000 miles away, the queue would be from the southeast all the way to the northwest. Why was it so worthless in the eyes of these two siblings? I can accept her as my disciple, but I have a request, said Chu Yang. Request? Say it. Wu Juoqing was practically exasperated. I want to accept a disciple and I actually have to agree to his request. What the heck, is it so difficult to be a master nowadays? That's right, no matter when, no matter what happens, you cannot hurt Lu-er, said Chu Yang solemnly. Shut your king mouth. How can I hurt my disciple? Wu Juoqing blew his top and glared at him. What a bastard. This kind of worry is simply unreasonable. Chu Yang said calmly, I don't know if I'm a bastard or not, but I only want this one condition. No matter when, no matter what, you cannot hurt her. I agree. Wu Juoqing was so angry that he laughed instead. He said, she's my successor. Even if this girl were to poison me to death in the future, I would still close my eyes with a smile and say joyfully, the student has surpassed the master. Will that do? Chu Yang smiled. Thank you for your understanding, elder. When the time comes, please don't forget to say, the student has surpassed the master. Wu Juoqing was exasperated. He said furiously, you really want me to be poisoned to death by my disciple? Chu Yang burst into laughter. He gave Chu Lu-er a look and said, Lu-er, aren't you going to greet your master? Chu Lu-er responded with an "oh" in confusion and looked at Wu Juoqing. However, she saw Wu Juoqing's hands shaking like rattle drums, his face flushed red with agitation. He said, acknowledging a master and accepting a disciple is a major event in one's life. How can it be done so hastily? We have to find a few witnesses and make it a little more grand. Chu Yang and Chu Lu-er were stunned. This master actually wanted to make it a little more grand under such circumstances. However, Wu Juoqing muttered to himself, now, let Moon Breeze be the witnesses first. It's not enough. With everyone as witnesses, it's barely enough. Let's establish the master-disciple relationship first. When I recover from my injuries, we'll hold a disciple acceptance ceremony and receive some congratulatory gifts. Damn it, if any big clan doesn't come to congratulate me or send gifts, I'll go and destroy them. Law enforcement officers have to come too. If any law enforcement officers don't send gifts, I'll destroy them too. Huh? Xianxia was speechless. Nonsense, it's a major event in the heavens for me to accept a disciple. If no one comes to congratulate me, my disciple won't have any face either. Wu Jiuqing glared. Xianxia raised his hands in surrender. You're right. You're awesome. I'm convinced. The speechlessness in his heart was really indescribable. Moon Breeze was one of the top 5 in the heavens that one couldn't afford to offend. To be the witnesses for him accepting a disciple was actually a little not enough. He was just accepting a disciple and he actually had to hold a ceremony. Ordering the whole world to send gifts, must he cause a sensation in the heavens? It looked like this descendant of Chen Feng was really a little strange. He was really domineering too, but from this, it could also be seen that Wu Jiuqing really valued Chu Lu to the extreme. Wu Jiuqing called out, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, Meng Chaoran and a few other juniors, come in, come in. I have something important to announce. After a short pause, Moon Breeze, Meng Chaoran, Dong Wusheng, Rui Badong, Mo Lei Mo Qingguo and the others gathered together. Wu Jiuqing instructed Dong Wusheng and Rui Badong, go get a few chairs for everyone to sit down. Also, find some incense and candles. In any case, the more the better. The two of them went out in confusion. In no time, they came back with all the items. Everyone sat down and looked at Wu Jiuqing, all of them confused. Wu Jiuqing said, Xianxia, you'll be the MC. Xianxia almost spat out. Did he have to sit on the bench with his butt bare like this, helpless? He could only force him to do something beyond his ability. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Xianxia coughed and was about to prepare for his MC job when he heard Wu Jiuqing say, don't laugh. Sit up straight. How can you be like this at such a serious moment? Xianxia almost choked to death. He turned to look and saw Wu Jiuqing sitting right below, upright and still, his countenance solemn and his expression serious. Xianxia cleared his throat again and said, I've gathered everyone here today because of an important matter. Wu Jiuqing cut him off. It's a very important matter. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I've invited everyone here to be witnesses. Wu Jiuqing cut him off. This is your honor. Wu Jiuqing was stunned. I was just adding. Seeing Xianxia's murderous gaze, he had no choice but to compromise. Go on then, I'll add on. Add on my foot. Can you shut up first? Xianxia asked angrily, can you not be so annoying? Wu Jiuqing glared and cursed under his breath before he turned his head away. Xianxia glared at him for a while before he turned to look at everyone. Cough cough. It's like this. Today, Elder Wu Jiuqing has taken a liking to my sister Chu Lu's physique and wants to take her in as a disciple. This is my sister's great fortune. It's also Elder Wu's fortune. Wu Jiuqing dug his ears in displeasure and rolled his eyes at Xianxia. This matter has been discussed and agreed upon by both parties. Of course, it's definitely a great fortune for my sister to become Elder Wu's disciple. Furthermore, Elder Wu Jiuqing has promised to nurture my sister Chu Lu with all his might. He has also sworn to the ancestors that no matter when and no matter what, he will never hurt my sister. Wu Jiuqing's eyes widened. He wanted to ask, when did I swear to the ancestors? However, Xianxia pretended that he didn't see it, and continued to talk non-stop. Today, all of you are here to witness this grand event of the heavens. A peerless expert, poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing, has finally accepted a disciple. And the disciple he has accepted is my sister, Chu Lu. After he finished speaking, Xianxia swept his gaze across the room. Everyone was shocked by this news and didn't recover for a long time. Wu Jiuqing sat there. Originally, he was very comfortable with Xianxia's last few words, smiling with his eyes narrowed. But after a long while, he felt that something was wrong. Frowning, he said angrily, why aren't you clapping? Clap clap clap. Rui Badong hurriedly clapped and cheered loudly. Good, good. Congratulations to Lu for becoming a disciple of a great master. Congratulations to Elder Wu for taking in a great disciple. Clap clap clap. Mole also hurriedly clapped. Everyone applauded at the same time. Rue Budong even pouted his lips and whistled, the sound lingering in the air. The atmosphere indeed became very lively. The Moon Breeze couple had already guessed it. They smiled and applauded. Cough cough, let's begin the ceremony. Elder Wu Juiqing, please take a seat. Chu Yang said solemnly. In fact, he was already laughing so hard in his heart that he was about to burst out laughing. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that someone like Wu Juiqing would actually care so much about a ceremony. What he didn't know, however, was that Wu Juiqing came from a big clan. Things like rituals and etiquette had long been ingrained in his bones and couldn't be abolished. No matter how high his cultivation was or how calm his temperament was, when it came to the serious things in the depths of his memories, he would always do things the same way he did back then. Wu Juiqing coughed. He stood up solemnly and steadily and said, "All right." He strode forward, his expression solemn and his eyes even carrying a hint of reminiscence. There were even some nostalgia. Perhaps Chu Yang and the others would never be able to understand what Wu Juiqing was feeling at this moment. Because at this moment, he recalled the time when his clan was still around and worshipped his ancestors. He recalled the time when he had wandered the martial world and met his own teacher who had imparted him the art of poison. At that time, the situation of the apprenticeship. As he thought about it, Wu Juiqing suddenly had a feeling of time going back. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. He recalled something his teacher had said, "Our sect, when cultivated to the extreme, is enough to move unhindered in the heavens and slaughter mortals and demons. It's a pity that with our aptitude, we can't reach that level. We can only cultivate the guide to the world of poison." The guide to the world of poison, as the name suggests, is only below the heavens and not above the heavens. He remembered asking back then, "Teacher, is there above the heavens?" At that time, his teacher had replied, "Above the heavens, there is." That is the poison scripture of the imperial court. That is the true first-grade poison technique. If one cultivates the poison scripture of the imperial court, just like the current heavenly continent, with just a wave of the hand, one can annihilate all three heavens. Where is the poison scripture of the imperial court? In the heavenly imperial court. Besides, with your aptitude, even if you find the poison scripture of the imperial court, it's useless. Because you can't cultivate it. Then what kind of person can cultivate it? Innate poison meridians, innate poison body, and innate poison, as long as one of the three conditions is met, one can cultivate the poison scripture of the imperial court. With our aptitude, neither of us is suitable. If we force ourselves to cultivate it, we will be poisoned to death by the poison scripture of the imperial court. Since that's the case, how did teacher know about this? He remembered that when he asked this question, his teacher was silent for a long time before he said, "The founder of our sect is the supreme poison master of the heavenly imperial court." It was because of poison that he was crippled. He desperately escaped and came to the heavenly imperial court. That's how the guide to the world of poison came about. But, even until his death, he couldn't forget his wish to return to the heavenly imperial court. Because he only cultivated half of the poison scripture of the imperial court. After cultivating the other half, he would be able to run amok in the heavenly imperial court. What I'm going to tell you next is the location of the poison scripture of the imperial court. You must remember to pass it down from generation to generation. If you meet the successor of the innate poison meridians, you must tell him and nurture him to rush to the heavenly imperial court and cultivate the poison scripture of the imperial court. Revitalize the prestige of our sect. Our sect is called the Heaven Poison Mansion. Wu Juiqing felt bitter in his heart. "Teacher, do you know that I've finally found this person today? Not only does he have innate poison, but he also has innate poison meridians and an innate poison body. I've finally found the successor of the Heaven Poison Mansion. I've found the hope of the Heaven Poison Mansion." Wu Juiqing was in a trance. He only felt his knees hit something hard before he abruptly realized that he had already walked to the front of Gui's tall armchair. If he were to walk any further, the armchair would be knocked over by him. Everyone around him looked at him strangely. Wu Juiqing took a deep breath. Turning around, he lifted his robes and slowly sat down. Both his hands were placed properly on the two handles of the armchair. Today was the first day of the rise of the Heaven Poison Mansion. That was the rise of the heavenly imperial court. Who would know the solemnity of my heart? The second part of the apprenticeship ceremony is for the disciple to serve tea. Chu Yang, the MC, was really an amateur because he had never done it before. Even he himself had done it when he was still an infant. He had never seen how it was like for others to do it, much less have any memory of it. Chu Lu'er went forward and served him a cup of hot tea respectfully. A smile appeared on Wu Jiuqing's face. He took the cup and drank it in one gulp. His expression turned strange at once. He almost spat it on Chu Yang, the MC's face. What kind of tea was this? This was obviously a big cup of vinegar. And there was salt. And mustard, damned little girl. See how I'll train you in the future. Wu Jiuqing smiled gently, a hint of annoyance flashing across his eyes. A cup of tea was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't swallow it down no matter what. After a long while, his Adam's apple finally moved. In the end, he still managed to swallow this special cup of apprenticeship tea. Next, the next part is for the disciple to kowtow. 3 kowtows. Chu Yang announced loudly. The Moon Breeze couple twisted their thighs, trying their best not to laugh out loud. How could there be an apprenticeship ceremony like this, 3 kowtows just like that? Didn't they have to report to the sect's ancestors, then burn incense and pray, then show the token, then, finally, 3 kowtows to be considered an apprentice? This Chu Yang is really too simple. Wu Jiuqing sat on top, taking in the strange expressions of the Moon Breeze couple. He coughed and said, "We're all children of the martial world, why bother about whether the etiquette is right or not?" Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Wu Jiuqing's words didn't matter, but Chu Yang, who was acting as the MC, suddenly choked and coughed so hard that his face and neck turned red. He really didn't expect Wu Jiuqing to be able to say such a funny thing. It was really too unexpected, seeing that his disciple was kowtowing while Chu Yang was coughing nonstop at the side. Wu Jiuqing almost died of anger. He tried his best to maintain the smile on his face and said kindly, "My beloved disciple, please rise." Only then did he really laugh. Sigh, he finally accepted this disciple. He helped Chu Lu'er up and kicked the still coughing Chu Yang. He said angrily, "It's done. What kind of MC are you?" Everyone burst into laughter. Only then did the atmosphere relax. Chu Yang hurriedly shouted again, "The ceremony is over." Everyone laughed and joked, and the sounds of celebration rang out continuously. Wu Jiuqing smiled cheerfully and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Chu Yang suddenly had a clear feeling. Wu Jiuqing seemed to have changed into a different person. It seemed that after experiencing the ceremony, he was somewhat enlightened. Or, let go of something? Let go of something. When no one was paying attention, Chu Yang leaned close to Wu Jiuqing's ear and said, "Elder Wu, this ceremony seems to be very important to you." Wu Jiuqing was taken aback. He smiled lightly and said, "Chu Yang, life is a ceremony." Chu Yang was taken aback. As he mulled over this sentence, he suddenly felt a little emotional. Mo Lei and Mo Qinggu went to prepare the dishes. Everyone wanted to celebrate. Chu Lu'er also wanted to help but was stopped by everyone. What a joke, even if the dishes you make are the most delicious in the world, probably no one would dare to eat them. After seeing Zhuge Changcheng's tragic state, if anyone still dared to eat Chu Lu'er's dishes. How big of a nerve would that person have? Seeing everyone reject her unanimously, Chu Lu'er felt a little wronged. Chu Yang leaned close to the little girl's ear and said, "Lu'er, prepare a few dishes for me tonight. Our family surname Chu will celebrate for you." The little girl smiled through her tears and kissed Chu Yang on the cheek. She smiled like a flower. "Big brother is the best." Chu Yang laughed loudly. The dishes and wine were served. Mo Lei had become a culinary expert during this period of time. The dishes she made really looked, smelled, and tasted good. Everyone chatted as they ate. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Wu Jiuqing's identity. This person was one of the tribulations back then. Tribulations and their master had always been a thorn in Chu Yang's heart. They were also an eternal mystery. The Dharma Supreme claimed to be one of the tribulations. Chu Yang believed him. He also believed what he said at the beginning. But later on, as the Dharma Supreme became more and more sinister, Chu Yang gradually became suspicious. In the end, even if he wanted to choose to believe, he didn't have a choice. Right now, Wu Jiuqing was the best candidate. What he said would definitely be more credible than what the Dharma Supreme said. Chu Yang took advantage of the alcohol and said, Elder Wu's brothers back then must also be all-powerful heroes. Wu Jiuqing smiled lightly and said, my brothers may not necessarily be all-powerful heroes, but they truly loved and cared for me. We were sincere to each other, so we had nothing to fear. Chu Yang said, oh? Can Elder Wu tell us the stories of your seniors so that we can also broaden our horizons? Wu Jiuqing chuckled. He picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He said, my brothers. Haha. Those were my brothers. My brother is heroic and chivalrous, proud and awe-inspiring, indomitable, iron-blooded man. Every one of them was the best. How good is it? Dong Wushang interjected. Feng Yuro looked thoughtful. She said, can Brother Wu tell us about back then, back then, back then? Wu Jiuqing pursed his lips, a hint of haziness in his eyes. He drank 3 big bowls of wine in a row and said, let's talk about myself. Firstly, I want to warn everyone. Secondly, my little disciple also needs to know what kind of person her master is. In front of so many people, I also want to be a witness for myself. Everyone stopped eating and listened to him attentively. Wu Jiuqing smiled lightly and said, let's talk while eating. My story isn't very pleasant to listen to. It's fine if everyone has heard it. As he spoke, he raised his cup in invitation. But what interest did they have in eating and drinking at this moment? The story of tribulations, the first secret of the heavens. My temper wasn't like this in the past. Wu Jiuqing's indifferent voice. I, Wu Jiuqing, was born into an aristocratic family. Back then, my clan was also one of the big clans. In my generation, there were many heroes. Countless geniuses. I'm just a man. Wu Jiuqing let out a self-mocking laugh. To be honest, all of you may have noticed it as well. Even now, after several tens of thousands of years, I still carry with me a kind of manly mannerisms. I just want to live a carefree life. I don't want to get involved in the family's power struggle. Therefore, when my brothers were fighting for the position of the patriarch, I quietly slipped away and wandered the Jianghu. Several years have passed. Other than going home to visit my parents every year, I've basically been wandering outside. But my brothers still wouldn't let me off. They hired countless assassins to assassinate me. So, I fought like this, I fought whoever came. I know who sent them, but I didn't go home to settle the score with any of them. It was at that time that I met my teacher. Wu Jiuqing smiled lightly and said, I learned a lot of poison techniques. Later on, I felt sad staying in the upper 3 heavens. So, I went to the lower 3 heavens to travel. I met a person, a scholar. At that time, I was already a martial saint. But that person was only a martial grandmaster. But for some reason, we hit it off very well. We wandered the Jianghu together. I always showed that my cultivation was weaker than his, and he always took care of me. He protected me with his life several times. I was very touched and became sworn brothers with him. I was 1 year younger than him. I respected him as my big brother. Later on, my big brother and I wandered the Jianghu. His strength improved very quickly. Moreover, he had an inexhaustible supply of elixirs and miraculous medicines. More and more brothers appeared, and every one of them was very good. Then, in the upper 3 heavens, there were 10 of us brothers. When Wu Jiuqing said this, Dong Wushang and Rui Budong were both stunned. They looked at each other. At that time, the brothers thought, why don't we kill our way up to the upper 3 heavens? Make a name for ourselves? At that time, my big brother's position in the clan was stable. I was the only threat left. He sent countless experts to the upper 3 heavens to kill me. Because of me, the brothers got injured one day and another tomorrow. For several months, there was at least one person getting injured every day. Because of me. Wu Jiuqing's eyes were filled with anger. Until my 3rd brother threw himself on me and blocked a sword for me. That sword pierced through his chest, and his blood dripped onto my mouth, telling me to get up quickly. The next day, my sworn brother, in order to protect me, had his dantian pierced by someone. He was then hung up, burned with raging flames, and tortured in every possible way. I suddenly couldn't take it anymore, and I swore to tear my clan's sworn brother into a million pieces. So, my brothers and I rushed to the upper three heavens together. After we wandered around, we made enemies everywhere. In the end, when everyone had reached the martial saint level, Big Brother said that he was actually the master of Tribulation's sword. It was his mission to unify the upper three heavens. So, we worked hard for this common goal. First, we quelled the opposing forces in my own clan. With my clan as the foundation, we conquered everywhere. When we all became supreme martial artists, when I was a 5th grade supreme martial artist, the upper three heavens was unified by us. A new great clan was also finally established. Our Wu clan naturally continued its glory for another 10,000 years. But at that time, Big Brother betrayed us and ruthlessly killed us. He used our souls to mend the heavens. Wu Jiuqing laughed bitterly. At that time, I only felt that all my sincerity had been betrayed. All our past had been deceived. When we were together, we had sacrificed too much for each other. Every one of us was sincere. But my sworn Big Brother broke our hearts. Until our deaths, our brothers still couldn't believe it. I was lucky to escape. It took me a very long time to condense a physical body. I went to find Big Brother for revenge, but I couldn't find him. Then, I asked around and found out that the previous tribulations had all been used to mend the heavens. Wu Jiuqing said indifferently, so, from then on, I wanted to go against the master of Tribulation's sword. To avenge my brothers. I killed good people and bad people, just to see if that person helped the master of Tribulation's sword. For this, I didn't hesitate to kill good people. Actually, that's all. Wu Jiuqing smiled. Yes, the master of Tribulation's sword and tribulations don't have any magical imaginations. They're all ordinary people, that's all. Yu Lingxue pondered and said, that Big Brother of yours, could he have some difficulties? Wu Jiuqing was startled. He said, he didn't say. If he did, and if he really had difficulties, why would he need to kill us personally? It's not impossible that he slit his own throat. Between us brothers, we've gone through countless hardships and deaths. Every one of us has risked our lives countless times for our brothers. If there really were difficulties, brothers, why would we cherish death? Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue were silent. Qi Yang finally confirmed one thing. That was, every master of Tribulation's sword, yes, maybe not all of them, but definitely most of them before unifying the upper three heavens, were loyal and righteous. But after unifying, they immediately became ruthless and merciless. Immediately became sinister and ruthless, immediately slaughtered their brothers. Moreover, every master of Tribulation's sword mysteriously disappeared after unifying the upper three heavens. On this point, the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jiuqing didn't differ at all. But why exactly was this? No matter what, Qi Yang couldn't understand. Why would a loyal and righteous person change so quickly? For his brothers, he could block knives countless times, risk his life countless times, be tortured countless times, countless times. Those were definitely not family. But why would he betray them at the last moment, completely overturning his whole life in the blink of an eye, for a boat? If there wasn't a reason, Qi Yang wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He asked the sword spirit in the tribulation space. The sword spirit thought for a long time before he said, I don't have any memories of that period of time. Qi Yang pondered and said, it's indeed an unsolvable mystery. He turned and asked, Wusheng, Badong, if one day I have difficulties and need to sacrifice your lives to save me, will you save me? Dong Wusheng smiled lightly and said, Big Brother, will you save me then? There's no need to ask such questions between us brothers. Rue Badong laughed and said, me too. Qi Yang frowned and said, it's indeed an unsolvable mystery. He said this sentence twice. Even Wu Jiuqing could tell that something was wrong. He asked, why is it an unsolvable mystery? Before Qi Yang could say anything, Yu Lingxue sneered and said, a loyal and righteous person who spent his whole life completely changed in the blink of an eye. How can there be such a thing in this world? If there is, there must be a reason. It's just that we don't know the reason. Xianxia was also a straightforward man. He straightforwardly raised his suspicions towards this question that everyone else had turned a blind eye to. Xianxia was confident that if it were him, he would never change. Wu Jiuqing frowned and said gloomily, "Are you saying that I'm lying?" Xianxia sneered. "I didn't say that. But you have been angry about this matter for tens of thousands of years. Have you ever thought about another matter? Will you betray your brothers?" Wu Jiuqing was furious. "What kind of nonsense is this? How can I, Wu Jiuqing, betray my brothers?" Xianxia said, "Then, will the others who died with you betray their brothers?" Wu Jiuqing was even more furious. Bullsh *T. The friendship between us brothers is as clear as the sun and the moon. We went through fire and water together, through countless mountains of knives and seas of fire. They would never betray their brothers no matter what. If anyone would do so, I'd rather twist his head off and give it to you." Xianxia sneered. "Didn't your big brother go through fire and water together with you? Before your big brother betrayed you, did you dare to doubt him? Did you ever doubt him? Didn't you still trust him like you trust your other brothers? Before that, if someone told you that your big brother would kill you, would you believe it?" Wu Jiuqing was stunned. Chu Yang had always thought that he was righteous and upright at times. But, he had to admit that he was probably the most shameless person in the world, but after hearing Lan Qingtian's words, Chu Yang was suddenly in awe of him. What was shamelessness? This was what it was, damn it. When compared to Lan Qingtian, he was practically the humble, selfless, upright ruler. There was no way to compare at all. If my face is only the corner of a brick wall, then Lan Qingtian's face is the great wall of iron and steel. He first came to pay his respects and was very respectful. After confirming that the other party was injured, he immediately turned hostile. Moreover, he used his own granddaughter as an excuse to demand an explanation. Chu Yang recalled Wu Jiuqing's reaction when he saw Chu Lu'er. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. "Oh, my God." Xianxia closed his eyes and asked, "Mei Xian is dead? How did she die?" Lan Qingtian flew into a rage. He said bitterly, "Elder Yu. You can't be as shameless as you, can you? You first beat her until she sustained internal injuries, then stabbed her from the front to the back with a sword. In the end, you even poisoned her for fear that she wouldn't die." Tears welled up in Lan Qingtian's eyes. "She's only a weak girl, and she was deeply in love with you. How can you be so heartless and not admit to it after doing such a vicious deed?" He roared furiously, "Today, even though I, Lan Qingtian, am far from being a match for the world-renowned Master Yu, I will still seek justice for my granddaughter. Heavens! Open your eyes and take a look. To think that there is such a shameless person in this world." Even with Feng Yuro and Xianxia's cultivation and self-restraint, they were so infuriated that they started to tremble. This bastard's ability to distort the truth had already reached a certain level. Heavens! Open your eyes and take a look. To think that there is such a shameless person in this world. Suddenly, someone shouted into the sky in grief and indignation. His voice and tone were exactly the same as Lan Qingtian's. Even the voice was almost lifelike. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look, only to see Chu Yang thumping his chest and stamping his feet. He said in extreme grief and indignation, "Heavens, too shameless, simply too shameless." Lan Qingtian's expression darkened. "Chu Yang, what do you mean?" Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, "Oh heavens, Chuan, many years ago, my clan had used a beauty trap to befriend Venerable Yu, making him feel apologetic towards us and using us. But how can my clan be manipulated by others? What a joke." "Yes. So what if he helped us?" "Yes. So what if he took care of us?" "Yes. So what if he tolerated us?" He shouted with all his might, "He's stronger than us. Helping us should be helped us. If he can't see through our intentions, then he's an idiot. If he can't, he is him. To what does that have to do with me? Now that he's injured, how can I not vent my anger on such a great opportunity? He helped us, but I was so angry. Who asked him to help us? He was simply meddling in other people's business. After I kill him today, I will announce to the world that he is no match for me and has been killed by me. Therefore, we are stronger than him." Therefore, the rise of our family is all due to our own strength. Long are you is if he's alive, I'll feel guilty. But if he's dead, I'll only feel happy. Die, die, die. Our family is number one. Aha. Yang said with tears and snot, do you know that our clan has been criticized by others all these years? Hasn't our clan been relying on Moon Breeze all along? Do you know how upset I feel? Although we are indeed relying on them, you can't say it out loud. We've been wronged. Too agreed. Too depressing. Now, this moment has finally arrived. Moon Breeze, pay the price. Yang righteously shouted, I want to seek justice for my granddaughter. Although she doesn't need it, this is my reason. With this reason, I'm upright and upright. I'm righteous. Although I'm a despicable and shameless jackal, I wear the face of a saint. Yu Ling Xue. Accept your fate. Waha. A burst of wild laughter. Everyone was dumbstruck. Lan Qingtian's lips twitched. He wasn't wrong at all. What Yang said was exactly what he was thinking in his heart and couldn't say out loud. Now, it was all exposed, and he was even imitating his own accent. It was so perfect. Ha ha ha. This feels great. This feels great. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong slapped their thighs and laughed. This was too satisfying. Boss' performance just now was really satisfying. One had to admit that against someone like Lan Qingtian, killing him with a single punch was letting him off too easily. If he was so disgusting, couldn't others do the same to him? Moon Breeze's identity couldn't disgust him, but Chu Yang had no qualms about doing so. I'll disgust you. So what? Even Wu Jiuqing and Meng Chaoran laughed. Chu Yang's words exposed the mentality of a villain to the fullest. It was really satisfying. Moon Breeze was filled with anger and conflict at first, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but smile. In the distance, behind the crowd, some of the Zhuge clan members were smiling as well. They felt that these words really hit the nail on the head. One should use such disgusting methods to deal with disgusting people. You? Lan Qingtian finally came back to his senses and flew into a rage. What about me? I'm disgust you, can't you tell? The clan that I'm talking about is worse than a beast is your Lan clan. Can't you tell? How is it? Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Yang explained kindly, afraid that the other party didn't understand. Lan Qingtian was furious. With a wave of his hand, he yelled, take this little one down. Don't take his life. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Little one, I'll let you miss out on one of the 3,718 extreme punishments in the world. You can consider me as your son. Yang flew into a rage. Bullsh *T. What do you mean you're my son? How did I give birth to a bastard like you? If you were my son, I would have F*King thrown you into the latrine when you were still in liquid form. You. You're slandering me. You're spreading rumors. You. Yang put on an aggrieved look as if he was about to vomit blood. You. Hurry up and go back and ask your mother. Ask her if I'm your father. What the F*CK? I've really never seen anyone slandering someone like you. You're F*King one of a kind. Waha. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong were practically sprawled on the ground, their bodies convulsing as they laughed. Rui Budong shouted, Boss, he can't be a bastard child that you left behind many years ago, right? Dong Wushang rebuked him furiously, shut up. Even if he is, we haven't done the blood test yet. It's irresponsible of you to say it now. Lan Qingtian started to tremble all over. His squarish face was pulled flat. Even his voice had changed. Take him down. Take him down. Hurry up and take him down. Two green-robed men stepped forward with their swords drawn. Yang said furiously, you know that the Moon Breeze elders are injured and are here to take advantage of them, right? The two of them didn't say a word as they charged forward. Yang kept retreating. I'm Lan Qingtian's father. How dare you kill me? How dare you kill me? You. Traitorous bastard. You really dare to F*King kill me. The two men's swords connected to form a screen of light. Their faces were livid as they continued to attack as if they didn't hear a thing. Chu Yang drew his sword as he took a step back. "I'm fighting back, I'm really fighting back," the two of them sneered. Chu Yang's sword shook. Suddenly, with a swoosh, he shouted, "Dog drowning sword, first move, great water comes from the east." With a whoosh, it was as if huge waves had suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They surged toward them fiercely, the waves white and endless. The two of them didn't expect Chu Yang's swordsmanship to be so impressive. The two of them were 8th grade martial saints. Even when they joined forces against Chu Yang, they were actually suppressed by his sword. The two of them retreated. Chu Yang shouted, "Dog drowning sword, second move, dog drowning." With a shake of his sword, huge waves covered the masked men. "Dog drowning sword, third move, deep water piercing dog drowning. Dog drowning." The waves surged. Sword chi shot out one after another from the sword. The shoulders and thighs of the two men were cut at the same time. Blood spurted out from their throats. "Dog drowning sword, fourth move, frozen dog drowning." Chu Yang stabbed his sword. Suddenly, a cold wind blew and the surrounding temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. In the direction that Chu Yang's sword was pointing at, the two men had already been frozen into ice sculptures, frozen in a strange posture. Their necks were stretched out, their tongues were stuck out, their eyes were bulging, their bodies were turned sideways, and their feet were raised, just like a dog peeing. The most impressive thing was that a dog's tail made of snow had actually been frozen on their buttocks, and 2 long dog ears made of snow had also been added to their heads. They were actually frozen just like that. Dog drowning sword completed. Chu Yang sheathed his sword. "Everyone, please correct me." Lan Qingtian's expression was dark. "You're quite capable. However, no matter how capable you are, you won't be able to escape death today." At this point, the Zhuge clan members also surrounded them under the lead of an elderly man in sackcloth. "Everyone, let's attack together and kill these people as soon as possible. Long delays may bring trouble." Lan Qingtian said fiercely, "But leave this Chu Yang to me. I want him alive." 30 to 40 people shouted and flew over at the same time. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly rose into the air. With a flash in the air, dozens of Xianxia's shadows appeared and went up to the 30 to 40 experts who rushed over. He reached out his hands and with a few cracking sounds, more than 30 people rolled back with their brains splattered everywhere. The ground was a mess of blood, Xianxia's clothes were as white as snow. Floating in the air, he looked at Lan Qingtian impassively and said coldly, "There's really no need for the Lan clan to exist anymore." "Huh?" Lan Qingtian was astounded as he stumbled back a couple of steps. Why you? Aren't you severely injured?" "You." Xianxia floated in the air and smashed an expert who was about to escape into pieces with a palm strike. He shouted, "Who dares to leave?" Then, he said dispassionately, "This is a trap." Lan Qingtian felt cold all over. Xianxia heaved a heavy sigh and said, "Lan clan, I'm really heartbroken." Lan Qingtian stood there dumbfounded. Suddenly, he shuddered all over and laughed. "You Zhuge clan scum, how is it? You've lost, right? Haha. I've already said that Elder Yu won't get hurt. How is it? Are you all dumbfounded?" After laughing heartily, he turned to Xianxia and said, Elder Yu is indeed safe and sound. I'm really relieved. This time, the Zhuge clan wanted to ambush you. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I rushed over with all my might and pretended to be polite. Now, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, I should have thought of it long ago. Elder is mighty, how can he be ambushed? They're really unworthy. The Zhuge clan people were also stunned at the sight. Upon hearing that, they couldn't help but curse. Lan Qingtian. Are you still a human being? How can you be so shameless? Weren't you the one who initiated the pursuit this time? Don't you have any sense of shame for slandering us like this? Lan Qingtian sneered. Your Zhuge clan's conspiracy is destroying our relationship. What else do you have to say now? If I, Lan Qingtian, hadn't seen through your conspiracy, wouldn't I have been tricked to death by you this time? The Zhuge clan is indeed a clan of wisdom. I'm impressed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Lan Qingtian was really shameless to a certain extent. He could actually still say such things even at this stage. He was still cursing just now, but the moment he saw that Xianxia's injuries weren't as serious as he had imagined, he actually changed his mind immediately. Chu Yang was even more impressed. He fully understood the saying, mouths are two pieces of skin. Whatever you say, it makes sense. The upper lip is heaven, the lower lip is earth. Xianxia said dispassionately, I see. Qing Tian, thank you for your kind intentions. Now, do something for me. Lan Qing Tian said, please instruct me, Elder Yu. I'll do as you say. Xianxia said dispassionately, go. Kill everyone from the Zhuge clan. I'll speak to you again after you've killed them all. Yes. Lan Qing Tian was dumbfounded and had no choice but to agree. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Xianxia was really vicious. Such a strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. She really didn't know how Xianxia's straightforward brain came up with this. As long as the two clans fought, both sides would definitely suffer. At that time, he would think of how to take advantage of the situation. How could he take advantage of her? Lan Qingtian's eyes darted around before he said, Senior Yu, what? Feng Yuro floated over from behind. She was 30 feet high in the air, but her speed was extremely slow. Everyone knew that for the same distance, you could either jump over or float over slowly. The difficulty of this was undoubtedly a world of difference. Lan Qingtian's eyes narrowed. He was finally certain Moon Breeze wasn't injured at all. With a loud roar, he shouted, Boys! Let's kill these bastards from the Zhuge clan who are trying to sow discord. With a shout, everyone from the Lan family fought bravely to be the first. He pounced over like a wolf or a tiger. The Zhuge family's people were so angry that they were trembling all over. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. Go! Let's kill these despicable and shameless people from the Lan family first. The two sides were like two torrents facing each other, moving at the same time. Shouts rang out, swords and sabers flashed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, the fight was extremely intense. Lan Qing Tian was also helpless. He had already offended Xianxia by saying so much earlier. He also knew that this was Xianxia urging the tiger to devour the wolf. But he still had to attack, because Xianxia's killing intent had already been triggered. Even if the two clans didn't attack, Xianxia would still kill. Only by listening to him and killing the Zhuge clan before begging Xianxia for mercy would he have a chance of survival, and it was still very slim. But no matter what, this was his only chance. The fight between the two clans was extremely intense. Chu Yang and the others stood aside and watched, pointing and commenting. In the time it took for half an incense to burn, many people from each side had already died. Wu Jiuqing said impatiently, since your injuries have recovered, hurry up and kill everyone. What's there to see with this bunch of bastards fighting? You. Xianxia smiled and said, I'm just venting my anger. Now that they're almost done fighting, it's time for us to make our move. The husband and wife let out a long laugh. Two long swords were unsheathed at the same time, and without warning, they launched a devastating attack on the fighting crowd. Chu Yang gave the order without the slightest bit of interest. The snow sleigh continued along the main road. Moon Breeze's injuries had already mostly recovered. There was no suspense at all in dealing with these people. The result would be the same whether he watched or not. It was just that in Chu Yang's heart, there was an additional killing intent toward the big clans. Lan Qingtian's screams came from behind. Elder Yu, why are you? The screams stopped abruptly. Chu Yang and the others had already gone a few miles before Moon Breeze finally caught up. His white robes were spotless. Chu Yang smiled. Done? Do you feel very carefree? Xianxia laughed. Yes, I do feel rather carefree. Chu Yang smiled and said, you're going to be a Dharma Supreme in the future. It's fine to be honest and upright, but you have to be more careful in everything you do. Just like an imperial court, there are many loyal officials and good generals, but there are also many treacherous and despicable people. Knowing the means of the treacherous and despicable people doesn't necessarily make you a despicable person. After all, one must always be wary of others. Xianxia nodded. I will remember what you said. Feng Yuro smiled sweetly. If Chu Yang had said this in the past, perhaps no one would have believed him or even scoffed at him. But when he said this now, the weight was different. Because he was the Tribulation Sword Master, now that the Dharma Supreme had made it clear that he was an enemy, it would be strange if Chu Yang allowed him to continue living. Along the way, it was very peaceful. Moon Breeze didn't mention anything about Lan Mei Xian, and Chu Yang didn't want to ask too much about it. 3 days later, Feng Yuro finally said something, intentionally or otherwise. Chu Yang, Mei Xian, is your mother's teacher? This sentence made Chu Yang's heart tremble. Then is she dead or alive? Asked Chu Yang. She shouldn't be dead. I heard that Lan Qingtian saved her and got someone to escort her home. However, she suffered extremely serious injuries and was poisoned. I'm afraid she won't be able to live for long. Feng Yuro sighed. She used to be a very innocent and very cute girl. Chu Yang remained silent. Then, he said, everyone will change. Yu Lingxue kept listening at the side. At this moment, he heaved a long sigh. He didn't know why he was sighing either. Where are we going? Feng Yuro changed the topic. Back to the southeast first, to my home, said Chu Yang. Although the two of you have recovered more than half of your cultivation, your life source still hasn't recovered. However, his life force had not recovered, and Senior Wu Jiuqing's injuries were also very serious. There must be a place to recuperate. My teacher's wife also needs a place to settle down. I'll only be at ease when the two of you have settled down there. Besides, with the two of you around and taking care of each other, nothing will go wrong. I won't have to worry about it. He smiled. I'll set off again from there to continue my path. To search for the 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Yu Lingxue said, actually, you can leave now to search for the 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. With the two of us escorting you, are you still worried? Chu Yang smiled warmly. I'm not worried. But I miss my mother. Chu Yang's voice was very calm, but Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro's hearts trembled for some reason. From this sentence, they could hear Chu Yang's affection for his family. I miss my mother, just because of such a reason. As the master of the Tribulation Sword, Chu Yang didn't even hesitate to postpone his search for the Tribulation Sword just to go home and take a look. Who could understand Yu's heart? Feng Yuro suddenly felt very envious of Chu Yang's mother. Because she had such a son who was so concerned about her. Chu Yang silently took out a bottle of spiritual spring water and handed it to the two of them. This is spiritual spring water. It can stimulate the vitality of the human body. I don't know if it'll be useful for the two of you. At present, my spiritual spring water has already started to transform into the spring of life. When it reaches the level of the spring of life, it can solve the problem of your children. Feng Yuro's face flushed red, but she received it happily. Thank you, Chu Yang. Chu Yang said deeply, my mother gave me all her effort and was unhappy for decades. It's not easy to be a parent, but it's also a blessing. I understand your pain very well. I also hope that I can help you fulfill your wish sooner. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro nodded with serious expressions. After exiting the south and heading east, they received news that the entire Medicine Valley had been annihilated by an unknown force. The entire Medicine Valley was reduced to ashes. From then on, it completely disappeared from the Heaven-tier continent. This news made everyone's hearts heavy. When they were about to reach the Black Blood Forest, Chu Yang took out a jade token left behind by Xianxia and activated it. Instantly, a majestic aura was emitted from it. It was Xianxia's aura. It was as if that figure in white was still following him, smiling sweetly, happy and angry at the same time. Chu Yang's heart felt a little sour. He wore the jade token on himself and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Every time this happened, Mo Qinggu would be very quiet. She would just accompany him quietly without saying a word. That pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak looked at Chu Yang with unusual concern. They finally reached the Black Blood Forest. Once they entered, everyone was shocked. Countless spirit beasts, including birds, lined up neatly on both sides of the road. From big to small, they were meticulously organized, without a single strand out of place. Cats and mice stood side by side, wolves and rabbits stood side by side, not attacking each other. They were as respectful as guards of honor, leaving a wide path for everyone to walk on. Every spirit beast's eyes were filled with reverence. Oh my god, so cute. Seeing this situation, Emo Qingguo and Chu Lu'er almost fainted from excitement. Both girls liked obedient little animals. Now that they saw such a magnificent scene, they were simply overjoyed. They ran to the side of the road and touched this and that, their faces full of bliss and love. All the spirit beasts were very dissatisfied with such caresses. Damn. Are you treating us as your pets? Writing about Lan Qing Tian made me feel disgusted, so I'll just skip over it briefly. Today, I went to the hospital often because of my waist problem, so I'm familiar with the nurses. Every time I went, they waved and said, I'm here. Today, my wife accompanied me. After I arrived, before I could say anything, 3 or 4 nurses waved at me at the same time and said, you're here? My wife was very angry about this. She said that she would transfer me from the city hospital to the hospital tomorrow. Today, I made a call to ask about it and suddenly felt very sad. There didn't seem to be any young nurses in the hospital. I went to write my story with tears streaming down my face. Although the spirit beasts were unhappy, Xianxia's coercion was still present, and none of them dared to resist. Chu Lu'er and Emo Qingguo even forcefully pulled out a majestic black blood mystic tiger each and rode on it. The 2 tall and big black blood tigers each weighed at least 250 kilograms. They were extremely burly. The 2 little girls rode on them and swaggered through the city. No, they swaggered. Through the black blood forest, this journey was actually earth-shattering. All the roads in front of them were leveled. In the black blood forest, all the people and spirit beasts stood respectfully on both sides. In front of them, there were still people clearing the way for them. It was only now that Chu Yang knew that the token that Xianxia had given him was probably very extraordinary. He caught a man in black who lived in the black blood forest all year round and smelled it. Only then did he know that this was the king's token of the black blood forest. With this token, one could command the entire black blood forest. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Xianxia was still worried about him. She didn't say anything but still left such a powerful force for him. From the conversation, he found out that the people in the black blood forest were already used to such a life because they lived in darkness all year round. If they went out rashly, their eyes might not be able to take it, therefore, even if they had to go out to do something, they had to wear a blindfold. Moreover, they couldn't stay outside for more than 2 months each time. Otherwise, their eyes would be destroyed. Chu Yang knew what to do. He bid farewell to the people who came up to greet him and went all the way to the center of the black blood forest. All the region masters were waiting here. Seeing that it was Chu Yang and not Xianxia who came, although everyone was a little suspicious, Xianxia's divine sense was not to be doubted. Chu Yang explained, Xianxia went to the heavens beyond to do something and will be back soon. All the region masters agreed. With Xianxia's ability, it was very possible for her to go to the heavens beyond to do something. She would definitely succeed. Finally, they walked out of the black blood forest. Everyone rushed for a while. Then they started to ride on the snow sleigh. In this way, they continued their journey. With the help of the wind fox, spirit beasts pulled the sleigh. They traveled more than 2,000 miles a day, but from the Zhuge clan to the flat mountain ridge, they actually took almost 2 months. The weather here. Compared to the south, it was a little colder. The accumulated snow had not melted yet. The group sat on the snow sleigh and arrived at the flat mountain ridge in no time. Chu Yang had just entered the flat mountain ridge when someone rushed back to report the news. Eldest young master is back. The Chu clan, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst into jubilation. Yang Rulan quickly ran out. Chu Failing even tried to persuade her, as a mother, you should stay in your room and wait for your son to come and greet you. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Rulan retorted, if you're not in a hurry, why did you run out here? Chu Failing said, as a father, I don't need to be so particular. Yang Rulan laughed coldly, I forgot. That's your sworn brother. Chu Failing immediately blushed. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. The two of them raised their heads and looked at each other, only to see a row of sleighs rolling in from the distance, extremely fast. It was Chu Yang, who she had been thinking about day and night. Yang Rulan was instantly filled with joy, but her eyes were filled with tears. Even her palms were trembling. Chu Failing wanted to say something to ease his wife's mood, but he realized that his voice was trembling. When they finally arrived, Chu Yang had already flown over. He hugged his mother. Mother. Yang Rulan hugged her son back. Her tears flowed like a spring. She said in a trembling voice, Yang, my good son. I missed you so much. Chu Failing came up with red eyes. He pretended to scold them, look at you two, what's wrong with you? There are guests here, it's simply inappropriate. Don't cry, don't cry. You can't tie your son to your side when he's grown up, right? Yang Rulan snorted and let go of her son. She looked at him carefully, you've become darker and thinner. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Actually, he had definitely gained weight during this period of time. But in his mother's heart, her son must have suffered as long as he went out. Who are your other friends? Chu Failing asked Chu Yang. Chu Yang gave him a look and said, let's go in and talk. Chu Failing immediately knew that there were important people here. He said solemnly, okay. At this moment, Chu Lu'er had already flown over like a swallow. She hugged Yang Rulan and said, Aunt, I've recovered. Yang Rulan was pleasantly surprised. You've recovered? Chu Lu'er nodded vigorously. I've really recovered. And I've also found my father this time. He came back with us. At this moment, Chu Faiyan walked down from the snow sleigh and called, Big brother, sister-in-law. Chu Failing and Yang Rulan were pleasantly surprised. Chu Failing went forward and grabbed his third brother's arm. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Everyone then walked into the Chu clan's courtyard. Mo Qinggu walked at the back. Her head was lowered and her little face was almost stuffed into her chest. She was very shy. Oh my, I'm at elder brother Chu Yang's house. I'm going to see elder brother Chu Yang's parents soon. This ugly daughter-in-law, am finally going to see her in-laws. This is so embarrassing. What should I say? What should I say to make them like me? I'm so nervous. Chu Xiongqing and the others were already waiting in the hall. Chu Fian wasn't here. He was outside with the goods and hadn't returned yet. After dismissing the servants, Chu Yang started to introduce them. The first to be introduced was, of course, Wu Jiuqing. This elder is Lu'er's new teacher. Old Master Chu stroked his beard and smiled. He said, brother, you've worked hard. Lu'er is still young. I'll have to trouble you to teach her well. Chu Xiongqing was Chu Lu'er's grandfather. To him, calling Chu Lu'er's teacher in this way was already very polite. Wu Jiuqing said lightly, it's my business to take in disciples. It has nothing to do with you. Also, don't call me brother, this form of address. It'll make me feel very weird. Chu Yang held back his laughter and said, Grandpa, this elder is one of the tribulations from 40,000 years ago. He's the successor of martial artist Chen Feng, the poison doctor Wu Jiuqing. With a thud, old master Chu Xiongqing fell from the armchair. He was dumbfounded. This? What, did you say? I'm telling the truth. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Old master Chu Xiongqing raised his head and looked at Wu Jiuqing. In that instant, he suddenly felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. He said with a trembling voice, Elder. Sen, Wu Jiuqing shook his head. Sigh. You'd better call me brother. It's even more awkward. Old Master Chu made a couple of sounds and wiped the sweat off his face. My God, what has this grandson of mine been doing out there? He even managed to invite such a big shot whose name directly shook the world to the Chu clan. This is really too shocking for me. Luckily, I'm not injured or sick. If I had a heart attack or something, I'd have passed by today. Grandpa, from today onwards, Elder Wu will be staying in the Chu clan permanently. Chu Yang threw out an important sentence. Old Master Chu's hands and feet immediately trembled. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome, Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Introduce these two elders to Grandpa. Chu Yang came in front of the Moon Breeze couple. Chu Xiongqing wiped his sweat and walked over with a smile. He thought to himself, Wu Jiuqing should be a heavyweight. These two shouldn't be so scary anymore. Yu Lingxue was extremely polite. He smiled and bowed. I'm Yu Lingxue. This is my wife, Feng Yuro. Feng Yuro smiled and nodded. Old Master Chu hurriedly returned the greeting. brother you, haha. Feng. Ah? Before he finished, he suddenly sat on the ground and his image was instantly destroyed. To Chu Xiongqing and most people in this continent, the Moon Breeze couple was much more famous than Wu Jiuqing. After all, Wu Jiuqing was from a long time ago and only existed in legends. There weren't many people who knew about Wu Jiuqing now. But the Moon Breeze couple lived up to their name and shook the world. The legend of the Moon Breeze couple was legendary. In the heaven-level continent, they were very well known. Now, these two people were standing in front of him. How could Chu Xiongqing still maintain his composure? He panted heavily. Are you the Moon Breeze Supremacy? I'm sorry, Yu Lingxue said warmly. Old Master Chu swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Grandfather, the Moon Breeze couple will also be staying in our house, Chu Yang said in a timely manner. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Old Master Chu's head was already in a knot and he almost couldn't think. He said almost mechanically. The successive shocks made Old Master Chu unable to react. And Chu Yang was about to continue the introduction. Hello, grandfather. Mo Qinggu came out with a red face and bowed obediently. Her voice was a little trembling and she only felt her whole body heating up. She didn't know what to say and felt a little dizzy. Hello. Old Master Chu Xiongqing smiled and looked at Mo Qinggu very lovingly. At the same time, he quickly calmed down his agitated mood. He thought to himself, this little girl called me grandfather the moment she came up. She shouldn't be a big shot, right? This is Mo Qinggu. Grandfather, you can call her Xiaowu, Chu Yang smiled. Yes, Xiaowu. What a cute name, Old Master Chu smiled. Xiaowu is the direct disciple of the two supreme martial artists, Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya, Chu Yang added a little mischievously. His Old Master Chu gasped and staggered. His mouth and eyes were crooked. Oh my God. I am dreaming. After shaking his head and confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly said, you are the younger brother of the two supreme martial artists, how can you call me grandfather? Old Master Chu was extremely terrified. Then, wouldn't that mean that he was a generation older than Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya? Damn, if this spread out, people would die, Old Master Chu said without thinking. I should call you Grandaunt. What? Mo Qinggu smiled with a red face, it's only right that I call you grandfather. Chu Lu'er pursed her lips and said, Grandfather, just bear with it. This little girl is very ambitious. She wants to marry my big brother so much that she's crazy. I just received a piece of news. At the end of last month, on the 23rd or 24th, a brother left us forever. His name is the sadness of parting. Usually, we call him Little Wound. At the beginning of last month, we saw him cheering for the proud world and encouraging us. The monthly votes he gave us are still in the proud world's monthly votes record. But he has already left. My heart hurts, my brother is only 17 years old. He accidentally fell down from upstairs. When I received this news, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. Human life is so fragile. I hope that the living will cherish it and the dead can rest in peace. I just want to say, brother, rest in peace. I typed a lot of words, but I still deleted them. I just want to say goodbye to my brother here. Let's not talk about anything else. I only wish my brother, bon voyage. Rest in peace. When Chu Lu'er said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on this little girl in red who was as beautiful as a pearl. Well, actually, she couldn't be considered a little girl anymore. The current Mo Qinggu was a head taller than Chu Lu'er. She was slim and graceful and was already in the embryonic stage of a peerless beauty. The so-called half-form, meant that she had already grown up. It was just that she was still lacking some maturity. Yang Rulin looked at Mo Qinggu and slowly opened her mouth wide. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked at her son. Her gaze froze. She remembered what her son said when the two clans wanted to arrange a marriage for him. I have a lover. She is Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's brother. Yang Rulin was on the verge of collapse. She thought how old Supremacy Ning's brother was. In Yang Rulin's imagination, she was at least 18 years old or 20 years old. I didn't expect her to be such a little girl. This made Yang Rulin's heart drop too big. Hello, Mother Chu. Mo Qinggu came over obediently and bowed. She tried her best to put on a calm and dignified demeanor to win the favor of her future mother-in-law. Ah, good, good, good. Yang Rulan nodded stiffly with her mouth agape. Hello, Father Chu. Mo Qinggu looked at Chu Feiling. Chu Feiling's face was also contorted. Good. Good, 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 good. After Chu Yang's introduction, everyone drank tea and chatted in the hall. Come out with me for a while. Yang Rulan glared at him. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and followed her out. What's going on? When they came to a secluded place, Yang Rulan's face turned cold and she asked. What? What's going on? Chu Yang was shocked. That. Xiaowu. Yang Rulan said angrily. Nothing. Chu Yang said in shock, Mother, don't you think she's pretty? Not cute? Not pretty? Or, is there something you're not satisfied with? She's pretty. She's even cuter and prettier. I'm satisfied with everything. Yang Rulan said angrily, but isn't she a little too young? What's wrong with that? Chu Yang didn't think much of it. Isn't it normal to have a few years difference? Martial artists have long lifespans nowadays. Even couples with a few hundred years difference in age isn't rare in this world. What's wrong with that? He thought to himself, you can't stand this? After some time, I will find you a daughter-in-law who is a few thousand years older than me. Yang Ruolan was speechless for a while. Then, the girl you said in the past, that you fell in love with, her? Yes. Chu Yang was very proud. Yang Ruolan looked at her strangely. How old is she? Chu Yang suddenly felt a little guilty. Cough cough. I think I'm 13 years old. He thought to himself, I'll be 13 in half a year. Yes. In other words, when you fell in love with her, she was only 10 years old? Yang Ruolan's eyes shone brightly. Cough. Chu Yang touched his nose. It should be, right? And then you decided to live and die together? A vow of eternal love? Yang Ruolan looked at him. A few black lines gathered between her eyebrows. Cough. This. Chu Yang was extremely embarrassed. This, that, oh my, isn't this very normal? Very normal? Yang Ruolan was speechless. No wonder her son was unwilling even when so many beauties were chasing after him. It turned out that, this was the reason. Towards young girls, there was a kind of cough 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 cough. Yang Ruolan suddenly felt a heavy responsibility. Her son looked bright and handsome. How could he have such a despicable, what? He wasn't by his parents' side when he was young, which led to. Sigh. Yang Ruolan sighed deeply in her heart. She pulled her son to sit down and began to teach him earnestly. Yang, by right, your father should be the one to tell you this. However, your father is clumsy with words. Then, look at young girls, this, she said a lot of things at length. Chu Yang was puzzled at first. He couldn't make head or tail of it. Then, he panicked. Then, he became enlightened. Then, he became dazed like a duck that was struck by lightning. Minister Chu cried but no tears came out. I. When did I have such symptoms? Young girls? Mentally unstable? Somewhat twisted? Perverted hobbies? Chu Yang looked at his mother who was endlessly scolding him. His eyes were dull. Since Yang Ruolan had already started, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She continued to talk about the harm and reputation. The consequences. Chu Yang's eyes were dull. His head fell freely on the stone table in front of him. With a thud, a hole was smashed in the hard stone table. Yang Ruolan was shocked. She hurriedly helped him up and comforted him. Actually, it's nothing. Don't be so depressed, boo-hoo. Minister Chu was really crying. Yang Ruolan was flustered at once. I quite like this little girl. As long as she grows up. Yes, then we will keep it a secret. We will only know each other after we grow up. Who would dare to say otherwise? Chu Yang said with tears in his eyes, Mother, you are so wise. Yang Ruolan clapped her hands and said, That's good. Let's do that. Suddenly, she remembered something. She was stunned and said, Terrible. I forgot to tell you something important. Chu Yang said listlessly, what is it? Yang Ruolan looked around and lowered her voice. She leaned close to his ear and said mysteriously. You have to promise me that you won't say that I told you this. Otherwise, the consequences will be very bad. His mother said seriously. Chu Yang immediately became serious. He said seriously, what is it? Yang Ruolan lowered her voice even more. When your father and I went to the lower three heavens to look for you, we met my junior sister. Do you know? My junior sister is the current emperor of the Iron Cloud Empire. I heard that you always thought that she was a man. So. Let me tell you. After that, my junior sister got pregnant. Little brat. I have a grandson. Do you understand? Chu Yan looked at Yang Ruolan with dull eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Ruolan said angrily, she is such a good girl. For you, she is willing to show her innocence. For you, she is willing to give birth to a child before marriage. For you, she is willing to, Chu Yang used his fingers to rub his temples. What Yang Ruolan said angrily, you should bring them up as soon as possible. My grandson is wandering outside. What is going on? Do you have any sense of responsibility as a man? Chu Yang agreed helplessly, but the heavens are sealed now, you should bring them up as soon as you can. My poor daughter-in-law and grandson. Yang Ruolan was in a daze for a while. She warned, don't tell anyone that I said that. Understood. Go. Well, mother, if she comes, should she call you senior sister or Ming, get lost. Bang. That night, the Chu clan held a big banquet. It was announced that the eldest grandson had returned. But the real reason was only known to the higher-ups of the Chu clan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone started to disperse. They stayed in a big courtyard specially arranged by the Chu clan. Chu Yang had not been home for a long time. Naturally, he wanted to have a good chat with his parents. After taking 2 steps, Mo Qingwu caught up with him softly, wait. What's wrong? Chu Yang turned back. The little girl was unusually quiet today. Every word she said was graceful and elegant. She did not show her teeth when she smiled. She was very ladylike. But now, she was holding the corners of her skirt with both hands and running all the way. That. Mother Chu still likes me, right? Mo Qingwu looked up. She was very nervous and expectant. I like you very much. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively, of course, if little Wu returns to her original lively and cute self, I will like you even more. Really? Mo Qingwu was in high spirits. She twisted her small waist and pouted coquettishly. Then, she hummed a little tune and left. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to turn around, a hand reached out and pulled him to a secluded place in the shadows. Chu Yang turned back. Yes, it was his father, Chu Feiling. I have something important to tell you. Chu Feiling's face was serious. What is it? Chu Yang was stunned. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Chu Feiling said seriously, remember. Chu Yang blinked. Well, you have a girl you like now and brought her back. Your mother and I are very pleased. Chu Feiling's face was serious. He seemed to have some misgivings. He said hesitantly, but there is something that I have been thinking about for a long time. You must know. What is it? Chu Yang blinked. Don't tell anyone that I told you. It's like this. That year, your mother and I went to the lower 3 heavens to look for you. We met your mother's junior sister, little Tian. Well, it turns out that she is. Chu Feiling lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Chu Yang's eyes widened, That's what happened. After Chu Feiling finished, he stroked his beard and smiled, do you understand? I understand. Chu Yang nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Chu Feiling was finally relieved. He turned around and was about to leave. He turned back and reminded Chu Yang, don't tell anyone that I told you. Seeing his father's figure disappear into the shadows, Chu Yang held his head with both hands and squatted on the ground. He said to himself as if he had a toothache, "Oh my mother, oh my father." He really didn't expect that his parents would know about it. Moreover, each of them came to bombard him so mysteriously. Chu Yang felt that he was about to collapse. When he returned to the small courtyard, Yang Rulan and Chu Fei Ling were already waiting there. Seeing him come in, both of them were very serious and very kind. "You're back? Well, tell me about it, haha." The two of them were sanctimonious, but both of them looked as if they had done something wrong. This made Chu Yang secretly laugh in his heart. In the next few days, Chu Yang went to visit Sha Xinliang, Qin Baoshan and the others respectively. Everyone had a joyous gathering, but both Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan secretly warned Chu Yang, "Don't trust the law enforcement officers." Now, among the law enforcement officers, there was a faint voice, "Get rid of Chu Yang." Both Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were extremely worried about this. Moreover, from Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang's words, the law enforcement headquarters were extremely dissatisfied with the Southeast law enforcement officers. The Southeast law enforcement officers were especially dissatisfied with the Flat Mountain Ridge branch. The two of them were very likely to be transferred back, and they already had the intention to do so. Moreover, the law enforcement master of the Southeast region, Han Xiaoran, would also be transferred back within a short period of time. Later, Sha Xinliang said to Chu Yang with a heavy heart, "Little brother, the Chu clan is still fine with the two of us here. Some time ago, the Xiao clan came to find trouble with the Chu clan, but we sent them back in the name of law enforcement officers. But if we leave, Sai, please tell old Master Chu that the Chu clan needs to be cautious in the future." After a meal, Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang both drank till they were dead drunk and passed out. Chu Yang sent the two of them back and sat in the law enforcement branch for a long time before returning to the Chu clan. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan weren't good people, but the words they said today and the sincerity they showed really warmed Chu Yang's heart and made him feel touched. As for the law enforcement officers changing people to deal with the Chu clan, or the Xiao clan coming to find trouble with them, Chu Yang wasn't worried at all. With Wu Jiuqing and Moon Breeze here, this place was already the world's biggest trap. Even if the Heavenly Master came personally, this place would also be impregnable. After returning home, Chu Yang lived peacefully for 1.5 months. The only strange thing was that the elder master of the Chu clan, Chu Xiaoxin, actually only came to say hello to the arrival of so many strong people, and then went back to his own courtyard to live in seclusion. This indifference made Chu Yang admire him endlessly. What was even more unexpected was that Wu Jiuqing and Moon Breeze actually admired Chu Xiaoxin's indifference. Moreover, the three of them actually started to chat and walk around with Chu Xiaoxin frequently. Of course, what was even more unexpected to Chu Yang was that, as the three of them went over frequently, Chu Xiaoxin became annoyed. The three of them went over to drink Chu Xiaoxin's treasured tea. Finally, one day, Elder Master Chu fiercely drove Wu Jiuqing out alive. Wu Jiuqing was driven out. But not only did he not feel offended, he even laughed loudly and went over more frequently from then on. Chu Yang was confused about the interactions between these old fellows, who would dare to drive Wu Jiuqing out. In this world, even the big clans wouldn't dare to do so? Drive Wu Jiuqing away? F***ck. If he was unhappy, he could raise his hand and turn everything within a radius of several hundred miles into a land of death. Who could bear such a consequence? But Chu Xiaoxin dared too. Not only did he dare, but he also chased him out while cursing and scolding. Furthermore, being chased away like this made Wu Jiuqing even happier. He ran there 3 times a day even more diligently. Apart from teaching disciples, he stayed at Chu Xiaoxin's place and refused to leave. Regarding this, Chu Yang was puzzled. In the end, Chu Xiaoxin had no choice but to acquiesce. Sometimes, the two of them would sit opposite each other and drink tea. When Wu Jiuqing went over, he didn't say a word. After drinking tea for half a day, he stood up and left. Chu Xiaoxin didn't send him off either. From the beginning to the end, the two of them did not speak. Sometimes, when the Moon Breeze couple went, it was the same. Without saying a word, he drank his tea in silence. Chu Yang had a vague understanding of this situation, but he couldn't understand it. This is a kind of desolation. This place is truly outside the world. Wu Jiuqing once said to the equally curious Chu Le, I didn't expect Chu Xiaoxin to be a true outsider in the real boundless secular world. Sai, all of you are still young and don't understand. You don't have to understand either. Chu Lu related to Chu Yang, half understanding. Chu Yang stood there for a long time and didn't speak. Desolation was also a kind of concept. Especially after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the kind of desolation that survivors felt when facing each other. They didn't know whether they were reminiscing or lamenting about it, right? 1.5 months later, Chu Yang finally decided to set off. This time, Chu Lu and Mo Qinggu both stayed at the Chu clan. Only Chu Yang, Dong Wusheng and Rui Budong went out. Even Mo Lei stayed. Everyone was a little reluctant to leave, but the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Juoqing's words made the final decision. If you don't go out and make a name for yourself when you are young, when will you? What can you achieve by indulging in love? If you stay in the flat mountain ridge like this for the rest of your life, sooner or later, your clan will be exterminated. Before leaving, the Moon Breeze couple brought Chu Yang to one side and specially instructed him. You really don't intend to have one of us accompany you? Feng Yuro looked at Chu Yang worriedly. You can be said to be irreconcilable with the big clans now. If they want to kill you. Even if the big clans lose 400 to 500 supreme martial artists in one go, each clan will only have 50 supreme martial artists. Moreover, since they can send out so many supreme martial artists, there will definitely be a lot of people watching over the clan. After all, the foundation is always the most important. With your current cultivation, it's really not enough. But if we follow you, I'm afraid we really won't be able to grow. Chu Yang said seriously, if men don't sharpen themselves between life and death, they won't be able to achieve great things. Yu Lingxue was silent. If you really want to go out, then you must be prepared to escape at any time. And you must be very careful of a few people. Yu Lingxue was silent for a long time before he said this. What few people? Asked Chu Yang. The morning rain and evening sun do not regret the sword, autumn and spring waves meet the wind, the heavens roar, looking back, it's already late at night. Yu Lingxue recited a poem word by word. Chu Yang was surprised. Huh? There is a person's name here. This person is the son of tribulation back then. The person who single-handedly founded the big clans. Yu Lingxue said indifferently, although they haven't appeared in the world for 10,000 years, once they appear. You've also had a taste of Zhuge Songqiong's prowess, and Zhuge Songqiong is the firmament of this clan. May I know who the other few people are? Asked Chu Yang. Xiao Qingyu of the Xiao clan, Ling Muyang of the Ling clan, Lan Buhui of the Lan clan, Qiu of the Jia clan, Li Chuanbua of the Li clan, Chening Feng of the Chen clan, Zhuge Songqiong of the Zhuge clan, Shi Paoxiao of the Shi clan, and of course, the number one expert of this clan is Yi Qinshan of the Yi clan. Yu Lingxue said, come, I'll tell you about these people's habits, looks, habits, voices, and so on. Once you meet them, don't expose your identity. Run as far as you can immediately. Okay. Chu Yang, Dong Wusheng and Rui Budong followed Yu Lingxue in. They listened attentively, remembering every word that Yu Lingxue said deeply in their minds, the first-generation ancestors of the big clans, the founders of the big clans. A few of them were people that even Yu Lingxue had to carefully introduce. After listening to the introduction, Chu Yang finally had some impression of them. He couldn't help but say rather gloomily, the second grandmasters are all dead, and the first grandmasters have appeared. After killing all of them, there won't be any more special grandmasters, right? Then there definitely won't be any special grandmasters coming out. Yu Lingxue's smile was very meaningful. However, it won't be easy for you to kill these people. It won't be easy at all. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yang with a smile. At least, before you're cut into 7 or 8 pieces, it will be very difficult. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He deeply felt that these days, whenever he chatted with Moon Breeze, he would start talking about schemes and whatnot. Now, the originally simple and honest Yu Lingxue had actually started to play tricks. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. After retreating, Rui Budong was very puzzled. Scratching his head, he said, Boss, do we have to cut you into 7 or 8 pieces first in order to kill those few old fellows? I really don't understand what you're saying. Does Boss also have the ability to be immortal and indestructible? Chu Yang kicked him and said angrily, I'm not a bird. Get lost. I'm not a bird either. Rui Budong was extremely aggrieved. He said angrily, which part of me looks like a bird? Dong Wushang said expressionlessly, you look like one in the crotch. Rui Budong was furious. You look like one in the crotch too. Chu Yang shouted angrily, what are you arguing about? All men look alike. Get lost. He turned to Dong Wushang and said bitterly, Wushang, you should let Mo Layer see if you look like one. Dong Wushang was dumbfounded. Boss, I'll go back and prepare. Chu Yang shrugged and left. Rui Budong winked and poked Dong Wushang. What did Sister Layer say after she saw it? Dong Wushang said with a black face, your Sister Layer said, wow, you really look like an immortal and indestructible phoenix. Rui Budong flew into a rage. He let out a strange cry and punched and kicked at him. The two of them instantly got into a fight. Mo Layer just happened to walk out and asked in surprise, what are you two doing? You feel uncomfortable if you don't fight for a day, right? Rui Budong shouted, Sister Layer, this bastard said that you said that he. Dong Wushang pounced on him furiously. Shut up. He waved his fists and beat him up. Rui Budong struggled to speak but Dong Wushang desperately stopped him. Mo Layer's face was full of doubts. That night, Dong Wushang was beaten up by Mo Layer. Miss Mo was very angry and also very wronged. She gave him a good beating. When did I see it? 3 days later, Chu Yang, Dong Wushang and Rui Budong bade farewell to their relatives. The three of them set off from the main gate of the Chu clan and disappeared on the long road of the flat mountain ridge like a whirlwind. Boss, where are we going this time? Northwest. Northwest? How far? From here, 47,000 miles. It's so far. It'll definitely be fun on the way. Yes, you immortal bird, dying and coming back to life again and again. It'll definitely be fun. Wahahaha, the three of them rushed out of the flat mountain ridge. At this moment, it was already spring and flowers were blooming. The land was lush and green. As far as the eye could see, it was full of spring sunshine. The three of them were somewhat smug. Both Rui Budong and Dong Wushang were very excited. This time, it was the first time after 3 days that they would truly roam the martial world with their boss side by side, galloping in the upper three heavens. Chu Yang took the lead, Dong Wushang on the left and Rui Budong on the right. The three brothers' backs were ramrod straight and their horses were like dragons. Dust billowed as they disappeared at the end of the road. Northwest, I'm coming, Wind Thunder Platform, the fifth fragment of the Tribulation Sword, I'm coming. They continued to travel day and night, and continued to cross mountains as if they were flying. The scenery along the way was no different from the last time Chu Yang went out to the southeast, but his state of mind was completely different. Last time, he was fearful and uneasy about his future position, but this time, he was full of ambition. After the medicine banquet, who didn't know Chu Yang in the world, the #1 pharmacist in the world? Chu Yang, who didn't know Chu Yang in the big clans? Apart from the Tribulation Sword Master, he was the most potential enemy. Along the way, Chu Yang and the other two talked and laughed and reminisced. It was here that and I met Wei Wuyan. Chu Yang smiled, and there was an indescribable kind of reminiscence and longing in his smile. Here, Wei Wuyan fought with Wan Renjia and the other two. Here, I met Wan Renjia. Here, I saved Wei Wuyan, and also got the poisonous inner elixir of the human face rainbow spider. Here, I fought with the Shao clan. Here, I met Yu Lingxue for the first time, and he sailed 3,000 miles in ice. From here, I entered the Black Blood Forest. Crossing the Black Blood Forest again, Chu Yang's heart was sour. The jade token in his arms seemed to be emitting a scorching aura, warming him, but also reminding him, if we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. The journey was very peaceful, so peaceful that the three of them couldn't get used to it. Since coming out from the flat mountain ridge, crossing the southeast, thousands of miles, and crossing the Black Blood Forest, they actually didn't encounter anything. They didn't even see any big spirit beasts. They just came here as if they were on a sightseeing tour. They couldn't help but feel a little bored. Just in front, the three big clans surrounded Wei Wuyan and his master Hong Wuliang, and Lu Big Sister Z and I met here. Speaking up to this point, Chu Yang suddenly stopped. This was because he had discovered something. Along the way, he basically saw packs of wild wolves, and his memory reached this point. There should be the biggest pack of wild wolves, and the 7 masters of the Lan clan were fed to the wolves by him. But, where was the wolf pack now? There wasn't even a single wolf here. Chu Yang was bewildered as he looked around. Rui Budong asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yang said indifferently, "Nothing much. I was just thinking that we encountered so many wolf packs along the way. Why are there no wolf packs here?" Rui Budong looked around and said, "That's true. The mountains here were high and the forests were dense. It was indeed a suitable place for wolves to roam about, but there were none." "Haha, don't tell me they were all killed?" "You're right." A gloomy voice said, "The wolves were all killed by someone. Furthermore, I was the one who killed them all." The 3 of them were startled. They saw a cloud of mist in front of them and an old man in green robes appeared. This green-robed old man had a pale complexion and a slender body. His eyes flickered with light as he looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them felt a chill in their hearts. This person's cultivation was extremely high. The 3 of them didn't notice him at all, but he had actually appeared out of nowhere. From this, it was clear that he was a Jizuan realm expert, and an advanced Jizuan realm expert at that. The green-robed old man's gaze swept across the 3 of them. Then, his gaze landed on Chu Yang's face. "Little doll, what did you say just now? You've seen the 3 super clans besieging Wei Wuyan and his master Hong Wuliang here?" The green-robed old man asked with his hands behind his back. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered something. 2 souls are connected, and 1 heart is united. Could it be that this old man was the one who used the secret technique on Lan Ruoyun? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and an idea came to him. "Yes." Chu Yang said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "I was walking from here at that time and happened to see the great battle. I didn't dare to show myself, so I secretly observed for a while. However, I only took 1 look and left immediately for fear of getting into trouble." The green-robed old man pondered for a while and actually didn't continue to ask. Instead, he asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Gu Duxing." Chu Yang said frankly, "May I know who you are?" "Gu Duxing." The green-robed old man smiled and said, "Gu Duxing. Martial Saint level at such a young age. Why haven't I heard of such a young hero in the upper 3 heavens? That's because you're ignorant." Rui Budong said, "My second brother Gu is one of the 3 influential figures in the upper 3 heavens. How can he be a nobody?" The green-robed old man rolled his eyes and said lightly, "So you're a talent of the upper 3 heavens." Chu Yang said, "I don't dare to. My younger brother's words are rude. Please forgive him." The green-robed old man said casually, "If I get angry even over such things, I'll really be angry for a long time." He turned and asked Chu Yang, "Gu Duxing, there's a Gu clan in the upper 3 heavens? When did you come up to the upper 3 heavens?" Chu Yang said without blinking, "My Gu clan is also considered a famous clan in the upper 3 heavens. Her. 1 year ago, I followed the law enforcement officers up to the upper 3 heavens." The green-robed old man pondered for a while and said, "Then, you're from the law enforcement officers?" "I don't have such qualifications. However, my teacher is a law enforcement officer." Chu Yang answered very cautiously. "May I know who your teacher is?" asked the green-robed old man. Chu Yang looked hesitant and said, "This." The green-robed old man sneered. "You didn't just leave from here last time, right? Instead, you shouldered a mission?" Chu Yang was shocked. He took 3 steps back at once. "I don't really understand what you mean." The green-robed old man chuckled. Lang Ilang invited the 3 super clans to besiege Hong Wuliang, but he didn't send anyone himself. Her. You are that person?" Chu Yang's expression changed. "Please forgive me for not understanding what you mean." He bowed. "I'll take my leave now." But the 3 of them had just left when the green-robed old man's figure swayed again. He said, "Gu Duxing, you're Lang Ilang's younger brother." Chu Yang was shocked. "I don't understand. I still have something important to attend to. I'll pay you a visit in the future." The green-robed old man put on a fake smile. "No matter how tight your mouth is, it's already useless." Chu Yang's face turned green and white. He said, "I don't understand what you mean." The green-robed old man sneered. Lang Yilong was afraid that the three super clans would go against him in secret, so he sent someone here to investigate. The person he sent was naturally his favorite brother. Therefore, you definitely didn't leave after just taking a look. Instead, you watched from the beginning to the end. Chu Yang remained silent. There was a look of panic on his face. I only care about you. How did Lan Ruoyun, 7th young master Lan, die? The green-robed old man stared at him. I only want to ask you this. Answer me truthfully and you may leave. Otherwise, even if Lang Yilong himself was here, he definitely wouldn't dare to move if I told him not to. Chu Yang said hurriedly, but I didn't see. That green-robed old man didn't wait for him to finish. Suddenly, he shouted, Lan Ruoyun was killed by you. This shout was made with an incomparable amount of mental energy. Chu Yang turned pale with fright. He said hurriedly, Elder, 7th young master Lan's death has nothing to do with me at all. It has nothing to do with me. He is. Ah? The green-robed old man laughed sinisterly. So you did see it. Then, he stepped forward with his hands behind his back. Speak. If you don't, die. Chu Yang's expression changed. He was clearly struggling internally. He said, I can speak, but I have 2 requests. The green-robed old man said indifferently, Speak. His heart was already extremely anxious. He was more than 1,000 years old, and he had an only son by accident. However, he died again. He followed the spiritual resentment to find him, but he didn't expect that he would find a pack of wolves. After killing all of the wolves, he found the pack of wolves. After killing all the wolves, he searched everywhere but didn't find any traces at all. Now, he finally saw a ray of hope. The first request, after I tell you, you must not make things difficult for us, said Chu Yang. Easy. You only need to tell me truthfully. Why would I make things difficult for you? The green-robed old man nodded. The second request, you must not reveal that I was the one who told you. Chu Yang said solemnly, the other party is very powerful. I definitely won't dare to provoke such an enemy. All right. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. You're right. My teacher is Enforcer Lang. The last time I came, I was indeed here to check on that progress. The green-robed old man revealed an expression that said as expected. Continue. After reaching here, there was a huge battle. Hong Wuliang and his disciple escaped with serious injuries. Then, they escaped from the pass guarded by 7th young master Lan. Chu Yang said, the other 2 people were extremely dissatisfied. It can't be? The green-robed old man frowned. The people from the Lan clan who came back then were several times more powerful than Hong Wuliang. They could actually break through from the Lan clan with serious injuries? Yes. Because 7th young master Lan coughed, saw a beauty. Chu Yang said rather embarrassedly, she was indeed an outstanding beauty. The green-robed old man obviously knew his illegitimate son's temperament better than anyone else. He nodded. Where did such a beauty come from in the middle of the night? Chu Yang said, this. I really don't know. But I heard that Zhuge clan's young master Zhuge recently took in a new concubine. These 2 matters seem to be completely unrelated. However, murderous intent flashed across the green-robed old man's eyes. He said, continue. Chu Yang said, at that time, the other 2 elders accused Duke Lan of neglecting his duty, but Duke Lan wasn't convinced. Moreover, he took the initiative to strike first. Young Master Zhuge seemed to be seriously injured, the green-robed old man thought, with Lan Ruoyun's character, it's not impossible for such a thing to happen. In fact, it's highly possible, then, that Zhuge clan's young master tried his best to stop the conflict and apologized to 7th young master Lan. Chu Yang frowned and said, originally, things should have stopped at this point. At that time, I was rather far away. When I saw the 3 clans walking together and about to leave this place, I was about to go back and report. But I suddenly realized that the 3 clans who were originally walking side by side, the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan, suddenly joined forces to attack the Lan clan. This matter is really extremely strange. Chu Yang frowned and said, I still can't figure it out. It's rare for someone to be given the right once, and they're starting to spread rumors about me. When did I hug a teddy bear to sleep last night? It's really comical. I'm already so old, it's just that when I wake up, I'm still very hurt. I remember that before I went to sleep, I was still in first place. Now, I've become second place, and I'm 500 votes away from first place. I'm going to faint. So fast? Begging for votes. I'll continue to write. Second update. Third update. The elderly man in green snorted. Strange? What's so strange about that? Xianxia didn't say anything. The elderly man in green said, in that case, the ones who killed Lan Ruoyun were from the Zhuge clan and the Yi clan. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he replied, not entirely. Later on, Duke Lan was so severely injured that he couldn't move. An expert from the Zhuge clan who saw him seemed to have said something. Then, he went into the forest and caught a wolf. The elderly man in green's eyes were full of murderous intent. He shouted furiously, stop talking. Xianxia immediately kept quiet out of fear. The elderly man in green's face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking about. For a long time, he didn't move. Then, as if talking to himself, he said, Gu Duxing, you. When things get serious, are you willing to testify for me? Xianxia was thinking about what to do next. When he heard him call him Gu Duxing, he almost didn't react. He said cautiously, Please forgive me for not being able to make the decision. Everything depends on Master's wishes. The elderly man in green said dispassionately, of course. When the time comes, I will naturally go to the law enforcement headquarters and ask Lang Yilong to come out. Xianxia said, if Master agrees to step in, I will naturally not shirk my duty. The elderly man in green smiled dispassionately and said, all right. Suddenly, he disappeared in front of the three of them. His voice came from the void. When the time comes, I will look for the both of you. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong cooperated without saying a word. When they saw that the elderly man in green had left, they wanted to ask something, but Xianxia stopped them. The three of them continued on their journey in silence. They sped up the entire way until they were about 400 to 500 miles away on the main road. Only then did Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, I don't really understand this matter. Rui Budong had been holding it in for a long time. Now that he could finally ask, he couldn't wait to talk about it. What's there to not understand? Xianxia smiled dispassionately. This lie will be exposed very easily. That man doesn't have a disciple called Gu Duxing. The moment the two of them meet, the lie will be exposed. Rui Budong said, when the time comes, this person will come looking for you. That Lang Yilong, who claims to be the chief clan master of the law enforcement interrogation hall, will also come looking for you. This doesn't really match your usual way of doing things, boss. It's good that it's exposed. Xianxia smiled and said, what I'm afraid of is that the law enforcement master of the torture hall won't come looking for me. It's great that he came to find me. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong were extremely puzzled as they looked at him in bewilderment. Xianxia smiled mysteriously, and made a face at the two of them. Xianxia's heart was beating fast. He was thinking of a passage. The purple crystal hand can only be cultivated in a purple crystal mine with a high concentration of purple crystals. After successfully cultivating it, he would be able to maintain the power of the purple crystal hand. Once injured, or if the amethyst hand divine art suffers a destructive blow, the only way to truly recover is to return to the original place of cultivation. As for the third section of the Calamity Sword, it has a name called Purple Chi from the East. Only a place like this could hide for 10,000 years. In other words, it was a place where one could cultivate the amethyst hand. I'm more than 50% confident that I'll be able to find it. Xianxia smiled in his heart. Lang Yilong was at the law enforcement headquarters. If he were to go to the headquarters with his current strength, he would undoubtedly be courting death. If he were to come out of seclusion to look for this Gu Duxing under the pressure of this green-robed man, that would be the best outcome. Therefore, the moment Xianxia saw this green-robed man, he had already decided on this strategy. Even though it was a little risky, and this lie could easily be exposed and there were many dangers involved, Xianxia was willing to accept this risk. What he wanted was to be exposed. This green-robed old man was undoubtedly that Lan Ruoyun's real father. He was that old man who had made a cuckold out of his own grandchild. This time, even though he was half skeptical of Chu Yang's words, he would definitely go to the Zhuge clan and the Yi clan to ask. Once he did, this old man would definitely be even more confused. Therefore, his next step would definitely be to look for Lang Yilong. Once he looked for Lang Yilong, his lie would be exposed. Given this green-robed old man's capabilities, he obviously wouldn't be able to find this Gu Duxing of his from the incomparably vast heavens continent. It must be the law enforcement master of the law enforcement hall, Lang Yilong, who gave the order. This way, he would be able to gradually get closer to Lang Yilong. However, the prerequisite was that he had to go through countless bloody killings. However, how could there be no killings in the martial world? Chu Yang and the other two traveled thousands of miles, cutting diagonally from the southeast all the way to the northwest. On this day, they had already entered the Yi clan's territory. However, they could also clearly sense that the closer they got, the more tense the atmosphere became. The three of them didn't understand what was going on. They wanted to find someone to ask, but everyone was in a hurry. After a few more days, it seemed like everyone was scurrying back and forth with a portrait in their hands. Everyone had a look of indignation on their faces. When Dong Wushang saw that the town ahead wasn't very far away and that the population was gradually becoming denser, he finally couldn't take it anymore. With his saber on his back, he stood in the middle of the road like an iron tower and stopped three people with portraits in their hands. "The three of you. I have something to ask you." The three of them looked at him warily. "What is it?" Dong Wushang pointed at the portraits that the three of them were holding and asked, "What is this?" Seeing Dong Wushang's rude and unreasonable attitude, one of them said discontentedly, "Why should we tell you?" Before he finished speaking, Dong Wushang had already grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. I'll tell you." That person immediately begged for mercy. This fellow was young, but he was actually lifted up without even being able to see him clearly. It looked like he was an expert. "This is the portrait of the evil bandit Xu Yang." With a look of indignation, that person unfolded a portrait. Xu Yang was leaning sideways to listen. He was looking at the movements in the distance. His heart was moved when he heard these words. So, he immediately changed his appearance. "The evil bandit Xu Yang?" Dong Wushang flew into a rage. How did Xu Yang become an evil bandit? That person wasn't afraid at all this time. He said that evil bandit Xu Yang actually killed everyone in the Medicine Valley. What kind of highly respected seniors were the physicians of the Medicine Valley? They saved the world and cared for the people. Now, Xu Yang has actually lost his mind and killed them all. Such a bastard, isn't he an evil bandit? Or what? Xu Yang killed everyone in the Medicine Valley? Dong Wushang and Rui Budong looked at each other. Even Xu Yang, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but widen his eyes. When they opened the portrait, all three of them were stunned. On it was Chu Yang's portrait, sharp brows and starry eyes. What a handsome young man. This portrait actually drew a 70 to 80% resemblance to Chu Yang's appearance. In particular, that calm and evil aura, simple and honest with an eccentric aura, was even more lifelike. The three of them were stunned. After the medicine banquet, Xu Yang received the title of the world's #1 physician. The Medicine Valley conferred him the title of the 7th High Priest with a lofty status. However, no one expected Xu Yang to harbor evil intentions. He came with a motive, his motive. To destroy the Medicine Valley. After Xu Yang followed the experts into the Medicine Valley, he made use of everyone's trust in him and poisoned the water source of the Medicine Valley. Then, one by one, he killed so many good people in the Medicine Valley. Every last one of them was slaughtered. And after he killed them, he even set a big fire and burned the entire Medicine Valley to the ground. Such behavior is truly deranged. Everyone has the right to punish him. After some understanding, Xu Yang and the other two finally understood the whole story. The Medicine Valley was suddenly destroyed a few months ago. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire heavenly layer. It was said that the law enforcement officers and the big clans didn't dare to be negligent and immediately launched a thorough investigation. After that, all the traces of the investigation indicated that the perpetrator was the newly promoted 7th High Priest of the Medicine Valley. The one who was recently elected as the world's #1 physician, Xu Yang, all the corpses in the Medicine Valley were confirmed except for Chu Yang's. From this point, they started to make breakthroughs and slowly dug to the bottom of the matter. Only then did they realize that Chu Yang was the real culprit. After that, after careful digging, they finally confirmed that this Chu Yang was actually an extraterrestrial demon. The so-called extraterrestrial demon was an extremely evil demonic organization. This demon was no different from a human. But it had always fed on human lives and increased its strength through eating humans. It was truly evil to the extreme. Hundreds of people went missing from the Medicine Valley. Those people must have been eaten by Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon. The extraterrestrial demon wandered outside the heavenly layer and had always wanted to occupy the heavenly layer and eat up all the people in the heavenly layer so that it would become a place for demons to breed. However, it was precisely because the law enforcement officers, the big clans and the Medicine Valley stood firm and formed an unbreakable iron triangle that ensured the stability of the heavenly layer for more than 100,000 years. Now, the Medicine Valley, one of the iron triangle, was actually uprooted by the extraterrestrial demon using such a despicable method. From this, it could be seen that the invasion of the extraterrestrial demon was just around the corner. Therefore, the big clans and the law enforcement officers jointly issued a statement, summon the whole world to search for Chu Yang. This was a matter of great importance. Everyone in the heavenly layer had the responsibility to kill Chu Yang and interrogate him about the whereabouts, and plans of the extraterrestrial demon. They must eliminate this endless calamity for the heavenly layer continent. This matter was so serious that it was actually issued by the Dharma Supreme himself, which was extremely rare. Moreover, it was stamped with the Dharma Supreme seal. It emphasized the authenticity of this matter. The Dharma Supreme seal was stamped on the law enforcement officer's search list. This was irrefutable evidence. It directly blocked any doubts about this matter. The Almighty Dharma Supreme had already confirmed the existence of this matter. What else do you have to say? You still have doubts about this matter? Could it be that the Dharma Supreme is inferior to you? Therefore, once the Dharma Supreme's search warrant was issued, the whole world was instantly in a state of panic and began to search for Chu Yang together against a common enemy. After hearing such a strange legend, Chu Yang and the other two were stunned. If they guessed correctly, the destruction of the Medicine Valley was definitely done by the Dharma Supreme and the law enforcement officers. Who would have thought that such a huge pot of sh*t would actually be placed on Chu Yang's head, and it was done in such a solid manner? It was impossible to even defend himself. Did he have to defend himself in front of the whole world? Say that he was not an extraterrestrial demon? That there was no such thing as an extraterrestrial demon in this world? That all of this was a rumor made up by the Dharma Supreme? But who would believe it? When he saw the words of the Phoenix Dance Alliance master, his heart warmed. It was not the first time that Feng Ling had been misunderstood by others. Brother, you really don't have to clarify things for me. The more I say, the more mistakes I will make. I might as well not say anything. Here, I only wish you a safe journey. I would like to make a request to the Proud World brothers everywhere. We, the Proud World, need subscriptions. We, the Proud World, need a strong base of subscriptions to help us win every battle. We have been fighting alone for far too long. Brothers, we need your help. Please have the ability of the World Pride brothers, come to the net to join our World Pride team. Thank you. Would the people in the world believe Chu Yang? Or would they believe the Dharma Supreme? This was something that didn't need to be said at all. When the Dharma Supreme was at the heavens, he was supreme. That was unquestionable. Since the Dharma Supreme said that there were extraterrestrial demons, then there must be. You, Chu Yang, must be. You say no and it's not? Bring out the evidence. Even if you bring out the evidence, we won't believe you. Seeing that Chu Yang and the other two didn't make things difficult for them, the trio didn't dare to ask for the portraits and left quickly. Let the fun begin, .. I really don't know what to say anymore. Rue Budong pulled at his hair, looking like he was about to break down. *ck, such a ridiculous lie can actually be concocted and actually be believed by the whole world. This world is really crazy. Dong Wushang and Chu Yang were speechless. Extraterrestrial demons. What was that? This was no longer ridiculous, it was simply ridiculous, and it was ridiculous to a certain extent. Boss, this time, you are really in danger. Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and said word by word. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but sighed first. This time, it wasn't normal danger, but danger at every step. This matter was extraordinarily serious. Once this announcement was made, the whole world had already become his enemy. This is ridiculous. Rui Budong said angrily, for more than 100,000 years, we have never heard of any extraterrestrial demons. Now that the Dharma Supreme says it, they actually believe it. How stupid are these people? Chu Yang said quietly, it's not that they are stupid, but that the Dharma Supreme's prestige is too high. He sighed and said, this move is really vicious. The people of the world are actually very easy to fool. The three of them looked at each other, helpless. This kind of situation was absolutely unexpected. Now, not only the big clans, but the whole world was Chu Yang's enemy. And there was a reason for this. Many of them were hot-blooded heroes. If Chu Yang's identity was recognized, it would be a tragic end. Once he fought back, it would definitely confirm the brutal reputation of the extraterrestrial demons. But if he didn't fight back, was he supposed to wait for death? Not good. Dong Wushang said, since they can do this, then they will definitely mobilize people to besiege the Chu clan in the southeast. I'm not worried about that side. Chu Yang frowned and said, with the Moon Breeze elders and Wu Jiuqing there, no matter how many people go, it will be of no use. However, along the way, the three of us need to change our appearances. Let's avoid this storm first. I'm afraid that even a disguise won't help. Dong Wushang sighed, true enough. As the three of them walked forward, more and more people gathered around them. They were all talking about Chu Yang. There were more and more, and the information was getting more and more accurate. How Chu Yang gained the trust of the Medicine Valley, how he snuck into the Medicine Valley, how he poisoned them, how he killed them, how he ate them, and how he left. Everything was vividly portrayed. How to sneak into the continent. This should have been done a long, long time ago, when he came to the Chongtian continent. At that time, there was no one on the continent with the surname Chu. Thus, the Chu clan appeared. Chu Yang was actually the elder ancestor of the Chu clan, but because of the characteristics of the extraterrestrial demon that ate humans, he maintained his immortal appearance. This extraterrestrial demon had prepared for a long time before he finally chose the opportunity of the medicine banquet, to sneak into the Medicine Valley. Moreover, the law enforcement officers began to reorganize themselves quickly and decisively. The law enforcement master of the southeast region, Han Xiaoran, was a bad judge of character and recommended the extraterrestrial demon as a pharmacist. His participation in the medicine banquet led to this disaster. Although Han Xiaoran didn't know about it, he couldn't shirk his responsibility. He was transferred out of the southeast region and demoted to an ordinary iron plate law enforcement officer. He was sent back to the headquarters for trial. Xianxia and the rest of the law enforcement officers of the Flat Mountain Ridge had been derelict in their duties. All of them were transferred back to the headquarters for punishment. The person in charge of the Flat Mountain Ridge's auction hall, Qin Baoshan, the person in charge of the Bloodpayers Hall, were all removed from their duties and sent back to the headquarters for trial. The henchmen of the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang, including Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, and the rest, were all painted and wanted by the world. It was estimated that Dong Wushang and Rui Budong were also the incarnations of the extraterrestrial demon. Meng Chaoran was the teacher of the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. He should be an extraterrestrial demon of the older generation, and wanted to be punished by the world. Along the way, Chu Yang kept hearing such news. He was very anxious, it didn't matter to him. He wasn't even worried about his family. With the Moon Breeze couple and Wu Jiuqing around, even if the Dharma Supreme came personally, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. However, what happened to Han Xiaoran, Xia Xinliang and the rest made Chu Yang furious. It's fine if you want to deal with me alone, but why do you want to implicate innocent people too? What should we do? After hearing about what happened to Han Xiaoran and the rest, the three stopped in a small town. Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and asked. Chu Yang stood by the window and looked at the night sky outside. He didn't move for a long time. When I went to the law enforcement department, Brother Shaw once said that they might be transferred. Now I know that he said that to comfort me, so that I wouldn't be worried. The real situation is, they're actually being interrogated. Chu Yang said coldly, Brother Sha and Brother Qin have both helped me a lot, and the Dharma Supreme hates me to the core now. If they're really taken back to the law enforcement headquarters to be interrogated, they'll really die. Even Han Xiaoran won't be able to escape death. So, we must take care of this matter. Chu Yang said heavily. However, this matter is definitely a trap. Rui Budong said seriously, which was rare for him, Boss, you shouldn't have thought that the law enforcement officers spread this news to lure you to intercept them and rescue them. Therefore, the people who are escorting them are definitely experts. Moreover, we didn't hide the news all the way out of the southeast. So, they must know that we're out, but no one intercepted us along the way. That meant that all of their arrangements were here. They're all on the way to escort Han Xiaoran and the rest. Firstly, we're too far away from the southeast. Moon Breeze couple can't provide support in time. Secondly, you can't go back and get reinforcements in time. Rui Budong analyzed. After all, we don't have the means of communication like the law enforcement officers and the big clans. So, we have to rely on ourselves to complete everything. And with the strength of the three of us, against those experts, it's really no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. It had to be said that Rui Budong's analysis was very logical and meticulous. This analysis made Chu Yang and Dong Wushang see him in a new light. How can I not know? Chu Yang sighed heavily. His eyes were resolute. Not only that. This conspiracy is linked together. Even if we annihilate the law enforcement officers and the big clans, we still have to face the pursuit of the whole world. It's extremely vicious. Chu Yang said quietly, but, if it were you, would you save them? They've helped me a lot. No matter what, I have to save them. Even if I die. I, Chu Yang, have lived my life with a clear conscience. If I don't save them, I can't get over this in my heart first. Save them. We have to save them. But, we have to consider how to save them? How to save them? Only then is it safe. Even if we save them, they're bound to be in the same situation as us. Enemies of the whole world. Difficult to move. What should we do in the future? Dong Wushang pondered. Everyone felt that this was an incomprehensible situation, no matter what, it was already a foregone conclusion, even if they saved them, how could they change the mindset of the whole world? This was something that they were absolutely powerless to do. To change the mindset of the whole world, unless. Chu Yang murmured. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. His right hand grabbed deeply into the wall. Unless what? Dong Wushang and Rui Budong asked at the same time. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He sighed deeply. To change the mindset of the whole world, there was only one thing that could be done. And that was to expose his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master. Everyone knew that the Tribulation Sword Master was the savior of the heavenly realm. Anyone could completely overturn or even destroy the heavenly realm, but not the Tribulation Sword Master. Because the Tribulation Sword Master was born to save the world. No matter how much killing was done, the Tribulation Sword Master only had one goal. That was to nourish the heavens, and law enforcement officers had always been the Tribulation Sword Master's helpers. If Chu Yang's identity was exposed, even the Dharma Supreme would not be able to stand, so, once Chu Yang's identity was exposed, it was equivalent to giving the Dharma Supreme a tight slap. From then on, the Dharma Supreme's reputation would be ruined. And the various rumors about the extraterrestrial demon would also collapse on their own. But, could he expose his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master now? Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This was undoubtedly a fool's dream. If he exposed his identity now, there would only be one outcome: he would immediately be killed by the law enforcement officers and people from the big clans. Although there would be many experts dealing with an extraterrestrial demon like Chu Yang now, the real big shots would definitely not make a move. But, if the identity of the Tribulation Sword Master was exposed, those big shots would definitely attack regardless of their identity. They would also kill Chu Yang. And now, Chu Yang had no power to fight back at all. The problem was that the Tribulation Sword Master was immortal. So, if Chu Yang died, the rumors would naturally continue. The extraterrestrial demon actually dared to impersonate the Tribulation Sword Master, in that case, except for a few people like Moon Breeze and a few others, everyone else would be killed by the crowd. And, no matter how strong Moon Breeze and Wu Jiuqing were, they could not slaughter the whole heavenly realm, so, it was absolutely not advisable to expose his identity, but if he did not, he would be beaten everywhere. This matter had reached an awkward situation where there was no way forward and no way back. The situation now is that we are forced into a dead end. Advancing is a mountain of knives, retreating is a sea of fire. Chu Yang said calmly, but there are some things that we must do. Tonight, attack the local branch of the law enforcement hall. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with cold and sharp light. I want to know the specific route and the correct route of the escorting of Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang and the others. He straightened his back and said lightly, there are some things that have to be done no matter what. Even if it's life and death, but, there are some times in life where life and death are no longer important. This chapter will make up for yesterday. I will add another chapter tomorrow. I will ask for a few monthly tickets. Now is a turning point in the plot, it's quite troublesome. I will take a small notebook and lay on the bed to make a detailed outline. In the afternoon, a rumor spread in the inn. The value of Chu Yang, the extraterrestrial demon, had been made clear. Whoever could capture or kill Chu Yang could be killed or captured alive. They could obtain the status of a law enforcement officer, a Generation Friendship Gold Medal jointly awarded by the big clans and 10 million purple crystals. They could obtain the right to choose any martial technique from the law enforcement officer's arsenal. Everyone else also had a clear price tag. Everyone in the Chu clan also had a value. The value was different. All the blood payers in the world were netted at the same time. All the martial artists in the world were netted at the same time. They said that as long as the medicine banquet was successful, they would give me the status of a law enforcement officer. I didn't expect that not only was it not given, but it has also become my bounty. Chu Yang was depressed. That's right, this is too unfair. Rui Budong was also extremely depressed. We are all extraterrestrial demons, why do you have so much, while the two of us only get 2 million purple crystals? And we don't get any other benefits? That's right. Dong Wushang was also very unhappy. Even if we can't be the same as you, we still have to divide the rewards. I don't have any objections if my value is set at 2 million, but why can Rui Budong be on the same level as me? We have to reduce his value by at least another 500,000. Rui Budong was furious. I don't have any objections if your value is higher than mine, but my value can't be reduced. You can raise your own net worth by 500,000. Dong Wushang said angrily, if it's increased by 500,000, won't it become 250? Do you think I don't know how to count? The two of them instantly glared at each other. Like fighting cocks. They actually had internal conflicts over the amount of reward that others put on them. Towards these two guys, Chu Yang directly ignored them. He was wholeheartedly planning for tonight's action. The current Chu Yang missed Mo Tianji very much. Now, he could only take one step at a time and make full use of his intelligence and wisdom. But he was powerless in the overall situation where everyone was his enemy. If Mo Tianji was here, Mo Tianji would first set the overall goal to turn the tables, and then push and act step by step until the end. You will realize that you have achieved your goal without anyone noticing. You have completely turned the situation around. Chu Yang sighed. He began to think with rapt attention. At present, he only had the strength of 3 people, but he wanted to attack the law enforcement division which was located in the hinterland of the continent. This difficulty could be said to be high. This was already the territory of the Yi clan. The law enforcement branch hall must be filled with experts and heavily guarded. Also, after the incident of the extraterrestrial devils, although the 3 of them had changed their appearances, anyone who was observant would know that they had arrived at this place. Therefore, the power of the law enforcement branch. They were definitely preparing to make a move at any moment. Wu Shang, Butong, we will do this. Then, he drew a circle on the ground and stepped on it, 1 person in front, 2 behind, and so on. The eyes of the 2 lit up, and they gathered their heads together. They began to discuss. Chu Yang kept talking in a low voice, and the other 2 heads kept nodding. Yizhou Law Enforcement Branch, recently, they had increased their strength by quite a lot. 2 first-grade supreme martial artists led 7 to 8 people here and passed down orders from the headquarters. They were stationed here as well. They were waiting for him to come and kill the extraterrestrial demon Yang. And the original head of the branch, Niao Dafa. He became an errand boy to pass down orders. However, Niao Dafa was happy to do it. He was only a second-grade martial saint, and 2 supreme martial artists came to make him an errand boy. What an honor. Therefore, Niao Dafa was very excited. These few days, he was very busy, shouting at the top of his lungs and sending his subordinates into a frenzy. Especially in the last 2 days, news from various sources indicated that the extraterrestrial demon Yang had already arrived in Yizhou. This made everyone even more vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing that it was already evening, Niao Dafa stood at the entrance of the hall with his hands behind his back, urging them to start eating. The supreme martial artists were all waiting. How could they delay? In an instant, the fragrance of wine and dishes wafted in the air. Delicacies were carried into the hall. The 2 supreme martial artists and their experts were all beaming with joy, and they made an exception to invite Niao Dafa to eat together. Overjoyed, Niao Dafa ran outside to wash his hands. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed the guard at the entrance shouting, "Who is it? Stop!" Niao Dafa shuddered and turned to look. He saw an old man in a white robe at the entrance. His clothes were as white as snow, his hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows were as white as snow. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he was imposing without being angry. With his hands behind his back, he walked over leisurely. He really had an indescribable elegance and calmness, and an indescribable indifference. Niao Dafa couldn't help but frown. Why did an old man with a white beard come at this time? The old man walked up to them, and with his hands behind his back, he raised his head slightly and asked indifferently, "Is this the law enforcement hall?" Yes. The 4 martial kings guarding the hall were very depressed. Even if your eyesight is not good, just raise your head and look. The words Law Enforcement Hall of Yizhou are enough to dazzle your eyes. And you actually asked with your eyes wide open? The old man let out an indifferent "oh" and said arrogantly, "Who is the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Ask him to come out and see me." The guards looked at him suspiciously, muttering in their hearts, "This old man is really arrogant. He actually wants the hall master to come out and see him." "May I know, who are you, senior?" the 2 guards asked nervously. The old man in white smiled faintly and recited slowly, "This body is always outside the blue sky, this heart is always accompanied by the sun and moon. If you ask for my name and surname, I am the most handsome man in heaven and on earth." After reciting these 4 lines that did not make any sense but were full of bullshit, the white-clothed old man looked at the 2 confused guards and said, "Why aren't you going?" The 2 guards only felt that their heads were filled with paste. F***ck, I still don't understand these 4 lines that you recited. How do I report this? Niao Dafa looked from afar and increasingly felt that this old man was definitely an impressive figure. He walked over quickly, cupped his hands with a solemn expression, bowed, and said, "This brother, please." The old man in white rolled his eyes and shouted, "Stop. What did you call me? You actually dare to call me brother? You're really awesome." Niao Dafa said in shock, "I am Niao Dafa." "Brother, your name is Niao Dafa?" This time, it was the old man in white who couldn't remain calm. He stretched his neck and stared at him with his eyes almost popping out. Then, he realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly retracted his neck. He coughed twice, stroked his beard, and rolled his eyes, saying, "That, Niao Dafa. Sigh, this name is really. Forget it, I can only do so. I say, Niao Dafa." Niao Dafa also finally understood that the other party was not satisfied with the way he addressed him. He said humbly, "Senior, please speak." That's more like it." The old man in white laughed. "Niao Dafa, let me ask you, is the matter of the extraterrestrial demon true?" Niao Dafa puffed out his chest. "Of course it's true. I dare to guarantee with my integrity. I guarantee with my life." The old man in white rolled his eyes. "What integrity do you have? Your life, how much is it worth? Do you have anyone with a higher status here? I seriously can't trust a slippery fellow like you." Niao Dafa was embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, I still don't understand Senior's identity. The white-robed old man stared at him with wide eyes. He stared at him and said in surprise, You didn't understand? You. Are you still from this heaven continent? What does this have to do with whether I'm from this heaven continent or not? Niao Dafa cursed in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. Senior, please enlighten me. The old man in white looked at him angrily and said, I'll recite another poem. Listen carefully. As he spoke, he recited, I'd rather see a knife at the edge of the world than meet the corner of the sea. The knife at the edge of the world can break, but the hatred at the corner of the sea can't be quenched. After he finished reciting, he looked at Niao Dafa complacently and said, Niao Dafa, do you understand? Why aren't you trembling? Why aren't you worshipping? Niao Dafa was even more confused. He said, This. He racked his brains, but he couldn't think of such an earth-shattering figure in his memory or in the history of this heaven continent. Why didn't he have any impression at all? He thought hard. The other party was so strong, so he must have some backing. But where did he hear this name from? The old man in white was furious. He took a step forward and slapped Niao Dafa across the face. Niao Dafa only felt that he was seeing stars. He staggered and fell. He was actually hit with a somersault. The old man in white didn't want to let it go. He rushed forward and slapped Niao Dafa relentlessly. He muttered, Niao Dafa. You're really King awesome. How dare you say that you've never heard of me? I'll let you be awesome. Niao Dafa had the cultivation of a martial saint, but he couldn't fight back under this old man's slaps. He couldn't even react. The sound of the slap was loud and clear. The two guards were stunned by what they saw. Where did this old man come from? He actually dared to beat up the hall master in the law enforcement hall. Stop. There was a shout from the front. Two old men in black were standing on the steps of the hall with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were bright as they looked over. The old man in white continued to slap Niao Dafa. Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? If I don't beat this audacious bastard to death today, I won't have the face to continue living in this world. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. He was slapping others while saying that he was angry. A figure flashed and one of the old men in black floated over. He stretched out his hand and caught the old man in white's hand. He said lightly, Sir, if you don't stop now, it won't be pleasant. The old man in white snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said, Wow, the five of you seem to have some status. Who are you? Tell me your name. The elder in black looked at him coldly and said indifferently, I am the gold medal law enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Interrogation Hall, Xianxia. Gold medal law enforcement officer. The white-robed elder exclaimed exaggeratedly, Wow. So awesome. Looking at his posture and tone, I thought it was the Dharma Supreme who came. His tone is so perverted. Then, he rolled his eyes and shouted, Xianxia, do you know who I am? Xianxia said angrily, I don't care who you are. Let him go first. He had always been in charge of the interrogation hall and was always the one who made others angry. When had anyone ever bullied him? Now, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The white-robed elder's face turned serious and he said coldly, I am Ning Haijiao. He took 2 steps forward and said indifferently, Have you heard of me? Ning Haijiao? Never heard of you. Xianxia snorted and said disdainfully. The white-robed elder, Ning Haijiao, had a desolate look in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he sighed. In this world, the people of the martial world are so forgetful. They even forgot about me. It's really terrifying. Nameless person, you are courting death. Tianyid's face was already black and he was about to attack. Ning Haijiao said with emotion, Back then, we were born from the same mother and roamed the martial world side by side. The world's edge saber and world's edge sword shocked the world. How glorious that was. But because of a moment of carelessness, we were plotted against and retreated from the martial world. Only a few years have passed and no one knows about me anymore. Sigh. The sorrow of life is really lamentable. Tianyid strode over and said with a sinister smile, The ends of the world? I will send you to the ends of the world right now. Wait. Behind him, another elder in black shouted loudly. Tianyid said unhappily, Sun Jin, what's wrong with you? Why did you shout at me? Sun Jin ignored him and looked at the white-robed elder in shock and doubt. Your surname is Ning? The white-robed elder rolled his eyes and said, if my surname is not Ning, then should I follow your surname? These words were really impolite to the extreme. Sun Jin, however, broke out in a cold sweat. May I ask what is your relationship with Ning Tianya, supreme martial artist Ning? As soon as the 3 words Ning Tianya came out, Tianyid instantly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was flabbergasted and took 3 steps back. He looked at the white-robed old man in front of him in disbelief. Sigh, I originally didn't want to use my big brother's name to scare people. The white-robed old man, Ning Haijiao, sighed. Since all of you have recognized me, I might as well tell you that I'm Ning Haijiao, Ning Tianya's younger brother. Everyone was shocked and vomited at the same time. You're King not using your big brother's name to scare people. Look at how you're composing poems the moment you open your mouth. You're practically afraid that the world doesn't know about it. I really don't know how you're going to use your big brother's name to scare people. How preposterous. You say that you're supreme martial artist Ning's younger brother. May I know what evidence you have? Sun Jin's voice already had some respect. Ning Haijiao raised his hand and threw out a jade pendant. He said, evidence. I originally didn't want to show it to all of you, but I've retired from the martial world and haven't meddled in the affairs of the world for a long time. In order to prevent others from saying that I'm a swindler, I have no choice but to lower my status. Sun Jin caught the jade pendant and saw that there was a Ning character in the middle of the jade pendant. At this time, the experts in the hall had already walked out one by one. They surrounded the hall and watched this scene in whispers. Ning Tianya's younger brother. With such a high status, he actually came to Yi province now. To this law enforcement branch, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. Who dared to slight him? Everyone was very curious. Looking at this ordinary jade pendant in his palm, Sun Jin was somewhat baffled. Damn it, this jade pendant is made of inferior white crystal. Only a Ning character engraved on it can prove that you're Ning Tianya's younger brother. If that's the case, this old man can casually make 8 to 10,000 pieces. What? Ning Haijiao rolled his eyes. You can't see the mystery behind it? To think that both of you are supreme martial artists. You're practically 2 pig heads. If you don't use your internal energy to activate the jade pendant, how can you show the pressure of a supreme martial artist? Do you actually need this old man to teach you such a principle? Sigh, how did this world become like this? Not only do you not know how to respect your elders, all of you are still putting on airs, but all of you are actually idiots and full of shit for brains. Sun Jin was so infuriated by his scolding that he almost flew into a rage. But in the end, he still suppressed it. The white crystal contained a supreme martial artist's divine sense. With the simple material of the white crystal, it could actually contain a supreme martial artist's divine sense. This in itself was an inconceivable thing. Only those powerful people could store a supreme martial artist's divine sense in a piece of white crystal. An ordinary supreme martial artist would probably explode the moment he inserted it. Therefore, when they heard that there was supreme martial artist Ning's divine sense in it, everyone was somewhat convinced at first. All of you, take a look. Come closer and see the secret behind it. This old man isn't bluffing you. Ning Haijiao hugged his arms and looked up at the sky as he shouted. Everyone also really wanted to see how this white cauldron contained a supreme martial artist's divine sense. Because this represented a supreme control, this was a genuine high-level supreme martial artist's technique. Once they were touched and comprehended a little, they would benefit immensely. Therefore, no one was in the mood to fuss over this old fellow's bossy attitude and they all gathered over. Even Niu Dafa, who was slapped violently just now, didn't care about his old face and went over to watch with his eyes wide open. As for the slap just now, Chuan Yo had already forgotten about it. In fact, he even felt honored, in this world, who had ever been slapped by Ning Tianya's younger brother. No one, right? It happened when one was old. Although it was a slap, but, what a great honor this was. To think that I, Niu Dafa, would one day be related to supreme martial artist Ning's Ning clan. I, Niu Dafa, really awesome." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sun Jian carefully placed the jade pendant in his palm and activated his essence energy. The jade pendant slowly emitted a sparkling and translucent white ghost, forming a halo of light. Everyone gasped in admiration. It was indeed a supreme martial artist's technique. At this level, the supreme martial artist's divine sense was actually not exposed. Everyone became even more curious as they stared with their mouths agape. Even if they were forced to kneel on the ground by the sudden appearance of the supreme martial artist's divine sense, that would still be a rare experience. Sun Jian's expression became even more solemn as he slowly increased the output of his essence energy. The next moment, bang! Without any warning, not only did the supreme martial artist's divine sense not appear on this ordinary white crystal jade pendant, it suddenly exploded. "Ah!" Everyone exclaimed in unison and were instantly dumbfounded. Pooh, a colorless and odorless gas was emitted from this white crystal pendant just like that. Everyone exclaimed and naturally had to open their mouths. They had already held their breaths for a long time just now. When they opened their mouths, they naturally had to breathe. This breath. Almost everyone had a share. Most of this colorless and odorless gas was not wasted. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of it firmly. This colorless and odorless gas was really incredible. This was the innate poison that Miss Chu Lu had spent a lot of effort to come up with and give to her elder brother for self-defense. The amount of poison was huge and the toxicity was fierce. Even if it was someone like Xianxia, if he suddenly inhaled it, he would only feel dizzy. Other than immediately running away to find a place to expel the poison, he would definitely not have any other thoughts. Not to mention these people now? What is this? Sun Jian was caught off guard and inhaled the most. His eyes were already seeing double, and he felt so dizzy that the world was spinning. He scolded with difficulty, "You! What the hell are you doing?" But he only heard that Ning Haijiao chuckling and saying, "That's true, that's true. F***ck, this medicine is really useful." Then, there were a few thuds. Lord Ning Haijiao kicked each of these experts who had already been poisoned and were swaying. He scolded, "How dare you doubt my identity? F***ck. I'm an extraterrestrial demon. What's wrong with pretending to be Ning Tianya's younger brother?" Sun Jian and Tianyid hadn't fainted yet. Upon hearing that, they could only complain, "This time, we've really been cheated. It's actually the extraterrestrial demon Xu Yang and the rest." They hated themselves immensely. How could they be so careless? At the entrance, two figures flew in. With a palm each, two guards who hadn't recovered from their shock were sent flying and fell to the ground unconscious. Then, Sun Jian heard one of them ask, "Badong, it's done?" That's. This Ning Haijiao's voice was very smug. "Once I take action, how can it not be done? I'm Ning Tianya's younger brother. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting don't have outstanding achievements. Once they take action, everything will be subtly settled. Don't talk nonsense." Another steady and heavy voice said, "Which one is more important than your identity? Quickly knock them out and take them away." Sun Jian and Tianyid's consciousness stopped at this point. They had completely fainted. Before they fainted, they were still thinking, "It's over. What kind of poison is this? How can it be so overbearing? Could it be the extraterrestrial demon's unique poison?" The three of them picked up Tianyid, Sun Jian, and Niu Dafa as if they were flying and left in a flash. The last person walking was Burly. When he reached the entrance, he stopped and pulled out a big saber. With a sweep of his saber, he immediately returned the saber to its sheath and left as fast as he could. The saber light was like a waterfall. Once the saber was out, it immediately split into 7 or 8 saber auras. Like a gust of wind, it cut everyone in the courtyard who had already been poisoned into 2, blood was dripping. With a flash, the three of them disappeared without a trace. By the time the experts from the law enforcement hall in the backyard rushed over, the scene had already ended. There were only corpses strewn all over the courtyard, not a single living person could be seen. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of powerful enemy could actually kill so many experts in one move without a sound? At the inn where Chu Yang and the other two were staying, Rui Badong and Dong Wushang agreed and left confidently. To the two of them, it was a piece of cake for them to get the information they wanted from the interrogation. Moreover, the two of them had other thoughts. Let's see who can get the information out faster. Not only must they be fast, but they must also not make any sound. This required skills. On Chu Yang's side, there was still Niu Dafa, who was still unconscious. Chu Yang did not participate in the interrogation. Instead, he supported his chin with one hand and frowned, thinking about where to start this rescue mission. What should he plan and what kind of crisis he might encounter? After a while, Dong Wusheng came over slowly. There's news. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. Huh? 3 days later, the team escorting Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang, and others will pass by Yi province. Dong Wusheng's voice was very heavy and he tried to be concise. There are 8 supreme martial artists accompanying them. Among them, for our first-grade supreme martial artists, 2 are second-grade supreme martial artists, 1 is third-grade supreme martial artist and 1 is fifth-grade supreme martial artist. The remaining less than 30 people are all martial saints. Also, not only these forces on the surface, there are also experts protecting them secretly. But we don't know the exact number and cultivation. This escort is clearly a trap to deal with us. There's no doubt about it. Dong Wusheng said, the day before yesterday, they got the news that we entered Yi province today. That's why they suddenly increased their speed. We rested for 3 days and they rushed for 3 days. Now, they are still 3 days away from Yi province. 3 days away. Chu Yang said, then, what happened here will not be hidden from them. They will definitely guess that we will take action. Dong Wusheng nodded. Yes. Then, whether we take action in advance or delay it for a few days, it will all be within their expectations. Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. He said, after passing by Yi province, where should we go? After passing by Yi province. Then, we will go to Ling County and then pass by Stacked Rocks Mountain. After that, we will pass by Yuko, Long White Beach, Dianzhou, and enter Law Enforcement City. Dong Wusheng said concisely, this place is far from Law Enforcement City. It's not too far away. Chu Yang nodded. He looked up and pondered. Han Xiaoran and the others, a total of 22 people, all have their cultivations sealed. He might have even been tortured. However, I don't know the exact situation now, Dong Wusheng added after thinking for a while. Chu Yang nodded again with a calm face. At this moment, Rui Budong walked in with a sullen face. Dong Wusheng and Chu Yang both raised their heads to look at him. Rui Budong smiled embarrassedly and said, my luck is a little bad. I met a tough guy. I smashed him into pieces, but he didn't say anything. He's got balls. I lost. Chu Yang laughed, that's why I said that you're still inexperienced. Any martial artist who had reached this stage could basically face death with equanimity. Even if they were afraid of death, it was difficult for ordinary people to torture them to the point where they would rather die than live. Blindly torturing him is useless. Rui Budong said somewhat unwillingly, then, Dong Wusheng, have you gotten the answer? How did you do it? I asked. Dong Wusheng said solemnly, I only went in to wake him up and tell him that we've captured 15 of them. And, Niu Dafa had already confessed, so I specially came to him to verify it. The first time I asked him if he would say anything, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Then, I punched one of his eyes. The second time I asked him, I broke both of his legs. Then, I told him that there's no value in him not saying anything, so I'll kill him and ask the others. 15 people, I got the answer. If he didn't want his body and soul to be destroyed and want to enter the reincarnation cycle, he had to say it obediently. Sure enough, he said it on the 3rd time. What the heck, so simple. Rui Budong was stunned, I even tore apart the one on my side. Chu Yang snorted, you must have told him that we've only captured 3 people. Rui Budong said, yes, I said it. I don't believe that I can't pry open one of your mouths. Chu Yang and Dong Wusheng were speechless. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows for a while and said, in the future, try not to let Rui Budong interfere in this kind of business. Dong Wusheng agreed readily. Rui Budong's self-esteem was greatly hurt. He wanted to say something, but Chu Yang had already woken Niu Dafa up. He asked lightly, I heard that the law enforcement team escorting Han Xiaoran will pass by Yi province 3 days later. Niao Dafa stared and didn't say a word. I heard that there are 8 supreme martial artists inside? 4 first grade, 2 second grade, 1 fifth grade and 1 third grade? Chu Yang continued to ask. After asking 5 questions in a row, Niao Dafa finally said angrily, why are you still asking when you already know? F*CK, who's the traitor? Pooh. Chu Yang nodded and gave him a look. Dong Wushang stood up and gave him a kick that knocked him out. Then, he carried him on his shoulder and jumped out with a whoosh. He went to destroy the corpse and the evidence. It had to be said that Dong Wushang was now very familiar with this line of work, to the extent that he was extremely familiar with it. Chu Yang sat on the chair and pondered deeply. He said lightly, if I'm the law enforcement officer, I'll definitely be on guard everywhere when I'm escorting someone here. So, a sneak attack is not feasible. We have to fight a tough battle. If I'm the escort, since I've already set up a trap, I'll definitely send someone to receive them when they're about to reach Yi province to confirm the news. And for this part of the journey, in order to be able to react as quickly as possible, one supreme martial artist should rush over at full speed when they're about 2 days away from Yi province to confirm the news. The rest of the people should rush over at their original speed. At the latest, they'll be able to return and exchange information with each other in 1 day. They'll have 1 day to prepare. So, their strength should be at its weakest on the 2nd day when they're about to reach here. Which is tomorrow. Once they've passed Yi province, their strength will no longer be scattered. And the closer they get to law enforcement city, the greater the threat will be. Chu Yang frowned. Badong, give me the map. Rui Badong took the map and said, Boss, if we think this way, so will the enemy. So, they should all know that the journey to Yi province is the most dangerous. They'll definitely put in more effort to take precautions. If we... Chu Yang said lightly, it's precisely because of this that we have to take action during this period of time. He looked at the map inch by inch, and finally, his finger stopped at a place. Eaglebeak Cliff? Rui Badong raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Yes, Eaglebeak Cliff. This is the place where we're least likely to be attacked. The field of vision is wide. And even if we succeed, we won't be able to escape from their field of vision in a short period of time. Their vigilance may be lowered, but how are we going to escape? And bring so many people with us? Rui Badong asked, puzzled. Chu Yang said, I'm also considering this aspect. Dong Wushang walked in and said, Boss. This is a critical moment. I'm afraid we'll have to give up something. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Give up, Rui Badong and Dong Wushang also lowered their heads. Especially Dong Wushang, who felt his face heat up. As a brother, he understood Chu Yang's feelings very well. But he still had to bring up this seemingly heartless suggestion, because the current situation was that they could successfully rescue the main target. It was already very difficult. Even the 3 of them had a certain chance of losing their lives in it. If they were to take care of all of them would definitely die, Chu Yang painfully considered for a while. He said decisively, there are 3 main targets now. Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. Depending on the situation, if we can rescue all of them, we'll take all of them with us. If we can't. Dong Wushang and Rui Badong lowered their heads sadly. Chu Yang finally gritted his teeth. If we can't, we'll snatch these 3 people and leave immediately. If we can't snatch these 3 people, then we'll just snatch one of them. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were as calm as ice. I have to emphasize one point, protect yourselves first. Only when we're safe can we save them. If we have to sacrifice ourselves, that's the bravery of a fool. It's the stupidity of a fool. Dong Wushang and Rui Badong both nodded heavily. Let's start the operation now. Chu Yang stood up and said, do the 2 of you have anything to prepare? What else do we need to prepare? The 2 of them smiled. The 3 of them looked at each other solemnly, and then smiled at the same time. That pressure that had just formed was as heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, it vanished into nothingness with the 3 brothers' smiles, with Chu Yang in front, Dong Wushang in the middle and Rui Badong at the back. The 3 of them walked out of the room in a single file. They looked up. Stars dotted the sky and the bright moon hung in the sky. Let's go. Chu Yang stood up. Instantly, he turned into a wisp of black smoke. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong followed him without saying a word. The three of them formed a line and ran in the dark night, facing the night wind. Their destination, their way of origin, Eagle Beak Cliff. 3 black shadows arrived here at midnight. There was only a lonely mountain here. The front part was hooked like an eagle's beak, and there was actually a concave hole in the middle. Other than that, there were endless plains on the 3 sides. The dense green grass swayed with the wind. It was a large grassland. There was a path in between the bushes, winding into the distance. On the other side of the mountain, there was a cliff that seemed to have been cut by a knife. It was straight from top to bottom. And there were some cavities. Looking at the terrain that he could see through at a glance, Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. He finally decided on a plan of action. Once the battle starts, don't show yourself, Budong. Wushang and I will fight fiercely. Once we rescue someone, you will be in charge of covering the rear. Chu Yang's eyes shone, reflecting the starlight in the sky. At this moment, they were actually somewhat bright. No problem. Rui Budong said, I'm just worried about that 3rd grade supreme martial artist and that 5th grade supreme martial artist, how to deal with them. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said heavily, I'll deal with them. He turned his head. Wushang, you've advanced by 1 grade and become an 8th grade saber saint. Do you have confidence in blocking 2 1st grade supreme martial artists on your own? Dong Wushang's thick lips moved. He said briefly, I'm just trying my best to hold them back. Within 5 breaths, there's a 30% chance. If 7 breaths pass, there's a 100% chance that I'll die. Chu Yang looked into the distance and said, I only need the time of 2 breaths. Make up for the second update. The team was like a long dragon, trudging in the night. As the spring breeze blew past, the thick grass on both sides of the road made a whistling sound. Han Xiaoran walked in the middle of the team with a cold expression. Behind him were Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. The 2 of them were not as relaxed as Han Xiaoran, because Han Xiaoran seemed to have received preferential treatment. There were no loose items on his body, but Xia Xinliang and the others were chained. The long chain started from Xia Xinliang and ended at the last person. There were 22 people chained together in a chain. The chain faintly emitted the color of starlight. Law Enforcement Master Han, I'm really sorry that you didn't know the right person this time and made friends with bandits by mistake. The one who spoke was a young man riding a horse. He was right next to Han Xiaoran. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to turn back and scold, Go faster, Xia Xinliang. Although you can't break free from this star chain, it won't hinder your journey too much. As for speed, don't put on a tortured look. Go faster. Xia Xinliang and the others snorted coldly and still refused to budge. Han Xiaoran said lightly, Chu Yang is definitely not an extraterrestrial demon. After he finished speaking, he shut his mouth. Not an extraterrestrial demon? That person laughed and said earnestly, Brother Han, the Dharma Supreme has already admitted that he's an extraterrestrial demon. Why are you still so stubborn? With your current attitude, I'm afraid that it'll be really difficult for you when you reach the law enforcement city. Han Xiaoran said, the Dharma Supreme didn't do well in this matter. If he wants to kill someone, just kill him. Why does he have to give him the title of an extraterrestrial demon? How can he frame someone like that? That person laughed angrily, Han Xiaoran, I'll remind you for the last time. Every word you say now is a capital offense. Han Xiaoran smiled lightly. In order to deal with Chu Yang, he didn't hesitate to torture his own people. I recommended Chu Yang. Although I don't know what happened in the end, I'm sure that one of the Dharma Supreme's plans was foiled because of Chu Yang. Under such circumstances, it's understandable that the Dharma Supreme wants to vent his anger on me. That's why I knew I wouldn't be able to survive the moment you arrived. So, why can't I tell you the truth? That person frowned. You clearly know what you have to do to survive. Han Xiaoran shook his head, I'd rather die than betray my friends. Behind him, Xia Xinliang cheered loudly, good. Law Enforcement Master, we also want to learn from you. Pa. Xia Xinliang was slapped hard on the face, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A person beside him scolded, you unrepentant death row prisoner. Colluding with the extraterrestrial demons is a crime even worse than death. Xianxia was furious and shouted, "You're the extraterrestrial demons. Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons." Motherf asterisk Kerr, who doesn't know whether there are extraterrestrial demons or not. You know the methods of the law enforcement officers better than you do. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if you want to play righteous in front of me, screw that leg of yours. Qin Baoshan laughed loudly. Old Xia, you've finally spoken human words for once. I'm very happy to hear these words. The escorts were furious. Whips and rods were lashed down. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan scolded incessantly. Even though their skin and flesh were split open, they still scolded incessantly. The whole team was in an uproar, and the 10 or so people behind them were also in a mess. Some scolded, some struggled, and some cried and begged for mercy. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have colluded with that extraterrestrial demon Yang with Xia Xinliang. I'm wrong. I'll definitely change my ways. Please give me a chance. Instantly, it was a mess. In the chaos, a dignified voice shouted angrily, "What's the trouble? We're still on the road now. When we reach our destination, won't you be able to do whatever you want? Do you have to shout like this on the road?" Han Xiaoran stood there with his arms folded and looked on coldly. He didn't stop them, nor did he scold them. Looking at his subordinates being humiliated and beaten up, his eyes revealed infinite sadness and disappointment. He smiled bitterly and his voice revealed endless desolation. "This is a law enforcement officer. This is our law enforcement officer. Haha, this is the law enforcement officer of the heavens." Distorting the truth, fabricating things out of thin air, from top to bottom, jackals of the same tribe. After a commotion, the team started to move again. The Eagle Beak Cliff was in front. The escorts heaved a sigh of relief. The original resting place was the Eagle Beak Cliff. The view here was the broadest, and it was the hardest for the enemy to attack. Of course, it was the ideal resting place. Two figures left the team like a gust of wind and rushed towards the starry night of Yi Prefecture. The trap had been set, but the traces of the enemy were still vague. They had to confirm the information before making a decision. These two people were going to scout for information. The night wind whistled and got stronger. In the grass, Chu Yang looked at the escorting team coming over. His eyes were like ice and thunder. As expected, 2 supreme martial artists had already left this place, but the remaining strength was still extremely strong. It was far from what 3 people could succeed in fighting head-on. "Sword Spirit, what level of power can you exert when you possess my body?" Chu Yang asked in his mind. The Sword Spirit smiled, 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist. But, it's definitely not a match for a 5th grade Supreme Martial Artist. Only the 2 of them understood this sentence. With the sharpness of the Calamity Sword and the special power of a Sword Saint, Chu Yang could defeat enemies of a higher level. Similarly, the Sword Spirit could also defeat enemies of a higher level. But this kind of battle could only be fought by those below the level of Supreme Martial Artist. But at the level of Supreme Martial Artist, it was already very difficult for a 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist to defeat an enemy at the peak level of Supreme Martial Artist. Not to mention a 4th grade or 5th grade Supreme Martial Artist. But now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be released. Hearing Xia Xinliang's angry scolding, Chu Yang's blood surged. These law enforcement officers were setting up camp. Although there weren't many of them, every one of them was extremely neat. In the blink of an eye, half of the camp was already set up. At this moment, a desolate aura suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over vigilantly at the same time. They saw a man in black appear quietly in front of them in the night sky, floating over. His arrival seemed to bring with it the desolation of ancient times. Even though it was just a shadow from afar, that sense of loneliness and desolation, that sense of loneliness and vicissitudes of thousands of years without a bosom friend. Everyone immediately raised their vigilance. This person was very old, at least a few thousand years old. This was the first thought. This person's cultivation was very high, very high. This was the second thought. This person was very lonely. He should be a recluse. This was the third thought. In the team, a 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist and a 5th grade Supreme Martial Artist looked at each other and saw the same feeling in each other's eyes. They were both in dire straits. First and second grade supreme martial artists had at most cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, they had been fighting and learning from each other all year round and had been traveling the world all year round to practice martial arts and handle affairs. It could be said that their days were very fulfilling. They didn't have any deeper understanding of this kind of loneliness and desolation. Only third-grade supreme martial artists and above could understand how this kind of loneliness and vicissitudes of life tormented people, how it made people dream of it in the middle of the night, how it made people sad and sad. Who didn't have friends and relatives? Who didn't have lovers? Who didn't have past memories engraved in their hearts? But now, where were his friends and relatives? Where were his lovers back then? Only the past was engraved in their hearts, turning into a soft sigh in the middle of the night together with the pledge of eternal love. Both of them sighed softly and stood up at the same time. In the next moment, the black-clothed man was already in front of him. He was dressed in black and had a thin figure. The wide black robe covering his body made him look like a huge bat, as if he would fly away at any time. His face was thin, and one couldn't tell how old he was. But his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like two bottomless pools, without any ripples. "Where did you come from?" The fifth-grade supreme martial artist, Tang Wufang, asked quietly. There was no anger in his voice. He was touched by the desolate aura of this man in black and resonated with him. Moreover, this man looked very different from the extraterrestrial demons in the intelligence report. His temperament was also completely different. Although he was alert, he couldn't help but think that this man might not be an enemy. The man in black sighed and said, "Traveling alone in the middle of the night is definitely not a coincidence. I must have come with a purpose." Tang Wufang smiled in agreement and said, "That's right, you must have come for us. But what is your purpose?" The man in black's voice was bleak and ethereal. He looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "Just now, I faintly felt that there was someone who resonated with me. I think it must be you?" Tang Wufang took a breath and said heavily, "The lonely world, the vicissitudes of life, the boundless secular world, is nothing more than a sigh." The man in black stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slowly. He said bleakly, "That's right, life and death, right and wrong, the world and the heavens are all nothingness." Tang Wufang and the man in black sighed in unison. Tang Wufang asked, "May I know your name?" The man in black said sadly, "A long, long time ago, my name was Kong Ling. My surname is Jian, and the sword in my sword is Jian Kong Ling." Jian Kong Ling. Tang Wufang smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name." Jian Kong Ling shook his head indifferently. "I've been living in seclusion deep in the mountains for many years, facing only the heavens and earth, alone in the secular world. It'd be weird if you've heard of me." Jian Kong Ling. "Haha, only now do I understand that my name is really wonderful. Now, my sword is still here, and my whole world is only left with Jian Kong Ling." Tang Wufang was silent. Jian Kong Ling said, "You resonated with me just now. I think you also have a bitter past?" Tang Wufang smiled bitterly. "To be able to cultivate to our level, even if it's not bitter, it's still bitter. This is very reasonable." Jian Kong Ling looked up and sighed. "Even if it's not bitter, it's still bitter." "Ha ha ha. Good, what a good even if it's not bitter, it's still bitter. Brother Jian, you must have come for something important?" Tang Wufang asked after some consideration. "I'm here for the extraterrestrial demon." Jian Kongling's eyes were empty. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Back then, my whole clan, including my teacher and grandmaster, all lived in seclusion at the end of the world, with the stars as their companions. But that time when I went out and came back 3 months later, I found that they had all mysteriously disappeared and died. There were only traces of blood, but no corpses. I've traveled all over the world and never met any enemy. Now that I heard the Dharma Supreme's letter mentioning the extraterrestrial demon, I suddenly realized. So, I've specially come to see if this extraterrestrial demon is the one who killed my teacher." Yin Tian wrote very seriously, and each word was written with great care. "So, I want a few monthly tickets as a reward. Recommended 2 amazing books. Great God Huang Fuqi's new book Divine Throne and Great God He Changzai's new book Official Luck are on the shelves at the same time. Currently, the 2 of them are fighting for the new book list. They have already written 3 to 400,000 words. Everyone can go and take a look. If you think my recommended books are okay, you can support them by subscribing to them. Haha. New books are difficult, I need everyone's help. I see. Tang Wufang chuckled. He muttered in his heart, this extraterrestrial demon is only a means to deal with those people. I don't believe it at all. But looking at the situation, quite a number of people have really died. If this one in front of him suddenly recovered, wouldn't he be a great help? However, what he said was somewhat true. Jian Kongling stood there desolately and said, are these all the henchmen of the extraterrestrial demon? Tang Wufang said, yes, they're about to be escorted to the headquarters for trial. Jian Kongling gave an uninterested "oh." A gust of night wind blew, and his black robe fluttered with a whoosh. He seemed to shiver a little and said, these people. Can I take a look? Tang Wufang was a little troubled. Brother, these people are all serious criminals. Jian Kongling nodded in understanding and said, yes, I appeared a little suddenly. I'm sorry. It's understandable that you don't trust me. He stood there in a daze for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, since that's the case, we'll meet again in the future. When there's news about the extraterrestrial demon, I'll come again. Tang Wufang was speechless. The black-robed man Jian Kongling smiled indifferently and nodded slightly. Then, his body floated up, and with a whoosh, he was hundreds of feet away. In midair, he left a long, desolate sigh. He left in a hurry. It was obvious that he really didn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing his figure become a little black dot and about to disappear from sight, Tang Wufang's eyes flickered. This person seems to be a real hermit. He's not an enemy, and he's indifferent and easy to fool. It's really a pity to let such a person go. Thinking of this, he raised his voice and said, brother, please stay. Jian Kongling's figure had already disappeared. Only a sigh was heard. No need. Tang Wufang raised his voice and said, brother, don't you want to know about the extraterrestrial demon? There was no reply from the other side. But Tang Wufang knew that after the other party heard this, he stopped. Although he didn't turn back, he was already tempted. Then he said, brother, don't you want to confirm who killed your master? Don't you want to know who killed your clan? Are you an extraterrestrial demon? With a flash of a figure, Jian Kongling slowly approached from afar. When he arrived in front of Tang Wufang, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. You're an interesting person. You wouldn't let me see earlier, and now that I'm about to leave, you're in a hurry to call me. Tang Wufang chuckled. The Jianghu is strange now. It's hard to tell friend from foe, please forgive me. Jian Kongling said bleakly, has it reached such an unbelievable level? The Jianghu now. Sigh. Tang Wufang chuckled and said, however. In the end, we still have to believe what we should believe. Jian Kongling nodded deeply. I want to ask them. Tang Wufang said, please go ahead, brother. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the escorts opened up a path. Jian Kongling put his hands behind his back. Everyone watched as his footsteps moved. They felt as if every step he took was a bitter and bloody tear. Every movement was filled with loneliness and desolation. Everyone couldn't help but feel pity for him. What kind of painful experience, what kind of loneliness could make a person's temperament so different from the rest? With his hands behind his back, he walked to Han Xiaoran and said, you're the accomplice of the extraterrestrial demon. Han Xiaoran said lightly, are there extraterrestrial demons in this world? Jian Kongling smiled lightly. Whether there are or not, we'll have to investigate thoroughly before we can make a conclusion. Han Xiaoran snorted. But in the process of investigating thoroughly, how many lives do we have to kill? Jian Kongling said lightly, about this. It's okay. I've been wandering the Jianghu for 1,200 years. Speaking till here, he paused for a while and said. Wandering the Jianghu, killing is inevitable. But I have my conscience book. Every time I kill someone, I record it in it. What crime did they commit, and why they were killed? It's very clear. Even after killing someone, I still have to investigate. For 1,200 years, I haven't killed anyone wrongly. Han Xiaoran's eyes lit up as he looked at Jian Kongling. He said, really? Jian Kongling smiled lightly. My heart is at ease. Han Xiaoran breathed heavily, and his eyes flashed with a complicated light. He said, I admire you. But with your character, you'll be at a disadvantage in this Jianghu. Why don't you go back impatiently and live in seclusion? Jian Kongling smiled. Where justice is, there's no need to talk about life and death. What they said just now was exactly what Han Xiaoran said when Qu Yang and Han Xiaoran met for the first time. Qu Yang was saying, don't be impulsive. When we take action later, don't resist. Cooperate with me. Han Xiaoran was definitely not stupid. Once he heard it, he knew that the person in front of him was none other than his little brother. The shock he felt at this moment was really unparalleled. He had been a law enforcement officer for 1,000 years, and he had many friends and old friends. But this time, when he was convicted, those people all pretended to be deaf and dumb. They didn't even dare to stand out and say a word of justice, but this little brother came here to save him regardless of his life and death. Comparing the two, Han Xiaoran only felt a surge of emotions. Tang Wufang naturally didn't understand the mystery behind this very ordinary sentence. He clapped his hands and said, that's right. Brother Jian came for revenge, and you want to live in seclusion? Haha, Law Enforcement Master Han, is this how you persuade people to be afraid of death? Jian Kongling smiled, turned around and said, Brother Tang, these people's cultivations aren't sealed. If you're escorting them like this, won't it be big trouble if the extraterrestrial demons come? Tang Wufang smiled and said, it's okay. Keeping their cultivations is for the convenience of traveling. There's medicine in their bodies, and they have to take the antidote every 6 hours. Even if they manage to escape, they won't be able to escape the fate of dying from the poison. I see. Jian Kongling said, although it's a little inhumane, but it's indeed the most effective and best way. Tang Wufang and the others were a little disdainful. It seemed that this guy had become stupid from living in seclusion. He actually said that such a method was inhumane, but he was a righteous person, and this was good to make use of. If the gentleman doesn't listen, the gentleman can be bullied. Jian Kongling's black clothes fluttered. He walked to Xia Xinliang and said, this Baldy is really bright. Baldy, let me ask you, what does that extraterrestrial demon Qu Yang look like? Xia Xinliang spat a mouthful of saliva. He scolded, F***CKU. You're the extraterrestrial demon. Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons. Xia Xinliang was very straightforward. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to survive this time. Even if the Dharma Supreme was right in front of him, he also dared to spit at him. Since he was going to die anyway, what was there to be afraid of? Jian Kongling frowned and said, you're really hopeless, you're so stubborn. Even if you have the heavenly liquid, it can't clear your head. The evidence is conclusive. You've been caught red-handed, and the evidence is irrefutable, yet you're still quibbling. This is really outrageous. If not for the fact that I don't like to use torture on people, I can easily make you hover between life and death with just one finger. Xia Xinliang roared, F***CK. Heavenly jade liquid. Mediocre treatment of chronic diseases. These were the words that Qu Yang had said to Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. The two of them were almost scared to death by his words. How could they forget it, at this point? If Xia Xinliang still didn't understand who the person in front of him was, he really didn't want to live anymore. Not only did he understand, Qin Baoshan also understood. So Xia Xinliang couldn't help but roar, F***CK. These two short words were filled with infinite shock. But after roaring, he felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly added. F***CK, if you're so capable, why don't you try torturing me? If I even frown, I'm not a real man. Jian Kongling frowned and said, I'm just asking you about this, and I don't want to torture you. Xia Xinliang said, that's because you don't dare to. Jian Kongling's eyes turned serious. Murderous intent surged all over his body. Suddenly, he snorted heavily, turned back and said, Brother Tang, that extraterrestrial demon should come to save them, right? How would Tang Wufang know that at this moment, something that he had never dreamed of actually happened right under his nose? He smiled and said, yes, here. This is a trap. As long as they're willing to come to save them, I guarantee that they won't be able to leave. Jian Kongling looked around and smiled faintly, these forces don't seem to be very strong. There was disdain in his voice. Tang Wufang said, "Don't worry, Brother Jian. We still have 2 fifth-grade experts hiding in the dark. This is a foolproof thing." Jian Kongling's eyes lit up. So it's 2 sides. I'm impressed. Brother Tang, this baldy. I want to interrogate him. Tang Wufang understood and joked, Brother Jian must have lived in seclusion for so many years, and no one has ever scolded you like this? Haha. Jian Kongling smiled embarrassedly, Brother Tang is indeed my soulmate. Tang Wufang laughed loudly. He waved his hand generously and said, anyway, they're all going to die. Brother Jian can punish them however you want. Jian Kongling nodded reservedly, I won't make things difficult for Brother Tang. He looked at Tang Wufang with a sincere gaze and said, after this matter with the extraterrestrial demon is over, if I can fulfill my wish, I'll definitely be on good terms with Brother Tang. It's hard to find a soulmate in this world. Tang Wufang's eyes lit up and he said, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Jian Kongling laughed and said, Brother Tang, you're flattering me. Tang Wufang knew that he was going to attack and said, I'd like to see Brother Jian's skills. Jian Kongling said deeply, my surname is Jian, and my name is Jian. My best skill is to use the sword. As he said that, he stretched out his palm. With a clang, a long sword shining with cold light appeared in his hand. The night was like a cold wave in autumn, and an awe-inspiring aura instantly spread out. Good sword. Tang Wufang praised loudly, intending to be on good terms with him. This sword of mine is more than just good. Jian Kongling smiled conceitedly and said, Brother Tang, please look over here. As he said that, he tilted his sword slightly, letting the starlight shine on one side of the sword. Tang Wufang looked down and muttered, this sword, is good for it. Jian Kongling smiled gently. Suddenly, he shook the long sword fiercely. The long sword was like a soaring dragon. With a flash of sword light, a human head flew up into the air. The head that flew up into the air belonged to Tang Wufang, who had just moved his neck closer to look at the divine sword, recommended Wushan *** SAOT on Guangzhou. There's a link on the page. It's already 1 million words. He's already very fat. Everyone, go and kill him. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and a deep sword wound appeared on his chest. His eyes flashed and he murmured, what a sharp sword aura. It's just a collision of aura and it can actually damage my internal organs. And the sword aura was instantly destroyed by the full force of the 5th-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and almost lost consciousness in midair. Han Xiaoran, who was on his back, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But at this moment, his last bit of clarity allowed him to control the blood in his mouth and not spit it out. With a gulp, he swallowed the heavy pill. Immediately, the sword spirit's consciousness fell into a state of chaos. Although he was attacking with all his might now, he had not completely recovered to his peak state. After this collision, even his divine sense was severely injured. Chu Yang's body was tumbling down, and the power of the incomplete version of the heavy pill was rapidly repairing Chu Yang's body as he tumbled down. And the moment the sword spirit's consciousness withdrew, Chu Yang's own consciousness took control of his body. He tried hard to urge the medicinal power to flow through his limbs and bones. When he finally rolled and fell to the ground, he had already recovered. His toes touched the ground and the sword tip emitted a bright rainbow. Once again, he became one with the sword and flashed across the night sky like a meteor. Flying, behind him, the 2 5th-grade supreme martial artists exclaimed in surprise at the same time. In their eyes, Chu Yang's body had obviously lost consciousness and strength. All his cultivation was completely scattered by this earth-shattering palm. He rolled and fell completely uncontrollably. Once he fell to the ground, he would definitely be unconscious. On this point, the 2 5th-grade supreme martial artists were both veterans of hundreds of battles and had seen countless of such situations. But they did not expect that this person, who was falling like a withered, would actually bounce up the moment he fell to the ground. With a speed that was definitely not inferior to his previous speed, he even activated the extremely energy-consuming technique of becoming one with the sword. This was really too surprising. Although the two were surprised, they still hurried to catch up. The other party was carrying someone on his back and his cultivation was far below theirs. He definitely could not escape, hundreds of feet behind them, there were a few low-level supreme martial artists who were desperately trying to catch up. Everyone's face was full of anger and their eyes were full of shame and indignation. This was too much, this was simply too much. Such deceit, such scheming, such that he would not be able to rest in peace if he did not kill him. Another 5th-grade supreme martial artist raised his hand and was about to launch an attack. However, he was stopped by another person who was speeding ahead. Wait. You can't use that kind of technique. I used it just now, but I was shocked by his sword chi. Now, my internal organs are injured. If you get injured again, I'm afraid these people will really escape today. The 5th-grade supreme martial artist thought for a while and put down his hand. The next moment, he stomped his foot and lifted the ground with one hand. A rumbling sound was heard, and the ground within a radius of several thousand feet was lifted up. It was as if the clouds in the sky were overturned one by one. Then, he clapped his palms, and the entire piece of land flew up from the ground. Then, it violently smashed down towards Xianxia and the other two who were running. F***ck. Rui Budong exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This was the first time the three of them had fought with a supreme-level expert. This time, they had truly tasted the might of a supreme-level expert. The ground was lifted up and smashed over. With a roll, he had traveled more than a dozen miles away. Then, another dozen miles of distance was within the range of the impact. The three of them could only feel the ground shaking and trembling. Above their heads, everything was dark. Don't worry about this. Just run forward. When we reach Eagle Beak Cliff, we'll act according to the original plan. Xianxia roared in a low voice. He carried Han Xiaoran on his back and flew close to the ground. On his back, Han Xiaoran said anxiously, "Little brother, put us down. We still have a chance of survival. If you carry us on your back, I'm afraid we're all finished." "Shut up." Xianxia shouted angrily, "If you want to put us down, why did we come?" Han Xiaoran heaved a long sigh. Xianxia was right. If they could put us down, why did they come to save us? Wouldn't it be fine to leave us to our own devices? But the current situation was really not optimistic. Although they had already killed most of the opponents, there were still 2 1st-grade supreme martial artists left. 2 2nd-grade supreme martial artists. 1 3rd-grade supreme martial artist and 2 5th-grade supreme martial artists. Such strength made Han Xiaoran's scalp tingle at the thought of it. With the cultivation of Xianxia and the rest, how could they escape with the three of them under the siege of so many experts? The ground that had been lifted up above their heads was about to fall back down. Behind them, 7 to 8 figures flew over like they were riding on clouds. They had already reached the top of this large piece of land. Xianxia rolled his eyes and shouted, "Target, Eagle Beak Cliff. Full speed ahead. At all costs." This voice was so loud that it was practically deafening. It was obviously hysterical. The people from both sides could hear it clearly. After Xianxia finished speaking loudly, he immediately sent a message to Rui Budong and Dong Wusheng via telepathy. Then, the ground above their heads finally came crashing down. The moment it came crashing down, the three of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Then, they abruptly fell backward. With a kick of their feet, the sword light flashed. Xianxia, who was in front, actually leaped backward. With a slight sound, Xianxia had already escaped. He had grasped the timing very well. The moment they came back, there was a whooshing sound above their heads. The supreme martial artists had flown over. Rui Budong and Dong Wusheng followed them out like lightning. Xianxia didn't hesitate either. With a whirl of the sword tip, he drilled out another hole in the ground several feet away from the hole that he had drilled out of. Then, he drilled back in the direction that he had originally gone. Dong Wusheng and Rui Budong understood and followed closely behind him. As soon as they came in, the ground that had spun up quickly fell back down, blocking the gap tightly. The three of them held their breaths and used the most ingenious method to make the ground solid. Then, they rushed forward. Although their speed was many times slower, they didn't make any sound at all. There was a loud bang from above, and the whole wasteland shook. The huge piece of ground hit the ground, and the surrounding grass was actually shaken to the point that even their roots were lifted off the ground. The people above flew past, but suddenly realized that they couldn't see where the enemy was. One of them shouted, "We've been tricked." They said they were going forward, but in fact, they were going backward. Then, the crowd hurried back to check in anger, only to see that at the root of the ground there was actually a big hole made by sword light. At once, everyone was mad with anger. "Junior. They've gone too far." One of the 5th grade supreme martial artists stomped his feet fiercely. "After them." The crowd rushed back the way they came. However, after chasing for 10,000 feet, they still didn't find anything. Finally, someone asked, could they have stayed where they were? Smack. The person who said this was slapped hard. F***ck. Why didn't you say so earlier? That person covered his face, extremely aggrieved. Didn't I just think of it? But the crowd had already turned around again and chased back the way they came. When he reached the original location, he still didn't find anything. That 5th grade supreme martial artist was so angry that even his hair was about to stand up. He said furiously, "Even if we have to turn the earth upside down, we must find them." There was no way they could leave. "Turn it over inch by inch." One of them said, "Divine sense detection." The two 5th grade supreme martial artists were infuriated at the same time. "If probing with divine senses is useful, do we still need you to tell us?" Although they were angry, they were also very confused. The other party's cultivation was clearly inferior to his. But how could it hide from the probing of his divine sense? But they didn't know that Chu Yang, who was underground, was spreading out his divine sense with all his might, and enveloping all of them within it. After his divine sense devoured the divine soul of the 1st-generation Calamity Sword Master, he was now #1 in the world. Even Ning Tianya. They might not be as strong as his divine sense, so it would be easy for them to hide from the people above. "Will we just hide here? Once they leave, we will be safe?" Rui Budong said whimsically. "You must be dreaming." Dong Wushang said bluntly. "They will find us sooner or later," Chu Yang insipidly said. His eyes revealed a cold and sharp divine light as he said in a deep voice, "Listen. When they find us, it will be the most dangerous moment. And our chance will be the moment they find us. At that time, Wushang, you must hold off the two 1st-grade supreme martial artists for a breath's time." Budong. "The original plan to cover the retreat will not change. I will do my best to fight my way out and reach Eagle Beak Cliff. Everything will go according to the original plan," Chu Yang said in a low voice. Being in a desperate situation, his eyes were calm. However, he was calm and confident like never before. "You have to believe that we can survive." Rui Budong cried out in surprise, "Boss, so your plan has already predicted what happened before? That's why you specially prepared for it?" "No. My original plan was that if my disguise didn't work and I couldn't deceive the enemy, when I snatched it by force. However, since it didn't work at that stage, then it will be used at this stage. If it still doesn't work at this stage, then it will be used at the next stage. The plan remains unchanged," Chu Yang said indifferently. "Now, they have started to move." Before he finished speaking, the ground started to shake violently. 5th-grade supreme martial artists lifted up the ground piece by piece, and then the surrounding people worked together to break the ground. Such an action was spreading towards them. As the ground shook, Chu Yang said calmly, "Brother Sha, Brother Qin, Brother Han, the three of you must also be mentally prepared. Although we have reached this stage, but we may not be able to protect all of you. Once you fall into the enemy's hands, immediately surrender and save your lives, so that we can save all of you in the next time." Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan all shook their heads lightly. Han Xiaoran said, "Brother, we are already very satisfied that you can come today. All our efforts are not in vain. We have already lost confidence in law enforcement officers and this world. Even the Dharma Supreme, whose name is known throughout the world, can do this. What can we do if we live? We might as well die. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as we live, there will be a chance." Chu Yang said calmly, "Now is not the time to argue. You just have to remember to live. This is my only request to all of you. If you fall into the enemy's hands, even if it means death, you must hold on." At this point, the ground suddenly shook. Then, everyone felt that they were in midair. The piece of land that they were on had already been lifted up by the 5th-grade supreme martial artist with all his strength. The people who were left in the soil were all lifted up high into the air. Then, the whistling force from all directions rushed towards them. After breaking more than 20 pieces of land, the supreme martial artists were a little numb. Some even thought that the enemy might have already escaped and they were just doing useless work now. Although they didn't dare to say this out loud, some of them had such thoughts. But there were definitely many of them. The force from all directions gathered. That 5th-grade supreme martial artist had already used his right hand to lift up another piece of land next to him. Obviously, he had already given up hope that the piece of land that he had just lifted up didn't have any abnormalities when it was lifted up. At this moment, with a boom, sword aura swept across the heaven and earth. At this moment, 3 silhouettes shot out from a lump of dirt like an explosion and spread out in 3 different directions. There was actually a flash of red light. Rue Budong disappeared immediately. A 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist reacted the fastest. With a move of their bodies, they were already in front of them. They had just reached their positions. Chu Yang was already coming towards them. Right in front of them, a ball of sword light suddenly exploded with a kind of magnificent aura. As if the blue sky had cracked open, it shot straight towards them. Iron walls and bronze walls, the battle never ends. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? These 2 moves had already finished accumulating power at the moment of explosion. With the release of the last move, don't retract the blade to slay the whole world, it was already out of the scope of the Calamity Sword technique. Whether it was the aura or the feeling, it was no longer the Calamity Sword technique. But its power didn't weaken at all. Moreover, Chu Yang faintly felt that when he released the sword move like this, the Heaven Divine technique in his body seemed to have suddenly throbbed a little and jumped suddenly. After this jump, the sword aura, it actually increased by 1-fold. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Heaven Divine technique could undergo some changes? Or that there were other functions that he hadn't discovered yet, but he didn't have time to think. He had already rushed over with his sword. At the same time that the sword light exploded in the most violent manner, the essence energy in Chu Yang's body suddenly reversed. Opposite him was a 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist. Both of them had long swords in their hands, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a wave of the sword light, 2 heavy sword mountains came crashing down crazily. With a crazy explosion, Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out diagonally. The speed was actually 3 times faster than when he became one with his sword. The 2 supreme martial artists swayed and retreated at the same time. Their faces flushed red, and they were both very surprised. The other party's move was fierce and overbearing. Both of them felt that they were shaken, especially the 5th-grade supreme martial artist whose internal organs had already been shaken. He even tasted something sweet in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forcefully swallowed it back, but his internal organs were already in turmoil. Both of their long swords had hundreds of nicks in the moment of contact just now. The other party's sword move was fierce and overbearing, and the sharpness of the long sword was beyond their expectations. But what was most unexpected was that after such a sword move, the other party was actually able to immediately turn it into gentle force. In the moment of contact just now, he actually turned their force into his own main force, and borrowed the force to fly diagonally out of trouble. Such a reversal of vital energy could definitely cause an expert to go mad on the spot. But the other party actually acted as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Dong Wushang slashed out crazily with his black saber. With his own strength, he blocked a 1st-grade supreme martial artist and a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist. Although he was beaten up the moment they came into contact, he relied on a rare and fierce overbearing force to not retreat a single step. He blocked the 2 supreme martial artists from going over to help them. A breath's time. Sure enough, it was only a breath's time. Chu Yang carried Han Xiaoran on his back and came over like a gust of wind. His original speed was already extremely fast, and with the push of a 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, his whole body was already blurry. With a clang, his long sword cut the sword of a 1st-grade supreme martial artist into 2. That supreme martial artist was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But Chu Yang didn't care about him at all. He grabbed Dong Wushang's collar, and in the next moment, that strong force really came into play. They were already at the foot of the Eagle Beak Cliff. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang crashed into it without hesitation. Immediately, a red light flashed, and that kind of hot aura that belonged to Rui Budong was immediately withdrawn. The whole mountain collapsed in the next moment. Behind the Eagle Beak Cliff was a bottomless cliff. Chu Yang carried Han Xiaoran on his back, and Dong Wushang carried Sha Xinliang on his back. Both of them rushed out at the same time, and fell down along with the rolling stones. Immediately, a figure was thrown down. It was Qin Baoshan who was thrown down by Rui Budong. Rolling stones fell down. Chu Yang grabbed Qin Baoshan, and then disappeared in the midst of the flying stones. I recommend a novel about special techniques and superpowers in the city, Abandoned Genius, book number 249-4617. Brothers and sisters who like urban novels can read it and add it to your collection. Today, I bought a keyboard from Taobao. Within 5 minutes, someone called me kiss 20 to 30 times. I was almost kissed to death. Next, I'll kiss you guys too. The few supreme martial artists were furious and chased after them at full speed. In their minds, no matter what, these guys couldn't escape. Especially in such a dangerous place. But no one thought that the other party would actually make use of the most impossible-to-use cliff. Generally speaking, at the level of supreme martial artists, a cliff was nothing. They could lift it up with just a stretch of their hand. Therefore, making use of a cliff to escape was just a joke to the high-level martial artists of the heaven-level continent. Seeing Chu Yang and the others fall down the cliff, although the few supreme martial artists were furious, it was because of the endless tricks and schemes of the other party. They definitely wouldn't be angry because of their escape. If they continued to chase, even if they went down the cliff and went deep into the ground, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. A red light flashed, and a burst of hot air was suddenly emitted. A young man with red light all over his body suddenly appeared. It was Rui Budong. Elder Rui punched and kicked, and the whole mountain almost flew up. Then, he tangled with these supreme martial artists without any regard for his life, leaving the job of covering the retreat to Rui Budong, who was really not afraid of death, was definitely making the best use of people and resources. With a bang, Rui Budong exchanged a punch with a first-grade supreme martial artist. This so-called exchange was a real exchange. You punch me, and I'll punch you back. This guy was a little shorter. When the other party punched him hard in the chest, his punch landed solidly on the other party's crotch. A sound like an egg being crushed rang out. Rui Budong screamed and was sent flying, but he tangled with another supreme martial artist. The supreme martial artist who was punched in the crotch directly opened his mouth, and his rosy face turned purple. Then, he curled up like a prawn, hissing and sucking in cold air. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. After a long time, he screamed, "Oh my balls!" Even in such a furious pursuit of the enemy, and in a situation where both of them were injured, the supreme martial artist still almost couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, this howl was simply too creative. On the other side, Rui Budong had already exchanged a few punches and kicks with others. Covered in injuries, he stumbled in front of 2 fifth-grade supreme martial artists. He was already powerless, and most of the bones in his body were broken. However, he forced himself not to retreat. The eyes of the 2 fifth-grade supreme martial artists were solemn and respectful. It could be seen that the skinny man in front of him was going all out in order to cover his companion's escape. Do you want to die? For such a loyal and righteous person, it didn't matter if they were friend or foe. They were all worthy of respect. What's your name? Why do you have to risk your life like this? One of the 5th-grade supreme martial artists narrowed his eyes. You know very well that they won't be able to escape, he asked calmly. Rui Budong spat out a mouthful of blood. There were also a few pieces of internal organs that could be clearly identified. He coughed and laughed bitterly. Gasping for breath, he said, I have never changed my name nor my surname. The Luo Kadi you want to capture is me. Everyone was stunned. Wolfblade was a pervert? Pig heart and dog lungs? Luo Kadi, since when did the law enforcement officers want to catch such a person? Moreover, this person had such a deep grudge. Rui Budong coughed and spat out blood. He said hatefully, you don't remember? Humph, after today, I will make sure you remember that I, Wolf Sword, am a lowly man with a pig heart and dog lungs. Luo Kadi. Rui Budong swayed. He snorted. Of course I know they can't escape, but I still have to block them. Even if it's because of me that they can only catch a breath. I still have to block them. Block you. Good man. The two fifth-grade supreme martial artists praised him, their eyes full of pity. This person's nickname wasn't elegant, but he was indeed a good man. Rue Budong swayed and laughed bitterly. Blood came out of his mouth. Haha. Come on, if you want to catch them, just step over my dead body. I, Luo Kadi, can die without regrets. Then, he swayed and pounced over, shouting fiercely, kill me. Don't let me live to see my friends get caught by you. One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists closed his eyes. He sighed deeply. Alright, I'll send you on your way personally. He waved his hand. Rue Butong's body was like a rag, thrown out by his palm. He fell onto the stone wall and slid down softly, all the bones in his body broken. But he still smiled and said hoarsely, brother. We'll meet soon, I can't, then, he stopped breathing. The few supreme martial artists all felt their hearts become heavy. Such a good man. Sigh. Really? What a pity. That supreme martial artist whose balls were broken by Rue Budong covered his crotch, bent over and gritted his teeth as he walked over. He pulled out his long sword and chopped down hard. I'll chop you. Before the long sword could land, it was sent flying with a smack. Then, he was slapped in the face. Such a good man is already dead. You still want to harm his body? That fifth-grade supreme martial artist's eyes were filled with tears. He shouted angrily, are you still a martial artist? How dare you call yourself a martial artist? Then, he looked at Rue Butong's body and sighed. Bury him properly. Such a good man shouldn't be left in the wilderness. Then, with a flip of his palm, a large piece of gravel was cleared away, revealing a flat ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a hole appeared on the ground. He rolled up Rue Butong's body and gently placed him in the hole. Then, with another wave of his sleeve, a large pile of gravel flew over and piled on top. In an instant, a tombstone rose. Using his fingers as a knife, he wrote, Wolf sword bastard, pig's heart and dog's lungs, tomb of Luo Kadi. After a moment of disappointment, he sighed. My nickname doesn't match my personality at all. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The rest of the supreme martial artists followed suit and leaped down the bottomless cliff. The other fifth-grade supreme martial artist had been watching from the highest point all this time, paying attention to the movements below and around. He didn't find anything unusual, so the enemy must still be below. In fact, the two supreme martial artists were very certain, if we let you go, can you escape? Where is this place? 1,000-mile plain, where can you run to? The group of supreme martial artists jumped down the cliff like a whirlwind. At the bottom of the cliff, gravel was everywhere, a mess. But for the supreme martial artists, this wasn't a difficult task at all. Two of them just had to move and they cleared it out. Dig 3,000 feet. I want you to dig him out. That fifth-grade supreme martial artist said fiercely. All the supreme beings revealed excited looks on their faces. Looking for a big living person in such a range. All the supreme martial artists had the pleasure of a cat catching a rat. Because, for them, this wasn't a difficult task at all. With a whoosh, a large piece of the ground had been lifted up. Everyone smashed it into pieces with a palm each. Then, someone took away the powder, followed by another piece. From beginning to end, a fifth-grade supreme martial artist stood on the highest point, closely monitoring the surroundings. But, 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet. Everything was searched. But still, nothing was found. Gradually, everyone became a little bewildered. Did he run away, right at this moment? Someone shouted, something's not right here. That third-grade supreme martial artist perked up and lifted up a piece of the ground, only to see a round hole underneath. The soil at the hole was very fresh. Obviously, it was made in these 2 days. In some places, powder was still rustling down. It's here. Found him. Everyone perked up. Looks like this bunch of guys was quite scheming. They decided to make a move here in advance and actually dug out such a secret passage in advance. It was a pity that no matter how cunning a fox was, it couldn't beat a hunter. In the end, they were still found. Don't move. That fifth-grade supreme martial artist walked over and looked at the dark hole. He said, "You can't go in, or dig up the ground. I want to slowly dig them out." A knowing smile appeared on everyone's faces. By doing this, it was indeed as if they were waiting for death. Torture them to the point of collapse. As pieces of the ground were dug up, everyone's mood became more and more brutal and excited. As if they could already see the depression and sorrow of that person being dug out after being hidden thousands of feet underground. And the current situation was, they couldn't move. Layer by layer, the passage was twisted and turned, getting deeper and deeper. Everyone was also somewhat impressed. Damn it, looking at this guy's actions, was he going to dig for 3 days straight? When they dug down 8,000 feet. They found a scabbard. Everyone picked it up and took a look. The scabbard was very clean, obviously left here just now. Everyone was even more energetic. They continued to dig down. But, after digging down thousands of feet, splashing sounds could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. What appeared in front of them? It was actually an underground river. It was connected in all directions and there were many forks. The water surged, taking away all the smells. They couldn't tell where the enemy was at all. It was very obvious that the enemy had left from here. Bastard! That fifth-grade supreme martial artist roared, so angry that all the hair on his head stood up. After spending so much effort, the 7 supreme martial artists worked for an entire night, only to see such an ending. How could they not be furious? Everyone looked at this quietly flowing underground river, and in an instant, their minds went blank. No one expected that the enemy would use such a method to leave this place. As the saying goes, the devil is 10 times taller. Once they left, they would probably disappear forever. Trying to catch them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And those hostages, other than those who were suppressed and killed on the spot, the 3 most important people had already been rescued. Although they were all poisoned, Xianxia was known as the best doctor in the world. Who knew if he couldn't cure them? Looking up, it was as if they were already standing in a huge grave, a grave that they had dug themselves. Let's go. The voice of another 5th-grade supreme martial artist came from above. Everyone was silent, unwilling, and indignant. But what could they do? Staying here was just a joke. A light breeze blew. It was already dawn. The 7 supreme martial artists finally left. After a long time. Not far from where Rue Budong was buried, a voice moaned. Then, he looked around like a sneaky tortoise. Then, he laughed. It seems that everything is fine now. Chu Yang's face was covered in dirt. Then, he smiled and said, "It seems that everything is fine now." Behind him, Dong Wushang said in a low voice, "Boss's plan is really brilliant. How did you know that they would only search the bottom of the cliff?" Chu Yang snorted and said, "Heaven's secrets can't be revealed." Dong Wushang laughed and didn't ask any more. His character was like this. He wouldn't think about things that he couldn't figure out. Especially good things. If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Anyway, someone wanted to. Last night, the 3 of them came here and spent a lot of effort to open up a passage to and from the mountain. Then, they dug a hole at the bottom of the cliff. First, the sword spirit confirmed the location of the underground river. Then, the 3 of them worked together until this afternoon. After resting for a while, it was time for the operation at night. However, the actual hiding place was here. Everyone saw them jumping off the cliff when the mountain collapsed. In fact, they were hooking onto the cliff and going back. And the mountain also collapsed at that time, leaving no trace behind. And the passage to the underground river was there. Everyone would only suspect that they had disappeared without a trace. They would never think that they were still here, and on top of the cliff, everyone was working hard at the bottom of the cliff. Even if they were supreme martial artists, what could they find? The poison of Han Xiaoran and the other 2 was still very troublesome. If Chu Yang wanted to cure them, he had to use the full version of the heavy pill. However, their poison was a great supplement for Chu Lu. Yes, not only this kind of poison, in fact, any poison in the world was a great supplement for Chu Lu. So, after Chu Yang used the spiritual spring water to suppress the poison, he wanted them to go back to the Chu clan. But the three of them would be too big of a target if they walked together for such a long distance. They probably wouldn't be able to walk more than a few hundred miles before they were caught again. But if they followed him all the way to the northwest, it would be even more dangerous. Chu Yang thought for a long time and couldn't make up his mind. Dong Wushang said, "Why don't Badong and I escort them back to the Chu clan first and then come out to look for you? In this way, although you're alone, you won't have anything to worry about. You can adapt to the situation and deal with it. On our side, we can also take care of everything." Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "All right." However, even if you were to escort him back, he would still need to undergo an extremely elaborate disguise. "Right, where's Butong?" "I'm here," a weak voice said. Then, a human head wriggled out from under a pile of rocks not far away. Rue Butong crawled out with his face covered in dust. He said, "The harvest this time is really big." Second-grade martial artist. Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He said, "Why don't you lie down and not move? Wushang and I will beat you to death 1,000 times today. Wouldn't your strength surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries then? Then we won't be afraid of anything." Rue Budong said angrily, "What's the difference between that and me committing suicide? Suicide is the same as death." Dong Wushang clapped his hands and his eyes lit up. "Yes. Yes. Yes." Rue Budong said angrily, "If this kind of heavenly nirvana could really be used in this way, every phoenix would have long become the most tyrannical existence in the universe. Haven't you thought of this?" "Then why?" Chu Yang asked, "Is there a restriction?" "Of course there's a restriction." Rue Budong rolled his eyes and said, "You won't understand even if I explain it to you. In short, it's death and hatred caused by external forces that can't be resisted. Even if one can be reborn from nirvana, that kind of fear before death is completely real. You don't know that kind of feeling. It's too devastating." Chu Yang let out an "oh." Although he still didn't quite understand, he already vaguely understood. It seemed that this kind of thing, if it was an accident, was completely irresistible, and there were also many other factors. "Every time I'm beaten to death," Rue Budong said bitterly, "I have to adjust my emotions for half a day. You only see the improvement of my cultivation, how would you know my suffering?" Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were speechless. Even if this guy knew that he had suffered a lot, he still wanted to beat him up now. He left sneakily. From the beginning to the end, Rue Butong's body blocked Chu Yang and Dong Wushang's line of sight, not letting them see what was written on the tombstone. Cough, cough, Master Rue was very curious now. When Luokadi comes up and sees this tomb, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. At the thought of this, Rue Budong felt that it was worth it for him to suffer a little. He smiled crookedly. That night, they found a small village to stay in. Then, Chu Yang used his skillful hands to meticulously change the appearances of the other people. It was a complete change. During this time, Sha Xinliang even asked a question in a daze, which caused the other 5 people to roll their eyes at him, and he was almost beaten up by Han Xiaoran. "Chu Yang, you're not an extraterrestrial demon, are you?" The next day, Rue Budong, Dong Wushang, Han Xiaoran, and the others swaggered into Yi province. They displayed the arrogance of the nouveau riche and bought a large batch of urgently needed goods in the southeast region. They directly hired 2 large carriages and many blood payers as guards to escort the carriages towards the southeast region. And Chu Yang, alone with only a sword, headed towards the northwest region. While the whole continent was in an uproar, Minister Chu held his sword and didn't move. He looked around coldly and confidently. He walked all the way without leaving a single cloud behind. The whole southeast region was turned upside down. The Chu clan became the target of public criticism in an instant. The newly arrived law enforcement hall first stopped all the transactions with the Chu clan, then cut off the supply of goods and cut off all cooperation with the Chu clan. Then, they joined forces with the Southeast Xiao clan to attack the Chu clan. If it was in the past, the Chu clan might really be in a mess. But now, old Master Chu Xiongqing's attitude was extremely tough. He would beat up whoever came, the law enforcement. Hull was furious, so was the Xiao clan. They finally mobilized all the forces of the southeast region to besiege the Chu clan. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang's grandfather, Old Master Yang Bao, gave up his clan's foundation and brought his family to the flat mountain ridge. To advance and retreat together with the in-laws, it seemed that they couldn't advance and retreat together. The purple crystal mine of the Yang clan had been coveted by the law enforcement officers for a long time. This time, they finally couldn't delay it any longer. Although Yang Bao had a fiery temper, he knew the severity of the matter. He simply gave up his foundation and rushed to the flat mountain ridge overnight. It was better for the two clans to join forces than to fight alone. Even if they were to die, it didn't matter where they died. All the people of the southeast region gathered here, and the Chu clan also started to make a big move. They included half of the flat mountain ridge into their own territory. Then, they settled the people in the areas outside the flat mountain ridge. The people also knew that there was going to be a big battle here. They would only be unlucky if they stayed here. Not only did they not resist the arrangement of the Chu clan, they were also very happy. After all, they had left the place of trouble. In just a few days, there were already thousands of people of the southeast region gathered here. Then, people came from all directions. The number of people increased by hundreds and thousands every day. The situation was getting more and more serious. Many people went to the Chu clan's door to show off their strength and spoke rudely. But they saw the tightly shut door of the Chu clan open. A beautiful little girl walked out. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. She waved her hand and closed the door with a bang. The crowd made a scene, but they didn't dare to break in. They went back resentfully. But after they went back, everyone who went there today had a strange illness. Their whole bodies were itchy, and unbearable. They didn't feel any pain when they scratched themselves with a big knife. They only felt itchy. They scratched until they bled and even broke a piece of their own bone, but they still felt itchy. This feeling was really uncomfortable. In just a day, these people were tortured to the point where they wished they were dead. At this time, another piece of news came out. Another group of people who went to the Chu clan to scold them also got this strange illness. Currently, everyone was thinking of ways to scratch themselves. And no matter where they went, as long as someone came into contact with them for half a day, they would be infected with this illness. 3 days later, there were already 4,000 to 5,000 people of the pugilistic world who had this strange itchy illness. At this time, the door of the Chu clan opened. A table was set up to sell a kind of strange rake. It was made from thin bamboo slices, and a single piece of bamboo could be used to make hundreds of them. But this kind of strange rake had an advantage: it stopped itching. Wherever it was itchy, it could be temporarily stopped by scratching with this rake. This effect could stop the itch for the time it took to burn an incense stick. But after that, it would need to be scratched again. It was said that this rake was specially made by Chu Lu, the eldest daughter of the Chu clan, out of pity for these people who had this strange illness. And the price was not expensive. Each rake was only sold for 10 purple crystals. To be honest, the price of 1 purple crystal was enough to buy 100 miles of bamboo forest. 10 purple crystals was enough to buy the entire bamboo forest of the flat mountain ridge, and there would still be leftovers. Now, such a thin piece of bamboo was actually sold for 10 purple crystals. It was simply a sky-high price. But compared to that kind of discomfort, 10 purple crystals. It really wasn't that expensive. At first, everyone did not believe it and did not buy it. But the itch got worse and worse. Finally, someone threw down 10 purple crystals and tried it. Sure enough, it did not itch anymore. This was incredible. The people of the Tian clan flocked to the Chu clan. Instantly, the front of the Chu clan was filled with people. These pugilistic world people who originally came to find trouble with the Chu clan had all become people who gave money to the Chu clan. There were also people who wanted to snatch by force. The Chu clan did not stop them from doing so, but after those people got hold of the rakes, they scratched themselves. Immediately, large patches of skin and flesh started to fester. Then, they festered into a skeleton. Then, the skeleton was blown by the wind and scattered into powder. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Buy it. It was said that this kind of strange rake was named Itchy Scratch by the compassionate Chu Lu of the Chu clan. There was a poem that said, "Itchy scratch, scratch itch, don't scratch itch, don't scratch itch, don't scratch itch, don't scratch itch. The more you scratch, the more itchy you scratch, itchy scratch itch, scratch itch itch. It has been half a month, and my left eyelid has been twitching. It's making me anxious. I went for a checkup today. It's eyelid tremor. It's a problem with the eye nerves. It's caused by staying up late for a long time and looking at the computer. The doctor said it's not a big problem. As long as I stay away from the computer and increase my sleep, I'll be fine after a few weeks. But with my job, how can I stay away from the computer and increase my sleep, let alone for a few weeks? Sigh. The flat mountain ridge was in chaos, the streets were full of scratches. Everyone knew that this strange itchy disease was definitely caused by the Chu clan, but there was no evidence. Besides, even if there was evidence, what could they do? Only the Chu clan could cure you if you were poisoned. Didn't you come to find trouble with me? I'd like to see how you're going to find trouble with me. And this strange itchy disease had a new twist. You used this special itchy scratch to scratch the itch. After scratching, you wouldn't feel itchy anymore. But, the people around you who weren't poisoned, as long as they were within 30 feet of you, would start to itch. Slowly, the itchy army expanded to 10,000 people. And it was still expanding rapidly, and the Chu clan's itchy scratch was out of stock, out of stock. Many impatient people of the pugilistic world were furious. They used their hands to scratch the itch and shouted angrily at the Chu clan's gate. But the answer they got was, Miss Chu wasn't in a good mood these few days and didn't want to make itchy scratches anymore. This time, they were really going to die. Then, there was a major incident where hundreds of people broke into the Chu clan together. However, they rushed in shouting and shouting. After a while, human heads were thrown out one by one, forming a tall pile beside the Chu clan's main gate. It was neat and tidy. Those who broke in a few times had their heads chopped off. The heads were piled up and the corpses were nowhere to be found. There was actually the head of a saint-level cultivator. With this, the pugilistic world people kept quiet out of fear. The Chu clan's strength was actually so strong, everyone crowded around the Chu clan's gate, no one dared to go forward. With a creak, the gate opened again. A burly man walked out with a bucket in his hand and a large brush in his other hand. Then, he drew a large circle outside the pile of human heads and stuck a card in it. Bang! The burly man closed the gate and went back. When everyone rushed forward to take a look, they only saw the words on the card, Human Head Pile Plan. It is estimated that the circle will be full of heads, reaching a height of 500 feet, before it is cancelled. Everyone looked at the circle. They all gasped, a radius of 200 feet, and a head, would at most take up a foot of space, right? To be full of heads, and to reach a height of 500 feet, wouldn't that be tens of thousands of heads? Looking at it was already a little shocking. If those heads were actually their own heads, that feeling, everyone felt their blood run cold. He didn't dare to barge into the Chu clan anymore, but the itch was still there. Moreover, it was getting itchier and itchier. When they saw other people scratching their itchiness with satisfaction, their eyes were spitting fire. And so, finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and killed the person who was scratching an itch in front of him. He snatched the itch scratcher and started scratching himself. Sigh. So comfortable, once this head was opened. All of a sudden, the entire flat mountain ridge was plunged into a great massacre. Think about it, more than 20,000 people were itching, but only a little more than 1,000 people had the itch scratcher. This ratio was simply too unbalanced. Especially those experts. Damn it, I'm a saint, and I'm still itching. You are just a puny emperor-level expert, yet you are holding itchy scratch and not giving it to me? I'll kill you, screams rang out incessantly as blood flowed like a river. There were also some well-behaved ones who killed many people to snatch the itchy scratches and kept them for their own use. And many of them were like this. When the person who was robbed saw this, he thought, damn it, you're here to rob me, I can't beat you. After you rob me, I still feel terrible. Why don't you just destroy it? Let's go our separate ways. The itch scratcher was originally an ordinary bamboo. Not to mention monarch level and emperor level, even the most ordinary martial great master would be crushed into powder by it. And so, many people laughed as they crushed the itch scratcher into powder. On the other hand, the high-grade experts opposite them were enraged. They slapped this guy into minced meat, but they continued to tickle him. In this way, the itch scratcher was even more insufficient. And the massacre became even more intense. The flat mountain ridge, which was originally like a paradise, had now become hell on earth. There were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. Everywhere was dripping with blood. After a few days, the Chu clan's gate opened and a few groups of servants walked out from inside. Each of them carried a bucket filled with black water and held a ladle in their hands. One of them scooped a ladle of black water and splashed it on the pile of human heads. Suddenly, a burst of green smoke rose. The huge pile of human heads turned into a pile of bone powder in a short time, and then turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared. Such a strong poison made everyone who saw it feel a chill down their spine and shiver all over. Then, these servants collected the corpses in the entire flat mountain ridge as if nothing had happened. After collecting them, they gathered them into a ladle of black water. It turned out that they had come out to dispose of the corpses. All the people of the pugilistic world who came to find trouble with the Chu clan looked on helplessly. No one organized them. If there were too many corpses, it would cause a plague. So, after every big battle, regardless of the winner or loser, collecting and destroying the corpses was the most important thing. Otherwise, once the plague spread, it would be a disaster that would destroy the country. Everyone knew this. But now, these people of the pugilistic world and the flat mountain ridge had no one to organize them. Who would collect so many corpses? Who would have thought that in the end, it was still the Chu clan who did this? In this way, everyone did not know what to do. They came to find trouble with the Chu clan, but they did not dare to make a move. What was the point of gathering here? At this awkward moment, the law enforcers from the law enforcement hall finally arrived. On the same day, they carried out an impassioned mobilization, calling on everyone to deal with the extraterrestrial demons and formulated a plan. Everyone's hot blood that had cooled down started to boil again. But on the second morning, no one walked out of the law enforcement hall. Those who were brave enough went in to take a look were scared out of their wits and hurriedly came out. The inside had become a hell on earth. Which one of the law enforcers was mediocre? At this moment, all of them had actually died inside. Not a single person survived. The leader was an expert of the saint level, but he also died silently inside. His corpse was still sitting upright, with a look of shock and fear on his face. It was obvious that he was killed by a palm strike before he could even move. Who was the person who could kill a martial saint instantly? Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. Then, the Xiao clan's team also arrived. But, at a place dozens of miles away from the flat mountain ridge, they were all killed by a mysterious person. Not a single person survived. When the news came back, the whole flat mountain ridge was shocked. The law enforcers sent another 3 batches of people over, and all of them died without exception. The Xiao clan sent another 4 to 5 batches of people over, and this was the last batch. There were even 3 4th-grade supreme martial artists leading the team. But, without exception, all of them died here. From the beginning to the end, the Chu clan's gate was tightly shut, and the main figures of the Chu clan's upper management did not even show their faces. But, the plan to annihilate the Chu clan in the southeast region had already been aborted. Yes, it could be said that they had retreated and been defeated. The Chu clan's reputation was getting louder and louder. It actually shocked the southeast region just like that, in the end. The servants of the Chu clan began to appear again. They came and went in the flat mountain ridge, cleaning everywhere, and then those closed shops in the flat mountain ridge gradually reopened, and slowly became popular. Everything was as if nothing had happened. But, all the surviving people of the pugilistic world seemed to have lost their souls. As if they were afraid that their parents had given birth to them with 2 legs, they escaped desperately. No one chased after them, and no one interfered. It was as if there was a tacit agreement: you can come and go as you wish in the flat mountain ridge. But, no one dared to try this kind of freedom for a second time, especially those who escaped from here. They only felt that they had just had a nightmare. And, those itchiness, when they left the flat mountain ridge, they found that the itchiness was cured without any treatment. This was really strange. Everyone dispersed in a hubbub. Damn it, I don't care about this anymore. It didn't matter if the people of the Chu clan were extraterrestrial demons or not. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. Even if they ate people, they kept hiding far away. There were so many people in the continent, why did they have to eat them? Who didn't matter who they ate? Let's talk about it after we've saved our lives. The law enforcement officer said it beautifully. For the justice of the world, for the stability of the world. For the common people of the continent. But justice of the world also needed to be maintained with life. Looking at the current situation, it was better not to use the name of a hero to protect the peace of the world. Being a dead hero was really not as good as being a living bug. At least they could breathe. They had a lot of abilities. Couldn't they eat there? Moreover, they could still pick up girls if they were alive. Driven by such a mentality, a group of heroes who had originally come with a strong sense of justice left one after another. The flat mountain ridge regained its original peace and tranquility. As if nothing had happened. Only the power of the Chu clan continued to expand and expand. Wherever the Chu clan went, everyone would say, "The Chu clan is here? Then why didn't you run?" Let me tell you, hundreds of thousands of people from the pugilistic world went to besiege the Chu clan. What was the result? There were less than a few thousand who came back alive. Elder was one of the lucky survivors. That battle was really earth-shattering, so what if it was the Shao clan? So what if they were law enforcement officers? They were destroyed by the Chu clan. You? You still want to go against the Chu clan? Extraterrestrial demons? Even if it was an extraterrestrial demon, what did it have to do with you? Eating people? Did he eat you? You idiot. Put away your pitiful sense of justice. Elder was more hot-blooded than you in the past. How about now? Look at me, brother. It's better to be alive. Other than the Shao clan who was planning a counterattack, most of the others were indifferent. Humans were like this. When something suddenly happened, everyone would be angry, they would resist, and they would say that they would fight with their lives. But when they found that resistance was useless, most of them would remain silent, accept, and obey. Most of them would go from anger to frustration, to adaptation, to silence, to agreement, and then to support. Only a small group of people were still resisting. But when everyone got used to it, this small group of people would become rebels and criminals. So many years had passed, and all the original anger had become a matter of course. For example, rule, subjugation of a country, or oppression. In summary, in the current southeast region, the rise of the Chu clan was already unstoppable. The public opinion of the southeast region, those sanctimonious righteousness, those cries for the common people of the world, those chivalrous warriors who exorcise demons and uphold justice, had already been forcefully raped by the mysterious and powerful Chu clan. When the southeast region was bustling with activity, Chu Yang, who went to the northwest alone, met the most important person to his destiny in both his previous and current lives, that old fortune teller. That was the #1 talent in the world in his previous life. Shui Leihan, today, I got a folk medicine that made eyelids twitch. I applied it on my eyes, covered them with a black cloth and slept. I heard that it's very effective. I'm going to be a masked man. If it's effective, I'll explode tomorrow. Dong Wushang and Rui Badong were driving the carriage towards the southeast at the speed of a turtle when the southeast region was in an uproar. Along the way, they encountered many powerful people who wanted a share of the loot. After all, this long carriage was too tempting. But the bloodpayers hired by the two were not mediocre people either. Of course, Fourth Master Dong was the one who stepped in when they encountered a tough opponent. With a saber in hand, he was invincible. Although he didn't use his own dark saber, at Dong Wushang's level, it didn't matter what saber he had. This journey became Dong Wushang's training journey. He fought his way back to the southeast region. This journey directly became the growth and training of a saber saint. Dong Wushang's strength soared rapidly. Rui Badong was extremely envious. Let's not talk about this journey. Let's talk about Chu Yang. On the way through Yi province, he also killed many people who took advantage of the situation. Because many people actually blocked the road on the streets. After interrogating a person, they killed him and robbed him of his belongings. They glorified it by saying that he was an accomplice of the extraterrestrial demons. We are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and maintaining the peace of the continent. Especially when they saw those wealthy merchants, they would never let them go. These people were despicable and filthy to the point of making people's hair stand on end. If they were really fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, even if they were deceived, it would still be a kind of justice. But these people were not doing it for justice or for the peace of the world at all. They were doing it for their own selfish desires. In other words, they hated the rich. Not only were there such people among martial artists, but there were also ordinary people among the common people. The rich families in every region were more or less in trouble. Chu Yang was enraged as he walked. In the end, he directly went on a killing spree. I don't care if you are a martial artist or a common person. As long as you have such behavior, you will be killed without mercy. He deeply understood a principle: despicable people did not only exist in the upper echelons, but they were everywhere. Since that was the case, he would kill every one of them he met. He would kill until he had no descendants. All of them could go to hell. The craziest time was at a certain place, where there was a rich family. His nickname was Li Dian. As the name implied, his eyes were very big. This person had been lonely since childhood, and had worked hard. For more than 30 years, he had built a large family business with his bare hands. Moreover, after they became successful and famous, not only did they not become rich and heartless, but they also became charitable and charitable. When their neighbors were in trouble, they would generously help them. It was such a person who was involved in the incident of the extraterrestrial demons. He had actually been forced to go bankrupt by the people he had helped. Not only had his life savings been robbed, but his house had also been set on fire, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, he was accused of being an accomplice of the extraterrestrial devils. In the beginning, there were only a few people causing trouble. The others who had received Li Dian's favor were too embarrassed to make a move. But in the end, all the poor people in the town joined hands and began to punish Li Dian, the extraterrestrial demon. There was also a strange phenomenon. The more you were indebted to him, the more ruthless he would punish you if you changed your stance at such a time. It seemed that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the shadow of the favor he had received from this person. Since I'm already bad, I might as well throw away my conscience. I won't feel any burden if I'm bad to the end. It had to be said. At such a time, human nature was really worse than a dog. Worse than any beast. When Chu Yang passed by, he saw Li Dian's family of 4 being tied up and paraded through the streets. There were thunderous cheers on both sides. Everyone was cheering that the extraterrestrial demon had been caught again. However, there were also some old people who were whispering. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. After Chu Yang investigated thoroughly in an extremely short period of time, he flew into a rage. He drew his sword and started a massacre. Almost all the people on the street had been killed by him. After that, he even stayed here for a day. He definitely didn't listen to just one side of the story. Instead, he gathered a few people to ask about the situation and went to each family with his sword. All the people who were involved were killed without exception. The more Chu Yang killed, the more depressed he felt. He thought of all the doctors in the Medicine Valley who died so unnaturally. If good people didn't have good karma, who would dare to be a good person from now on? Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro could choose to continue being good people because they had that kind of ability. Others wouldn't dare to bully them. But, people like the Medicine Valley, and Li Dian in front of him. What about them? After this incident, even if Li Dian's generation could make a comeback, would he still dare to do a good deed? Would he still dare to have the slightest bit of kindness? At this point, he couldn't help but stop writing and let out a long sigh. Although this is very one-sided, it's very chilling. He thought of those who helped an old granny cross the road but got blackmailed. He thought of those who sent the injured from the car accident to the hospital but got blackmailed until they lost their family fortune. There aren't many people who would blackmail kind-hearted people, but they can make everyone fearful and not dare to do good deeds. How can the indifference of society be formed overnight? Once one's conscience is lost, there's no turning back. Impulsive criminals can still turn back, but if a person's conscience is gone, then he's really gone. Compared to those prisoners on death row in prison, I think this group of people are the ones who should really be torn apart. Lamentation takes up 200 words, I'll add later. He watched as Li Dian's family took the money that Chu Yang gave them and left this place with gratitude, looking for a place to stay. Chu Yang stood in the night wind, standing on the desolate ancient road, but he only felt waves of coldness. A made-up extraterrestrial devil was already able to twist the hearts of all the people in the world to such an extent. What if there were other things? Or something similar to the extraterrestrial demon really existed? What would happen? Just walking in a straight line, he had already killed no less than 1,000 people. Then, In this incomparably vast heavenly continent, how many more such things were happening, or had already happened, or even, were being planned? At this moment, someone suddenly laughed softly and said, "Don't you feel that this world is actually so ugly? That it makes people want to kill and be happy?" Xianxia was taken aback. With his cultivation, he was already at the saint level, and a sword saint level. He actually didn't notice when someone was standing beside him. Before this, he had already checked thoroughly, and there was absolutely no one within a few thousand feet radius, putting aside his cultivation. His spirit was even stronger, and even a supreme level spirit might not be comparable to his spirit, but he actually didn't notice. This person was like a ghost, appearing without a sound. Not only did he appear, but he was also talking to him. Xianxia turned his head like a whirlwind and looked over. He saw a gray-robed man in front of him. He was standing with his hands behind his back, facing Xianxia, looking up at the sky. He looked rather relaxed. He just stood there, but the feeling he gave Xianxia was, there was nothing here, only a breeze of freedom. Only a ball of nothingness from ancient times. Xianxia smiled and said, "Who are you?" He immediately calmed himself down. If this person wanted to kill him, there was absolutely no chance for him to escape. So, if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse, and if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. At this moment, he also got over it, or rather, the bachelor mentality in his heart was aroused. Do whatever you want, don't care who it is. Who am I? The gray-robed man seemed to smile softly and said, "Who do you think?" Xianxia? Xianxia had already disguised himself, and he was confident that no one in the world could recognize him, but this gray-robed man called out his name. Xianxia suddenly felt that this voice was familiar, and a person suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but take a step back and shouted, "It's you?" That person smiled and slowly turned around. He looked at Xianxia and actually blinked twice. He said, "Isn't it me?" Xianxia intuitively felt his head explode, and in that instant, he actually felt a little dizzy. The person in front of him was actually him, the old fortune teller in Tianji City, his close friend in his previous life, the #1 talent in the heavenly continent in his previous life, Shuelei. Just that at this moment. He wasn't the mysterious fortune teller in Tianji City, nor was he the elegant talent in his previous life who was dressed in white like snow. He was dressed in a different outfit. He was dressed in gray and had an ordinary appearance. At a glance, he blended into the crowd. "You recognize me?" The gray-robed man smiled faintly. Xianxia's Adam's apple bobbed twice, and he finally smiled. God knows, when he revealed this smile, the corners of his eyes were a little wet, and his heart was a little trembling. If he wasn't wrong, the person in front of him was the one who caused this in his previous life. Xianxia didn't know whether he should hate him or thank him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head gently. He said, "I really don't know how to address you. Should it be Brother Shui? Or Master? Or Your Excellency?" The gray-robed man was silent for a while before he said, "I like the name Shuelei." Xianxia said, "Oh?" The gray-robed man said, "Shuelei, snow has tears, every drop is cold." Xianxia said lightly, "When snow melts into water, it's all tears. Since it's all tears, then the heart is already cold." The gray-robed man Shuelei said, "Therefore, life is full of tears, full of bitterness." Xianxia's eyes flashed. He said, "Oh? You're saying that my life is still full of tears? Full of bitterness? There's no difference between my previous life and this life? You have a lot of resentment towards me." Shuelei smiled. "So much so that you didn't think of another aspect. Snow is the spirit of heaven and earth. When it turns into water, although it can be tears, it can also nourish the world. And it won't disappear. Not long after, it will turn into spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When it scatters, it will become wind, and when it gathers, it will become clouds. When the wind and clouds move, it will become rain, fog, frost, or snow again. Descending into the world." The gray-robed man looked at Xianxia calmly. "Repeating the cycle is the extreme of the great way. But the previous life and this life is ultimately a subversion." Xianxia was silent for a moment before he said bitterly, "Who doesn't have a previous life and this life? Shui Leihan held a patch of green that drifted over in the spring breeze with one hand and said, even this patch of trees has a previous life in this life. Except for a few powerful people who have transcended the cycle of reincarnation, even immortals and saints have a previous life in this life. But since ancient times, you're the only one who can remember the previous life and this life so clearly. Shui Leihan looked at him with his penetrating eyes and said, not only have you experienced the previous life and this life, you've also overlapped the previous life and this life. Turning into a heaven-defying force, turning into the heart of outer space. Turning into the soul of purple cloud outside of the cycle of reincarnation. Shui Leihan said. Chu Yang's face showed a perplexed look. He said, I don't understand what you're saying. Shui Leihan smiled. But I still like the Shui Leihan of the previous life. Chu Yang sighed and said, when we first met, in the purple bamboo forest with white snow, you recited a poem. You said, the ancient clouds are originally without face, a snowfall chills the heart of the heavens, who can determine the prosperity of the world, who can reverse the heavens outside the dream? Chu Yang said indifferently, I miss the brother Shui of the previous life a lot, but I don't like the Shui Leihan who has everything in his hands now. Shui Leihan's eyes narrowed and a cloud of smoke flashed past his eyes. It was as if the vicissitudes of the world had actually changed at this moment. After a long time, he smiled. Brother Chu. With the call of Brother Chu, Chu Yang seemed to have returned to his previous life. His eyes were a little perplexed and emotional. He smiled and said, Brother Shui, the evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. I applied ointment last night and today my left eye is swollen into a seam. And yesterday I even promised to explode today. There will be an explosion and I don't want to go back on my words. Everyone also knows me. As long as I say something, no matter whether it succeeds or not, I will do it myself. I'll let my brothers down first, there will be an explosion, please give me time. Now that I'm writing, I'll go and apply a hot towel and apply some eye drops. The speed will be very slow. But there will be at least 3. Shui Leihan chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked away. Chu Yang silently followed behind. The two of them walked neither too fast nor too slow. Chu Yang didn't use any agility technique. He just walked at the speed of an ordinary person. His mind was in a mess. He was perplexed, shocked, and all kinds of other emotions filled his mind. When he sorted out his thoughts and was about to speak, he was shocked. He saw that the trees on both sides had turned into shadows, retreating continuously. He and Shui Leihan were still strolling one after the other. However, this stroll didn't use any strength at all and they had already flown thousands of miles away from their feet. Slowly, the weather became colder and colder. Then, snow flew in front of them again. It floated down. Shui Leihan finally stopped. The snow in front of him was white. When he stepped down, the snow was buried up to his waist. Covered by the white snow, a purple bamboo forest stood proudly. The whole mountain was covered in white snow, but this purple bamboo forest was so dazzling. Even though most of it was covered by white snow, that purple luster was so moving. The thick white snow pressed down on the bamboo branches, rustling and falling from time to time. The bamboo branches that were originally bent under the pressure shook violently and then straightened again. The scene in front of him was so similar to the place where they met in his previous life. Chu Yang was in a trance. He stared at this purple bamboo forest closely. It was as if he could see a graceful red shadow about to step out of the purple bamboo forest and step on the white snow. When it saw him, it was stunned. Then, it blushed and said, Sir, sorry to disturb you. Shui Leihan walked straight into the purple bamboo forest. With a flick of his sleeves, the 30 feet of snow under his feet suddenly condensed into ice jade. In the middle, a jade platform of ice and snow slowly bulged up, as if someone was slowly holding it up from below. Then, opposite both sides, 2 identical jade stone chairs bulged up. They were made of ice and snow, but they were steaming like warm jade. On the jade platform, a pot of wine and 2 wine cups suddenly appeared. The fragrance of the wine filled the air and the steam rose. It was actually warmed. Everything came from nothing. It was even more magical than magic. Brother Chu, please. Shui Leihan sat on the chair that belonged to him according to the position in his previous life. Chu Yang naturally sat opposite him. He only felt the warmth of the ice and snow chair beneath him. It actually chased away all the coldness. Within a radius of 30 feet, spring was in full bloom, and the weather was pleasant. However, this was clearly a world of ice and snow. Xianxia suddenly felt like he was in a dream. This is a small supernatural power called withering and thriving in close proximity. Shueleihan smiled and said, Brother Chu, do you find the scene before you familiar? Xianxia smiled with a somewhat disappointed look in his eyes. It's indeed very familiar. Shueleihan smiled faintly. He lifted the wine pot and poured a cup of wine for Xianxia. The steam of the wine wafted out and a few sparrows flew down, chirping. They actually circled around the wine cup a few times, unwilling to leave for a long time. A smile appeared on Shueleihan's face. With a wave of his hand, some grains appeared on the snowy ground. The sparrows immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, concentrating on eating. Who are you? Xianxia looked at the sparrow on the ground and asked softly. Who am I? Shueleihan laughed softly and shook his head. Drink. Xianxia raised the wine cup and saw that the wine in front of him was dark green in color. It was actually a little thick. He drank it all in one gulp. He felt his whole body explode, as if it was on fire. In an instant, he sweated all over and there was actually a faint stench. Shueleihan laughed and blew on it. Instantly, that unpleasant stench dissipated. Only Xianxia was left with an indescribable comfort from inside out. This is my wine. Shueleihan said slowly, after I brewed this wine, I traveled the world. By the time I returned, the wine had already become wine paste. What you're drinking now is something I mixed with water. Xianxia was stunned. Mixed with water? Brother Shui, it's rare for you to treat me to wine, but you're actually treating me to fake wine mixed with water? Shueleihan smiled and said, fake wine mixed with water. Haha. Do you know, even if it's fake wine mixed with water, even in the heavenly imperial court, there are only a few people who are qualified for me to treat them to a drink. He paused and said, moreover, if I didn't mix it with water and let you drink the wine paste directly, even if you're the Tribulation Sword Master, you'll explode completely with just a grain of rice. This is the real rebirth wine. Shueleihan said cheerfully. Rebirth wine means to be reborn, right? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Yes. Shueleihan nodded lightly. In this world, you're the only one who can drink my wine. Xianxia smiled lightly. I'm very honored. Now, you've already obtained the 4th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Shueleihan refilled his cup and said, and I've already brought you to the northwest. It's only 1,500 miles away from the Wind Thunder platform. Xianxia chuckled. In that case, I should be the one thanking you. This guy actually knew that there was a 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword in the Wind Thunder platform. Xianxia snorted inwardly and drank the wine in one gulp. Such good wine, who knew how long it would take to drink it this time? Although it was mixed with water, it was still not bad. He pointed to the cup and said, pour the wine. Shueleihan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He refilled Xianxia's cup and suddenly laughed. I'm afraid since ancient times, you're the only one who can make me pour wine personally. There wasn't one in the past, and there won't be one in the future. Xianxia said lightly, there will definitely be one in the future. Shueleihan said, oh. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and repeated, there will definitely be one. He said, I have many brothers, every one of them is worthy of you pouring wine for them. Shueleihan tilted his head and looked at him with interest. Suddenly, he smiled happily and said, it's good to have one more such person. Xianxia said, you're the Tribulation Sword Master, right? Shueleihan shook his head. No. Then, you're the person who created the Tribulation Sword? Xianxia tilted his head and looked at Shueleihan calmly. Shueleihan was silent. After a long while, he said, not really. The Tribulation Sword is not something that I can create. Xianxia frowned and said, then, what's your relationship with the Tribulation Sword? Shueleihan said lightly, the Tribulation Sword is something that I placed on this continent. Xianxia was shocked. You're the person who folded the heavens? Under the great shock of his mind, the wine in the cup actually splashed out and landed on a purple bamboo. With a swoosh, this purple bamboo suddenly grew. With a swoosh, it shot up to a height of more than 100 feet. It was really the tallest bamboo in the forest. Then, bamboo shoots began to sprout from the snow-capped ground with a schwa 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 sound. The bamboo shoots started to grow as soon as they came out. They slowly became thicker and taller. Then, they started to extend upwards. Soon, they were more than 100 feet tall. In fact, they were 3 times thicker than Chu Yang's waist. Was this still bamboo? Shui Leihan looked at him somewhat helplessly and said, "Yes, I'm the person who folded the heavens." Chu Yang had already calmed down. He smiled and said, "You're indeed a mighty person." Shui Leihan smiled bitterly and helplessly. "May I ask, mighty person, what's the matter that you've come to find me for?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. However, he only felt a sense of bitterness in his chest and abdomen. "You have too many doubts, too many unanswered questions, and too much anger and helplessness in your heart." Shui Leihan said softly, "Today, I came here, or rather, the main purpose of my coming to the Heavens continent this time, is to solve the doubts in your heart for you." Chu Yang smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "So I'm actually so important? But I didn't know." Shui Leihan smiled warmly. "I don't treat you as a tool, I treat you as a friend." "Friend?" Haha. Chu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. However, the veins in his hand that was holding the wine cup suddenly popped out. "You feel uncomfortable. Your greatest discomfort is that you think that your previous and current lives were manipulated by me. It's as if I played you and caused the tragedy in your previous life, but made you make up for it in this life. You feel like you're a chess piece that's been arranged. You do whatever others want you to do, and you have no power of autonomy at all," Shui Leihan said heavily. "Because of this, you even have doubts about the Calamity Sword. You think that the Calamity Sword is also a trap." He said heavily, "I'm not wrong about you, am I?" Chu Yang was silent for a moment and said, "Actually, with your great cultivation, you don't have to explain anything to me. You know, even though I feel uncomfortable and indignant, I can't bear to destroy everything in this life. I still have to take that path." He slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp. He said word by word, "The path that you arranged." Shui Leihan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He said softly, "With my cultivation, I can easily fold the heavens. With a wave of my hand, all the plains within hundreds of millions of miles can be wiped clean. Indeed, I don't have to explain to you, but it's precisely because I don't have to that what I'm explaining to you is true." Chu Yang fell into a long silence. After a long, long time, he finally let out a long, long, long breath and said softly, "Thank you." It was as if he had spat out all of his grievances and depression with this single breath. Shui Leihan listened to these 2 words very seriously. Then, with a serious tone, he said word by word, "You're welcome." Chu Yang felt his whole body relax. His thoughts also seemed to have become more flexible. He grabbed the wine pot and said, "Go on, I'm all ears." Looking at Chu Yang's completely disrespectful action, a hint of a smile appeared in Shui Leihan's eyes. He said slowly, "It's a long story. It starts from 120,000 years ago. 120,000 years. Chu Yang choked. He coughed repeatedly and said, "Go on, don't bother with me." He really didn't expect that he would have to go back to 120,000 years ago just to explain himself. "Sit down obediently." Seeing Chu Yang like this, Shui Leihan couldn't help but glare at him. Why was this guy so different from his previous life? Once he knew that it was a misunderstanding, he actually became lazy. Just say what you want to say. Why do you care about me?" Chu Yang said. Shui Leihan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in him. He didn't look at him but focused on the few sparrows pecking at the food. He said, 120,000 years ago, in the heavens, a great battle suddenly broke out. There were 2 people, and one of them fought for years. In a year, the battlefield spanned tens of billions of miles. Shui Leihan said word by word. Cough 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 cough. Chu Yang coughed with a red face, out of breath. This time, he really choked quite badly. The 2 of them fought for a year. A battlefield spanning tens of billions of miles. Chu Yang felt a lack of oxygen in his brain. Then, he choked on a mouthful of wine and spurted it out from his nostrils. Then, he coughed incessantly like a tuberculosis patient. A black line appeared on Shui Leihan's face. He pretended not to hear and treated this bastard in front of him as a pile of dog sh*t. He continued to talk. That battle was really earth-shattering. Everywhere they passed by was smashed into pieces. Some powerful people went to watch by relying on their cultivation. In the end, they were blown to smithereens by the wind from tens of thousands of miles away. In the end, the two of them fought to a draw. Xianxia coughed with all his might. In the end, they finally came to my territory. At that time, I was worried that they had stopped fighting. I heard one of them say, "You can't beat me." The other said, "You can't beat me either." Then, the two of them said in unison, "In a few years, I can beat you." Then, they laughed at the same time. Shui Leihan raised his eyebrows. These two crazy people didn't know that they fought for a year. Who knows how many billions of people and animals died in the aftermath of their battle, but they were laughing so happily. Xianxia finally stopped coughing. He thought to himself, this is 2F** King mysterious. And it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Then, one of them said, "Where are you going?" The other asked, "What about you, where are you going?" The first person said, "I'm looking for a place." He took his wives out to play. Later on, the man said, "Same idea as me. I'll also find a place to take my wives to play." Then, the two of them said in unison, "Don't F** King follow me to the same place." Then, the two of them looked at the battlefield and said, "We fought too hard. It's all your fault. If you had just let me beat you up, nothing would have happened." Another person said, "Then why don't you just let me beat you up?" Xianxia listened and yawned. The more the two of them spoke, the more evil they sounded. Furthermore, he sounded like a hooligan. Furthermore, it was completely devoid of nutrition and content, making one feel drowsy. One of them said, "But the great calamity has already happened. There was nothing he could do." Another person said, "That's right. In this world, 130,000 years later, the extraterrestrial demons will invade. Originally, they could resist them, but because of what we did, they have no hope at all." Xianxia coughed violently again. Extraterrestrial demon, F***ck his grandmother, the extraterrestrial demons fabricated by the Dharma Supreme actually existed. Even if the Dharma Supreme himself knew of this fact, he would definitely be very speechless, right? Shui Leihan continued. Then, one of them said, "Should we interfere or not?" Another person said, "One look and I know you're ignorant, always looking at others." I knew this was heaven's will. Xianxia pursed his lips and thought to himself, this person is even more ridiculous. You killed someone and then said that they deserved to die. It was heaven's will, and he kept saying old. How did he sound like a mighty person? He was even more vulgar than an old person. The first person said, "What heaven's will?" Bull***t. Another person said, "This piece of heaven and earth has its own primordial world. Unparalleled talents will be born in response to fate. The blood and energy of so many people. We can't waste it." The first person said, "You mean they deserve to die?" Another person said, "If they didn't deserve to die, why would I fight here?" At this point, Xianxia was really speechless. The first person said, "Then what do you think?" Another person said, "We have to leave something behind. In the end, no matter what happens, it will really have nothing to do with us." Then, the first person said, "All right." Then, the two of them beckoned me over. The first person said to me, "You heard everything just now, right?" Another person said, "If you can't hear, then you're really deaf." Shui Leihan laughed bitterly and said, "The two of them were fooling around. I didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. I respectfully replied that I heard them. It was only then that I saw that one of them was dressed in black and the other in white. Both of them looked like handsome youths. One was devilish and the other was wild. The wild one had long hair that reached his shoulders. The devilish one even had a devilish breath. Then, the two of them messed around for a long time before they threw me 8 small pieces of metal. The devilish youth blew on it, as if something was blown away by him. He said, "Leave it for the fated one." Then, they gave me a few instructions and left. When they left, I seemed to have heard a woman's voice saying, "There are men and women, that's yin and yang." The devilish youth nodded repeatedly. He patted the pieces of metal and winked, saying, "Yes, yes, yes." Then, he disappeared in a flash. No matter how stupid Xianxia was, he could tell that the 8 small pieces of metal were tribulation swords. But, why 8 pieces? Then, I put the 8 pieces of metal in my arms and realized that when they were combined, they formed a sword. So, I took it as my own sword. Until 20,000 years later, I followed the instructions and came to the heavenly continent to find the fated one. But when I came here, I saw that everyone was blinded by greed and fought fiercely. There were actually people who kept scheming against me. At this moment, the devilish youth's voice suddenly sounded in my heart. He said, "People's hearts can be destroyed, and those who should be killed should be killed." So, in a fit of anger, I folded the heavenly continent and prepared to destroy this world. But at this moment, the devilish youth's voice said, I haven't finished yet. People's hearts can be destroyed, and those who should be killed, but people's hearts can be taught, and those who can be changed should be changed. But at that time, half of the heavenly continent had already been destroyed by me. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I hurriedly integrated it, but it only formed the shape of a heavy pagoda. And in a hurry, it wasn't stable. Just as I integrated it, it collapsed again. So, I folded the space again. It became the 3rd heavenly continent. But for some reason, the 8 small metal pieces in my arms trembled nonstop and finally flew out of my arms. They automatically formed a sword in front of me and then disintegrated, disappearing from this continent in a flash. But, after that sword disappeared, this continent became the 3rd heavenly continent. And it finally stabilized. Then, I don't know what happened. So, there was the legend of the Calamity Sword. At this point, Xianxia drank 4 or 5 cups of wine in succession. Then, he smiled bitterly. Everyone knows that the person who folded the heavenly continent is the owner of the Calamity Sword. But only I know. I'm not. Other than carrying this sword for 20,000 years and cultivating its spiritual intelligence to become a sword spirit, I'm not the owner of the Calamity Sword at all. And the previous owners of the Calamity Sword are the real owners of the Calamity Sword. But there's only one real owner of the Calamity Sword. And the person who wields the sword in the heavenly continent is the real owner of the Calamity Sword. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. And you are the number of the Calamity Sword's owner. You can say that. You're the person chosen by those 2 people. Now, you should also understand why I specially came to explain to you. He smiled bitterly. I can't kill you, nor can I offend you. But I can't help you either. You have misunderstood me. How can I not explain? Xianxia, the mighty person who folded the heavenly continent, sighed. How can I afford to offend you? Xianxia felt dizzy listening to him. Now, he finally understood. The land of the Calamity Sword probably contained a big secret. It was definitely not just limited to the Calamity Sword technique. I understand. Xianxia took a deep breath of cold air. He said heavily. Xianxia said, "So, you have to surpass my level in 10,000 years and fight the extraterrestrial demons." Xianxia smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart. "Brother Xue, how old are you this year?" Xianxia pondered. After calculating for a while, he said, "Less than 1,000,000 years old." Xianxia nodded deeply. "Brother. You've cultivated for 1,000,000 years and reached your current level. But you want me to surpass you in 10,000 years, to fight the extraterrestrial demons. And now, I'm just a person who can't even go up to the heavenly palace. Don't you think that this is a little, something?" Xianxia said seriously, "I'm telling the truth." Xianxia said seriously, "I'm also telling the truth." The 2 of them looked at each other. "I don't care about you." Xianxia said, "Now, I'll explain your previous life to you." Xianxia stretched his body and laid his upper body on the jade platform. He said in boredom, "Go on. Your previous life is your real life." Xianxia said, "When you got the sword tip of the Calamity Sword, I sensed it and came down to check. But when he saw it, he was greatly disappointed. So you only got the sword tip and nothing else. This is completely different from the previous owners of the Calamity Sword. And you're the most important generation, why is it like this? So, I paid close attention to you. But as I paid attention, I became more and more puzzled. This owner of the Calamity Sword is too pitiful. I checked the heavenly secrets, but only saw chaos. I couldn't predict your future at all. Finally, when you were on the Wind Thunder platform, time and space were suddenly messed up. Then, I realized that everything was back to square one. As for why you had to do it all over again, I couldn't understand it either. But at the moment when time and space were messed up, I could feel the divine sense left behind by the evil young man vibrating and then disappearing. If I'm not wrong, it should be his doing. Shueleihan spread his hands and said, "It has nothing to do with me. And I can't save you. I can't stop it either. Everything is back to square one." In other words, those things in your previous life didn't happen at all. You can take it as a dream. Shueleihan said, "Do you understand now?" Chu Yang looked at him innocently and said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Shueleihan smiled. "Of course." Chu Yang spread his hands and groaned. "To be honest, I'm 10,000 times more confused than you were before you explained. Today is the birthday of our proud world's second guild master, YYHHY guild master. I wish her a happy birthday and wish her happiness every year." Shueleihan blinked. 10,000 times more confused? Even more? Chu Yang groaned. Big brother, who are those two people? Shueleihan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You think I dare to ask? Chu Yang grabbed the wine cup and downed 3 cups. He didn't care if he was troubled or not, he would drink first. This wine was very hard to come by. Shueleihan shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at the white snow in the distance. His eyes were somewhat fascinated. When can I reach that level? Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "Your level is already miles away from my Laduo. You actually still have a goal." Shueleihan smiled. He picked up the wine pot and filled Chu Yang's cup again. Then, he poured another cup for himself. This wine pot was very small. It looked like it could only hold 2 cups of wine. But now that he had poured out 30 cups, there was still an inexhaustible amount of wine inside. "Brother Chu, now you won't suspect that I'm playing with you, right?" Shueleihan smiled. "I won't." Chu Yang said dejectedly, "Of course, I won't doubt those two almighties either. With their cultivation, if they were to specifically toy with me like this, and if they had planned to toy with me 120,000 years ago, then it would really be my supreme honor." "You're nothing." "They specially played with you?" Shueleihan sneered and said, "They're not even interested in playing with me." "Which interest?" Chu Yang's eyes widened seriously. He asked seriously, "Is it interest? Or sexual interest?" "How to play with you." Suddenly, some unbearable images appeared in his mind. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "Get lost!" Shueleihan shouted angrily. Looking at the dirty expression on his face, he really wanted to blow this guy into shreds. "Actually, I don't care about these at all." Chu Yang said, "I don't have so many long-term plans. My habit is that when I take this step, I'll be sure of the next step. But when I haven't taken this step, when I haven't gained a firm footing, I never think about things that are too far away." He said seriously, "If you think too far away, you'll be afraid. Fear will make us involuntarily intimidated. Once you're intimidated, you'll never be able to achieve your goal." Shueleihan was silent for a moment. "That makes sense. So, when you tell me about those two people and the origin of Calamity Sword, I'll just treat it as a story," Chu Yang said casually. "I'll listen and remember it. That's all, nothing more." Shueleihan smiled. "That's more like you. What I admire the most is your carefree attitude. Perhaps you think that this is a kind of free and easy, but in my opinion, this is a kind of freedom. It's a kind of ruthlessness." Chu Yang nodded, "Perhaps it is the current me. She wasn't as vicious and irritable as she was in my previous life. Furthermore, that arrogance and resentment was slowly fading away. But I could feel it myself. It hasn't disappeared, it's hidden in my heart." "Your heart won't change, but it can be concealed," Chu Yang said. "I will not change my mind. That's enough for a lifetime." Shueleihan smiled. "Actually, the reason why I chose to stand out now was also because of your earlier confusion. Just as you are lamenting about human nature, am I not the same? However, as the saying goes, the human heart can be punished, the human heart can be taught. That's a wise saying. Shui Leihan said, in the ancient times of the continent, everyone was like this, no one was poor, no one was rich. At that time everyone helped each other. Finally, when it came to a dividing line, there were strong and weak, rich and poor, the rich began to bully the poor, and then there was rule. After that, there was a long period of order in the world. Until today, the strong became stronger. The weak became weaker, and so there was competition. The world's way and people's hearts were originally good, but driven by interests, the world's morals deteriorated day by day. But now that the world has developed to such a stage, this is also the general trend. Therefore, under such circumstances, we can't teach them. Because teaching them is useless. Shui Leihan said lightly, at such a time. We need the rule of law with an iron fist. The rule of law? Law enforcement officers? Chu Yang's heart trembled. Yes. Shui Leihan said, law enforcement officers have also changed, and they follow the law enforcement standards from 10,000 years ago. It's no longer suitable for the present. Chu Yang thought and said, yes, the rule of law should also change accordingly with the changes in the world. In troubled times, we need to use strict laws. Shui Leihan said, after troubled times, we can relax a little after a period of rest. But once we get on the right track, we need to use strict laws. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. You have deep feelings for this continent. The empire of the lower three heavens was built by you. The aristocratic families of the upper three heavens were reorganized by you. Now, the order of the upper three heavens also needs to be reorganized by you. Shui Leihan said, so, I specially chose this moment to remind you. He smiled warmly. Our cultivation now is very different, but I still treat you as a friend. Friends don't care about cultivation. Chu Yang said lightly, you have this heart, so do I. If you don't, you won't see me today. Shui Leihan said quietly. Heavy snow fell from the sky again. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. However, both of them knew that this round of conversation was already over. The following conversation was the most important one for Chu Yang. Shui Leihan let the snow fall on his face but didn't let it melt. He said, I like snow the most. Chu Yang, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. He smiled and said, after today, I will be returning to my home. So now, you can ask what you want to ask. Chu Yang nodded and said, I do have a lot of things to ask you. The first thing is, are the previous generations of tribulations alive or dead? Does the tribulation to nourish the heavens exist? Shui Leihan's expression froze. Hearing that Chu Yang's first question was such a question, he couldn't help but become serious. He pondered for a while and said, the tribulations are not dead. Chu Yang asked, then where are they now? Shui Leihan's expression was complicated. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, preparing for war against the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. The emotions of the tribulations moved heaven and earth. If such heroic figures had already died, and died tragically, Chu Yang definitely wouldn't feel comfortable at all. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the tribulation to nourish the heavens, it is the last round of selection. All the tribulations and those with distracting thoughts will be eliminated at that stage. Shui Leihan said softly, so the tribulation is not complete. Chu Yang nodded silently. He thought of the Dharma Supreme. He thought of Wu Jueqing. In that case, the tribulation to nourish the heavens is just a joke? In fact, there is no need to tribulation to nourish the heavens? Chu Yang asked somewhat bitterly. Nourishing the heavens is just an excuse. The stability of the continent is a cycle of 10,000 years. All the loose areas will be restored to their original state after 10,000 years, Shui Leihan said lightly. Excuse? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. An excuse. Let all the heroes of the past 10,000 years be included. Bloodshed, bloody disputes, excuse. Shui Leihan raised his head and looked at the sky. He said lightly, our goal is to protect this part of the starry sky and not let the extraterrestrial demons have their way. Otherwise, not only will the heavenly continent turn into nothingness, but the starry sky with a radius of trillions will also be destroyed. And the heavenly continent is just the most important selection point. Select the most outstanding talents and head to the extraterrestrial to battle the extraterrestrial demons. Yang sighed deeply. For a moment, he actually felt that the world was vast and there was a sense of loss as to where to go. This was a huge scam. However, this scam made it so that no one could hate it. Even if there is no such excuse, the martial world is the martial world. The martial world will never stop killing. Shui Leihan said bleakly, so, there is no need to consider this matter. That's right. Yang sighed. But how can I not consider? My brothers and I are all in this tribulation. Shui Leihan smiled. The third question. Since all the previous tribulations are already in the extraterrestrial to prepare for the extraterrestrial demons, where did all the previous masters go? Yang asked. Shui Leihan looked at him quietly and didn't speak for a long time. Yang didn't rush him either. He just looked at him quietly. Other than the first master of the tribulation sword, all the previous masters died. They used their bodies to open the path of reincarnation and opened the door to the extraterrestrial world. Their bones were the walls, their flesh paved the way, their blood became the wind and their souls became the sky. They sent my brothers to the extraterrestrial world to fight the extraterrestrial demons. They nurtured my brothers and reconstructed their bodies to become immortal. They fulfilled my brothers' wishes and became immortal in the extraterrestrial world. They let my brothers enjoy the glory of the heavens and the earth and receive the supreme glory. Shui Leihan said solemnly. Yang's heart shook. He lowered his head abruptly and tears flowed out of his eyes. I knew it. How can a heartless person become a master of the tribulation sword? I knew it. There must be something fishy about this. I knew it. There must be a strong reason, I knew it, but I definitely didn't expect it to be such a tragic reason. Then why did every master of the tribulation sword have to hurt their brothers' hearts at the last moment? Yang asked in a low voice. His voice was very weak because he was afraid that he would cry out loud. Such heroes, such men, to die, to fulfill their brothers' wishes. Going through the path of reincarnation to the extraterrestrial world requires a strong power of resentment to protect one's body. Otherwise, one will be blown into ashes by the strong winds. Shui Leihan took a deep breath. Sadness and resentment are necessary. The more ruthless the better. The more vengeful the heart, the safer it is. The master of the tribulation sword has the ability to break through reincarnation and unseal the extraterrestrial world. However, when the master of the tribulation sword can't meet the final requirements, he will face such a choice. The first choice is to sacrifice his brothers to fulfill his wishes. With the blood, spirit, flesh and soul of this brother as a guide, he will merge them into one. With the strong power of resentment and the soul of the tribulation sword, he will open the path to the extraterrestrial world and send himself over. He will dominate the extraterrestrial world and fight the extraterrestrial demons. The second choice is to sacrifice himself and let this brother pass through the path with resentment towards him forever. He will die and bear the infamy of eternity. He will hate the heavens and his soul will be scattered. Shui Leihan said calmly, I'm very relieved that the 7 masters of the tribulation sword have all chosen to sacrifice themselves. He didn't want to solve this mystery now. However, after thinking about it, he decided to solve it. It seemed that many of his brothers were doubting the character of the master of the tribulation sword. Yang's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Then, as far as I know, the tribulation sword master is still alive after tribulation nourishes the heavens. And he will only disappear mysteriously after a few months or even longer. What's going on? Yang asked in a low voice. After tribulation entered the passage, he was protected by his resentment, but the passage wasn't stable yet. So, he had to wait for some time until they were all baptized by the astral winds before the blood, flesh and soul of the tribulation sword master could be used. Shui Leihan said, so, after he killed all his brothers, he still had to wait for some time. Yang smiled bitterly. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. No wonder it was rumored that tribulation nourished the heavens, no wonder every tribulation sword master mysteriously disappeared after tribulation nourished the heavens. No wonder, he himself was the Tribulation Sword Master. And he was the last Tribulation Sword Master. Although he didn't have to make such a choice anymore, he could deeply understand the helplessness of the 7 Tribulation Sword Masters. The pain in their hearts. They had walked side by side with their brothers through thick and thin. But they had to make such a cruel choice at the last moment. The choice wasn't hard to make. They could easily make the choice of sacrificing themselves for their brothers. Even if they had to bear the infamy, they would still be happy. But the biggest problem was, to destroy their brothers' bodies and lives with their own hands. Although they knew that they would be reborn over there and that they would be rewarded for their sacrifice, they didn't see it with their own eyes. But after all, they were the ones who tore apart the bodies of their brothers who had gone through thick and thin with them, and the cruelest thing was that every Tribulation Sword Master had to live for some time after killing their brothers before they would shatter themselves. Then, how would they survive this period of time? How would they survive? Their hearts would probably be full of holes, right? But they still had to hold on until those brothers who hated them needed them. Only then would they give their all. Rest in peace. Who could understand the pain in their hearts? Chu Yang thought of himself. If one day, he had to kill Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Mo Tianji, and the others with the cruelest methods. How would he feel, if he had to hold on for some time after killing his brothers? Chu Yang suddenly shuddered. The first Tribulation Sword Master didn't do that, so you suppressed him in the Lake of Death? Chu Yang suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked lightly. Yes. That's also a test for the Tribulation Sword Master. Shui Leihan didn't hide anything and admitted it directly. How many people passed the test? Chu Yang closed his eyes. Tears welled up in his eyes. 3 passed. 4 chose the path of heartlessness. Shui Leihan sighed and said, although they initially chose the path of heartlessness, at the final juncture, they chose the path of sentiment. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, how can a person's heart and human nature be distinguished by a mere Tao of emotions and ruthlessness? Can it be erased? Yes, Shui Leihan admitted. In the end, the Calamity Sword Masters who chose the heartless Tao all regretted it. Shui Leihan said calmly, they regretted that they chose the heartless Tao back at the Lake of Despair. If you choose the path of sentiment, then in the long years to come, you can still enjoy a lot of happy times with your brothers. If it were me, I would also regret it, Chu Yang said quietly. He suddenly thought of Wu Jiuqing. Wu Jiuqing had always been brooding over this matter. It had been tens of thousands of years. If he knew the truth, it turned out to be like this. Chu Yang dared to guarantee that once Wu Jiuqing knew the truth, his first choice would be to wipe his neck out of shame. Chu Yang sighed inwardly. Looks like it's better to bury this matter in the bottom of my heart. I want to know the names of the past Calamity Sword Masters. Chu Yang exhaled deeply and gently. But it shocked him so much that he felt dizzy and trembling. The first Calamity Sword Master was called Lei Jian. The second Calamity Sword Master was called Storm Shui Leihan. He spoke of every name with great familiarity. All these years, I've often thought of these names. Although I've never befriended any of them, they are indeed good men. Of course, except for the first one. The third Calamity Sword Master was called Meng Song. The fourth Calamity Sword Master was called Duan Tian. The fifth Calamity Sword Master was called Yundong. The sixth Calamity Sword Master was called Qin Feng. The seventh Calamity Sword Master was called Lin Zun. The eighth Calamity Sword Master was called Jun Lai. Shui Leihan spoke of the names of these 8 people with great familiarity. He looked at Chu Yang and said in a low voice, the first Calamity Sword Master was called Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath and murmured, Lei Jian, Storm, Meng Song, Duan Tian, Yundong, Qin Feng, Lin Zun, Jun Lai. Good men. Good heroes. Good. Shui Leihan also sighed. I have to say that there are countless good men in this world. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, these people are very silly. But it's precisely these silly people who can create immortal legends. They have become the spiritual pillars of the entire human world since ancient times. And those so-called smart people have long disappeared in the long river of history. Not even their names were left behind. In this world, silly people are cute, Chu Yang said in a low voice. Yes. Shui Leihan sighed and said, "Did you notice that the names of the Calamity Sword Masters are all 2 words? Qu Yang smiled bitterly. Of course I noticed that. Shui Leihan said, but there's one thing you didn't notice. And I only realized it after you obtained the Calamity Sword in your previous life. I deeply felt the horror of heaven's will." Qu Yang frowned. Oh? This is strange. Is it because of the names? Shui Leihan smiled lightly and said, "Pay attention to the last word of each of your names, from the first Calamity Sword Master down to you. See if you notice anything?" Qu Yang murmured, "The first, Lei Jian, is sword, the second, storm, is bao, the third, Meng Song, is song, the fourth, Duan Tian, is Tian." Suddenly, he was shocked and said, "These 4 are sword exploding the heavens? Then, including me, the last 5. As he continued to calculate, he was suddenly startled and stood there dumbstruck. Like a wooden sculpture. Behind them, Yun Dong, Qin Feng, Lin Zun, Jun Lai, plus himself, it was Dong Feng Zun, Lai Yang, and all together, it was one word, one sentence. Sword, Bao, Song, Tian, Dong, Feng, Zun, Lai, Yang. Sword exploding the heavens, Dong Feng Zun, Lai Yang. Qu Yang murmured as if he was dreaming. What does this mean? Sword exploding the heavens, Dong Feng Zun, Lai Yang? Or sword exploding the east of the heavens, Feng Zun, Lai Yang? Or sword exploding the east of the heavens, Lai Yang? Shui Leihan smiled bitterly. Don't ask me, I don't know either. This mystery can only be solved by you in the future. However, this is a complete sentence, and there's no need to doubt what it means. Nonsense. Qu Yang scolded without holding back. Of course there's a meaning. If there's no meaning, why did you come up with this? Shui Leihan touched his nose and could only smile bitterly. How many tens of thousands of years had it been since someone dared to scold him? How fresh. Now, there was actually someone pointing at the head of the Celestial Emperor and scolding him, spittle all over his face. And he couldn't even lose his temper. If the other guys in the Celestial Palace knew about this, they would probably lose all their old teeth that had existed for tens of thousands of years. There's nothing you don't understand, right? Shui Leihan snorted. Yes. Qu Yang hurriedly said, I want to ask, who exactly is the Dharma Supreme? Just ask this question directly? Shui Leihan stared at him with interest. Do you want me to tell you where the rest of the sword fragments are? Or should I just take them all out and give them to you? Qu Yang touched his nose. Cough, actually, I don't care. I don't care if you don't tell me. Of course, if you tell me all of them, I don't care even more. If you just give them all to me, I can only accept them and feel guilty. Get lost. Shui Leihan scolded jokingly. Where did you learn to be so thick-skinned? You weren't like this in your previous life. Qu Yang smiled embarrassedly. Aren't I more handsome in this life than in my previous life? Shui Leihan stood up speechlessly. If you don't have anything else to ask, I'm leaving. I'll be waiting for you at the Celestial Palace. Wait. Qu Yang hurriedly stopped him. Didn't you say that after the heaven and earth were sealed, the owner of the Tribulation Sword once again had the privilege of entering and exiting the Celestial Palace freely? Why don't I have it? Shui Leihan snorted and said, when you find the 5th sword fragment, you'll have one chance to enter and exit freely. You have 3 months to come back. This is the only privilege. The rest will have to wait until the 6th sword fragment is unsealed. I see. Qu Yang was relieved. He looked at the wind thunder platform thousands of miles away and felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He was about to get it. Didn't that mean that he could go down, thinking of Gu Duxing, Mo Tianji, Ao Xieyun and the rest? Qu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of Tai Bu Quan. Qu Yang's heart was complicated again. Thinking of those whom he had yet to meet, Qu Yang thought of the situation when he became sworn brothers with his father Chu Failing. Damn it, he had to do anything. Otherwise, after 10 or 20 years, he would also become sworn brothers with his son. That would be really embarrassing. There's nothing else now, right? Shui Leihan was a little helpless. Of course there's something. Qu Yang said eloquently, this is quite tasty. Leave it for me. Tell me how to dilute the tea. You want it? You actually still want the original pulp? Undiluted wine paste? Shui Leihan looked at the thick-skinned person in front of him with some genuine shock. Yes. Chu Yang said righteously, you also said that we're friends. Friends share wealth, let alone a few cups of wine. Why, are you so stingy? Are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'm going to snatch it. As he spoke, he started to brag. He glared and rolled up his sleeves. From the looks of it, he was really going to snatch it. Just a few cups of wine? Shui Leihan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you know that you drank a total of 10 cups of my wine just now, which has already increased your cultivation by 300 years? Now you actually want the wine cream? Aren't you afraid of exploding? I'm not afraid. Qi Yang said boldly, at most, I'll be a good man again after 18 years. Shui Leihan was speechless. Brother, you don't know, what we're drinking now is just a very small jar of wine cream, less than half a kilogram, but I diluted it with 50 kilograms of water. And 10 cups have increased your cultivation by 300 years. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. I see. Then give me 8 or 10 more jars. Shui Leihan said angrily, not even one. Chu Yang persisted. 5 jars will do. Not even a drop. Shui Leihan was very firm. At least 2 jars. Chu Yang said angrily, I want this number. If it's less, I don't want it either. At most 1 jar. Shui Leihan said, take it or leave it, if you don't want it, forget it. Deal. Chu Yang quickly clapped his hands. 1 jar it is. Give it to me. Shui Leihan's eyes widened. He threw out a jar in annoyance and said, you've become really shameless now. Chu Yang hurriedly caught it and kept it in the tribulation space at once. He smiled. If I wanted to be shameless, this jar of wine would be gone. This is a good wine that can increase one's cultivation by several decades with just 1 cup. As he spoke, he said, what other good things do you have? Anyway, you're going back now, and I still have a long time before I can go up to find you. After I go up, I can't say whether I can find you or not. Might as well leave some behind. Even though Shui Leihan had lived for 1,000,000 years, he couldn't help but feel dumbfounded by this person's shamelessness. He shook his head vigorously. No more. Chu Yang didn't give up. He pulled at his sleeve forcefully. With a hiss, a sleeve fell off. What are you doing? Shui Leihan said angrily. I thought you were wearing invulnerable clothes. So you're not, Chu Yang said disappointedly. So this guy was thinking about his clothes? He wanted to strip him naked? The more Shui Leihan thought about it, the more he felt that he shouldn't stay here any longer. Facing such a person who was impervious to persuasion, thick-skinned, and black-hearted, Shui Leihan felt more and more helpless. He said dejectedly, you're ruthless. Chu Yang still didn't give up, why don't you put me in your storage ring? I'll go and choose by myself. Shui Leihan's to this guy, Shui Leihan to leave, Shui to leave 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 to be seen. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Then, he deftly put the ice jade platform, table, chairs, and wine pot into the tribulation space. Then, he muttered, so stingy. With a flash, Shui Leihan appeared again. He have of that to be left to be left s? Chewed to be used leave to teat? Zoffy teat question mark? You even look like an almighty? What do you know? Shui Leihan said angrily, that's the fire and water jade and the heaven and earth pot. Chu Yang's eyes lit up and he asked humbly, please enlighten me, what are the fire and water jade and the heaven and earth pot? Shui Leihan shook his head and sighed. He stretched out a hand and pointed a finger at the tip of Chu Yang's nose from afar. He tapped twice, then nodded fiercely. Good. You're so good. Good. Chu Yang said innocently, do you have to praise me like that? Before he finished, Shui Leihan had already disappeared. Then, there was a clap of thunder above the clouds. A golden light flashed faintly thousands of miles away and then disappeared. Shui Leihan had finally left for good. He really didn't want to stay in this world for even a moment longer. If he stayed any longer, even his underwear would have been extorted by this bastard. I'm also a celestial emperor. How can I go back naked? I've made a fortune, Xianxia muttered to himself, overjoyed. I should have gone back long ago, damn it. You're always uncomfortable here. Who asked you to be so much stronger than me? As he spoke, he took out a wine pot and played with it. Heaven and earth pot? Hee hee. How much can it hold? Let me take a look inside. He used his divine sense to take a look and was instantly overjoyed. There was a dark hole inside, but at the very bottom, there was wine. It only took up a small part of the bottom. According to Shuelehan, that was the smallest jar of wine ointment, using 50 kilograms of water. Shuelehan drank 3 to 4 cups and he drank 10 cups. In total, it was only 20 cups of wine, at most 4 to 5 kilograms. That meant there were still 50 kilograms in this pot, only such a small part of the bottom of the pot. If it was completely filled, wouldn't it be more than 10,000 kilograms? I'm rich. Xianxia grinned. I love taking advantage of people the most. As he spoke, he took out the water-fire jade that Shuelehan mentioned and played with it in front of him. With a crack, he broke a piece and felt a strong spiritual energy suddenly spurt out. For a moment, he actually felt suffocated. Amazing. Xianxia hurriedly threw the rest of the water-fire jade into the tribulation space and immediately sat down to circulate his divine technique, absorbing the spiritual energy into his dantian. He felt his cultivation rising rapidly. This wave of spiritual energy was gentle, but it actually carried a berserk spiritual energy with 2 completely different attributes flowing through his meridians. Xianxia felt as if he was enjoying both ice and fire at any time and place. On one hand, he felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan, but on the other hand, he felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to roll around. This feeling was really hard to describe. Moreover, as the spiritual energy was activated by the heaven-splitting divine technique, the water-fire jade in his hand also slowly lost its color. From crystal clear, it slowly became a little gray. Then, the broken piece of water-fire jade gradually became smaller, and eventually turned into a pile of powder. Xianxia was shocked to find that his cultivation had risen from the initial level of Sword Saint level to the peak level of Sword Saint level in one go. He was only a step away from breaking through to first-grade supreme martial artist. Xianxia stood up, somewhat emotional. From the emperor level to the monarch level, one could basically skip a few levels. With this power now, it was enough for him to directly rise from first-grade emperor level to second-grade martial saint level, but now, the 300 years of cultivation brought by the wine, coupled with the huge power of this small piece of water-fire jade, only then did he rise from the beginner level of martial saint level to the peak level of martial saint level. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to raise one's cultivation level after becoming a supreme being. No wonder all the supreme martial artists were so old. Their powerful cultivation was the accumulation of countless years of experience. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart moved. He remembered that day when he rescued Han Xiaoran, that last blow. Xianxia had already risked his life for that blow. Even the chances of winning were very small, and the chances of survival were definitely not high. But at that moment, the heaven-splitting divine technique suddenly moved on its own. It was just that one move, but it suddenly doubled the power of his sword technique. If the heaven-splitting divine technique was fully activated, what kind of scene would it be? Xianxia thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he began to explore. He remembered that the power of the heaven-splitting divine technique in his previous life was also greater than in this life. Why did the heaven-splitting divine technique become a cliché when he had completely reversed his fate? It only had ordinary power. This shouldn't be at all. There must be a mysterious reason that caused him to not discover the magical power of the heaven-splitting divine technique. And now, Xianxia was trying to open this treasure vault. Snow was falling above his head. On the snowy ground, Xianxia was working hard. At this moment, with a sudden snap, a piece of ice fell from the sky and hit right on his head. Xianxia was startled. He reached out and grabbed the ice in his hand. It wasn't strange for it to snow, rain, or hail, but now it was actually ice. Taking a look at it in his hand, he saw that the ice cracked open, revealing a pale gold piece of paper inside. Xianxia's heart moved. He opened the paper and saw a few words written on it. It was Shuelehan's handwriting. This guy actually sent a letter directly from the heaven-splitting imperial court. He was unwilling to come down and face Chu Yang personally after spending a lot of effort. Life is the path of heartlessness, but it needs true feelings to comfort loneliness. Don't say that the heart of loyalty has been destroyed, there are geniuses outside the realm. Chu Yang first smiled, then he fell into deep thought. Nothing in life could surpass birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was the path of reincarnation and also the beginning of heartlessness. Whether old age, sickness, or death, it was all heartlessness. No matter how unwilling he was, this day would come. But in this heartless land, it needed to be accompanied by true feelings. Just like the previous tribulation sword masters. The passage that tribulations passed through at the end was a path of heartlessness. But it needed the tribulation sword master to open and escort it with great true feelings and all his true feelings. Chu Yang knew that the most important part of Xue Leihan's poem was actually the first 2 lines. The last 2 lines were purely Xue Leihan's habit of playing with ink. He just added 2 more lines to complete the poem. In the past, I've always been obsessed with the path of emotions and the path of heartlessness. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Actually, it's my own fault. Or rather, everyone in the world is wrong. The path of heartlessness is the path, and the people of emotions are the people. In fact, this is completely unrelated. The path of heartlessness is the path, and the people of emotions are the people of the world. The path of heartlessness is the way of the world, and the people of the world have emotions. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled. The misconception of the people of the world is that they consider people and the path together. Actually, there is no path in the world, and the people of the world have emotions. That's how it is. After thinking through this point, Chu Yang only felt that his whole body was relaxed. Although this realization couldn't bring him any substantial benefits now, the invisible benefits could accompany him for every step of his life. The layered heaven divine technique in his body seemed to be active, slowly wriggling and operating. Chu Yang's heart moved and he hurriedly activated it. The cultivation in his body surged like a great river. But Chu Yang realized that the fundamental energy of the layered heaven divine technique was still dormant in his dantian, wriggling slowly. It wasn't active. And a trace of hazy purple gas was moving slowly in his dantian. Only when this trace of purple gas moved would the layered heaven divine technique move with it. Where did this purple gas come from? Chu Yang was a little confused. Logically speaking, he was absorbing the primordial purple vapor in the tribulation space every day. His meridians were sometimes purple and he felt much more powerful. But the dantian ocean of qi had never appeared before. Now, it finally appeared, and it was only a little bit. It was so weak that it was undetectable. Sword Spirit, are you here? Chu Yang asked. Since Xue Leihan appeared, the Sword Spirit suddenly fell silent for some reason. I'm here. The Sword Spirit asked respectfully, has Master left? He left long ago. Chu Yang snorted, still a little angry at someone's pettiness. The Sword Spirit relaxed and said, what did you say just now? Suddenly, he exclaimed, this. Isn't this Master's heaven-grade wine? Could this be Master's waterfire jade? Why did Master give you so much? Chu Yang said smugly, I want it, how can he not give it to me? The Sword Spirit sucked in cold air. As far as I know, the waterfire jade may have been given to others before, but no one has ever drunk heaven-grade wine. SSS, and the Chankuan pot, what, Chankuan pot? Chu Yang snorted. It's just a large wine pot. That's because my cultivation is not high enough. The Sword Spirit looked at Chu Yang as if he were a city dweller looking at a country bumpkin. The Chankuan pot can hold an entire continent, but it's just a large wine pot in your eyes, so it's a matter of cultivation. Chu Yang said awkwardly, I thought it was just a large wine pot. With Master's magical powers, why would he carry a wine pot with him? The Sword Spirit said discontentedly. Chu Yang exploded. Are you done? What Master? Do you know that we're together now? We have nothing to do with him in the future, do you know? Is there a need to be so scared? One day, I'll kill my way to the heavenly imperial court and catch this guy and spank him every day. The Sword Spirit shut up tactfully, but his eyes were still full of disbelief. Chu Yang snorted and said, purple gas threads have appeared in the dantian of the heavenly divine technique. What's going on? The sword spirit was shocked and immediately dived in to check. After a long time. Then, he exclaimed in shock, Lord Sword Master, the layered heaven divine technique has been activated for the first time in 10,000 years. The sword spirit's voice was somewhat incoherent. The layered heaven divine technique is being activated for the first time in 10,000 years? Chu Yang was puzzled. Could it be that the previous masters of the tribulation sword didn't activate it? This is the layered heaven divine technique? Absolutely not. The sword spirit's expression was absolutely solemn. Then why can I clearly feel that the heaven-splitting divine technique in my previous life is much more powerful than it is now? Chu Yang felt a headache coming. In my previous life, it was because my heart was filled with hatred and resentment. It was the heart of destruction. The influence of violent spiritual energy. It only slightly stimulated the heaven-splitting divine technique, the sword spirit said. I see. Chu Yang asked, what do I need to do if I want to fully activate the heaven-splitting divine technique? The sword spirit smiled wryly. 1,000,000 strands of primordial violet vapor can allow you to condense a strand of primordial real silk. When the amount of primordial real silk in your dantian reaches 1,000,000 strands, the heaven-splitting divine technique can be fully activated. When the primordial real silk becomes a strand, you can break through the limits of the heaven-splitting divine technique. If it completely becomes the primordial aura ocean, you can change the world. Chu Yang's eyes turned. The primordial violet vapor in the tribulation space now. How much life force origin is there? How many strands of primordial real silk can it form? How many strands? The sword spirit rolled his eyes. Not to mention that the primordial violet vapor here is enough for you to absorb for a few years before your cultivation reaches a certain level. Even if you absorb all of it, it's more or less enough to form a strand of primordial real silk. Chu Yang sat down on the ground. What? Not a lot of strands. The sword spirit said somewhat speechlessly, this is the heavenly continent, not the heavenly imperial court. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any strands at all. Chu Yang looked at the sky speechlessly, feeling that his brain wasn't enough. He looked at the primordial violet vapor in the tribulation space that was almost condensed into substance. But if he wanted to turn it into primordial real silk, only strands? And at most? Primordial real silk is something that can create heaven and earth. The sword spirit looked left and right a little sneakily. Lowering his voice, he said, you don't have to be discouraged. You must know that even Master has probably only reached the stage of forming strands of primordial real silk. And, there shouldn't be more than 100 strands. 100 strands. How many strands is that? Chu Yang asked carefully. He was afraid that he would ask another number that would make his heart stop beating. One strand should be able to form one strand with 100,000 strands. 100 strands. It should be more than 50 million strands. The sword spirit pondered and said, this number is somewhat conservative. After all, I'm just guessing. The real number should be more than. Chu Yang held his forehead with one hand and groaned. Brother, this conservative number of yours. It's already made my heart stop beating for a while. Chu Yang looked somewhat speechlessly at the primordial violet vapor in the tribulation space and then calculated the number of strands. Multiplied by 100,000 to form one strand. 100 strands, more than 50 million strands, what a terrifying number this is. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Looking at the pitiful strand of primordial real silk in his dantian, Chu Yang truly felt the gap between himself and Shui Leihan. He had never thought that the difference in cultivation between the two could be compared with such a specific number. However, the cruel thing was that this comparison was a direct blow to Chu Yang. In other words, even with the most conservative estimate, Shui Leihan's current cultivation was at least 50 million times higher than his, 50 million times. The moment he thought of this number, Chu Yang suddenly wanted to die. This fellow had said that he had to surpass him in 10,000 years to have any hope of truly defeating the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang wanted to die. At this moment, he had an incomparably rude impulse to curse. Curse Shui Leihan's mother. Wasn't this AF * king trap? No. There was no such thing as a trap. Then, how many strands can form the primordial ocean of aura? Chu Yang asked in despair. The sword spirit calculated seriously and said, according to a conservative estimate, 100,000 strands should be enough to form the initial stage? The sword spirit smiled very embarrassedly. I really don't know about this. I know. Xianxia waved his hands weakly, his eyes lifeless. How many strands were 100,000 strands? 100 strands would be 50 million strands. According to this ratio, it would require 50 billion strands of primordial real silk, and, if there were no accidents, this should be far from enough. 100,000 strands could form one strand, but 100 strands would require 50 million strands. Xianxia estimated that to form the primordial ocean of aura, the number of primordial real silk would probably need to be calculated in the trillions and above. Sword spirit, why don't we break up? Xianxia said dejectedly, look. This matter is very clear. The Chu clan in the southeast is very safe now. I'll work hard and find the tribulation sword fragment, then open the passage and bring our brothers up to enjoy life. Bring my old woman up too and live in seclusion in the southeast. As he spoke weakly, he suddenly grabbed his own hair with both hands. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. At least 1 trillion. God, how am I going to spend my days? Then, he sat down on the ground, feeling as if his heart had also broken into 8 pieces along with his butt. The sword spirit was also very speechless. If that's the case, this Shui Leihan came up with such a heaven-crossing divine technique here purely to set me up. Xianxia was dejected for a while before he suddenly gnashed his teeth with murderous intent. I don't think so. The sword spirit hesitated for a moment before he said, as far as I know, Master hasn't created such a powerful technique yet. A powerful technique? Xianxia laughed bitterly. This is a goddamn technique to set people up. 1 trillion. Just thinking about it makes my head explode. The sword spirit said solemnly, the wonderful thing about this technique is that if you don't gather enough primordial real silk, it can still exert its power in the form of an ordinary cultivation. But once you gather enough, you can immediately be reborn. Since ancient times, no one has ever heard of such a technique. And the most wonderful thing is that he even digitized the technique. This allows you to know where your gap is at all times. And there's no ultimate goal. The sword spirit said, therefore, this technique should have been created by the 2 mighty people who could sweep through the heavens with just the aftershocks of that battle. Xianxia perked up. You mean? If I'm not wrong, this technique should be the most powerful technique in the world. The sword spirit said, there's no other technique that can compare to it. Xianxia laughed mischievously, if that's the case. Saying that, I'm somewhat comforted. It's just that to gather enough primordial real silk, where would I find so much primordial violet vapor? The sword spirit said solemnly, since ancient times, there's a saying that the heavens have its limits. It can't be seen in this heavenly continent, but in some dangerous places sealed in the heavenly palace, as long as one passes through them, one can touch the heavens' limits. The heavens' limits are primordial real silk. As far as the eye can see, it's all primordial violet vapor. It's all life force origin. Xianxia's eyes had just lit up when the sword spirit said somewhat embarrassedly, but I've only heard of it. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Xianxia's eyes dimmed again. F***ck. You might as well not have said it. The sword spirit blinked and asked, what do we do now? Xianxia took a deep breath. Then, he let out another breath. Then, he took another deep breath. His lungs suddenly bulged. His guts seemed to have expanded at this moment. Then, he said fiercely, what else can we do? Do it. Do it? Asked the sword spirit doubtfully. Yes. Just do it. Xianxia exposed an evil grin as he gnashed his teeth. Then, he raised his head and roared in a loud voice, old F***ck. Yesterday, the computer suddenly stopped working. It was already night time and I was so anxious. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I hurriedly got out of bed and took a taxi to the computer repair shop. After a long time of banging and banging on the door, I hurriedly repaired it and brought it back. Sigh, it turned out that I had locked the keyboard somewhere. Computer noobs can't afford to get hurt. Yesterday, I just said that I would explode, but now I had to ask for leave. My heart was burning with anxiety. Perhaps no one cares about my character and credibility, but I care about it. I care about it to the point of dying. I hurriedly wrote a chapter and took a break. I'll update the rest in the afternoon. There should be no less than 5 chapters today. Sorry, everyone, please forgive me. Xianxia stood quietly at the foot of the mountain. The boundless snow covered the entire sky. It was as if he was the only one left in this vast world. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the mountain opposite him. He had been standing here for a night. He stood there motionlessly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Opposite him was the wind thunder platform. The 5th fragment of the Calamity Sword was here. Xianxia's previous life was also here. Here, with my blood, I destroyed all calamities. Turning back time and starting everything from the beginning. However, this was also his most painful dream. Here, he encountered the most painful betrayal of his life. His lifelong friend, Mo Tianji, ambushed him here for his sister. That trap was flawless to him. That was the first time Xianxia personally experienced the power of Mo Tianji's master of calculation and manipulation, and it was also the last time. It was only after his rebirth that Xianxia truly understood why Mo Tianji wanted to kill him. It was for his sister, Mo Qingwu. Xianxia stood in this sky full of snow. It was as if he saw the Qingwu of his previous life. Dressed in red, she danced gracefully in the heavy snow that connected the sky to the earth. Her eyes were bleak and her face was bleak. Xianxia, in this life, I will only dance for you. That was the first time Qingwu danced for him. One dance intoxicated him. In this life, I will dance for you. In this life, I will dance for you. My heart will not change even if I die 1,000 times. I will not dance lightly in my life. One dance will be bitter for a lifetime. So my name is Mo Qingwu. I will not dance lightly, but once I dance, it will be for a lifetime. Xianxia, if there is a next life, if I can meet you in the next life, I hope you will take a good look at me. I am prettier than a sword. Xianxia stood there in a daze. Yes, I am prettier than a sword. What sword can be prettier than yours? Even the Calamity Sword. Can't compare. Xianxia murmured. Xianxia had a feeling in his heart, the Qingwu of his previous life would return sooner or later. Or rather, the current Mo Qingwu would sooner or later awaken the memories of her previous life. Ever since Mo Qingwu had that strange dream, Xianxia had always had that feeling. He was looking forward to Mo Qingwu's return. Because he had too many things that he couldn't tell anyone else, not even the current Mo Qingwu. Only the Qingwu of my previous life can understand me and understand me. Only then would he truly understand why he had struggled and fought for his entire life. Only Qingwu from his previous life could forgive him. Only Qingwu in his previous life had truly said to him, I forgive you. Only then could Xianxia put down the big stone in his chest and untie the last knot in his heart. In this life, Qingwu was charming and lovely. She was very obedient to him and had a deep-rooted affection for him. Sometimes, Xianxia would also think, I have already made up for my previous life. But every time he faced his own heart, he would know that he didn't, there was no compensation, the one who had hurt him was Qingwu from his previous life. In this life. Even if he were to compensate Qingwu 10,000-fold, the injury from his previous life would still exist. It could not be erased, this knot could only be untied by Xianxia and Qingwu of the previous life. But Xianxia was also afraid of Mo Qingwu's return. This was because he knew that he was no longer complete. He was no longer the Xianxia of his previous life. Although his current life was bitter, it was still a bitter one. Although it was painful. Although he had been struggling, it was undeniable. In this life, he had achieved success at a young age and everything had been smooth sailing. All the way until now, he had reached the peak of Sword Saint level before the age of 20. Although this achievement was still insignificant compared to the Almighty, it was already the first in the history of this heavenly continent. He had been working hard to control himself. But, he had become famous at a young age and had brilliant achievements all this time. Did he really not feel proud at all? That was really a lie. And emotionally, he was also in a mess now. At the very least, Wu Qianqian was still lying in the tribulation space. logically, morally, he could not abandon her. Moreover, in his heart, he had never thought of abandoning her. He was reluctant to abandon her. In the lower three heavens, there was still a female emperor who saved him with her innocence. She silently gave birth to his child and silently raised his child. If he let her down, was he still human? Whether it was Wu Qianxian or Tai Badian, they had never thought of using their love to tie him down. They had also never thought of using the so-called conscience and responsibility to restrict him. They were all silently contributing. They had never even asked for anything in return. But once Chu Yang knew about these things, he had to face them. As a man, there were some responsibilities that he had to bear even if he died. Moreover, there was still Xianxia. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Xianxia had never had any emotional entanglements with him. When he was with her, he was always abused. It seemed that she had never turned over a new leaf. But he enjoyed that feeling very much. Well, of course, it was not the feeling of being beaten up. He did not have the hobby of being abused. But when he was with her, he inexplicably felt that he had someone to rely on and was very safe. This was a psychological reason. It was not because he was weak. Chu Yang believed that even if one day his cultivation surpassed Xianxia's, this feeling would still not change. This was probably a psychological dependence of a man towards a woman's maternal instincts. Chu Yang could not explain it clearly. But when did this feeling become a concern and an even more inexplicable feeling between a man and a woman? Chu Yang did not know. He believed that Xianxia was also confused. Although she did not say it clearly and did not make any promises. But before Xianxia left, she had said, "If we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan." This had already clearly expressed her feelings. If they meet again. Xianxia's future meeting was just like these three words, hope and disbelief. Chu Yang's heart was in a mess. If Mo Qingguo from his previous life really returned now, how should he tell her, "Qingguo, I let you down in my previous life. I want to make it up to you in this life. But not only do I love you in this life, I also fell in love with someone else?" How shameless was this sentence? Now that Chu Yang thought about it, he felt that his shamelessness was the most heinous crime. Although it was normal to have multiple wives and concubines now, the whole continent accepted this view. Even Wu Qianxian, Tai Badian and Mo Qingguo also approved of this. But Chu Yang himself still felt uncomfortable in his heart. After all, although he let Qingguo down in his previous life. But from the beginning to the end, they only had each other in their hearts. In this life, he had created such a situation that he could not give up. This might be a happy ending for others, but for Mo Qingguo, it was absolutely unfair. If Qingguo from his previous life returned, she only needed to say one sentence to make him completely ashamed. "Chu Yang, you said that you let me down in your previous life and wanted to make it up to me in this life. So this is how you cut your heart into pieces and gave me a piece of it to make it up to me." Although with Qingguo's character in his previous life and her temper in this life, she would never say this sentence, but even if Qingguo did not say it, could he not think, "Chu Yang, you said that you want to make up for the regrets of your previous life and make it up to your lover in this life, but is this how you make it up to me?" Chu Yang sighed sadly. Could a person's heart really love several people wholeheartedly at the same time? He desperately wanted to go to the Wind Thunder platform, but when he really got close to it, he stood there in a daze for the whole night. He didn't even know what he was thinking about that night. In short, his heart was a mess. He did not know how to sort it out. The sword spirit turned into an illusory shadow and appeared in the vast snow to accompany Chu Yang. For a long time, he did not disturb him. He knew how Chu Yang felt. At this moment, any consolation was so pale. A place of life and death, a place of life and death. How could he not be emotional? After a long time, Chu Yang exhaled a long breath and realized his entire lower body. It was buried in the snow. He looked down and murmured, "This snow is really heavy. It's really heavy. I wonder if Qingguo's heart will be cold." The sword spirit said silently, "Even if it is cold, it can also be warm." Chu Yang nodded and exhaled softly. "I hope that I can warm it for her." He nodded and suppressed this thought in the bottom of his heart. He said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Wind Thunder platform." The sword spirit let out an inexplicable laugh. Then, he floated behind Xianxia. Two figures floated up from the cliff and flew towards the opposite mountain. Between the clouds, the wind-thunder platform, the one-line sky, northwest of the heavens, the most dangerous place. One could enter and exit the one-line sky. Xianxia finally arrived at the wind-thunder mountain. Legend had it that this was the place where the wind god and the thunder god fought. It was said that the two gods fought for several months and there was no clear winner. In the end, the two of them shook hands and made peace, but the whole mountain was broken into two halves. Between them, there was a cliff that was 100 feet wide and a few hundred feet long. Both sides were straight to the bottom. This cliff was the most amazing sight in the northwest of the heavens, the one-line sky. If one looked up from the bottom of the cliff, one could only see the one-line sky when the sky was clear. If there were any obstructions, one would not see it. However, for tens of thousands of years, not even a blade of grass grew on these two straight cliffs. On this side of the cliff, the wind was howling. On the other side of the cliff, there was thunder all day long. In the middle of the cliff, there was a straight stone pillar that rose straight from the bottom. It was 10,000 feet high but only 30 feet thick. From top to bottom, it was round. This was something that should not have happened. With such a distance and length, not to mention stone, even if it was made of star iron, it would probably be blown down by a gentle breeze. However, this stone pillar stood here without moving for hundreds of thousands of years. At the top of the stone pillar, a piece of stone stretched out from each side, tightly connecting the two sides of the cliff. On this one-line sky cliff, a stone platform was set up out of thin air. It had a radius of several hundred feet. It was as if two giants were confronting each other and about to fight. However, a very thin and small person stood between them and stretched out two hands to separate them. This stone platform divided the two cliffs equally. However, it also caused the wind to howl on one side, while on the other side, there was no wind at all. There was only the faint sound of thunder and flashes of lightning. This was the origin of the wind-thunder platform. Xianxia stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the familiar wind-thunder platform. He shook his head and smiled emotionally. Everything has changed in my previous life. Only this wind-thunder platform remains the same. Star 51 At this moment, it was freezing cold. Whether it was the cliff or the wind-thunder platform, they were all covered in snow. If it was an ordinary person, the slightest slip would cause them to die without a burial ground. Xianxia looked at the surroundings with some nostalgia and said, back then, Mo Tianji was watching from there. And the ambushers were here, here and here, at the same place. In my previous life, if I panicked and didn't know where to go, I would go east. That's where I was. After I rushed there, I encountered the first wave of ambushers. Then, I changed my direction and encountered the second wave of ambushers. I changed my direction continuously and was attacked head-on. So, I retreated back to the wind-thunder platform. Then, I realized that other than the few places I rushed to, there were no ambushers at all. Xianxia smiled lightly. It can be seen how accurate Mo Tianji's understanding of my character was. It must have been hard on him. At that time, not only did he have to calculate every step I took, he also had to find so many people to die with me based on my cultivation. Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. The sword spirit looked at this place and couldn't help but exclaim, it's indeed impressive. This place seemed to be a dangerous place. But as long as one's lightness skills reached a certain level, one could jump to the top of the cliff. Moreover, the cliff was hundreds of feet high. One could choose any place to land. If one were to say that trapping a person to death in such a place, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Mo Tianji actually managed to force Xianxia, who had already rushed out, back to the wind-thunder platform without wasting any manpower. This kind of calculation, this kind of confidence, this kind of scheming, it was simply terrifying. Looking at the dangerous terrain in front of him, Xianxia raised his head and opened his mouth to catch the snowflakes in the sky. He asked, Sword Spirit, do you feel anything? After all, this was information from his previous life. In his previous life, he only confirmed this place after much research. But whether it was there or not, he didn't have time to verify it. Yes, it's here. The sword spirit said excitedly, I can already feel the aura of the sword tongue. Sword tongue? Xianxia asked, the fifth fragment of the sword is actually a sword tongue? Yes. The sword spirit pointed and said, look at these two cliffs. Facing each other, does it not look like a person opening his mouth? Between the stone pillars. Does the wind thunder platform look like a person's tongue? Xianxia frowned and sized it up for a long while. Then, he nodded in a far-fetched manner, indeed, it's very similar. He thought to himself, damn it. If it weren't for their preconceived notions, who would have thought that this cliff actually looked like a human mouth? How old must he be to have such a big mouth, thinking about it this way? Xianxia couldn't help but smile strangely. The sword spirit was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Xianxia said seriously, I'm thinking, if this is really a person's mouth, then how big is this person's body? The sword spirit pondered for a moment and said, it should be similar to this mountain. Xianxia said solemnly, if that's the case, there will be a problem. The sword spirit couldn't help but ask, what problem? Xianxia frowned and said very worriedly, if this person is a man, then what about his wife? Can she take it? The sword spirit looked at him, dumbfounded. Xianxia continued to worry. If this person is a woman, then what about her husband? How can she? Tsk. Poor man. He must feel so inferior and ashamed that he wants to die. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. Finally, he lowered his head in dejection and speechlessness. At this moment, the sword spirit deeply understood a truth, why could Xianxia become the last sword master of the tribulation sword and others couldn't? Because Xianxia's thinking didn't belong to a human at all, the sword spirit would never be able to catch up with the speed of his thinking. When the previous sword masters of the tribulation sword obtained the tribulation sword, they were all thinking about what to do after cultivating the divine technique. They were all looking forward to the future. But this guy was thinking about such things at such a serious moment. The direction of his thinking was so out of tune. It was so ridiculous that the sword spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sword spirit couldn't help but want to give his shameless face and dirty mouth a good kick. Just as he was about to express his feelings, the sword master said in a very strange voice, let's go. Why are you still in a daze at such a critical moment? What's wrong with your brain? You're starting to worry about the country and the people at this time? That's really untimely. Xianxia shook his head. He criticized, I really don't understand your brain. It doesn't belong to a human at all. It's too abnormal. Shaking his head, the sword spirit actually jumped over helplessly. It was as if he was saying, you're abnormal, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Even though the sword spirit was a soul, he also had the urge to vomit blood at this moment, F***ck. Who is the abnormal one between the two of us? Can you please figure it out? Helpless, the sword spirit also floated over with a stomach full of depression. The sword master had already become extremely serious. He didn't give the sword spirit a chance to discuss the topic just now at all. He immediately said, long delays may cause trouble. Check immediately where exactly the sword mouthpiece is hidden. The sword spirit choked for a moment. He had no choice but to check carefully. In his dantian, the sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard of the calamity sword, which were revolving around a strand of primordial real silk, suddenly stopped moving and automatically combined together. The sword intent that had been swimming around the four sword segments also stopped moving. Then, the sword tip pointed upward and actually rushed out of Xianxia's dantian. Xianxia could clearly feel that the four sword segments in his body were all filled with an inexplicable feeling of ecstasy at this moment. It was as if brothers who had been separated for 10,000 years were about to reunite at this moment. And they could sense each other's presence. That seemed to be the case. The sword spirit checked for a while and pointed at his feet with certainty. It's right here. Xianxia frowned. This place. Do I have to dig it all up? He felt a little regretful about this wonderful sight. Such a solitary pillar that had stood for tens of thousands of years. Such a wonderful sight would probably cease to exist the moment he took out the sword mouthpiece. The sword spirit nodded and said dispassionately, it's absolutely impossible for such a stone pillar to stand for tens of thousands of years just by relying on the support of wind and thunder on both sides. The only possibility is there's a heavenly treasure below. And only such a heavenly treasure that is favored by heaven and earth can use its life force to protect the stone pillar for tens of thousands of years. Heavenly treasure? Chu Yang was shocked. Could it be? The sword spirit nodded heavily, a smile in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid another piece of miraculous medicine is about to be born. Chu Yang took a deep breath. His eyes emitted a dazzling light. He licked his lips and said, I don't want to destroy this wonder. It's a gift from the heavens. I have no choice but to take it. The sword spirit snorted. Isn't that too shameless? Haven't you always taken it as your duty to defy heaven? Chu Yang flew into a rage out of humiliation. Even if I want to defy heaven, I won't defy heavenly treasures. The sword spirit was completely speechless. Chu Yang was silent for a while and calmed his emotions. Finally, with a flip of his palm, the calamity sword appeared in his hand almost joyfully. With a swing of the sword, the mysterious ice that was tens of thousands of years old on the ground cracked open. Chu Yang kicked out. With two bangs, two pieces of mysterious ice the size of small mountains flew down the wind-thunder platform, revealing the brown stone surface. Chu Yang was about to slash down with his sword when he suddenly made a sound of surprise. He seemed to have discovered that the surface of the stone under his feet seemed to have changed color at this moment. It seemed to have turned yellow, but when he looked carefully, there was no change. Stones can change color? Chu Yang asked. The sword spirit was startled. What? This guy obviously didn't see it. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He slashed 3 times consecutively. Immediately, stone fragments flew everywhere on the wind-thunder platform. The wind howled and thunder roared faintly. But Chu Yang's sword seemed to have cut the wind and thunder in half, slashing the wind and thunder on the wind-thunder platform. He stretched out his left hand and pressed it against the stone surface. With a sudden suction, a large piece of stone was sucked out by him. With a shake of his hand, the stone fell into the abyss with a rumble, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The surface of the stone that he had cut open was the center of the power of wind and thunder. Once it was cut open, the left side rumbled with thunder, while the right side was raging with strong winds. What a magical power! Chu Yang sighed. His feet were nailed to the stone surface like rocks. Without any mercy, he slashed 7 or 8 times consecutively. Rocks continued to fall down the mountain with a rumbling sound. Fortunately, this place was desolate and uninhabited, and the mountain was sealed off by heavy snow. Otherwise, such a commotion would definitely attract people. Dozens of large stones were thrown down by him. With a snap, the stone platform that connected the 2 sides of the cliff finally broke. The left and right sides were like 2 large flat plates that fell from the sky. Only a straight stone pillar was left. There was no one to lean on either side. There was only one Chu Yang on top of the stone pillar. This feeling is really King exciting. Chu Yang stood on top of the stone pillar. After losing the traction and fixing force on both sides, the stone pillar with a diameter of 30 feet began to sway. Moreover, the sway was getting bigger and bigger. It was like a long and thin bamboo pole being blown by the wind, upside down. One could imagine how Minister Chu, who was at the top of this bamboo pole, felt at this moment. If not for his high cultivation level, he would have been thrown out long ago. This job is really not something an ordinary person can do. Chu Yang swayed left and right while his hands continued to mine. His movements were getting faster and faster. He was afraid that if this stone pillar fell, he would have to spend more effort to find it. Of course, the most important thing was that if it fell, the heavenly treasures inside would definitely be destroyed. That would make Chu Yang's heart ache. Banging sounds rang out continuously, shaking the valley. In the time it took to take a few breaths, Chu Yang had already dug down 400 feet like a hot knife through butter. He slashed horizontally with his sword, flew up, and kicked a large stone several feet away. Then, he landed on the cross-section. Finally, when he had cut all the way down to 2,000 feet, the situation finally changed. 3rd update. Please vote. Ridiculous. The demon empress laughed without any expression. Her voice was cold. Xianxia knelt down properly, biting her red lips. She did not say a word. Do you know the benefits of your body? The demon empress said lightly, although you are not a native of the Heaven Imperial Court, you are originally from the Purple Martin clan. But you unintentionally received the power of the sage and were reborn. Although your cultivation is low now, the power of the sage has been stabilized in your body. And you have cultivated the purple mystic core. This is different from the demons of the Heaven Imperial Court. So I need your help. Otherwise, I would not have taken a fancy to a small purple martin like you. Although you are the only purple mystic martin in the Heaven Imperial Court, you are just SOSO. The demon empress said coldly, you should know that I'm only taking some of your blood essence and some of your core essence to treat my son's illness. Even though it will greatly damage your body, it won't cause you to lose your roots, much less harm your life. Instead, I will repay you. You leave your root, and I will send people to protect you until you recover. Then you can laugh proudly in the Heaven Imperial Court. The demon empress' eyes became colder and colder, and there was a murderous aura. Although you have hidden your strength, I can see that you are not an emperor. At most, you are only in the heaven realm, and only in the early stages. I value you because the power of the sage in your body can save Tai's life. That is all. Xianxia said lightly, I've already known about this long ago. The demon empress said angrily, I am not talking nonsense with you. I want you to know that although your cultivation is low now, as long as you give up your blood and Jindan essence, after you recover, and dual cultivate with Tai, you can cross the barrier that you have not crossed for hundreds of thousands of years. With the help of the power of the demon royal bloodline, you can activate the power of the sage in your body, and you can become the most promising star of the Heaven Imperial Court. I also want to tell you. As long as you agree, when I die, as long as you are still alive, the position of the new demon empress will be yours. This is something that even the Tian K Celestial Emperor cannot change. When the time comes, you will be an overlord. Ruling the world. Waving your hand, the stars will bow. Changing the weather with anger. It is the ultimate life duo of everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court. Do you understand? The demon empress snorted coldly. I understand. Xianxia's voice was low but firm. But I still want to be a human. Trash. The demon empress was displeased as her eyes shot out two rays of white light. He looked into Xianxia's eyes and said, Xianxia, look into my eyes when you speak. She stared at Xianxia with the whites of her eyes and asked word by word, are you serious? Want to be a human? You don't want to be a demon? Xianxia's face revealed a perplexed look. It was as if her mind was completely bewitched at this moment, and she could only let her heart speak. Her voice rang out. Although she was confused, her words were clear. I want to be a human. The demon empress' body shook, and the white light in her eyes vanished. He heaved a long sigh and said, you have disappointed me so much. The demon clan is now in a three-way battle and is losing ground. I waited so long for Gui to change his mind and come back by himself. I even teleported back to see you immediately. You actually only told me this one sentence, you want to be a human? Her voice was low, and she couldn't hide the pain in her heart. Xianxia regained her senses. She said guiltily, I only asked the demon empress to fulfill my wish. The demon empress heaved a long sigh. I'll tell you one last time. The demon empress' voice was heavy. She turned her face and said, firstly, from a demon to a human. If you don't go through reincarnation, you have to go through the soul-splitting platform and experience the pain of splitting your soul 81 times. Then, you have to enter the heartbreak spring and experience the pain of your heart 81 times. Finally, you have to enter the demon forging cave and experience the demon annihilation thunder 81 times. You have to shed your demonic aura. Only then can you become a human. This process, not to mention you, even I. The demon empress took a deep breath and said, may not be able to bear it. Do you know? I know. Xianxia said in a low voice, and I also know that the soul-splitting platform, heartbreak spring and demon forging cave are only with you. And only you can open them. Then, do you know that once you make this decision, it's equivalent to betraying the entire demon clan? Especially the Purple Martin clan of the Heaven Imperial Court, it's a great humiliation. From then on, all the demons will treat you as a disgrace and kill you quickly. From then on, you will be the enemy of the entire world? The demon empress asked in a low voice. I know. Xianxia said firmly. Do you know that after you sacrifice a portion of your lifeblood essence and Jindan essence, even if you can withstand the soul foundation stage, the heartbreak spring, and the demon tempering cave, your cultivation base will be reduced to less than a tenth? And you will need 3 years to recover? She did not wait for Xianxia to speak and continued, don't think that 3 years is a short time. In this world, even if you blink 3 times, the world will change. Before you blink, the world may celebrate. But when you open your eyes again, there may be a mountain of bones. And you, 70,000 years ago, when you ran amok in the Heaven Imperial Court, you should know how many people you have offended. In addition to the encirclement of all the demons in the world, how confident do you think you can survive? The demon empress asked coldly. Not even 10%. Xianxia said frankly. If that's the case, then you can give up. The demon empress heaved a sigh of relief. Although I don't have a 50% chance of surviving, I will not regret it even if I die. Xianxia straightened her delicate back. You. The demon empress turned around abruptly and looked at her sharply. How dare you? Xianxia did not say anything. She pursed her lips, but her eyes were filled with determination. Beside the demon empress, a beautiful woman in white who had been sitting quietly asked softly, Xianxia, I want to know why you did this. What is the reason? Xianxia blushed and lowered her head. The woman in white's voice was very calm. She said lightly, for a man? Xianxia bit her lips and nodded slowly. But even if you maintain your demon body, you can still marry him. Although both the human and demon clans will not tolerate it, as long as you do it secretly, there is still a way out. The woman in white frowned slightly. Why must you seek your own death? Xianxia's teeth sank deeply into her red lips. After a long time, she said with difficulty, 75,000 years ago, by Susu, the demon empress and the woman in white trembled and looked at each other speechlessly. Bai Susu was a legend in the demon clan, a legend that betrayed the orthodox path. Bai Susu was the #1 genius of the White Fox clan. After she transformed, she wandered the martial world and accidentally met a descendant of the Windy Sky Pavilion. The two of them wandered the martial world side by side and fell in love with each other. Bai Susu knew that humans and demons could not coexist, so she hid her identity and married the man resolutely. However, tragedy finally happened. A few years later, their child was born. This child had a human body and a fox tail. The moment it was born, it was filled with demon aura. The descendant of the Windy Sky Pavilion was like a thunderbolt and questioned his wife. Bai Susu had no choice but to admit her identity. The man was also loyal. That night, he left the sect with his wife and child and fled to the ends of the world. However, both the human and demon clans could not tolerate such a thing. They chased after him and finally killed his entire family at the foot of Mount Kanglin. It was said that before he died, the fox elder asked Bai Susu if she regretted it. Bai Susu said, I regretted it later. I didn't dare to go through the soul-dividing platform and the demon-forging cave. Because of that, my husband and child lost their lives. I don't regret marrying him, I don't dare to regret it, and I can't regret it. I can't bear to regret it. After saying that, Bai Susu passed away. The elites who chased after her felt touched and buried her. They named the slanting valley as the Regretless Gorge. It was also from that time onwards that although the marriage between humans and demons was still prohibited on the surface, even if it was discovered secretly, everyone would turn a blind eye to it. They would no longer kill them. They knew that unless they loved each other to the extreme, no one would touch such a taboo. It could be said that Bai Susu had used her own life to open a window for a love that transcended the secular world. Although she did not enjoy it herself, whenever there was a demon clan member who loved a human so much that they could not help themselves and got married, they would come to the Regretless Gorge to worship Bai Susu. Although the Regretless Gorge had always been deserted, there were still candles burning all year round. Now that Xianxia mentioned Bai Susu, the two women immediately understood what she was worried about. Xianxia did not want the man she loved to be humiliated because of her. She did not want the man she loved to become the laughingstock of the world because of her. However, she could not leave him and could not let him go. Therefore, she resolutely chose to go through all kinds of pain and become a human. The beautiful woman in white sighed sadly. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, she said, "Big sister, you, grant him his wish. You don't regret it?" The demon empress sighed. She looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze. No. Xianxia nodded resolutely. Is he worth it? The woman in white asked. I think he's worth it. Even if he's not worth it, he's worth it. Xianxia replied softly. Even if he's not worth it, he's worth it. The demon empress' eyes were cold. One day, I'd like to see if you're worth it. She turned around like a whirlwind and said word by word, all right. Since you're so stubborn, you'll bear all the consequences alone. As long as you save my son, I'll grant your wish. Thank you, demon empress. Xianxia said gratefully. No need to thank me. The demon empress said lightly, this is a deal. I only want my son to come back to life. As for you, you just want to be a human. He, be a human. You saved my son and I'll grant you your wish to be a human. We'll exchange the money and the goods. We'll be clear and we won't owe each other anything. Yes. Xianxia relaxed and remained silent. It seemed that the words "we won't owe each other anything" had spoken to her heart. The beautiful lady in white looked at Xianxia with a complicated look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Do you have any other requests? The demon empress asked. Xianxia said, when the empress wakes up, please send someone to send me to my old residence in Jiangnan. The demon empress frowned. This is the agreed place. I'm asking you if you have any other requests. Other than that, I have no other requests. Xianxia lowered her eyes. Good. The demon empress gritted her teeth and said, if that's the case, then you can die in Jiangnan. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. Her voice came from afar. Tomorrow morning, save my son, tomorrow morning, send him to hell. The beautiful lady in white stood for a while and said softly, you shouldn't have rejected the demon empress' kindness. Xianxia said softly, if I owe you today, I can't repay you. I hope you won't regret your decision today. The beautiful lady in white sighed. That man, where is he now? Xianxia bit her lips and said, his cultivation is not enough to come up. The beautiful lady in white was stunned. She looked at her deeply and sighed. You're so rash. Xianxia smiled quietly. I'm not rash. Through this, I've cut off all my escape routes. The beautiful lady in white was stunned again. She laughed and said, I see. Xianxia, when you reach Jiangnan, maybe I'll visit you. Xianxia smiled. You're welcome anytime. The beautiful lady in white smiled faintly. Suddenly, a cloud of white fog rose from her feet. This white fog actually carried her whole body and floated out. Xianxia stood up quietly. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. The next morning, Xianxia was meditating in the courtyard. She sensed something. The demon empress voice sounded. Go to the empress dowager's bedroom. Everything is ready. When Xianxia came out of the bedroom, her face was pale. At one side, the demon empress sighed and said, you've used up too much energy. My son is fine now. But if you go to the soul-splitting platform now, you'll die. Let's do it in the afternoon. Xianxia said, yes. She returned to her temporary residence and took out a purple pill. Her eyes revealed a gentle look. She swallowed it. It was the super heavy pill that Chu Yang had refined for her. Only by eating it now could he recover a little. Once he entered the soul-splitting platform, the heartbreak spring, and the demon forging cave, he absolutely could not take any medicine. The purpose of going there was to disperse his cultivation. If he still wanted to recover, then it would be meaningless. The demon empress' patience was obviously much better. He actually waited until the sky had turned dark before he summoned Xianxia. He purposely gave her more time to rest. Seeing Xianxia's arrival, the demon empress didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, are you ready? Xianxia nodded. I'm ready. You still have one last chance to regret. The demon empress said without any hope. I will never regret it. Xianxia replied. It was just as the Demon Empress had expected. The Demon Empress shut her mouth, closed her eyes, and didn't say anything else. Then she scolded. He shouted, the soul-splitting platform. Heaven and earth split open. The heaven-faced soul wanted to split apart, causing it to suffer for a long time. Don't come in if you have a grudge. She opened her hands and a dark platform appeared in front of Xianxia. The dark stone steps extended all the way to Xianxia's feet. Thank you. Xianxia bowed and straightened her body. She stepped lightly on the first step and paused slightly. The Demon Empress' eyes flashed with a faint glimmer of hope. But Xianxia's right foot had already stepped up. Step by step, she walked up steadily. Her white robe didn't even shake at all. Finally, she reached the soul-splitting platform. The Demon Empress' eyes were sharp. She clapped her hands. On the soul-splitting platform, a dark flame suddenly rose and completely enveloped Xianxia's delicate body. 3 days, beside the Lake of Despair. A pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the ice and snow. Then, a human head popped out with a whoosh. Xianxia, who was dressed in black, jumped out of the hole with a whoosh. Lake of Despair? Xianxia recognized this place at first glance. It was mainly because the stone tablets of the two supreme martial artists, Jin Feng and Lu Yun, were too eye-catching. Then, he felt that something was wrong. Why did the mountain become lower? The water level has risen. He didn't know that when he went missing, his brothers woke up to look for him. They almost tore down the entire mountain and dived down while hugging huge rocks. Over time, they actually filled half the mountain into the Lake of Despair. It would be strange if the water level didn't rise. Forget it, I'll go look for them first. Xianxia looked up to the sky and roared. His voice was earth-shattering and caused an avalanche in the surroundings. I'm back. The surroundings were silent. Only the echoes in the valley could be heard. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Xianxia's figure shot down the mountain like lightning. This place wasn't far from the Ao clan and the Xia clan. Therefore, Xianxia was rushing towards the Xia clan at the fastest speed. He didn't forget that he only had 3 months. Time was tight. Therefore, he couldn't waste any time. The first thing he wanted to do was to see how his brothers were doing. How was their cultivation? How were the 3 days? Xianxia was surprised to find that the order of the 3 days was very good. There weren't many incidents along the way. Often, there would be people in sky-blue robes walking around busily, or in groups. Then, there would be people in black robes appearing and disappearing. The black-clothed people had a bamboo symbol on their clothes. There was no doubt that they were from the dark bamboo. However, who were the people in sky-blue clothes? When he finally turned a mountain pass and arrived at the Xia clan, there were more and more people in sky-blue clothes. Xianxia finally stopped and grabbed one of them. I want to ask about something. What's the matter? This was a man in his 30s. He rolled his eyes and looked at Xianxia. What organization are you from? Xianxia asked. You didn't see this clearly? The man in blue proudly shook his clothes. This? Xianxia was puzzled. You can't see this? What color is it? The man in blue squinted. Blue. Xianxia was extremely puzzled. The man in blue looked as if he had seen an alien. You saw this, but you still don't know who I am? Xianxia was puzzled. Should I know? The man in blue looked at him strangely. The two of them stared at each other. Suddenly, the man roared, Brothers, this little one dares to look down on the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Looking down on the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is looking down on Boss Chu. Men, come. Teach him a lesson. Immediately, a group of men in blue came over eagerly. Xianxia left in a hurry. Such a powerful organization. So it's the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Damn, it seems that those guys are not idle. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion has actually developed to such a scale. However, if that little one knew that the guy he chased away was the Boss Chu he was talking about, what would he think? I wonder how they would feel about this. When he arrived at the Xia clan, Xianxia found out that Xia Danxiong had already gone to the Ao clan more than a year ago. GMO, Luo Kadi, Gu Duxing, and the others had also gone. They had not come out yet. They had already been in seclusion for more than a year. Chu Yang hurriedly left the Xia clan and went to the Ao clan. The Ao clan also looked troubled. Those few people had entered the secret area of the Dragon clan and never came out. Chu Yang was stunned. He had gone through so much trouble to come down, but he could not see a single one of them. When he came to the place where Ao Xianyun and the others had gone in, Chu Yang hurriedly punched out. With his current cultivation, he actually broke through half of the entire mountain with one punch. There was nothing. Chu Yang was a little anxious. Damn it. It was not easy for me to come down. Next time, I'll have to wait for the tribulation sword fragment. These guys all went into seclusion at the same time? Once you enter the secret area of the Dragon clan, it becomes a space of its own. Unless they come out of seclusion on their own, we will not be able to find them. Ao Tianqing also looked helpless. How long do you think they will take before they come out? This is hard to say. Chu Yang left in disappointment. Before he left, he punched a few words on the mountain wall: Gu Duxing, Mo Tianji, GMO, Luo Kadi, Ao Xianyun, Xia Danqiong. I'm very angry. The next time I see them, I'll train them all. After he finished writing, Chu Yang asked Ao Tianqing, who was breaking out in cold sweat, "Where's my junior brother Tan Tan?" The Ao clan leader was shocked. How did Chu Yang become so terrifying? My God. Clan Master Ao felt his legs go soft as he looked at the dozens of miles big hole that Chu Yang had punched out. Damn it, in the future, the Ao clan could move in to avoid the heat during the hot summer. I haven't seen him. After the battle at the Lake of Despair, he disappeared. Ao Tianqing said. Disappeared. Chu Yang was depressed. It turned out that he could not see anyone when he came down this time. Speechless, he bade farewell to Ao Tianqing. Chu Yang only said, "Then I'll come back in 2 months." With a whoosh, he disappeared. He rushed to the lower 3 heavens at full speed. In the lower 3 heavens, there was still an emperor's wife waiting for him. There was also someone he had never met before. Speaking of which, he had not truly met his wife either. Damn it, what was this? Chu Yang's speed was extremely fast. He entered the passage again and went all the way to the lower 3 heavens. When he came out, it was already dawn. Stepping on the morning dew, Chu Yang rode the wind and finally arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel just as the sun rose. Returning to this place, Chu Yang was filled with emotions for a moment. Thinking of the battles of wits and courage in the past and the bloody battles here, for a moment, he actually felt like a fleeting cloud and a pipe dream. Strolling into Iron Cloud Citadel, he saw that Iron Cloud Citadel was extremely prosperous. In addition, the entire city was almost 3 times larger than before. Chu Yang spent a lot of effort before he finally found the original location of Butian Pavilion. Butian Pavilion was still Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang fluttered over, and was immediately stopped by 2 black-clothed imperial bodyguards. Stop. Who is it? Chu Yang asked with a smile. May I ask, who is Qingong and Qin Yutong here? What, you are looking for us 2 pavilion masters? Just you? The guards were furious and said with a dark face. Chu Yang was not angry at all. He said, please report that there is someone with the surname Chu, called Chu Yang, who wishes to see, the 2 pavilion masters. The second one was even worse. Seeking monthly votes. Chu Yang didn't expect Qingong and Qin Yutong to actually be promoted to pavilion masters after he left, pavilion masters. Did this guy bump his butt against the seats when he was sitting on them? A knowing smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. Let the fun begin. You wish to see our pavilion masters? The 2 guards sized him up from head to toe. With their nostrils up, they snorted disdainfully and shook their heads. Line up over there. Line up? Chu Yang was taken aback. Why, didn't it work after he said his name? Are they rebelling? Nonsense. You want to see our pavilion masters without lining up? The guards looked at Chu Yang as if he were a country bumpkin. You must have just come out from the mountains, right? Huh? Chu Yang stared blankly. What the heck, I actually need to line up to see Qingong. Just look at it. The 2 guards laughed arrogantly. Do you think you can see our pavilion masters just because you want to? Do you see? As they spoke, they gestured to the side with their mouths. Stunned, Chu Yang turned to look. Sure enough, there was a square at the side. In the square, there was a statue of a man 100 feet tall, shining with golden light all over. This statue was really majestic and full of murderous intent. It was obviously made of gold, but it was painted black gold. The sword in its hand shone with golden light, as if it wanted to split the sky in half. A black cape fluttered behind it. One foot was on the ground, while the other was raised and stepped forward. It looked like it was ready to step through mountains of swords and seas of fire. There was a hideous and terrifying mask on its face, as if the king of hell had just emerged from the netherworld. It was eerie and frightening. There were quite a number of people standing and waiting under the statue. Most of them were actually wearing official robes. From the looks of it, they weren't of low quality. Do you see that? The guard lectured, so many court officials have to line up here to see the two pavilion masters. You actually want to see them the moment you arrive? Chu Yang rubbed his nose and asked curiously, who is this statue? It looks so powerful. The guard's eyes widened at once. He stuttered, you. Are you still from this world? You actually don't know our Minister Chu? Minister Chu? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes. Minister Chu. The bearded imperial bodyguard said, this is the statue of King of Hell Chu whose name shakes the world, Butian Pavilion's only Minister Chu, and Iron Cloud Empire's King Chu, who is on par with the Emperor. Chu Yang was dumbstruck. So it's King of Hell Chu, Minister Chu, Prince Chu. Since you are so young and honest, and your surname is also Chu, I will tell you about Minister Chu's power. Listen carefully, you country bumpkin. Imperial bodyguard De, who had obviously been standing guard for a long time, and was bored out of his mind. So, he had become a chatterbox. It was rare to meet an idiot who didn't even know who Minister Chu was. Minister Chu took control of Butian Pavilion, and in just one day, he caught tens of thousands of spies in Iron Cloud. He cleaned up thousands of officials and laid the foundation of Iron Cloud Empire that will never be uprooted. When the current emperor was still a grand emperor, he and Minister Chu became sworn brothers. After that, Minister Chu went to Great Zhao alone. With the strength of one person. Sweeping away Great Zhao's Golden Horse Riders department. Then, he fought a bloody battle and broke through the encirclement of Great Zhao's 30 million soldiers. He fought non-stop for 18,500 miles. He killed more than 10 million enemies. He killed until the clear sky turned blood red. Then, he returned to Iron Cloud safe and sound. He immediately organized a decisive battle with the #1 traitor Diwu Qingro on the battlefield. Imperial bodyguard De, whose saliva flew everywhere. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide, so awesome. Of course. Damn, don't interrupt. I haven't finished yet. Imperial bodyguard De, who continued, in that decisive battle, Iron Cloud was at a disadvantage. But when Minister Chu arrived, he reversed the situation in an instant. He was dressed in black with a mask on his face. He was wielding a 30 feet long thunder and lightning saber. He was riding a chasing wind lightning horse. In just one breath, he rushed into the enemy's formation. The enemy was shocked. They said, King of Hell Chu is here. Everyone, run. It was too late. Since Minister Chu had arrived, how could he let them escape? Therefore, Minister Chu swung his saber. With one slash, the entire mountain peak was cut in half. After the battle, according to the statistics of the Military Affairs Department, there were 787 people killed. A total of 7,887 people were beheaded, and 13,415 people were severed at the waist. One slash, just one slash, and more than 20 million people died a violent death. Ah, you did not calculate incorrectly. 20,000 people were killed by Minister Chu. More than 1,000 people were scared to death by that one slash. After the battle, 80 million soldiers of Great Zhao died a violent death. Thus, our Iron Cloud Empire was conquered in one battle. Minister Chu's contributions are higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Chu Yang's hair stood on end as he listened. This does not seem to be talking about me? Why is it getting more and more confusing? Not to mention then, even now, to kill 20,000 people with one slash, it seems that I am still far from that. Unfortunately, such a peerless hero was punished by the heavens because he killed too many people. Not long after the battle, he became seriously ill and passed away. Before he left, he sighed and said, "This old man has killed more than 70 million people in his life. Today, I have suffered the wrath of the heavens. I have no regrets even if I die. Finished speaking, I can rest in peace." Xianxia's whole body was covered in goosebumps. He could not help but shiver. More than 70 million? He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Old man? This Minister Chu is an old man? Dehu stared and said, "What do you think?" Xianxia was a little dizzy. He covered his temples with his hands and groaned. What happened after that? After that, His Majesty the Emperor recognized his merits and conferred him the title of king equal to one word. Outside of Butian Pavilion, he gathered 100,000 taels of gold and erected a statue of the minister for the world to admire. His Majesty said, Butian Pavilion was established because of Minister Chu. Minister Chu also died for Iron Cloud. Since the beginning of Butian Pavilion, there has only been one minister. After thousands of years, Butian Pavilion will not have a second minister. Therefore, from then on, the leader of Butian Pavilion became a pavilion master. Dehu's saliva flew everywhere as he finally finished speaking. Xianxia was already dizzy from listening to all this. He felt as if there were golden claps of thunder above his head. He finally understood what hearsay was and what it meant to be fearful of gossip. He felt a pushing force on his back. He was already being pushed toward the statue of Minister Chu. Go over there and wait." At this moment, people shouted and horses neighed. In the distance, a group of honor guards with dazzling sabers and spears could be seen. Their armor shone brightly as they strode over. The men were like tigers and the horses were like dragons. What a valiant group of soldiers! The one in the lead rode on his horse valiantly and spiritedly. His eyes were narrowed and his expression was cold. A wisp of goatee hung high in front of his chest. He rode on his horse just like that. His hands were not holding the reins. Just like that, his hands were tucked into his sleeves. From head to toe, he exuded an aura of being 1,000 miles away, along the way. Immediately, someone among the officials shouted, "Pavilion Master Chung! Pavilion Master, Lord Pavilion Master, I have something to report. Pavilion Master Chung. I have an important matter to discuss with you." Xianxia's face was as red as a jujube. His eyelids drooped and he didn't look askance at all. When he reached the door, the horse stopped automatically. An official had already rushed over and knelt down under the saddle. With both hands on the ground, he straightened his back. He said obsequiously, "Pavilion Master, please get off the horse." Only then did Xianxia raise his eyebrows. He glanced at this person and said dispassionately, "Lord Han. I don't think this is very appropriate." "It's my honor." This Lord Han nodded like a lapdog, revealing an extremely obsequious smile. Xianxia nodded dispassionately. "All right." With a tilt of his body, he stepped accurately on the spine of this Lord Han. Then, he slowly dismounted from the horse. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. This Xianxia. He actually became like this? He's acting like a tyrant. He's already a martial king, yet he still has to step on someone else when he dismounts. After Xianxia got off the horse, he shouted, "Guards!" At once, 2 guards in black ran over. They bowed and stood at attention. "Pavilion Master. Take this Lord Han to the authorities and remove his crown. Throw him into jail and start an investigation immediately." Xianxia didn't even raise his head or open his eyes. He actually knelt in front of me and asked me to get off the horse. This kind of person will do anything to achieve his goals. If he becomes an official, he will definitely cause trouble. We must investigate carefully. The guards acknowledged the order. They picked up Lord Han, who was already trembling all over and whose eyes had rolled back, and left. Along the way, cries of "innocent" could be heard continuously. Everyone knew that this Lord Han was finished. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia stood in front of the door of Butian Pavilion. His eyes swept across the crowd authoritatively. He said dispassionately, "Everyone, is there anyone who has any objections to my actions?" At once, everyone was singing his praises. Pavilion Master Qing is right. Pavilion Master is wise, Pavilion Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. He's finally found the black sheep today. Qinglong stroked his beard and smiled, immensely pleased with himself. At this moment, someone said, Pavilion Master Qing, how awe-inspiring. Qinglong snorted and looked over from the corner of his eyes. What? Before he could finish his sentence, his words were stuck in his throat. His mouth was wide open like that of a dying catfish, unable to close. His gaze met a young man in black standing there with his hands behind his back. He was looking at him with a half-smile. The expression on his face and in his eyes were thought-provoking. Qinglong was stunned. By this time, the crowd was already in an uproar. Everyone was scolding this rude fellow. Where did this bastard come from? He really doesn't know the rules. Beat him to death. Throw his corpse into the wilderness. Chop him into pieces. Exterminate his clan. However, by this time, Pavilion Master Qing's face had already turned into a dyehouse. It turned from rosy to pale white, then to bright red, then to a waxy yellow, and then to a ghastly white again. Droplets of sweat dripped down, then, amidst the angry curses of the crowd, Pavilion Master Qing rushed over as if his boat was on fire. He actually bent his back and took small, quick steps. There was surprise and flattery on his face, as well as some disbelief. He rushed all the way to Chuyang. He paused for a moment, looked up, and suddenly burst into tears. You Lord! Lord, it's really you! Ah! The authoritative Pavilion Master fell to his knees with a thud. He hugged the legs of the man in black with both hands, tears and snot flowing out of his eyes. Everyone was dumbstruck at this moment. Looking at Pavilion Master Qing, who was kneeling on the ground, hugging the other party's leg and bawling his eyes out like a child, everyone was collectively petrified, everyone's mouths were agape, feeling as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. Their eyeballs were bouncing around. Who was Pavilion Master Qing? Pavilion Master Qing was the Pavilion Master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, which was independent of the government. He supervised all the officials in the world. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. Even the flying generals of Long Qingfei, Tai Longqing, and the Iron Royal Uncle, had to be courteous to Pavilion Master Qing. Even when Pavilion Master Qing met the current emperor, he wouldn't be so fawning and ingratiating, much less kneeling on the ground and bawling like a child. Who exactly was this young man? The eyes of the two guards at the door were so wide that they were about to pop out. Oh my God, what kind of ferocious person was this? And I actually shut this ferocious person out just now. With a helpless look on his face, Chuyang said softly, get up quickly. What are you doing like this? I won't get up. I won't get up. Pavilion Master Qing cried and yelled, his voice choked and extremely sorrowful. Sob sob sob. I won't get up even if I die. Everyone was completely petrified. With a thud, an elderly official couldn't take such a strong shock anymore. Blood rushed to his head and his heart stopped beating. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed stiffly onto the ground. There was a moment of panic. Someone hurried over to carry this old official away for treatment. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the main entrance. A lean figure dashed out at lightning speed. What's going on? It was the other Pavilion Master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Chen Yutong. Pavilion Master Chen strode out quickly. The first thing he saw was Pavilion Master Qing kneeling in front of someone, crying bitterly. His eyes widened the moment he took a closer look. Then, he rubbed his eyes, and then rubbed them again. Then, he shook his head violently, turned around, and knocked his head against the wall. With a loud boom, a hole was smashed into the wall. Then, he turned around and stared blankly at that young man. As he stared, his eyes filled with tears. Then, he buried his head in his hands and bawled loudly. This set of movements was like a person who suddenly had an epileptic abscess and a mole. Then, with tears in her eyes, she rushed over and knelt down with a plop. She hugged the other leg of the young man and cried loudly, "You Lord! My Lord! You're back, you're back!" A strange sound came from everyone's mouth. Someone couldn't bear it and fainted. The two imperial bodyguards at the entrance felt their bodies go soft. 2 puddles of mud slid down the doorpost. Their eyes were staring blankly, and their heads were sweating profusely. Heavens! This time I really have to go back and see the doctor. Was I scared out of my wits today? Get up quickly. Chu Yang frowned. I came here secretly. You guys, hearing this, Chunong immediately jumped up and roared, someone come. Detain everyone at the scene. Don't even let a rat's hair go. With a whoosh, hundreds of Heaven-Mending Pavilion's martial artists immediately formed a large circle and captured everyone within the circle. Take them into the courtyard. Including yourselves, no one is allowed to come out. Chunong waved his hand. Executioners, get ready. If necessary, kill everyone to silence them. Everyone jumped in fright at once. Chu Yang was also shocked. Wait, it's not that serious. Then detain them first. Chunong immediately changed his order. Then, he and Qin Yutong bowed respectfully and invited Chu Yang in like a bodhisattva. Their waists were bent so low that their foreheads were almost touching the ground. Qin Yutong walked behind them and asked the two imperial bodyguards in a low voice, what did this guest say just now? One of the imperial bodyguards was sweating profusely. Even his eyes were a little dazed. He stammered, his surname is Chu, his name is Chu Yang. He requests to see the two pavilion masters. Qin Yutong nodded and waved his hand. Take these two people down. Detain them. Without my orders, don't let them go. Since the minister said that his whereabouts must be kept secret, then not even the slightest bit of information must be leaked. If necessary, these 1,000-odd people would all be killed to silence them. We're innocent. Pavilion Master. The two imperial bodyguards hurriedly knelt down and begged, but a few martial artists had already come over and tied them up and brought them in. Qin Yutong waved his hand and summoned the imperial bodyguards who were changing shifts. If a single word of what happened today is leaked, the two of you can kill your entire families first, then commit suicide. The two new imperial bodyguards were scared out of their wits. What the F***ck, it's not even time to change shifts yet and they're already changing us. They were just feeling aggrieved when they heard such words. What happened today? This sentence was a bit too fierce. In front of Butian Pavilion, peace was restored. At Butian Pavilion, the three people who had reunited after a long time were deeply moved. Chu Yang spent the strength of a camel to stop these two old subordinates from crying. The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a long time. Qin Yutong and Qin Yutong had a lot to say. After a long while, Chu Yang pretended to suddenly remember something and brought up the main topic. I heard that His Majesty has an heir? Is it a Grand Empress? Chunong said excitedly, yes, it's the Empress. She's called Taiyang. She's smart and cute. It seems that our Iron Cloud has produced another wise ruler. Taiyang. Murmuring this name, Chu Yang's heart became even more certain. However, looking at this name, it didn't seem too good. It seemed that Tai Butian actually wanted to leave her son in Iron Cloud, Chu Yang pondered. It's a pity that the Empress. Sigh, after giving birth to the Empress, she passed away, sigh. Chunong and Qin Yutong naturally knew Wu Qianqian. They also knew that Miss Qianqian was in love with Minister Chu back then, but Minister Chu never accepted her. Now when mentioning this matter, they were also a little cautious. Chu Yang sighed. Yes, it's a pity. Both of them felt that Minister Chu's reaction was a little too calm. However, this was a private matter between the two of them. Moreover, Wu Qianqian was already the Empress and had already passed away. It didn't seem right to mention it again. After chatting for a long time, Chu Yang finally confirmed one thing after another. Tai Butian really didn't have the intention to acknowledge him. Moreover, her son also didn't have the intention to let him acknowledge his ancestors. This matter had made Minister Chu furious. This be *tch. Chu Yang slammed the table heavily and scolded through gritted teeth, see if I don't teach her a lesson. Chunong and Qin Yutong looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. We seem to have been talking about His Majesty just now. Why did Minister Chu suddenly scold AB *tch? B *tch, who is it? Chunong cautiously asked. May I ask the minister, who is this immortal, shameful woman? What does it have to do with you? Chu Yang's nostrils flared fiercely. He was furious. You too, how much have your cultivations improved since I left? Obviously, he wanted to change the target. It's over, it's over. The two of them groaned inwardly. Go practice. Minister Chu kicked the table away. Look at how lazy the two of you are. The fat on your body can be boiled into oil enough to feed an entire army. Each of you, carry a 500-kilogram rock on your back and run 100 rounds around Butian Pavilion. Huh? The two pavilion masters' faces turned bitter at once. Now that they were back and reunited after a long separation, they were immediately going to be beaten and scolded. With bitter expressions, the two pavilion masters went to receive their punishment. Then, everyone in Butian Pavilion discovered something so strange that their jaws dropped. The two pavilion masters, who usually lived like princes, were each carrying a huge rock the size of a small mountain on their backs. They were sweating profusely and running like old cows, round and round. At night, Chunong prepared a sumptuous banquet to welcome Chu Yang back. Chu Yang pondered for an entire afternoon. He thought so hard that his head hurt, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. He sat at the banquet with a dark face. The two of them carefully accompanied him, their hearts beating wildly. Old Chen. Why don't you drink less? It's your turn to attend morning court tomorrow morning. Chunong reminded Chen Yutong. It's nothing. When Minister Chu is back, I'll drink with him even if His Majesty has to behead me. Chen Yutong replied heroically, his hands on his back. What? Morning court? Chu Yang was startled. He turned and asked. Yes. Since when did Batian Pavilion start holding morning court? Chu Yang frowned. The two pavilion masters looked at each other, both feeling that this question wasn't easy to answer. Will His Majesty attend morning court as well? Chu Yang asked with a frown. Of course His Majesty will attend. Chunong was very puzzled by the minister's words. If His Majesty didn't attend, how could it be called morning court? That's great. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. Chen Yutong, don't worry and drink. I'll attend the morning court tomorrow. You'll go? The two pavilion masters' faces lit up at once. Then, realization dawned on them. Minister Chu wants to give His Majesty a surprise? Chu Yang grinned. Yes, a surprise. I want to give His Majesty a big surprise. Minister Chu had emphasized the word pleasant surprise in his speech. Even his expression was a little sinister. Chunong and Chen Yutong were a little unsettled. Minister Chu couldn't have come back to assassinate His Majesty, could he? That shouldn't be possible. The two of them took a closer look and saw that apart from the sinister expression on Minister Chu's face, there was actually a lewd smile at the corners of his mouth. The two of them shuddered. They looked at each other with tacit understanding and lowered their heads to drink and eat. Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. This was an old adage. Dawn. Chu Yang was dressed in a black robe, looking drunk. He wore the traditional mask of Butian Pavilion on his face and sat in a large palanquin with 8 carriers. Amidst the sounds of eat of the palanquin bearers, he walked majestically all the way to the morning court. The morning court was held in the Heavenly Sun Hall. It sounded like His Majesty had changed it after he ascended the throne. Upon hearing this name, Chu Yang felt somewhat better. When he reached the front of the hall, he saw that the military officials were already waiting in groups. Chu Yang coughed and walked in with a majestic gait. Instantly, he brought with him the smell of alcohol. All the military officials in the hall looked askance. But this was the pavilion master of Butian Pavilion. Who dared to say a word about him? After a moment, the sound of ceremonial guards rang out. Melodious music of musical instruments rang out. A sharp voice shouted, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Everyone hurried forward to welcome him. Chu Yang looked up and saw a bright yellow ceremonial guard slowly approaching from afar. On the palanquin was a person dressed in bright yellow clothes and wearing a crown. His face was like jade and his eyes were calm and dignified. Naturally, he carried with him an unparalleled aura of power that could conquer the world in his hands, the mountains and rivers in his heart, the wind and clouds in his grasp, and the nation in his chest. The sovereign descends to the world. Amidst the cheers of the officials, Tai Budian slowly got down from the imperial chariot. Her eyes swept across the crowd and she said softly, "Rise." The officials thanked her and stood up. But there was one person who didn't kneel. Chu Yang leaned against a pillar in the main hall and looked at Tai Budian. He snorted inwardly, "You want me to kneel to you?" Humph. However, after not seeing him for almost 2 years, this young emperor had obviously changed from the past. He was still young and handsome. He was still tall and straight. Compared to the past, he was more graceful, and less immature. His every move was already natural. Tai Budian didn't think that Chu Yang, who was pretending to be Pavilion Master Cheng, didn't kneel and greet her. The officials were also used to it. It turned out that the pavilion masters of Butian Pavilion had this privilege. Once they entered the Golden Hall, they represented Minister Chu and didn't have to kneel, who in Iron Cloud didn't respect King of Hell Chu. Under the imperial family's relentless promotion, Minister Chu had already become the savior of the entire Iron Cloud, not kneeling in front of the emperor. What was wrong with that? That was only right, even if it was only on behalf of Minister Chu. They definitely couldn't lower their heads to anyone. Tai Budian strode forward, getting nearer and nearer. Chu Yang was suddenly at a loss. This was clearly a man. Was it really a woman? Minister Chu looked at Tai Budian and sized her up carefully. The more he looked, the more suspicious he became. She had an Adam's apple. She didn't have a chest. Her waist wasn't very thin and her hips weren't round either, apart from the lack of facial hair, no matter how one looked at her. She was a man. Chu Yang muttered inwardly, Wu Qianxian definitely wouldn't lie to me. But what was going on now? Could it be that this B*TCH had been pretending to be a man for too long? Had half of him also become a man, minister? Chu sized her up with a sneaky look. Tai Budian walked to the front of the officials. Suddenly, her eyes swept over them and she said gently, Prime Minister Wang, I heard that you're sick. Why aren't you resting at home? I wanted to visit you after the morning court assembly today, but I didn't expect to see you here. Prime Minister is already advanced in age. You need to take care of yourself. Prime Minister Wang said gratefully, Your Majesty, you are so concerned about the affairs of the state, but you still remember my illness. I am so grateful. How could I dare to delay the affairs of the state? Tai Budian sighed. He said, Yesterday, we have already prepared the corresponding medicine and prescription. Later, after the morning court session, I'll send an imperial physician to the Prime Minister's residence to treat the Prime Minister. The monarch was so compassionate towards his subordinates that all the officials felt the same way. All of them looked at Prime Minister Wang with envy. Some of their eyes were already wet. Tai Budian was calm and amiable. Along the way, she exchanged a few pleasantries with a few officials, making them feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The morning court assembly had not yet begun, but the atmosphere of loyalty and patriotism was already thick and strong. Tai Budian was walking forward. Suddenly, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Following the smell, she saw the pavilion master of Butian Pavilion, dressed in black, leaning against a pillar in the corridor, looking like he was still drunk. The two pavilion masters of Heaven Mending Pavilion had always taken turns to attend court. Yesterday, it was Chang'an. Of course, it was Qin Yutong today. Pavilion Master Cheng, were you drunk last night? The emperor asked jokingly. Tai Budian had always treasured these two old subordinates that Chu Yang had left behind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given them so much preferential treatment. Yes, I was drunk. Chu Yang said vaguely. He thought to himself, drunk from anger. Tai Budian turned and said, Give Pavilion Master Cheng a bowl of hangover soup. Immediately, an attendant agreed. Not long after, a bowl of thick hangover soup was brought over. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He took it and gulped it down. This kind of treatment made the eyes of all the military officials green with envy. Butian Pavilion was indeed impressive. Tai Budian finally walked to the dragon throne. Facing the south, he sat down slowly. After a round of formalities, the court assembly began. Chu Yang shrank to the side and listened. The more he listened, the more bored he became. It was nothing more than a drought in the east, a flood in the west, bandits in the north, a lack of officials in the south. Which one was appointed? Which one was appointed? Which one was corrupt? Which one was praised for benefiting the people? Other than that, it was about the impeachment of officials. The censors and censors came out one by one to make their statements. Then, there would be rebuttals from the opposing side. Then, there would be a war of words between both sides, and so on and so forth. Xianxia couldn't help but yawn as he listened. Thankfully, he wasn't the emperor. If he had to face these things every day, he might have long had a mental breakdown, but Tai Budian sat upright on the dragon throne. His attitude was serious as he reviewed each and every one of them and replied seriously. He was extremely serious. He gave a clear answer to each and every one of them. There were only a few items that were suppressed. With the emperor being so serious, how would the officials dare to be negligent? Of course, they were even more energized. They were afraid that His Majesty would catch a glimpse of their negligence. If that happened, they would be in for a great deal of joy. This was also the main reason why the efficiency of the Ironclad Empire's officials was especially high. The emperor was smart, diligent and discerning. The officials didn't dare to be negligent. And as they went down, they became stricter and stricter. Even as a first-grade official, he had to work day and night. How could the people below him not be more efficient? And so, the results were very obvious. Only after 3 hours did these trivial matters come to an end. Immediately after, they began to study the border matters and the problems of governance. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. And at this time, the sun actually shone into the hall at a slanted angle. Finally, Tai Budian received a cup of tea from a palace maid and took a sip. Then, she asked dispassionately, Pavilion Master Chen, during this period of time, how's the matter regarding the supervision of all the officials in the world coming along? Xianxia was drowsy. Hearing this, he hurriedly stood up straight. Tai Budian smiled and said, Butian Pavilion has always been very effective in rectifying the governance of the officials. Some time ago, we rectified the 2 directions in the east and south respectively. There were some problems that even I was shocked by. Counting the days, the report from the northwest should have arrived by now. Xianxia wiped his saliva and stared blankly for a while. Then, he said, about this, I forgot. He didn't disguise these few words but used his original accent. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes were as sharp as knives. This bastard, relying on Her Majesty's favor, how dare he be so rude? On the other side, an official with a head full of white hair was furious. It was that Prime Minister Wang. He said loudly and shakily, Pavilion Master Chen. What do you mean by this? Her Majesty trusts you and that's why she entrusted you with the important task of supervising all the officials in the world. How dare you be so inattentive? This is a matter of national importance. This is. He was so angry that he was shaking uncontrollably, unable to speak. Someone at the side, perhaps trying to smooth things over or add fuel to the fire, said lightly, Pavilion Master Chen is drunk. It's not surprising that he forgot. Why is Prime Minister Wang so angry? Prime Minister Wang was even more furious. How can a matter of national importance be ruined by alcohol? No matter how prestigious Butian Pavilion is, it can't be so ridiculous. It was obvious that this group of people led by Prime Minister Wang was an important member of the opposition to Butian Pavilion. However, when Tai Budian heard Xianxia's words, her body trembled slightly. 2 dazzling lights suddenly flashed across her eyes. She stared intently at this Pavilion Master Chen who exuded a languid aura and reeked of alcohol. She said slowly, Pavilion Master Chen, what did you say just now? I didn't understand. Everyone could tell from her words that Her Majesty seemed to be restraining something with all her might. Everyone was guessing that in the next moment, the heavens would probably shake and blood would flow like a river. This monarch was very decisive in killing people. Even if you, Qin Yutong, were a pavilion master of Butian Pavilion, it was ultimately because of King of Hell Chu that you were able to attain such a position. Now that you're courting death, you can't blame anyone else. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Although everyone looked serious on the surface, they were actually gloating. Cough, cough. Xianxia coughed and cleared his throat. He raised his head and looked at Tai Budian with clear eyes. He said slowly, "Your Majesty, you didn't hear me clearly?" "Then I'll say it again. What I said just now was, eh? Well, I forgot about that." This sentence was practically adding fuel to the fire. Too arrogant, too presumptuous, this was not the attitude a subject should have when speaking to Her Majesty. At once, the hall was in an uproar. All the officials were filled with rage. All of them wanted Pavilion Master Chen Yutong to be removed from his post and investigated. They wanted him to be thrown into the imperial prison and executed by 1,000 cuts. Everyone jumped out, all of them very agitated. Especially Prime Minister Wang and the others. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. They all went forward and knelt down. "We implore Your Majesty to immediately execute this fatherless traitor. Chen Yutong's disrespect to Your Majesty is a capital offense. No matter what, he cannot be pardoned." From the beginning to the end, after Tai Budian heard Chu Yang's words, she suddenly froze on the spot. Her eyes stared fixedly at Chu Yang's black-robed figure. Her hands gripped the armrests of the dragon throne so tightly that the veins on her hands were popping out. Her entire body was trembling slightly. This voice was not Chen Yutong's. This voice was his. When her eyes met the clear gaze behind the mask, Tai Butian's mind buzzed and she only felt waves of dizziness. After a long while, she finally closed her eyes weakly and waved her hands. "Court dismissed. Pavilion Master Chen, stay." "Your Majesty!" all the officials exclaimed. They never expected Her Majesty to be so angry that she actually dismissed the court session immediately. "Your Majesty, please take care of your body." "I said, dismiss the court session." Tai Budian slammed the table. "All of you, leave." The heavenly might shook the entire hall. All the officials didn't dare to say a word. Even Prime Minister Wang, who had been kneeling for a long time just now, hurriedly got up. At this point, they definitely couldn't go against Her Majesty. They would really die. "All of you, leave as well." Tai Budian shouted to the palace maids and servants. "Leave together with the guards." Yes. In an instant, only 2 people were left in the hall. The current emperor, Tai Budian, and this fake Pavilion Master Chen. Chu Yang opened and closed his mouth. A few words circled around in his heart, but he still swallowed them back in the end. He smiled and said, "Your Majesty's eyes are really sharp. I was just joking with Your Majesty. I didn't expect Your Majesty to recognize me with just one sentence." Tai Budian laughed. Her voice trembled somewhat uncontrollably. Chu Yang's eyes were fixed on the changes in Tai Butian's expression. Her eyes seemed to have reddened, but they returned to normal in an extremely short period of time. The agitation in the depths of her eyes was still uncontrollable, but she could already hide her emotions very well. A long career as an emperor, coupled with the difficulties and hardships in the early days, had already tempered this intelligent woman's nerves as strong as iron. Especially when she was wearing this imperial robe, there were very few things that could make her lose her composure. It was already the first time she had been so agitated just now. Chu Yang smiled and reached out to take off his mask. Looking at this face that had appeared in her dreams countless times, Tai Butian's heart ached. She almost wanted to rush up to him, hug him tightly, and tell him how much she missed him. But this crazy thought was immediately forcibly suppressed by herself. What was Chu Yang thinking now? Did he know or not? Was he purely here to visit a friend? Or, Tai Butian's heart was extremely complicated. For a moment, thousands of thoughts flitted across her mind. Suddenly, her heart was in a mess. At this moment, she actually didn't dare to face Chu Yang. Opposite her, Chu Yang was also forcing himself to calm down. He was also thinking constantly. What should I do? She wasn't going to make it clear herself. Besides, she didn't intend to let him know about the child either. Should I make it clear now? Or should I beat around the bush first, or should I use other methods? If I really make this girl anxious, the child will be even more hopeless. Minister Chu's heart was also in a mess. For a moment, both of them were actually stunned. After a long while, Tai Budian looked away without leaving a trace. She laughed heartily and said, "Minister Chu, haven't you already transformed into a divine dragon and left the heaven?" Why did you think of it today? Are you here to visit this old friend of mine? She turned her head again, her eyes somewhat playful. Or are you just passing by? Just visiting me in passing? Chu Yang also smiled in a relaxed manner and said, Your Majesty, you must be joking. I've come to visit an old friend. So, I've obviously made a special trip. How can it be that I'm just passing by? Wouldn't that be letting down the feelings between us? Although Chu Yang's tone was very flat and he didn't deliberately emphasize it, when Tai Budian heard the words the feelings between us, her heart was filled with emotions. His heart still skipped a beat. She blurted out, the feelings between us? Chu Yang spread out his hands and said, His Majesty. It can't be after he becomes the emperor. Have you forgotten about your old friend? You've even forgotten the many times we've gone through fire and water together? Tai Budian chuckled. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his eyes as he said, Minister Chu really knows how to joke. Haha. Could it be that in Minister Chu's heart, I am the kind of person who would turn hostile? Chu Yang smiled mischievously. Your Majesty's words reminded me of a saying, a story about forgetting one's feelings. Tai Budian smiled and asked, What story? Chu Yang smiled. He shook his head. Forget it. It's a little indecent, especially in front of you, the ruler of a country. It's a little inappropriate. Tai Budian burst into laughter. Since when did Minister Chu start to talk about propriety in front of me? But this story was brought up by my topic. How can I not listen to it? Chu Yang asked, Is your Majesty sure you want to listen? Tai Budian nodded heavily. I must. Chu Yang said helplessly, Since that's the case, I'll tell your Majesty. It's said that there was a patrolling soldier from the city guards who took a fancy to a popular lady in a brothel. Even in his dreams, he wanted to get close to her. He started off with a story. Tai Budian blushed slightly and couldn't help but laugh. You Chu Yang, it's been so long since we last met. You're still so unruly, always telling dirty stories. Chu Yang said, In that case, does your Majesty still want to listen? Tai Budian laughed heartily and said, Why not? You and I are both men, could it be that you think we are shy? The Emperor's words, whether it was her or Chu Yang, sounded like he was trying to cover up something that only made it more conspicuous. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. That's right. We're both men. There's indeed nothing to worry about. He continued, however, although this soldier took a fancy to her, he himself was very poor. And there's no money in places like brothels. He probably couldn't get in. What should we do then? Chu Yang frowned and said, Finally, he came up with an idea. Every time he patrolled, he would send a bouquet of flowers to the popular lady, but he wouldn't show his face. He patrolled once a day, and he sent flowers continuously for 2 months. Tai Budian smiled and said, This soldier is really thoughtful. Yes. Chu Yang said, Finally, after 2 months, the popular lady was moved by his sincerity and specially asked him to meet her. The soldier dressed up and went. After he went, the two of them fell in love with each other. The man wasn't a ruler and the woman wasn't a chaste woman. Thus, they had an affair and hit it off. Together, they went for an affair. Tai Budian's face was a little red. She laughed dryly and said, I still don't understand what. This has to do with forgetting feelings, Chu Yang said, I'm not done yet. The two of them hooked up. The soldier had no money and the lady didn't want it either. Thus, they met every day. One day, after their rendezvous, the soldier returned to the camp and received orders to crack down on the brothels. And the target of the soldier's team was the brothel he frequented. That popular lady was also the target. What should we do? Tai Budian asked jokingly. Chu Yang continued to narrate with a straight face, but this soldier is really a ruthless person. He carried out the order meticulously and personally led his men to wipe out the entire brothel in one fell swoop. That girl was one of them. Moreover, it had only been less than 4 hours since he had finished fooling around. Why? Tai Budian asked in surprise, doesn't he like that lady a lot? Why did he do that? Chu Yang said with a straight face, this popular lady also asked the same question. She looked at him with grief and indignation and asked, Are your feelings for me fake? You were still on my bed just now and now you're here to catch me? Yes, how did this bastard soldier answer? Tai Budian was even more puzzled. Chu Yang still had a straight face. He said, that soldier said, when I took off my pants, I had feelings for you. But now that I've already put on my pants, where would I have feelings for you? What feelings? Tai Budian couldn't help but smile with a little blush. Although this soldier is heartless, he's also a wonderful person. She suddenly said angrily, you said just now that I thought of this matter. Do you mean that I'm this soldier? Chu Yang blinked. I didn't say that. Your Majesty said it yourself. Tai Budian couldn't help but blush a little. She was also a little annoyed. She thought of how she had treated his injuries back then. So, he pretended that nothing had happened. This seemed to be somewhat similar to the soldiers in the stories, but with a different approach to achieve the same result. She thought of Chu Yang's words, when I took off my pants, of course I had feelings for you. But now that I've already put on my pants, where would I have feelings for you? Where would I have feelings for you? She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Back then when she saved him, didn't she need to take off her pants? Besides, since she was willing to do so, of course she had feelings for him. If she didn't have feelings for him, why would she save him like that? But, after she put on her pants, it seemed that she had suppressed that matter. No matter how she thought about it, why did she feel that this guy was talking about her? Her Majesty was a little guilty after all. When she thought of this, besides blushing, she was also doubtful. Could it be that he already knew, when she thought of this? She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chu Yang. She saw that this guy was beaming with joy. She relaxed and thought to herself, looks like this guy just told a dirty joke. Coughing, the Emperor said, well, Minister Chu's joke has also sounded the alarm for me. Some law enforcement officers are also like this now. Cough cough, they're robbers and prostitutes in private, but when it comes to official matters, they turn their backs on others. In the long run, this will cause people to lose their trust. This would also cause the hearts of the people to be divided. It can't be underestimated. Chu Yang felt the same way. He said, yes, many brothel girls now say that this bunch of city guards and security forces took off their clothes to mess with us and put on their clothes to catch us. Indeed, the quality of law enforcement officers is the most important thing to improve. Tai Budian sighed and said, I didn't expect Minister Chu to still worry about the country and the people after leaving for so long. But she was ashamed. This bastard, what kind of shameless and hooligan words is he saying? Just as she was thinking, she saw Chu Yang looking at her seriously and saying, Your Majesty, you and I are both men. There are some things that we don't have to worry about. We can say whatever we want. Although the story is a little dirty, it's also a kind of truth, right? We're all men. Tai Budian smiled and nodded. The excitement she had when they first met had now turned into another kind of excitement. She wished she could sew this guy's mouth shut. Who's a man like you? He heard Chu Yang say, right? If I'm a hooligan, I'll be a hooligan. If I'm dirty, I'll be dirty. Right? None of them were women, so what was the point of being so bashful? Didn't you see that all of them were good men? Which one of them didn't speak rudely? Which one of them didn't open their mouths and curse? But who can say that they're not men? Not heroes? Tai Budian nodded against her will. Yes, yes. Chu Yang went forward affectionately and was about to put his arm around Tai Budian's shoulder, as if it was normal for two men to be close brothers when they were together. Tai Budian hurriedly dodged and laughed dryly. Minister Chu, we're still in the main hall of the palace. I, am being inappropriate. Chu Yang said in great puzzlement, what inappropriate? We're all men. How many times have we gone through fire and water together? What's the big deal about hugging each other? Second update, today's monthly votes are so pitiful. At this critical moment, I didn't want to drag it out either. I was just about to explode. Then, I took a look. My monthly votes have been pulled down by so many. I wanted to cry at once. Brothers, give me a monthly vote, let me be happy, won't you? Tai Budian almost wanted to hold her head and cry out in pain. Who's a man with you? Don't make it so, that, alright, he frowned, and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Minister Chu, Brother Chu, I have always strictly adhered to the ancient teachings since I was a child. I have always been serious and self-disciplined. I have never, therefore, I can't accept close, physical contact. Can Brother Chu understand? Xianxia said bluntly, so what? We're all men. You'll get used to it. As he spoke, he reached out to hug her again. Tai Budian took another step back. Brother Chu, please give me some time to get used to it. How about that? Xianxia seemed to be very disappointed as he said, forget it then. I'll give you time to get used to it. Tai Budian relaxed. Xianxia continued, anyway, I don't have much to do during this period of time. I'll stay here for a year and a half, and wait for you to get used to it. Tai Budian opened her mouth abruptly. Huh? A year and a half? Yes. Xianxia said sincerely, Brother Tai, you don't know. For such a long time, sometimes in my dreams, when I think about how we treated each other wholeheartedly and worked together to create great things, my blood would surge. I can't wait to reunite with you again and drink with you. I often think about how exhilarating that would be. Tai Budian took a breath and said, yes. He also evoked memories of the past. Xianxia said rather emotionally, Your Majesty, we brothers haven't seen each other for many years. This time, let's get together properly. Even if you chase me away, I won't leave. I'll definitely have a good drink with you. You and I brothers shall drink till we're drunk. And then, I heard that there's a hot spring in the palace? Xianxia revealed a look of longing. He said excitedly, after drinking, let's go to the hot spring. Soak in the pool and we'll be honest with each other. Your Majesty. Haha, you won't be embarrassed, right? Tai Butian's face was pale and she almost couldn't stand. Soak, in the pool? Yes. Xianxia laughed. At night, let's sleep together and talk about our separation. To be honest, I've really missed you all these years. Sleep, together? Tai Butian's body swayed. Yes. It's just a bed. Xianxia explained straightforwardly, don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. Haha. I won't delay you and your beautiful concubines, he. With that said. Minister Chu wretchedly winked, you know. I understand. I'm going to beat you to death, you shameless bastard, Tai Budian cursed angrily. For a moment, she was at a loss of what to do. Xianxia rubbed his hands excitedly, Your Majesty, this old friend of mine has been here for such a long time. You should do something. No matter what, we should at least have a good meal, right? Yes, there's more. Where's senior sister Xianxia? Xianxia asked, is she in the harem? Now that you're the empress, it's naturally inappropriate for you to show your face. You won't be jealous, right? Tai Budian was taken aback. He was just thinking about this. He wondered if Xianxia had seen Xianxia in the upper three heavens. But when he heard this, he immediately reacted. It seemed that the two of them had not met. He couldn't help but relax inexplicably. He smiled and said, since Brother Chu has come from afar, I naturally have to treat you well. But, Brother Chu, do you think that there's a lack of food and wine in the palace? Do we need to specially prepare food for you? Haha. Xianxia smacked his forehead. I'm confused. Sigh, I'm used to wandering the martial world alone. Tai Budian smiled lightly and said, as for the empress, cough cough, at this point, he suddenly hesitated. What should he say? Wu Qianqian had already gone to the upper three heavens to look for Xianxia. Xianxia had left from here. As long as he went to the upper three heavens, the two of them would be able to meet. Therefore, the so-called empress is dead could not be said. But if he didn't say it, how could he explain that Wu Qianqian wasn't in the palace now? He had no choice but to change the topic. Brother Chu, let's go. I'll take you out for a meal. Let's have a good drink. Xianxia smiled and said, okay. The two of them walked out side by side. Both of them had ulterior motives. Along the way, they actually didn't speak much. There were still many officials waiting outside the hall. Tai Budian directly issued a decree to suspend court for 3 days. No one was to be seen. To put it simply, don't bother me if there's nothing. Don't bother me if there's anything. But after issuing this decree, Tai Budian immediately regretted it. Was his head kicked by a donkey? Not going to court for 3 days was obviously to accompany this scoundrel. But how was he going to accompany him? This guy would get touchy at the drop of a hat, and he even wanted to get drunk. And, be honest with him? And, sleep with his feet touching, this was really going to kill him. Imperial Garden, on the stone table. This place was spacious and had a panoramic view of the surroundings. This was a place that Tai Budian, the emperor, had specially chosen to drink with Chu Yang. Here, so many people could see, he couldn't possibly go crazy drunk, right? But the emperor had obviously underestimated the thickness of Chu Yang's skin. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Minister Chu was obviously a little tongue-tied. His eyes were also a little blurry. He was in high spirits and talked about everything. When he was happy, he even stood up and gesticulated. Tai Budian sighed inwardly. In the past, when they were together, the situation was tense. Life and death were decided in an instant. There wasn't much opportunity to drink. Only today did he know that Chu Yang's alcohol tolerance was really not that good. Your Majesty, do you still remember Diwu Qingru? Chu Yang gulped down another 3 or 4 cups. It was obvious that the minister was very happy, very excited, and very much in the mood to talk. Diwu Qingru? What's wrong? Diwu Qingru. It's that big battle we had back then. Minister Chu was obviously drunk and described unsteadily. The palace maids serving around all looked at this strange guest of the emperor with strange eyes. They all frowned. How could it be so noisy in the palace? How could our emperor have such a friend? At this moment, Chu Yang waved his hand drunkenly and said to a palace maid, "You, come here. Pour the wine." The palace maid was holding a wine jar in her hands. Hearing this, she hurried over. But when she bent down to pour the wine, Minister Chu pinched her face and touched it. She couldn't help but cry out. Chu Yang laughed strangely. He twirled the jar with his fingers and sniffed it. So fragrant, so smooth, haha. Tai Budian was so angry that her face turned red. She slammed the table. What are you doing? Chu Yang looked sideways and said in surprise, Your Majesty, I say, brother, what's wrong with you? She's just a little palace maid. What's the big deal? Tai Budian said angrily, how can a hero take liberties with women and children? To hell with being a hero. Chu Yang snorted and said, Your Majesty, haha, you're the emperor now. 3 palaces, 72 concubines, beautiful women in your harem. Haha, your brothers fought bloody battles and went through untold hardships to conquer the country for you. But you're still single now. Tai Budian was stunned. We won't be jealous even if you enjoy all the luck with women. But you're the emperor. You should at least be a little humane, right? Chu Yang was drunk. He said with a lisp, Can you really bear to do that? Do you have any idea how long I've been living as a bachelor? When I eat, the pot and stove are cold, when I sleep, I can't fall asleep. His breath reeked of alcohol. You, on the other hand, have a beautiful woman waiting on you. Now that I pinched this little girl's face, you're unhappy? Tai Butian's face turned green. Brother Chu, you know that's not what I meant. I'm just joking. Look at how anxious you are. Chu Yang's expression changed really quickly. He saw Tai Butian's sudden anger, and reprimand just now. The anger just now was definitely not because I took liberties with a palace maid. Instead, it was a little hysterical. She was probably jealous. Oh, jealous? As long as you don't surrender to me, I'll make you jealous enough. We've drunk enough wine. Let's go to the hot spring. Minister Chu stood up slightly, trembling. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. Tai Budian said, I'll get the servants to bring you there. I'll go back and rest for a while. Dizzy? Don't worry, I'll be fine after soaking in the hot spring. Chu Yang said and waved his hand. Actually, I often feel dizzy too. But as long as I take off all my clothes and soak in the hot spring, I'll feel much better. Let's go, let's go. Your Majesty, you must believe me. Soaking in the hot spring, you must have someone to accompany you. Soaking and chatting at the same time is really enjoyable. Tai Budian complained in her heart. Enjoyment? If I really soak in the hot spring with you, then you'll really be enjoying yourself. This bastard. Yes, it's like this. Tai Budian rolled her eyes and said, Brother Chu, it's like this. I just had a child. Yes, the little fellow wants me to accompany him to take a nap every morning. He's probably already anxious by now and is crying nonstop. The little fellow has a bad temper. As a parent, sigh, this is also the pitiful heart of a parent. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. In that instant, there was actually some dazzling light. Really? Then I must go and take a look. Haha. Brother Tai, your child will definitely be good. Tai Budian muttered in her heart, what do you mean by your child will definitely be good? But this doubt was then crushed by panic. Tai Budian was flustered. Oh no, he's going to see the child. What should I do? For a moment, she actually couldn't help but want to smack herself on the mouth. Who asked you to spout nonsense? Who asked you to speak without thinking? Great, now you've gotten yourself into trouble. If Chu Yang were to see this child, whose appearance was as if cast from the same mold as his, how could he not be suspicious? Go. Let's go and take a look. Chu Yang was in high spirits. Isn't her child as good as my child? How can I not see my child? Haha. Bring me to see this little one. I've even brought a lot of gifts for our first meeting. Tai Budian was even more perplexed. Isn't her child as good as my child? How can I not see my child? These words seemed strange no matter how she listened to them. Chu Yang's strength was much stronger than Tai Budian's. How could Tai Budian resist? She was actually dragged by him and stumbled all the way. After taking 7 or 8 steps, Tai Budian suddenly shook off Chu Yang's hand and stood there motionless. Chu Yang turned back in surprise and asked, what's wrong? Tai Budian stood there, her body trembling slightly. Looking at Chu Yang, she asked in a low voice, Brother Chu, have you found out about something? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement, what can I know? Which aspect are you talking about? Tai Budian's sharp gaze looked at Chu Yang's face. After a long while, she said, your sudden arrival this time makes me feel very strange. Chu Yang said with a half-smile, strange? What's strange? Tai Budian wanted to say something but hesitated. She said, it's a feeling. It's indescribably strange. Chu Yang burst into laughter. I say, you're obviously a man but you're actually playing around with feelings. This is really ha ha ha. Tai Budian relaxed. Looking at Chu Yang's overjoyed expression, she also smiled. Brother Tai, how does it feel to rule the world and be an emperor? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. All the land in the world belongs to the emperor. All the people on the shores of the land are the emperor's subjects. Very satisfying, right? Tai Budian smiled, fatigue in her eyes. However, she sighed deeply. Chu Yang's eyes flashed and he asked tentatively, are you very tired? Tai Budian sighed softly again. Finally, she said, tired? Satisfying? Brother Chu, you don't know. Being an emperor may look glorious, but it's actually the most boring job. Moreover, it's exhausting, but in the end, it's just a lonely job. It's really hard to explain. Chu Yang's eyes flashed again. He asked, is it that tiring? Is it that boring? Tai Budian's eyes were deep. She said, when I was the emperor, there were still people who told me jokes every day. There were also a few people close to me. When I became the emperor, there were fewer. However, there were still a few friends who dared to say a few sincere words in front of me. They said, but, when I became the emperor. She smiled bitterly. You know what? Every day, I have to face a group of swindlers with the highest IQ in the world. Every day, I have to rack my brain to distinguish which sentence is true, which sentence is false, and which sentence is to frame be can. This feeling is really hard to describe. Chu Yang said dully, cheat? Not bad. Tai Budian nodded indifferently and said, all the military officials in the Golden Palace, no matter which one of them is, are definitely first-rate swindlers. Every day, I have to face so many lies. Every day, these lies will make up different lies to deceive me. One came suddenly, and the other came to flatter him, but they all had their own motives behind it. Some of them are doing it for the public. That's still fine. But, most of them are doing it for personal reasons. They're like flies and dogs. It's extremely chaotic. Every one of them looks righteous on the surface, but when they turn around, everyone's buttocks are dirty. As a subject, I have to figure out the intentions of my superior all the time. But as a monarch, I have to figure out these subjects all the time. It's easy for hundreds of people to figure out one person, but it's extremely difficult for one person to figure out hundreds of people. Tai Budian sighed softly. Brother Chu, you're not an outsider. I'll also tell you the truth. Among the hundreds of officials in the Golden Palace, if you really investigate and find out the truth, other than me, there are definitely no more than 5 people who can still stand in the Golden Palace without their heads falling to the ground. This time, Chu Yang was really shocked. There are so many? Tai Budian nodded tiredly and smiled bitterly. Ironclad Nation is fighting corruption every day and punishing corrupt officials every day. But as a monarch, I have to work with corrupt officials every day. I discuss national affairs with them and let them carry out national policies and laws. Brother Chu, isn't this very ironic? Chu Yang was silent. Some people say, being an official for 1,000 miles is only for money. Some people say, 3 years of being a magistrate and 100,000 silver. Some people say, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Some people say, one day, when power is in hand, revenge will be avenged. There are even people who say, why not study hard for 10 years, just for the sake of passing the imperial examinations and riches? Tai Budian smiled bitterly. Scholars all have such goals in mind when they study. What will happen when they become officials? This is really something that I don't even dare to think about. But I have to face these things that I don't even dare to think about every day. Brother Chu, do you think I'm tired or happy? Or happiness? Tai Budian asked with a smile. Chu Yang sighed softly. I really don't know what to say. Tai Budian laughed. For example, in the Golden Palace, it's fine if it's just the corrupt officials. But they're all ganging up on each other and attacking each other. They're kicking people when they're down and making groundless accusations. They're making oblique accusations and setting traps for each other. And I, the high and mighty emperor, am the greatest weapon that the officials can use. Tai Budian smiled and said, actually, in your humble servant's eyes, a ruler is not a person but a sword. It is a kind of absolute power. Whoever makes good use of it will be able to rise in rank and make a fortune. Furthermore, he will be able to kill the person he dislikes the most. Therefore, everyone is sparing no effort to make use of the emperor. And they have to put on an expression of unparalleled loyalty and patriotism. Tai Budian looked at Chu Yang with some admiration. I'm still all right. But if it were you, Minister Chu, in this position, with your temper and your stubbornness, I'm afraid that within a few days, all the officials in the Golden Palace would have been killed by you. Chu Yang laughed out loud and nodded, this is indeed possible. Tai Budian said, in history, there are very few wise emperors and many fatuous ones. But every wise emperor is miserable. Fatuous emperors because firstly, they were too restrained when they were young. But the biggest reason is, of course, these people in the imperial court. Who would be willing to face such a group of disgusting liars every day? Every monarch, even if he later becomes infinitely muddle-headed, when he ascends the throne, he wants to be a wise monarch. This is undeniable. Most fatuous emperors are sexual lovers, and sexual lovers can't be emperors. Tai Budian said dispassionately and sighed again. That's right. Chu Yang agreed and said, for example, prostitutes. Every prostitute was once a good and innocent woman. Tai Butian's face darkened at once. For a moment, she wished she could give him a good kick. You're talking so seriously about national affairs, such a heavy topic, such a gloomy state of mind, and you're actually talking about prostitutes, this is simply intolerable. Minister Chu, you must have been wandering around outside during this period of time, right? Tai Budian grinned. looking at Minister Chu, you seem to be very knowledgeable. Tai Budian smiled very amiably. As if saying, we're all men, we all know. But when Chu Yang heard it, he felt a chill run down his spine and a cold wind blow at the back of his head. Especially that sentence seemed to be very knowledgeable, it felt as if he was going to die. In front of Brother Tai, I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself. Chu Yang coughed and put on a sincere look. To be honest, Your Majesty, I'm ashamed. Other than being detoxified by that little Tian back then, I'm still a virgin. Tai Butian's heart skipped a beat at once. When she heard detoxified by that little Tian, she couldn't help but burn all over. She coughed dryly, feeling her mouth dry and her head dizzy. She forced herself to calm down and laughed dryly. In that case, Minister Chu has actually been keeping his chastity? Chu Yang also coughed dryly and said, yes, I've always been a bachelor. Tai Budian laughed dryly and didn't say anything else. In reality, she didn't know what to say now. But she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. It's really unbearable to hold it in. However, Chu Yang heaved a long sigh as if he was a ghost. Tai Budian blushed instantly. The two of them talked as they walked. When they saw that they were already close to the bedchamber, Chu Yang said intentionally or unintentionally, Your Majesty, being an emperor, isn't a good thing either. It's really better to travel the world with one or two close friends without any worries and live a carefree life. There was a look of longing in Tai Butian's eyes, but she shook her head with a wry smile. Brother Chu, it's easy for you to say, but how difficult is it to do? How can I bear to abandon these billions of people? This is the legacy of our ancestors, the struggles of dozens of generations, the dreams of thousands of years. Which one of them isn't like a huge mountain pressing down on my heart? She was silent for a while and finally sighed. I can't abandon them, I can't abandon them. If I really leave this life, how can my conscience be at ease? Chu Yang sighed heavily. This time, he was really silent. This was the reason why he didn't dare to reveal it all along. A sovereign of a generation. The only successor, all the lives of the world, the legacy of our ancestors, the hardships of the people, the chaos of war, all of them needed a wise sovereign like Tai Budian. If he took her away and tucked her into his bed, then. Not to mention whether Tai Budian was willing or not, even if the world was willing, would they be willing? What should he do? He had absolute martial power, but he could kill thousands of people, but could he kill billions of people at once? Once there was no longer a wise sovereign to suppress them, how many ambitious people would there be in the world? No matter how high his cultivation was, he wouldn't be able to curb the greed and ambition that grew in people's hearts like weeds. When that time came, there would definitely be wars and wars everywhere. Could it be that he would ignore the people of the world just because of his own selfishness? But if he cared about all these, could he just abandon their mother in the lower three heavens? While he himself commanded the wind and clouds in the upper three heavens, living a carefree and happy life, then, was he still human? Tai Butian's face became redder and redder all the way to the bedroom. Her heart beat faster and faster, and her emotions became more and more flustered. How could she stop her good friend from wanting to see the child? She couldn't, no matter what. But once he saw the child, would Chu Yang recognize him? Would he suspect anything? But she had already come all the way here, and the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Chu Yang was also very agitated. His heart beat faster and faster, and his face became redder and redder. His eyes were almost shining, and for a moment, his breathing became rapid. His child, his son. Unexpectedly, there were no sounds of children playing inside. Instead, it was very quiet. The palace maid walked out quietly. He's asleep. Chu Yang was stunned. So regular? It was just noon and the sun was still right above his head. Only those who lived a very regular life and were very disciplined and had developed the habit of taking afternoon naps could possibly take a nap at this time. Little Yang has always been very regular when he sleeps. Tai Budian smiled proudly. Brother Chu, do you know? This child has almost never wet the bed since he was young. He's very worry-free. He eats when he should and sleeps when he should. He's very quiet, very smart and a very good child. There was undisguised pride on Tai Butian's face. Chu Yang scratched his head. I'll go in and take a look. What are you going to look at when he's asleep? Tai Budian was a little displeased. There's still a long way to go. What if you wake him up? Chu Yang chuckled. I'll just take a look gently. Under Tai Butian's extreme reluctance, Chu Yang walked in stealthily, as if he was a thief. On the big bed, a small figure was sleeping soundly. His body was covered with a thick blanket and his hands were placed under the blanket. His small figure appeared very quiet and steady, actually giving off a sense of tranquility. A milky fragrance unique to children wafted over. Chu Yang went closer and saw that the child's complexion was normal and his skin was tender. His small mouth was rosy and he had a high nose. His eyes were slightly closed, making his eyelashes look even longer, as if there were two small fans covering his eyes. His breathing was steady and he was clearly in deep sleep. Chu Yang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He felt a warm current surging up and he almost teared up. He stood in front of the bed with his back hunched, motionless and looking at him greedily. That's right, this was her child. Not to mention the face that was almost 100% similar to her, and not to mention the charm that was almost 100% identical to her. Just the sudden feeling of being connected to her flesh and blood was enough to make her feel intoxicated. Just looking at him like this made Chu Yang realize that he didn't want to leave anymore. He felt like hugging the little fellow in front of him, kissing him fiercely and laughing out loud. Moreover, his heart was filled with the feeling of infinite satisfaction, that kind of feeling of wanting nothing else. At this moment, Chu Yang simply wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long howl of laughter. Without an official position, one's body would be light, and everything would be sufficient. This was a very common farmer's concept. But now, Chu Yang felt that this sentence was really King reasonable. How beautiful, so beautiful, good girl, Minister Chu muttered to himself. Tai Budian was rather anxious. This fellow had the tendency of being unable to look away once he saw something. How could this be? However, she quietly pulled Chu Yang's sleeve a few times, but Chu Yang didn't even notice. Finally, a mission, what are you doing? Chu Yang turned his head in displeasure. He frowned and asked in a low voice, can't I just take a look? Tai Budian was rather speechless. She replied softly, you've already been watching for more than an hour. Chu Yang awkwardly stood up. Then, he reluctantly looked at her again and said, more than half an hour has passed so quickly? Let's talk outside. Don't wake him up. Tai Budian tugged at his sleeve and walked out. Chu Yang kept looking back as she dragged him out. When they were outside, they walked into the study and closed the door. Tai Budian heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang looked at Tai Budian. Suddenly, a fire of jealousy burned fiercely in his heart. Damn it, my son, look at him being dragged out too. Yet this woman is with him every day. She's monopolizing him. Chu Yang suddenly felt very suffocated. Previously, he had been thinking about his responsibilities, burdens, the world, the people, his difficulties, and so on. But now, he didn't want to restrain himself anymore. Especially after seeing his son, this feeling was even more uncontrollable. He's really very cute. Minister Chu's throat was dry. He snatched Tai Butian's teacup from the study and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. Wiping his mouth, he asked somewhat hurriedly, what's his name? Tai Yang. Tai Budian was equally perturbed. It means that he's as tough as iron. Standing tall and proud, he looks down on the world. Tai Yang. Tai Yang. The more Chu Yang muttered, the more he felt that something was wrong. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. If this little one were to return to the clan and change his surname to Chu, he would be called Chu Yang? Wouldn't he have the same name as me then? Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. It was already a joke that his own father had become his sworn brother. Who would have thought that when it was his turn, he would have to have the same name as his son? Tai Yang, that's a pretty good name. Minister Chu pinched his nose and said against his will, does he have a nickname? His nickname will be Little Yang Yang. Tai Budian smiled. As for his nickname, it can only be given when he's 10 years old and crowns his crown. Not bad, Little Yang Yang. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. My nickname is Yang Yang. Teacher used to call me Little Yang Yang. Now, not only has my son taken over my name, he's even plagiarized my nickname. Do you have the same name? Tai Budian rolled her eyes. No, his surname is Tai and yours is Chu. How can you have the same name? Chu Yang put down his teacup with a heavy heart and heaved a long sigh. Tai Butian's heart shrank. Why is Brother Chu sighing? Chu Yang's expression was bleak. Brother Tai, didn't you ask me why I suddenly came to the lower three heavens? What I said then was actually not true. Actually, the main reason I came to the lower three heavens this time was to ask for your help. Tai Budian was startled. Help? Yes. Chu Yang said seriously, in this world, only you, Brother Tai, can help me with this matter. Seeing how serious he was, Tai Butian's heart couldn't help but become heavy. She said, Brother Chu, as long as I can help, even if I have to use all the power of the country, I won't shirk my duty. Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, I still remember that day when we parted. Brother Tai once said, the martial world is dangerous, take care of yourself. I, Chu Yang, admit that I'm careful and quick-witted enough. But in the upper three heavens, I still fell into their trap. Tai Butian's expression tightened. Fell into their trap? What's wrong? You're injured? But I'm poisoned. Chu Yang sighed. Brother Tai, I seem like a good person to you now, right? But actually, I used elixirs to suppress the toxicity. But this is not a long-term solution. Once it flares up, my whole body will turn into pus and I'll die. As he spoke, Chu Yang took out a small gourd of spiritual spring water and said, and I only have this little bit of medicine to suppress the toxicity. It can only suppress it for a month's time. Chu Yang looked at Tai Budian sorrowfully and somewhat tragically. If Brother Tai doesn't save me, a month later, you and I will be separated by life and death. Brother Tai, look, there are already changes on my arm. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and revealed his arm. On his upper arm, there was a dark green patch that seemed to be rotting. Tai Butian's expression changed drastically. What kind of poison is in you? How can it be so overbearing? She was angry and anxious. You're poisoned and you're still drinking with me? Chu Yang put down his sleeves and smiled lightly. The poison can be ignored, but when good brothers meet, wine must be drunk. Tai Budian was furious. Cut the crap. Tell me, what kind of poison is in you? How do you need me to help you? What are you dawdling for? Tai Budian was really anxious now. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Brother Tai has also seen this kind of poison before. That's why after I knew about it, I immediately abandoned everything and rushed here with all my might. Chu Yang grabbed Tai Butian's hand. Brother Tai, you must save me. Don't worry. Tai Budian said confidently, as long as I can do it, I will definitely. New clothes are not as good as old friends. Chu Yang sighed emotionally. Brother Tai, you're still a true friend. Are you going to tell me or not? Tai Budian was so anxious that she stomped her feet. I'm poisoned. Chu Yang looked at the Empress with bright eyes and said softly, I'm poisoned with aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac? Tai Budian was dumbfounded. To be more specific, it's the kind of aphrodisiac that I once encountered in the mountains of Beyond the Heavens sect. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twisted into a smile. The aphrodisiac of the lust dragon. Ah. Tai Budian let out a cry of shock, dumbfounded. At this moment, her whole body was burning up intensely. Tai Budian was finally sure that Chu Yang had long known about this matter. He was here today to lay his cards on the table with her. The Emperor was so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. But Chu Yang obviously wouldn't let her off. Even now, he was still holding her hand and shaking it vigorously. Brother Tai, you can definitely cure this poison. Tai Butian's greatest secret hidden in the bottom of her heart was suddenly exposed, and it was clearly exposed by the person involved. She was angry, embarrassed. Her whole body was burning up. She held the dagger tightly and said angrily, Let go of me. Let go of me. At this point, if Chu Yang let go, then he really wouldn't be called Chu Yang anymore. He might as well be called Stupid Pig Chu. He held Tai Butian's hand tightly and refused to let go. He kept pleading, Brother Tai, please save me. My poison is quite serious. Tai Budian lowered her head with all her might, burying her face into her chest. You idiot. Let go of me. You. One could vaguely see that even her neck had turned red. Her two little ears were also so red that they were almost transparent like agates. It was too hasty and unexpected. His Majesty's wisdom had already flown beyond the clouds. Now, his mind and heart were completely blank. Tai Budian resisted with all her might. Right now, her mind was in a mess and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't think. She wanted to rebuke him angrily and argue for what was right. She had countless reasons in her mind, but she couldn't say anything at the moment. She was completely engulfed in panic. She could only use her hands to support herself against Chu Yang's chest, panting. You. Let go. Let go, Chu Yang said. It's easy to let go of you, but what about my poison? Minister Chu was acting shamelessly, but he was secretly pleased. Damn it, I really couldn't tell that this girl was so well endowed. She looked as flat as a man, but it was only after physical contact that I realized that you really couldn't judge a book by its cover. It was just that, how did such a majestic thing hide? Chu Yang took a look and realized that all he saw was still a flat surface. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Looks like this thing can completely affect one's vision. What exactly is this good thing? Chu Yang was extremely puzzled. He wanted to ask the sword spirit, but then he remembered that the sword spirit had gone on strike ever since he entered the passage. After a round of exploration, he still couldn't find where the thing that could affect one's vision was. Chu Yang was extremely puzzled. Let go of me. Tai Budian struggled with all her might. I'm poisoned. Chu Yang hugged her shamelessly. Hugging me like this can relieve some of the poison. However, he scoffed at his own words in his heart. Relieve some of the poison? Seems like this poison is getting more and more powerful. Poison your head. You bastard. Tai Budian was extremely embarrassed. She exerted all her strength and struggled out of his arms, panting like a cow. Outside the door, a sharp voice said cautiously, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what happened? Do you need us? Chu Yang crossed his arms and looked at her with a half-smile. Tai Budian stomped her feet and sorted out her messy thoughts. She tried her best to keep her voice steady and shouted, None of you are allowed to come in. All of you, leave. After a pause, she said somewhat angrily, All of you, leave the palace. No one is allowed to come in. She thought about how she was being bullied by this bastard. If others saw or heard about this, then she, the emperor, would really be too ashamed to face them. Entangling with a man in her image as a man. Tai Butian's heart shuddered at the thought of it. But as soon as she gave the order, she immediately regretted it. If everyone left, wouldn't it make things easier for this scoundrel? However, there was a sound of agreement from outside, followed by a crash, and the guards, maids, and eunuchs disappeared without a trace. Tai Budian panted heavily as she held onto the table. Her eyes darted around, trying to calm her emotions down completely. At the same time, he racked his brains to think of a countermeasure. What should he do? What should he do? But after thinking about it for a long time, he felt his heart become more and more confused. He didn't have a single clue at all. She was usually someone who would remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of her. She was quick-witted and calm in the entire heavenly layer. However, she was at her wit's end when facing this person whom she was deeply in love with. However, Chu Yang didn't seem as anxious as before. Instead, he calmly and steadily took 2 steps back. Then, he crossed his arms and calmly sat down. You already knew, didn't you? Tai Budian questioned fiercely. Her face was still very red, but under the cover of that magical piece of jade, she didn't look too pathetic. Know what? Chu Yang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Don't play dumb. Tai Budian stomped her feet fiercely and roared in grief, indignation, and embarrassment. Now that there was no one around, the emperor immediately became fierce again. Oh, you're talking about me being poisoned? Chu Yang suddenly realized. I'm really poisoned, I don't know how to cure you. Tai Budian roared with a red face. She said angrily, I'm a man. How can I cure your poison? Even if you know how to cure me, I won't necessarily use you. Chu Yang crossed his legs and said, I know you're a man. A man, that person. But I didn't say I'll let you cure me. Call little Tian Tian out and I'll let little Tian Tian cure you. Little Tian Tian is familiar with this and has experience. I'm not worried. Tai Budian was instantly ashamed and scolded angrily, bastard. If you don't call little Tian Tian out, you will cure me. Chu Yang stretched out 2 fingers and said, you have 2 choices. First, you turn into a woman and cure me. Second, you let little Tian Tian cure me. The poison must be cured. There's no room for discussion. Tai Budian gritted her teeth and looked at this shameless person. Where was she going to find that little Tian Tian? Tai Budian and little Tian Tian were the same person in the first place. This guy obviously knew the whole truth but still pretended to be magnanimous and said that he was giving her 2 choices. What choice could she make? Pooh, Tai Butian's delicate body trembled. Her lips trembled as she asked, let's be serious. How did you know? If I wanted to know, I naturally knew. Chu Yang retracted his playful attitude. His expression turned solemn as he looked at Tai Budian with bright eyes. Tai Budian was actually flustered by his gaze and lowered her head. I've always been curious. From the moment I saw you, you were a man. Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled. Even now, you're still a man. But you're clearly a woman. How did you do it? Tai Budian bit her lip and said hatefully, it's none of your business. In the past, it was none of my business. But now, I can't. Chu Yang dragged his voice. Brother Tai Xian. Shut up. The word brother Tai made Tai Budian feel extremely embarrassed again. Before her identity was exposed, it was only natural for her to be called brother Tai. But now, no matter how she heard it, it didn't seem right. Tell me the reason, Chu Yang said seriously. Tai Budian was silent. Chu Yang sighed and said, that day, I waved my sword across the sky and fought at Sung Mountain. The outcome was already decided and I left. I thought that I had left without any worries. Who would have thought that I owed so much? You didn't want me to know because you were afraid of increasing my burden. But have you ever thought that if I'm kept in the dark for the rest of my life, then wouldn't I be worse than a dog? Chu Yang stood up and walked over slowly. His voice was gentle as he said softly, back then, in the mountains of beyond the heavens sect, the little Tian Tian who risked her chastity to save me was you, right? Hua Budian stood there in a daze. Her eyes suddenly turned hazy and she felt weak all over. Hearing this, she couldn't help but nod lightly. Little Tian Tian, is your nickname? Chu Yang asked softly. Tai Budian bit her lip again and nodded lightly. Let little Tian Tian show herself. Chu Yang placed his hands on both of her shoulders. His warm breath seemed to be about to melt Tai Budian. He said softly, let me see my savior. Tai Budian struggled hard. You've already seen her. No, I haven't. Chu Yang said lightly, I'm tired of seeing you, the emperor. Now, I want to see little Tian Tian. Tai Budian only shook her head. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, all right, if you insist on not letting me see little Tian Tian, then I'll strip you naked. Let's see if His Majesty the Emperor is still a man when he's naked. As he spoke, he exerted force and tore outwards with a tearing sound. Tai Butian's imperial robe was instantly torn apart by him. Wait. Tai Budian panicked at once. She knew that this guy in front of her was definitely someone who would do what he said. She clutched the front of her clothes tightly and said shyly, I'll tell you. Hurry up and say it. Minister Chu was immensely proud of himself. He had a very arrogant attitude. Suddenly, a feeling of pleasure arose in his heart, as if he was robbing a common woman. Tai Budian bit her lip and said, I have a piece of jade on me, a piece of jade? Chu Yang looked at her questioningly. A piece of jade. As she spoke, she took off the illusory image jade from around her neck. Holding it in her hand, she lowered her head deeply. However, this great transformation had left Minister Chu dumbstruck. After taking off that piece of jade, the graceful and elegant emperor in front of him actually transformed into a delicate and slender beauty. Apart from the fact that the crown was still on her head, even if she was blind, she would definitely not say that the person in front of her was a man. A dense light screen flashed past. That originally flat chest suddenly trembled and rose, and that waist that originally looked very manly shrunk rapidly into a slim waist. Her figure was tall and curvaceous. A scent that belonged to a woman hit him in the face. Minister Chu was dumbfounded. Her face was like a full moon and her skin was delicate. Although her head was lowered, those cherry lips, perky nose, long eyelashes, and that silhouette were clearly that of a peerless beauty. A peerless beauty dressed in the emperor's robes was standing in front of him in such a disheveled state, looking shy and timid. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, sure enough, she's a girl, and such a beautiful girl. This young master's first, cough cough, you. Have you seen enough? Tai Budian said angrily. As she spoke, she reached out to grab that piece of jade and was about to put it back on. Chu Yang was quick. With a whoosh, that piece of jade was already in his hands. The next moment, with a flip of his palm, it was already in the tribulation dimension. You want to change back? Wishful thinking. I haven't seen enough, Tai Budian was furious at once. Give it back to me. But Chu Yang's expression changed and he bowed respectfully to her. Tai Budian was shocked. What are you doing? She hurriedly dodged. Chu Yang said seriously, this is my gratitude to you. Thank you, miss, for saving my life at such a critical moment without caring about your daughter's innocence. This kindness is hard to repay. This is the first reason. Tai Budian was a little dizzy. Was there a second and third reason? She heard Chu Yang go on. Secondly, thank you for giving birth to my child and allowing the Chu clan to have a descendant. Thirdly, it's too hard for you to raise a child alone. I don't know much about that, but I have to thank you. Tai Butian's face turned red. She stomped her feet and said, who wants your thanks? Chu Yang said seriously, I really don't know how to repay Mrs. Kindness. After thinking about it, I can't think of anything. I can only repay Mrs. Kindness by giving myself to you. This was the first time in her life that Tai Budian, who was a girl, was exposed in front of others. She was still not used to it, so when she heard this, she blushed and said angrily, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. We'll discuss whether something good comes out of a dog's mouth in the future. Chu Yang straightened up and said, I've already expressed my gratitude. Next, let's settle the score. Tai Budian was stunned. Settle the score? What score? Chu Yang said fiercely, humph. The matter you did back then was closely related to me, but you hid it from me. My innocence was also ruined in your hands. This is the first point. You were pregnant, but as the person who made you pregnant, you didn't tell me either. This is the second point. You gave birth to a child, and the child is mine. You didn't tell me either. This is the third point. When the child grew up, you didn't even want him to acknowledge his ancestors. This is the fourth point. Tai Budian was embarrassed and confused. She was furious. What kind of twisted logic is this? This fellow actually said that his innocence was ruined in my hands. He's shameless to this extent. He's really a weirdo in the world. Chu Yang said, combined punishment for multiple crimes. I'll now execute the family law. Family law? Tai Budian was stunned. She was the ruler of the world, and this fellow was actually going to execute the family law on her. What family law? Then, she saw the guy in front of her fiercely step forward. Before she could react, he had already grabbed her by the waist. She felt dizzy for a moment, and was pressed face down on his thigh. Then, he waved his right hand, and a crisp paw sound was heard. Tai Budian let out a cry, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. Her delicate buttocks had been slapped hard by Chu Yang. Chu Yang said, you're so lawless and disobedient. If you're not punished, won't you turn the world upside down in the future? Smack, the emperor's noble buttocks were slapped again. Tai Budian let out another cry of shock. It didn't hurt that much, but it was the first time in her life that she was spanked in such a position, not to mention that Tai Budian was the ruler of a generation. Who would dare to spank her, but now? Not only had she been beaten up, she had even been beaten up in such a shameful manner after she had regained her original appearance. Tai Budian couldn't accept this at all. She bellowed furiously, put me down. However, Chu Yang's hand was pressing down on her like a heavy mountain. She couldn't move at all. His right hand, however, slapped after slapping without mercy. Tai Butian's face flushed red, hearing the slapping sounds and feeling the pain, Tai Budian was furious at first. He was furious. After struggling for a while, the strength of the struggle gradually weakened. Her face became redder and redder as she bit her red lips. She tried her best to stop herself from screaming. Chu Yang was also angry. So, he used some strength in the first few slaps. But, he didn't use any strength later on. On the contrary, he enjoyed it a little. But of course, he had to ask fiercely, "Do you know you're wrong?" Tai Budian gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. "Pa. Do you understand?" He still didn't speak. "Pa." Chu Yang continued to slap her unhurriedly. Suddenly, a strange emotion surged up in his heart. He became more and more agitated. "Are you confessing or not?" Chu Yang's mouth was crooked. Don't hit me anymore. I know I'm wrong." After more than 10 slaps, Tai Budian finally couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't because of the torture, but because Chu Yang didn't use any strength in the last few slaps at all. They were practically caressing her, strictly speaking, Tai Budian. This was the first time in her life that she was so close to a man. Although it was once in the mountains of Beyond the Heavens sect, she was flustered and didn't have any memories at all. Even if she did, it was pain and worry. She couldn't bear to think about it. This time, she was really in a man's arms. For a moment, her whole body went limp. "You know you're wrong?" Chu Yang was overjoyed. But he still gave her another slap. "Then, where did you go wrong?" Tai Budian was so embarrassed that she was about to break down. She was also about to die of anger. This guy was still not done. "Let me up first. I'll tell you." She was already panting. But she didn't expect another slap to answer her. "No. Just say it like that." Tai Budian really wanted to faint. She had no choice but to lower her voice and beg, "Brother Chu, huh?" Chu Yang snorted. "Chu Yang." Tai Budian hurriedly corrected herself. She begged, "Chu Yang. You. Can you at least save me some dignity?" Smack. What answered her was, of course, a slap. Chu Yang became more and more spirited. He didn't let her off. "You've already given birth to a son, and you're still talking about dignity in front of me. You really deserve a slap." But as Chu Yang slapped her, a change in his mentality slowly occurred. The more he slapped her, the better he felt. Soft, firm, perky. Chu Yang, a virgin who had been thirsty for several years, suddenly felt his blood boiling. Strictly speaking, Chu Yang was the same as Tai Budian. They were both virgins in this life. The difference was that although Tai Budian's memories of her first time were somewhat unbearable, she could still remember some things. But Chu Yang didn't know anything and had lost his first time in a daze. Now that he knew that he had actually missed such an important thing, how could Chu Yang let it go? To a man, this was practically a great humiliation. And now, the culprit was right in front of him. Chu Yang's hand unknowingly slid into her lapel. Tai Budian's whole body trembled. Suddenly, with a strength that came from nowhere, she actually broke free from his grip and retreated. She used too much strength and almost fell on her butt. Chu Yang looked up and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The beauty in front of him was flushed. Her hair was messy and even the crown on her head was crooked. Strands of beautiful hair were scattered and her perky breasts were trembling with her rapid breathing. "So beautiful," Chu Yang murmured. Tai Budian's beauty was different from Wu Qianxian's, Mo Qingwu's, and Zi Shiqing's. This was a kind of elegant, noble, and majestic beauty. Moreover, she was graceful and peerless. Between her smile and frown, what was displayed was an awe-inspiring and inviolable nobility, as if looking at her was blasphemy. But this kind of beauty in Chu Yang's eyes. Out of nowhere, he felt the thrill of conquering her. This was because such a fairy-like beauty had already given birth to a son for him. What else was there to worry about? Chu Yang pounced on her like a hungry wolf. "Wait." Tai Budian took 2 steps back and shouted. Her expression was resolute. Suddenly, she pulled out a knife and held it against her neck. If you use force, I will die in front of you." Chu Yang was instantly stunned. He felt a little dizzy. What kind of show was she putting on now? She had already given birth to a son. Why was she still, although he could snatch Tai Butian's knife away with just a stretch of his hand? It wouldn't hurt Tai Butian at all. But he still chose to take 2 steps back. Tai Butian held the knife with one hand, her gaze relaxed. She started to pant rapidly. After a long while, her breathing finally stabilized. Then, she stood up and tidied up her clothes. She walked slowly to the back of the desk and said, "Sit down." Her face was still flushed but her voice was calm and majestic, not allowing any resistance. Although her gaze was still a little dazed, it had already regained its original brilliance. "Sit down, let's talk," Tai Butian said calmly. Chu Yang sat down, a little confused. He asked cautiously, "You? What's wrong with you?" "Let's talk, about what?" A smile appeared on Tai Butian's face. She said, "Let's talk today. Let's not talk about national affairs, let's not talk about the lives of the people. Let's just talk about you and me." "Me and you?" Chu Yang frowned. "Yes, you and me." Tai Butian smiled calmly and said, "Chu Yang, I have been through great changes since I was young. All my family members have passed away. She has been disguised as a man all this time. You know the reason behind it. Here it is. I won't say anything more." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Indeed, after today's events, there was an explanation for all the puzzles in Ironclad Nation and Tai Shircheng's actions. If he still didn't understand, he would really be a fool. "As you know, I like you. I like you with all my heart." Tai Butian looked at Chu Yang with her dignified and beautiful eyes. When it came to talking about her feelings, this emperor didn't have the bashfulness of an ordinary woman at all. She said bluntly, "Perhaps you don't know why I like you. Now, I'll tell you. Do you know? When you came to Iron Cloud, it was the most difficult time for Iron Cloud. At that time, there was no hope for Iron Cloud at all. Even Imperial Uncle Tai Longqing said Iron Cloud would sooner or later become Diwu Qingrou's achievement. What we had to do was to extend this time infinitely. We had to hold on for as long as we could. At that time I was struggling every day. I was in despair every day. I couldn't sleep for several days. Even if I did sleep, I would immediately have a nightmare and wake up. But countless people were watching me. If I broke down, Iron Cloud would be completely finished. Even the last hope would be gone. I could only force myself to be calm and act like I was in control of the world. On the surface, I was calm every day. But the fear and helplessness in my heart was something no one could know. No one could understand. The entire Ironclad Nation, the burden of hundreds of millions of people, the hope of generations, were all placed on the shoulders of a weak woman like me. 2 drops of tears slowly flowed down from Tai Butian's eyes. However, from the top to the bottom of Iron Cloud, from the officials to the commoners, to the merchants, and even to the beggars and prostitutes, Diwu Qingrou has investigated countless times. I knew, but I really didn't have the energy to do anything. In the south, Diwu Qingrou's army was watching covetously. Golden Horse Riders Department was on standby. In the north, wolves from the grasslands were coming south at any time. Iron Cloud was in chaos. Father was critically ill. You don't know how much pressure I was under. Tai Butian said miserably, "At that time, I wanted to kill myself countless times to end this torment. Do you know? Although I was the Empress, the only successor of Iron Cloud Nation, I was still a woman. I needed someone to rely on. But at that time, there was no one for me to rely on. Instead, I wanted to be everyone's support." Chu Yang sighed. Thinking of the pressure that Tai Butian had to endure, even he, who had endured countless hardships, could not help but feel sad. At that time, Tai Butian, as a weak woman, was able to withstand the pressure of the sky collapsing. It was a miracle, a one-of-a-kind miracle in the heavenly layer world. Even the hero Tai Longqing was in despair, let alone a weak woman like Tai Butian. Other than Tai Butian, no other woman in the heavenly layer world would have been able to withstand it. My name is a man's name. Before I was born, my father had already chosen a name for me. He longed for an emperor with great talent and strategy to mend the collapsing sky of Iron Cloud. But after I was born, I was still a woman. In his despair, my father placed all his hopes on me. But he did not know that a man and a woman are different. No matter how strong I am still a woman. But I grew up just like that. Hobu Tian smiled sadly. I was raised as a man. Do you know, when I was 12 or 13 years old, I still firmly believed that I was a man. Chu Yang, don't you think this is funny? Chu Yang lowered his head and sighed deeply. As an outsider, just listening to the story was enough to make one feel extremely depressed. However, as the main character in the story, Tai Butian had endured it for more than 10 years. How did she get through it? Tai Butian paused for a while and said, Iron Cloud was declining day by day. I was already in despair. I could no longer see any hope. But at that time, you appeared outside Iron Cloud Citadel. The first time you appeared, you were dressed in black, like a whirlwind blowing across the earth. I still remember when your eyes met mine. It was a strange feeling. It was as if I should not have seen you, but I did. It was very strange. Chu Yang's heart shook. He clearly remembered the situation at that time. At that time, Chu Yang left Du Shiqing's group and came north by himself. Outside Iron Cloud Citadel, he met Tai Butian for the first time. Their gazes met from afar. At that time, Chu Yang's gaze was cold and sharp, proud and wild, like the wolf king of the northern plains, sharp as a sword and cold as ice. Those eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Under such a gaze, all living beings in the world were ants that could be slaughtered. The heavenly palace was like grass that could be trampled on. However, Tai Butian's gaze was gentle, warm, and tranquil. In fact, it seemed as if he was overlooking the common people from the clouds. His lofty aura of a king spread with the wind. I'm here, and I'm the king, under the heavens. There is no land that belongs to the king. There is no land that belongs to the king. One was intentional, the other unintentional, but both of them gave it their all without prior consultation. This was a contest, however, there was no winner or loser in this contest. If Chu Yang's gaze was the waves, then Tai Butian's gaze was the reef. The waves surged, rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The reef stood tall and motionless. Was it the reef that broke the waves? Or did the waves drown the reef? Who could say for sure who would win and who would lose? However, after this glance, Chu Yang was like a gust of wind, sweeping past Tai Butian's troops like a whirlwind. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared in the direction of the city gate. From the beginning to the end, his gaze never changed. Tai Butian also retracted her gaze calmly, deep in thought. At this moment, it was as if a mottled and broken reflection of time and space had appeared in front of Chu Yang's eyes. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. This was a meeting that was completely outside of fate. Chu Yang was a little lost in thought as he recalled the scene at that time. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face. He didn't expect that at that time. Not only did he have such a feeling, Tai Butian also had the same feeling. Two people who shouldn't have met at all, outside of fate, met each other. Only Chu Yang knew how wrong it was for the two of them to meet at that time. Because in his previous life, Tai Butian's army was defeated and Iron Cloud was destroyed. It was because he had foreseen all of this in this life, changed everything, and led to their meeting. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after you arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel, you immediately opened the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Butian smiled faintly. Before you came, I was discussing the current situation with Royal Uncle. I asked, how can we turn defeat into victory? Royal Uncle said, the current situation is already impossible to reverse. If we want to turn defeat into victory, we can only do so if heavenly troops and generals appear in Iron Cloud. Hearing the words heavenly troops and generals, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. The day before, after saying that sentence, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion appeared the next day. Tai Butian smiled. So, I went to see the weapon at the first opportunity. Brother Chu, do you still remember your first customer, a girl in green? Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened. It was also for this reason that Royal Uncle also rushed to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion at the first opportunity. Tai Butian smiled. Heavenly troops and generals have always only appeared in legends. But your appearance was too coincidental. It made Royal Uncle and me feel like we had come back from the jaws of death. I'm even doubting if it's true. Could it be that there were really heavenly troops and generals? Although we knew that this was nonsense, although we knew that the two of us at the highest level of Iron Cloud Citadel believed in this kind of thing, at that time, we were already in despair. We were already at our wits' end. So, things continued like that. Otherwise, did you really think that you, an outsider, could attract the attention of the most important official in the military by coming to Iron Cloud and hanging a few swords? Haha. Tai Budian laughed a little self-deprecatingly. Then we started to get in touch. The first time we met, I also told you what was in my heart. I am not someone who can't keep things in my heart. I also never talked about my hardships. But at that time I stubbornly believed that if there was still hope for Iron Cloud, then let the heavenly troops and generals turn the situation around. Although it was ridiculous, at that time, I was really in despair. Then you became the pavilion master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. When I saw that you used a mob to ferret out the spies one by one, Iron Cloud quickly became clean. When I saw that you used any clues to eliminate the hidden dangers, I felt that I did not misjudge you. Until you used many factors to fight against Golden Horse Riders Department in Iron Cloud Citadel and gained the upper hand, causing the king-level leader of Golden Horse Riders Department to fall here. At that time I suddenly had confidence. When you were working hard, I worked 10 times harder than you because I could not let your efforts go to waste. Slowly, when everything was on the right track, I realized that I was very dependent on your help. Slowly, from nothing to something, I was very dependent on you. When you were working hard, I was full of energy in handling everything. If I heard that Minister Chu was not in a good mood today, then I also lost the mood to handle official business. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between men and women. Men can suppress these strange thoughts, but women cannot. No matter how strong a woman is, in despair, she will still look for someone to rely on. And you, at that time, gave me the feeling of someone to rely on. Tai Budian smiled sadly. It was also from that time onwards that I would frequently look for you to chat. Perhaps that was the beginning of my feelings for you. Until you left Iron Cloud Citadel for Great Zhao for Iron Cloud. You did not care about your life and death in Great Zhao. I was suddenly shocked by you. During the days when you left, I prayed for your safety every day. I hoped for your return every day. Slowly, when you were not around, my heart fell for you. When I heard that you came back from thousands of miles away, I was excited and immediately went to welcome you. But at that time, the border was in a state of emergency. Later, no matter what the reason was, I finally came to your rescue. However, I found that this heavenly soldier who risked his life for Iron Cloud was infected with lust, so, I did not hesitate to save you. I did not hesitate to lose my virginity. Even if people thought that I was a shameless woman, I still wanted you to live. You left and left me with a child. I was sad, but also happy. When Tai Budian was saying these words, she blushed, bashful and gloomy. However, her eyes continued to look at Chu Yang very brightly. You are here today. You know what happened back then. So, I understand all your feelings. You don't have to explain anything. Tai Budian said deeply, I can understand everything you say, everything you do, and everything you feel. If I were to explain, it would be much clearer than if you were to explain it yourself. I only want to ask you. Tai Butian suddenly stood up and looked at Chu Yang. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Minister Chu was tongue-tied. You think that you can do whatever you want to me just because I cured your poison and gave you my chastity? Tai Butian's face was red, but her eyes were aggressive. You think that you can do whatever you want to me just because I gave birth to a child for you? You think that you have some kind of power over me just because you know the truth? May I ask, Minister Chu, Tribulation Sword Master? Tai Butian covered her clothes and pressed forward. What do you think I am? Do you think I'm just a cheap woman that you can vent your lust on without any feelings? Do you know that although I gave you my chastity and gave birth to your child, my dignity, my pride, I didn't lose anything at all? Tai Butian's eyes were burning. Do you know? I have more self-respect than any other woman in the world. What do you think I am? The moment you came, you tore my clothes and did all these things to me. Am I a mistress that you kept? Am I the kind of shameless woman that seduces men? Am I the kind of brothel girl that you think I am? You know that I like you. I love you with all my heart and I have already given you everything I have. So, do you think that you are already doing me a great favor by lowering your status to come back to me? No matter how you treat me, I should be willing to do it? Should be grateful to you? Be grateful to you? Because you finally want me. Because you are finally taking responsibility? So I should be grateful to you? So I should accept whatever you do to me? No. I didn't. That's not what I meant. Sweat broke out on Chu Yang's forehead. Let me explain. You didn't? Tai Butian looked at him. But you did it to me. Have you seen me in female clothes? Have you seen my real face even once? Do you like me? Do you have any romantic feelings for me? You don't? Then why do you despise me so much? Chu Yang suddenly felt that he was somewhat ashamed of himself. Tai Butian's words weren't wrong. Her rhetorical questions made him even more speechless. Did he like her? Did he love her? Was it just a responsibility? Was there love between a man and a woman? Tai Butian's lips were trembling. I like you. Chu Yang, I love you too. I like you so much that I almost have no sense of self. Every night, you appear in my dreams. I can do anything for you and I'm willing for you to do anything for me. But I don't want you to treat me as your responsibility, do you understand? I don't want to be any burden to you, do you understand? I don't want to be a tool for you to vent your desires. Do you understand? I want to be a complete woman. Even if you don't like me, my love is still complete. I just don't want you to trample on it. Chu Yang's face was pale. That's all I have to say. Tai Butian exhaled and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Chu Yang, I shouldn't have spoken to you like this. I don't want the man I like to feel bad for me. She paused for a moment and said, I'm done. Chu Yang, it's true that I like you and love you, but it's also true that you don't like me and love me. That's all I have to say. If you still want to do something to me, I won't resist you either. If you insist on wanting me, I'll give it to you. I'll do my best to make you happy. But this is because I like you, not because you like me. She closed her eyes and said, Chu Yang, if you want to do something, then what are you waiting for? Chu Yang staggered backward and said in a trembling voice, don't force me. Tai Butian closed her eyes and stood upright. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. I admit that I've never seen you before. After I found out about what happened to you, I felt guilty toward you. Even if there was love, it was also out of guilt. I did this to you because, as you said, we already have a child together. I didn't think it was wrong, but I didn't think that this would hurt you deeply. I went overboard with what happened today. Chu Yang said solemnly, I apologize to you. I've never loved you before, and I don't have any romantic feelings for you. I admit it. Right now, I only have a man's desire to conquer you. I admit it. Following Chu Yang's narration, Tai Butian closed her eyes in despair, her heart as cold as ice. But Chu Yang raised his head and looked at her with clear eyes. No matter what you say, we are already inseparable. This is also a fact. You are my woman, that is unchangeable, we have children together, that is undeniable. Butian, I will try my best to make myself like you, any bit of you, and make myself love you. Chu Yang walked forward slowly and gently held Tai Butian in his arms. He said softly, I will make you a happy woman. I will also make you feel that your feelings for me are not in vain. At that time you will naturally be able to tell whether my feelings for you are sincere or not, and whether they come from my own heart, or because of the child and my responsibility. If I can't do that, I won't touch a single strand of your hair. So, please give me a little time. Chu Yang hugged her gently and said in her ear, I, Chu Yang, am not a good person either. But, would you believe me if I were to be a complete hooligan? Tai Butian smiled with tears in her eyes and said softly, I believe you. She raised her head and opened her eyes. Looking at Chu Yang, she asked, aren't you a hooligan? Chu Yang smiled. When I fall in love with you, you will realize that my hooliganism is something you can't handle. Tai Butian's face flushed red at once. She lowered her head in shame and embarrassment. The conversation between the two was very serious, but when it came to the last two sentences, the two of them coincidentally adopted a relaxed way of talking, uniformly and tacitly alleviating the tense atmosphere between them. Both of them were smart people. They would never let the situation between them become irreparable. Just as Xianxia had said, what had already happened would never change. The existence of the child made the two of them even more inseparable. Since that was the case, why not face it together and work hard together to change the situation? It's just that, I'm very sorry. Xianxia's voice was very pained. You are not the only one in my heart. There are others as well. So. Tai Budian smiled softly and said, the one who should be sorry is me, right? You only have one heart from the beginning to the end. It's just that since you know about this matter, you can't possibly abandon it. So you want to force yourself to divide your heart? Xianxia took a deep breath and nodded. You can say that. I didn't want you to know about it previously precisely because of this. Tai Budian smiled and said gently, it would be best if I could keep it a secret forever. Even if you didn't know, you wouldn't be worse than a pig or a dog. You wouldn't feel guilty either. Therefore, your state of mind would still be perfect. But since you know about it, I won't ask you to abandon us either. That would also be a kind of cruelty to you. Tai Budian smiled lightly. With my status, I can't be a good wife for you either. She deliberately sighed. Besides, a playboy like you hasn't taken a fancy to me yet. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At this moment, he truly realized Tai Budian's good points. This woman was usually decisive in killing, controlling the world and ruling over the world. But she was extremely considerate towards him. She knew all his feelings like the back of her hand. Every word she said was to avoid making things difficult for him. Xianxia sighed and said emotionally, Budian, if only you weren't the emperor, how good would you be? The depths of Tai Budian's eyes lit up. She clearly received the pity in Xianxia's words. She murmured, Xianxia, you're already starting to like me a little. Xianxia chuckled and the two of them parted ways. Xianxia looked at Tai Budian sincerely and said softly, I hope you can forgive me for what happened today. Tai Budian raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Her face was a little red but she said calmly and softly, do you know, the greatest good thing about you is that unless you don't do anything wrong, once you're really in the wrong, you'll never deny it, shirk responsibility or defend yourself. I like it very much. After a pause, she said solemnly, I forgive you. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, thank you. You know, we need to start afresh. I don't want to leave any bad impression in your heart. Tai Budian's eyes moved and she said with a smile, but us women only love one person in our lives. If we don't cherish it and force ourselves to leave a knot in our hearts. Isn't that very stupid? She smiled softly. As a woman, we have to cherish ourselves. We have to cherish what we have. She said softly, life is short. Xianxia chuckled and found another good thing about this intelligent woman, she was open-minded. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Oh right, how did you know that I'm the Tribulation Sword Master? Tai Budian smiled mischievously. I've already consumed the heavy elixir that you left for me. She sighed a little despondently. It's a pity, that although there's a Tribulation Sword Master in this world, there's still a gap of a year after all. If father could hold on for a little longer, Xianxia also nodded heavily. Tai Budian's words were right. When Tai Shiqing died, Xianxia hadn't obtained any of the great elixirs. He only needed a little more than half a year to get them. But he ultimately couldn't hold on for another half a year. Especially now, Xianxia sighed even more. Tai Budian was a woman and also his woman. If Tai Shiqing could live, then, how wonderful would it be for his family to reunite and return to the upper three heavens peacefully and happily. All the mess in the lower three heavens could be left to his father-in-law to deal with. But now, it's too late to say anything. So you knew that it was a heavy elixir? And confirmed my identity as the Tribulation Sword Master? Xianxia's eyes flashed. No. It was when the child was born that my master confirmed the heavy pill. But Tai Budian smiled faintly, since I know that you are the master of Calamity Sword, how could I leak this information? That's why I'm the only one who knows about your identity. And I've never told anyone about the person who gave me the heavy elixir. Chu Yang was startled. Your master? Tai Budian smiled. My father's name is Lan Meixian. She paused and said softly and slowly, he's from the Lan clan of the upper three heavens. Chu Yang made an sound and was momentarily stunned. Then, he broke out in cold sweat. He really didn't expect this. Tai Butian's master was actually Lan Meixian. And he even kept the heavy elixir back then. If not for Tai Butian's meticulous thinking, perhaps, his identity would have been known by all the heavens by now. Thinking of how Lan Meixian's life was uncertain under his sword, Chu Yang felt a little guilty. She doesn't know, right? Am I such an ignorant person? Tai Budian rolled her eyes at him. Then, Tai Budian seemed to have thought of something and her pretty face turned red. Why are you blushing? Chu Yang asked curiously. It seems like your mother is my senior sister. Tai Budian said hesitantly. Ah. Chu Yang was really shocked. He had never thought about this in the past. He had always thought that Yang Rulan came from a family. Moreover, Yang Rulan had never revealed her cultivation in front of him, so he really didn't know who his mother's master was. He didn't expect it to be Lan Meixian. Chu Yang was a little dizzy. The two people who were closest to him were both Lan Meixian's disciples. And Lan Meixian's life-threatening sword move was created by him? This matter seemed a little troublesome. In that case, do I still have to call you Junior Martial Aunt? Chu Yang's eyes widened. Tai Budian blushed and pouted. If you want to call me Junior Martial Aunt, that's up to you. Chu Yang sighed. No wonder the ancients said that if you want to learn, you have to sleep with your junior martial aunt. The next moment, Minister Chu was engulfed by a wave of angry punches. Then, he was kicked in the stomach. He grimaced in pain as he was thrown out of the room. This woman was truly worthy of being an emperor. She was so violent. Can I say that the 2 chapters of the push and tumble play that I've written are all wasted today? Sigh. I was originally complacent about having 2 chapters saved. Damn it. Looks like I'm not the kind of person who can save chapters. That time, I ended up sleeping for 2 days and used it. That time, I ended up catching a cold and used it. Another time, my computer broke down and both computers were scrapped at the same time. Then this time, the plot changed and it was gone. Tai Budian was feeling awkward. She and this guy's mother were martial sisters, but she had fallen in love with this guy. She couldn't bring herself to do this. Now that everything was out in the open, what should she do when they met? It was hard for an ugly daughter-in-law to avoid meeting her in-laws. This guy actually said something like that. He really didn't know what was good for him. Thinking of that martial sister come mother-in-law, Tai Budian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I heard that my mother met you. Chu Yang stood up, holding his stomach. He tilted his head and sized up the beauty in front of him. Tai Budian felt bitter. So it was indeed my martial sister who told you? Chu Yang denied. Definitely not. Chu Yang thought to himself. Although his mother also said it, the first person to say it was not her. Hua Budian snorted. Then it was Xianxia. Chu Yang sighed and said, it was Xianxia. Xianxia found me. Then, in a battle, she took a fatal blow for me. On her deathbed, she told me about you. Sigh, how is Xianxia? Tai Budian was shocked. She grabbed his wrist. On her deathbed? What about her? She is still unconscious. I need to find the right medicine to wake her up, said Chu Yang. Tai Budian felt a little relieved. She gritted her teeth and said, Chu Yang, if you let Xianxia down, then you really shouldn't. This girl is too silly. She and Wu Qianqian were in the same boat. At this moment, when she realized that Wu Qianqian actually didn't forget to remind Chu Yang about this matter before she died, she couldn't help but feel grateful. Although she had never thought of accompanying Chu Yang from the start, and had never thought of keeping Chu Yang for herself, how could she not have fantasized about it? Which young girl didn't want to be together with the person she loved for the rest of her life? Even though Tai Budian was a ruler, she also had the same feelings of a girl. She also had dreams. It was just that she didn't want to make things difficult for the person she loved, so she restrained herself. Wu Qianqian's words pierced through the last layer of window paper. At this moment, the door of the imperial study opened with a creak. A small figure staggered in. He raised his head and said in a childish voice, "Are you guys done?" "I regret." This shout was like a thunderclap in spring. The two of them immediately panicked. They quickly separated and nervously checked their clothes. It was as if a couple had been caught red-handed by their husband or wife. Chu Yang turned his head to look, and saw that the little guy was staring at him curiously with his black eyes. He was scrutinizing Chu Yang with curiosity. Chu Yang blinked and felt that something was wrong. He almost suspected that he had seen wrongly, but when he took a closer look, it was indeed correct. Yes, this little fellow who looked exactly like him was indeed looking at him with a curious and scrutinizing gaze. It was as if he had seen a piece of pork in the market and was hesitating whether he should buy it and bring it home. How could a little child have such a gaze? Minister Chu felt a little dizzy. However, she saw the little fellow trying his best to walk over step by step. He was still a little shaky. He walked to Tai Butian's side and hugged her calf. Then, he raised his head and said, "Mother, I'm hungry." It was only then that Tai Butian remembered that in her panic, she had chased everyone out of the bedchamber. To think that the Grand Highness had actually come over on his own without anyone looking after him. "Little Yang, how did you find this place?" Tai Butian was also a little dizzy. She picked up her son and asked. Her son seemed to have only learned how to walk for 3 months. Moreover, the little fellow was a little lazy. He had never walked such a long distance by himself. "Is this very difficult to find?" The 1-year-old little fellow's round eyes were actually somewhat disdainful. "Mother, you're either in the diligent government hall, in the morning court or in the bedchamber. Most of the time, you're in the imperial study." Tai Butian's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The little fellow spoke in an organized manner. Ever since he learned how to speak, this was the first time she had seen him speak so much. Tai Butian had been worried for a long time that he might stutter. Now, this little fellow actually spoke so fluently. Chu Yang had originally wanted to go up and tease him immediately, and then quickly close the distance between him and his father and successfully nurture a fatherly relationship. Finally, they would jointly attack Tai Butian. Chu Yang knew very well that children were always the greatest weapon against women, as long as his son was willing to leave with him. Then Tai Butian would have to leave even if she didn't want to. Even if she didn't want to accept it, she would have to accept it. But before he had time to sit up, he heard these words. Suddenly, he stood still as if he had been struck by lightning. He clearly heard the sound of his jaw hitting the ground. This is the speech of a 1-year-old child? This tone, he's practically an experienced person. Minister Chu was flabbergasted. He turned his head to look, and saw that the young man was looking at him with his big round eyes. He coughed dryly and said, "Little Yang. Cough cough, do you know me?" The little fellow rolled his eyes and ignored him. Tai Butian was about to call the palace maids to prepare dinner. Chu Yang asked curiously, "Can't you just feed him milk?" The moment he heard about feeding milk, the little fellow's eyes lit up. Tai Butian's face flushed red. She snorted and said, "Once a child is 1 year old, he can't be fed milk. To train a child's willpower, we have to start from weaning." "You don't know anything, what nonsense are you spouting?" "These are the rules of the imperial family's training program." The moment the little fellow heard that he couldn't be fed milk, he immediately lowered his head dejectedly. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He can't be fed milk when he's 1 year old? What kind of absurd statement is this? This means, this child has really suffered by your side. Tai Butian was enraged. "My son, you've suffered by following me? What do you know? This little rascal is the reincarnation of a lazy worm. Other than the few months when he first learned how to crawl and walk, he was a little more lively. Now, if he can sit, he definitely won't stand. If he can lie, he definitely won't sit. If he can walk, he definitely won't run. I really don't know who he took after for his laziness. He's that awesome?" Chu Yang was flabbergasted. "Give it to me." Tai Butian stretched out her hand. "Give what to me?" Chu Yang was confused. "That piece of jade." Tai Butian's face flushed red. She gritted her teeth. Are you going to let me go out like this? Oh, oh, oh. Chu Yang hurriedly took it out and exclaimed, this is really good stuff. I wonder if I'll turn into a woman if I wear it. Tai Budian rolled her eyes at him. She wore the jade around her neck and instantly regained the demeanor of an emperor. Chu Yang was once again dumbfounded by what he saw. In this aspect, the old clearly couldn't compare to the young. The little fellow was already used to it and didn't react at all. Wait here. I'll make the arrangements. Tai Budian waved her hand in an imposing manner. Yes, your humble servant obeys. Chu Yang bowed in a peculiar manner. The two of them smiled at the same time, instantly feeling as if spring had arrived. Tai Budian walked out, summoned the palace maids and instructed them. Everyone in the palace returned. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Wang and the others are worried. They've been waiting outside the hall for a long time. A sharp voice sounded, I'll go take a look. Tai Budian frowned and was about to carry her son out. I'll take care of the child first. Chu Yang hurriedly volunteered. Go do your things. Tai Budian snorted. She understood his sinister intentions, but she still placed Tai Yang in his arms and hurriedly left. Chu Yang only felt a warm and soft ball land in his arms. In that instant, he was intoxicated and extremely satisfied. This is my son. Yes, my son, chuckling, Chu Yang lowered his head and stretched out his mouth, as if he wanted to kiss this pink little face. Smack, the moment he kissed it, he realized that the texture was not quite right. He looked down and realized that he had kissed the back of a small hand. He was stunned to see that this small hand had already placed her palm on the position that he wanted to kiss. She was looking at him with a face full of disgust. Chu Yang scratched his head. This little fellow's reaction was quite fast. He tilted his head and kissed him again. The little fellow blocked this side, that side, that side, that side. But he was a 1-year-old after all. How could he resist? In an instant, he lost his guard. His pink little face was kissed until it was covered in saliva. I say. Chu Yang was having fun kissing him when he saw that the little fellow didn't block anymore. Instead, he asked in a strange tone, is your mouth clean? Chu Yang was stunned. Is my mouth clean? Kissing here and there. You feel blissful, but I feel disgusted. The little fellow stretched out a pink little hand and wiped his face forcefully. He tilted his head and rolled his eyes. Chu Yang looked at the little guy in his arms, and was startled. She couldn't help but hold him a little further away to size him up. Not bad, he's only 2 feet long. At most, he weighs 15 pounds. Such a little thing, if he can speak a complete sentence, he's already a genius. How can he speak with a similar tone as me? I'm a clean person. The little fellow stretched out a finger and pointed it straight at the tip of Chu Yang's nose. He accused him seriously, in the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to kiss me. Chu Yang was confused. He turned to look at the door, anxious to find Tai Budian. F***ck, you gave birth to. What kind of freak was this, you little fellow, do you know who I am? Chu Yang frowned and looked at the little fellow closely. I've heard of you for a long time. The little fellow was in his arms. His 2 chubby little hands were hugged in front of his chest. He raised his hands and shook them. Then, he cupped his hands in greeting. Chu Yang. Yes, my father. Chu Yang's shock was no small matter. He almost let go of the little fellow and let him fall to the ground. His 2 eyes widened into 2 round bells. You know me? Of course. The little fellow rolled his eyes. How did you know me? Chu Yang's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Sigh. My mother has never worn female clothes in front of others before. Secondly, when she sleeps, she often calls your name in her dreams. Little Tai Yang rolled his eyes. And, I was born, the little fellow looked at Chu Yang unhappily. Old Chu, do you understand? Old Chu? What the little guy said was not wrong at all. But, was this something that a child who was not even 1.5 years old could say? Oh. Chu Yang face-bombed. He was truly devastated. Who hadn't seen a 1-year-old child before? Which one wasn't full of shit and pee? He would call his grandmother Shorty and his mother Man Man. He would always wear a diaper in his pants. If he wasn't careful, he would pee all over you. If he was unhappy, he would poop on your pants. At this age, to be able to clearly and fluently address one's relatives and elders without getting it wrong was already a surprise that exceeded everyone's expectations. But Chu Yang's child was obviously much more advanced than this stage that everyone knew. He was so advanced that he could discuss life with Chu Yang, talk about ideals and talk about picking up girls. Chu Yang felt that this was absolutely ridiculous. He even felt that in front of this monstrous child, he could discuss the general situation of the world and the situation of the heavenly layer with him. It seemed absolutely feasible. Chu Yang had always been the one who shocked others. But this time, Minister Chu was shocked by his 1-year-old and 2-month-old son, whom he had just met for the first time. He was so shocked that he felt dizzy and confused. Now, this little guy was in his arms and was being hugged by him. And he was calling him like an old man. "Old Chu, do you understand?" Chu Yang said hesitantly. "I don't understand." "How do you want me to understand?" "Son, you are only 1 year and 2 months old." Tai Yang raised his little face. "Old Chu, in this world, there is a kind of person called a genius." This time, Chu Yang nodded like a chicken pecking rice. It seemed that this son of his was not a genius. But, he was already a monstrous genius. "Son, are you F***? King reincarnated from some old man?" Chu Yang suddenly looked at this little guy and thought of his reincarnation experience. He asked vigilantly. "With that brain of yours, you know about reincarnation?" Tai Yang snorted. "The old man attached himself to my body. That is not reincarnation, it is possession. And a newborn child is not to be taken away. Do you understand? Once that is done, both souls will be destroyed. Do you understand?" Chu Yang scratched his head. "Then what's the matter with you?" Tai Yang sighed deeply and said faintly, "Old Chu, I can only say, this is a very miraculous thing. Yes, it's just that I've been reincarnated, but I'm lucky that my true spirit hasn't been destroyed, and some things haven't disappeared. However, I'm definitely your son. You can rest assured about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to expose myself in front of you like this." "Why do you dare to reveal that I'm your father?" Chu Yang was very puzzled. The little fellow said deeply, "Old Chu, that's because you can accept it." "What did you call me?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Old Chu, you're already very impressive for me to call you Old Chu." The little guy looked at Chu Yang with a look that said, "You should be honored that I called you that." It was a look of approval, commendation, and recognition. "Little bastard. Call me father." Minister Chu had been called Old Chu 3 times in a row. So, he finally reacted. He flew into a rage and roared, "Little bastard, you're still so lawless, Old Chu? Old Chu is not for you to F*** King call me that, Old Chu is honored?" The little fellow's face twisted in despair. "You want to scold me and hit me, that's your right. I can't stop you from being a father, but you can't call me a little bastard. I'm your son. If I become a little bastard, then, won't you go? Won't I spank your ass into 8 pieces?" Before the little fellow's voice died away, Chu Yang had already flipped him over angrily and slapped his fat little butt, smack. "I won't say it." The little fellow tactfully shut his mouth. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "Do you still dare to call me Old Chu?" Chu Yang was majestic and murderous, showing the majesty of a father. However, looking at the 5 red fingerprints on the little fellow's butt, he felt a little heartache. He comforted himself in his heart, this little bastard is so monstrous, he can withstand it. "You're in trouble." After being slapped, the little fellow naturally didn't cry. He only looked at Chu Yang gloatingly. "There's a handprint on my butt, right? When mother comes over later, I'll take off my pants for her to see. Then, I'll cry. I'm not afraid to tell you, my tears will come at any time. I'll definitely cry myself hoarse." The little fellow looked at Chu Yang gloatingly. "Let's see who's the one suffering then." Chu Yang was flustered and immediately retreated. "Ancestor. You're not my son, you're my ancestor." Tai Yang's little face was full of naughty smiles, and, not only that. "If that's all, won't it be too easy for you? You want to build a relationship. I can completely give you a chance to destroy everything. Even if you build a little with your flowery words, as long as I'm here, I guarantee that it will immediately turn into ashes. As long as I'm here, don't even think about hugging the beauty. It's all because of this slap of yours. The little fellow said hatefully. My dear ancestor. Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, other people's children were all beaten and scolded by their fathers as they liked. My child is actually threatening me. Is there any justice in this world? Do you surrender? The little fellow looked playfully at his strict father. Surrender. Chu Yang hung his head dejectedly. Do you think that you can make my palm print disappear just because of your weak and unconvincing surrender? The little fellow was unforgiving. In your dreams. What do I have to do to make you give up? Chu Yang lowered his voice and gritted his teeth as he asked. 2 conditions. As long as you promise me, not only will I listen to you, but I'll also call you father from now on. Moreover, I'll be responsible for helping you chase after my mother. Yes, your wife. The little fellow stretched out 2 white and tender fingers and waved them in front of Chu Yang. Looking at the 2 waving fingers in front of him, Minister Chu's mood was really complicated. It was as if a bottle of 5 different flavors had been knocked over. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty all surged up at the same time. For a moment, he actually felt like crying. If his brothers knew that he had been bullied to this extent by a 1-year-old child, Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, and Mo Tianji would probably only have internal injuries from laughing. However, GMO, Luo Kudi, and the others would definitely laugh themselves to death, especially Rue Butong. He would definitely laugh until his own cultivation level increased greatly. And it would increase greatly. There was no need to doubt this. What conditions? Chu Yang's mood was dry as he raised the white flag. Damn it, I'll deal with you when I'm old. I'm already an old celery seller. How can I not pinch a handful of coriander like you? The first problem is that I have no problem naming myself, right? Taiyang curled his lips, like the current Taiyang. It's so unpleasant to hear. No matter how tall and straight a poplar tree is, isn't it still a poplar tree? It's just a pile of firewood. My mother's ability to name is really terrible. Chu Yang's slap was a little itchy. He forcibly controlled his impulse to slap him. He swallowed his saliva and said, we can talk about it. Although my mother did it because she missed you, she can't use my name as a joke. The little guy stretched his legs comfortably. Then, he stretched out his chubby little legs that looked like lotuses. He tapped Chu Yang's chin with his big toe and said, names are very important. It's related to one's future. It's better to be domineering. Domineering? Chu Yang was stunned. Then how about Chubatian? Vulgar. 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 The little guy was furious. Then I might as well be called Chu Chu Tian. What's Batian? I can even eat the heavens. Then you'll be called Chu Chu Tian. Chu Yang decided. No way. The little guy was completely speechless. Even if you follow the poll, you can't do it like that, then it's settled. Chu Yang said without any doubt, your nickname will be Go Dan. I object. The little guy kicked his legs. Your objection is invalid. Chu Yang snorted. The little guy rolled his eyes, but my mother's name is Tai Butian. I can't have the same name as her. Besides, she nourishes the heavens and I eat humans. What's the point of going against her? This is the sin of being unfilial. Then you'll be called Chu Chitty. Chu Yang already had a plan. Little bastard, you actually know the sin of being unfilial. Chu Chu Tian is the most domineering. There won't be anyone with the same name. Hoo. Chuan. The little guy really wanted to cry. Then what do you want to be called? Chu Yang asked modestly. I like Quan. How about Chu Quang? The little guy obviously realized that the guy in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he used a negotiating tone. Chu Quang. Chu Yang said, it lacks some charm. Chu Quang too? The little guy persevered and discussed tirelessly, how about Chu Quangren? Chu Yang fainted. What kind of messy names were these? How did this guy think of them? Then I'll choose these two. The little guy compared and said, how about this? I'll be called Chu Quangren. Regarding the name change, after you decide that my mother is your wife, you go and tell her that you thought of it. You must decide on it. He had actually made a decision. In such a short time, he just said that he could choose one out of the two, but now he did not even have the chance to choose one out of the two. Yang, the father, stared with his eyes wide open. Even the right to participate was taken away. The suffocation at this moment was really no small matter. He panted heavily, F*ck your mother, you little bastard. It's really unbearable for me. The little guy snorted and tilted his head disdainfully, if you didn't, you wouldn't have me. Yang was immediately blinded by anger. So, he spoke without thinking, what do you know? I was F*ked at that time. F*ked? The little guy looked at his father in astonishment. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and burst into laughter. Only the heavens knew what kind of scene it was for a 1-year-old child to laugh so boldly and with such an expression as if he was about to fall apart and had a dumbfounded look in his eyes. Yang's face was filled with black lines. He hurriedly changed the topic, why do you have to be called Chu Kuangren? Stop, stop, stop. Yang hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? The little fellow shook his head and wagged his tail proudly. What do you mean? Why don't I understand? Yang frowned. I understand the first sentence, but this phoenix song laughing at Kong Chiu. What does it mean? Phoenix song. What song is that? Kong Chiu. What is it? A hill full of holes? And, this yellow crane tower. Where is it? The little fellow broke down. He stared at Yang speechlessly. Such a famous sentence. I really have nothing to say to you. Yang touched his nose and thought, did I embarrass myself? He had no choice but to change the topic. What's your second condition? The second condition is to be as lenient with me as possible. The little fellow pouted. Don't meddle in everything. Also, I should have my own room. If you satisfy these two conditions, I'll help you. Yang was stunned. Help me? Help you woo your wife. The little fellow said like an expert. With my help, you'll definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Do you believe me? I believe you. Yang nodded heavily. The father and son looked at each other and nodded. Then, the little fellow reached out his small hand and Yang reached out his large hand. The two shook hands in a proper manner. An agreement was reached. At this moment, the palace maid had already prepared the bird's nest porridge and brought it over. A few people followed behind, carrying more than 10 side dishes and various snacks. In front of you, I can only stuff my mouth with food, the little fellow muttered in an almost inaudible voice and started to eat. Yang sat on the chair, resting his chin on his hands. He looked at his son and thought about those words. Yes, there was one thing that was undeniable, that was probably a poem. Halfway through, Tai Budian hurried back and saw her son chewing on the table while Yang, the father, was actually watching at the side. She was instantly furious. Even if you've never raised a child before, you should just forget about it. You should have seen it before, right? Such a young child, what if he chokes while eating? What if he chokes? Don't you know how to feed him? Upon hearing this, the two men rolled their eyes at the same time. Feed? Yang roared in his heart. Damn it, let this little bastard feed me. You want me to feed him? What a joke. Then, he racked his brains to find an excuse. That's not it. It's just that, we need to train him to be independent from a young age. Otherwise, he would suffer greatly in the future. The sooner he trained, the better. Now it seems. For a child of this size. It was a little cruel, but it was for his long-term future. But it's the best thing. Tai Budian was about to speak when she heard an excited cry from the side, wow. Tai Budian turned to look, only to see the little fellow's chubby face covered in vegetable juice. With an innocent and excited face, she said, Imperial Mother, this uncle is right. Eating by myself is indeed more delicious than being fed by others. It's really delicious. His face was pure and innocent, childish and adorable. Yang vomited and turned his face away. Good girl, little Yang. Is it really delicious? Tai Budian asked lovingly. That's right, that's right. The little guy nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. Tai Budian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he gave Chu Yang an apologetic look, as if to say, "You're right. I've wronged you. I didn't expect you to be an expert in raising children." Chu Yang pretended to be sanctimonious, and accepted all of them. Then, he revealed a confident smile. In fact, he was laughing bitterly in his heart, cursing silently, "Little bastard." Tai Budian picked up the teacup and drank some water, watching her son eat lovingly. The next moment, the little fellow said something. Tai Budian choked on a mouthful of water. "Imperial Mother, this uncle is so nice. Let's make him my daddy, okay?" Tai Budian choked so much that she almost couldn't breathe. This sentence came out of the blue. "Let's make him my daddy, okay?" Tai Budian turned and looked at Chu Yang questioningly. Chu Yang looked like he was about to break down. He spread his hands, indicating that he didn't do anything. Tai Budian frowned deeply. She murmured, "Is this the nature of a father?" Pfft. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of tea. Pfft. The little fellow, who was eating bird's nest porridge, turned his head and spat a mouthful of porridge right on Chu Yang's face. In the afternoon, Tai Budian naturally had to continue dealing with official matters, so the task of taking care of the little fellow still fell on Chu Yang's shoulders. "Play with him for a while. If you're interested, tell him some stories." Tai Budian wanted to say something but hesitated. She knew that since her son had such a sword master as his father, his life would probably be stormy. Let Chu Yang tell a few stories for the little fellow to listen to, or perhaps experience it himself. The earlier he could gain some experience. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. He hurriedly sent the queen away and turned around. The father and son pair stared at each other. Chu Yang immediately dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs. Only then did he remember something. Ever since he came here, he hadn't seen the two of them. What did those two people do? He suppressed this question first. The king of Helchu looked at his son. No matter how he looked at him, it was strange. "I think, you need to give me an explanation." Chu Yang put his face in front of the little pink face and said very seriously, "Don't use the reason of the immortality of the true spirit to fool me. In this world, there are hundreds of thousands of people who die every day. The number of people that I, your father, have killed with my own hands is probably 70 to 80,000. If I were to come back like this after death, I believe that no one would be able to accept it." Tai Yang blinked his little eyes and said, "I knew that you would definitely have doubts. But, of course, I have to tell you. When people die, they will be reincarnated. After going through the path of reincarnation, they will be reincarnated as plants, trees, or animals. These don't have any true spirit. The path of reincarnation is to destroy the soul and erase the memories, leaving only a little soul imprint for reincarnation. Of course, they won't remember anything. If everyone could reincarnate like this, then the whole world would have been in chaos. Only when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, can he use all his cultivation to transform into soul energy to protect himself and pass through the path of reincarnation to be reincarnated as a human with memories. But in this case, even in the whole world, the number of people who can have this kind of cultivation is definitely not more than one person." The little guy said. "Who is this person? Then which one of the people are you?" Chu Yang asked. Could it be that this son of his was the reincarnation of some almighty person? This person's name. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. And I definitely don't belong to any of the people. The little guy thought for a long time and said, "I don't know if you've heard of the immortal spirit." Immortal spirit? Chu Yang frowned, "I've never heard of it." "If you haven't heard of it, it's more troublesome to explain." The little guy blinked and said, "You can say that. When the world was first created, a group of almighty people were born. Only after that did the human race multiply, and this space. Everything that can give birth to these primitive humans is a unique space. It's called the space of the heavenly way. In the space of the heavenly way, it's filled with a kind of special life energy. It's after this life energy was absorbed that humans were born. This life energy. It's called the origin of the heavenly way. Only trillions of heavenly way origin particles can give birth to one immortal spirit. Every immortal spirit has a complete trajectory of the heavenly way on its body. Of course, after the immortal spirit is born, it's possible that it's absorbed into the cultivator's body and become a part of his cultivation. And as long as one can absorb the immortal spirit, every one of them can later grow into a powerful person who can turn the world upside down. Later on, the heavenly way changed greatly, and the space of the heavenly way suddenly closed. The immortal spirits were sealed in the space. I don't know how many years passed. Immortal spirits were constantly disappearing, because even though the immortal spirits' bodies were so small that they couldn't be seen, they already had their own intelligence. After a long period of loneliness, they would also collapse. I'm the last immortal spirit in the space of the heavenly way. The little guy pointed at his own nose. At this point, Xianxia was already dumbfounded. He never thought that such a wonderful thing could happen in the world, and such a wonderful thing actually happened to him. At a certain point in time, after I absorbed all the immortal spirits that collapsed along the way, I realized that I could sense the summoning of some powerful cultivators from the outside world. That was the fluctuation that was emitted when the Almighty was engulfing the world. So I tried to penetrate in that direction. I don't know how many years passed, but I suddenly succeeded in breaking through. Then, very happily, I rushed to the summoner. Then I realized that this summoner, he was actually using the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to refine a sword. So I was sealed in this sword, following the owner of the sword to roam the world unhindered. The owner of the sword changed from generation to generation, but no one ever discovered my existence. I had no concept of time at all in that strange place. Anyway, I couldn't get out. After experiencing the changes of one dynasty after another, in the end, this sword was placed on a shelf, and was worshipped as a supreme symbol. Then a war broke out, this sword was stolen, and countless people fought over it. At that time, I realized that I was strong enough to break free. So I struggled violently in a battle, and this sword broke. Then I was free. The first thought of the free me was to be a human. Because being a human has endless fun. So I wanted to be a human, and not be something that the naked eye can't see anymore. So, after I continued to wander in the human world for many years, I learned some things that I could learn, and I felt that it was enough, so I entered the reincarnation passage without any hesitation. Then when I reappeared, I was here. The little guy looked at his father and said, "In this life, it was my first time reincarnating as a human." Xianxia was dumbfounded, and his brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He said, "But you told me the truth the first time we met." This still makes me puzzled. The reason is very simple, because you have the existence of the path of heaven. The little guy was very excited, and his eyes shone. This is the real reason. Xianxia's heart shook, and he thought of the calamity sword. Wasn't the calamity sword filled with the path of heaven? Heavenly way. Tribulation sword. Heavenly way. Xianxia was lost in thought for a long time. He always felt that there seemed to be a line leading him. Every step he took seemed to be exactly on the same point. Rebirth, tribulation, meeting Butian in Iron Cloud, meeting Duxing in the Heavenly Army, Spirit Mist and Vitality Spring, becoming sworn brothers, fighting Qingru with wisdom and bravery, the sudden appearance of the Black Demon. At this stage, his thoughts and goals could be said to have been led to the upper three heavens. Then, the heavenly secrets revolved and Diwu decided to let go. He went up to the upper three heavens, but the first person he met after going up was his father, who paved the way for him to go up to the upper three heavens. And so on, when Baluqing and Ning Tianya appeared, and the big clans ruled, the upper three heavens became a matter of course. After going to the upper three heavens, he came out of the southeast and met Xianxia. He knew about the heavenly imperial court, and Xianxia's departure seemed to have pointed him in a direction. At that time, he had found out that he had a son in the lower three heavens. And his son's mother and his own mother were actually martial sisters. This was very strange. But he had finally come down with great difficulty. And his son turned out to be some immortal spirit. Moreover, it involved a heavenly law space. What was very obvious was that the heavenly way space was a higher level than the heavenly imperial court. And when such a thing came out of his son's mouth, it made Xianxia feel even more absurd, as if it was a recurring cycle. If his guess was not wrong, then the tribulation sword was the path of the heavenly way, and should stop when it finally reached the heavenly way space. In this world, there was nothing beyond it. It was as if there was a line in the unseen world that was pulling him towards the peak step by step. But Chu Yang still felt uncomfortable. Facing this kid in front of him, Chu Yang's mood was still very strange. This was a feeling that was both familiar and strange, both intimate and somewhat distant. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. I can't accept what you said. Chu Yang put his son down and let him sit cross-legged on the grass. He sat in front of him and said, my original plan was to come here. To see an innocent son, to clear the misunderstanding with Butian and reveal the truth. To let him acknowledge his roots and ancestors. I came full of excitement and happiness, but I saw an evildoer. If you don't tell me. At most, I think that my son is a genius, and I'm very happy about it. But you told me everything, and I'm at my wit's end. That kind of fatherly love. Chu Yang was somewhat melancholic. Do you understand? I have no choice, because I can't wait any longer, the little fellow said innocently as he spread out his hands. Can't wait any more? Chu Yang repeated in bewilderment. There are 2 reasons. The little guy stretched his legs, and his childish face was filled with a chilling seriousness. I've never had a family, and I've never had a mother. Now I have one. My mother loved and cherished me wholeheartedly. This feeling left me intoxicated. I was carried by my mother for 10 months, after all. That's my mother. I don't want my mother to be hurt. I hope you can give her happiness. But, from the current situation, you are at most a passerby. My mother will never leave with you. You will leave soon. As long as you leave, my mother will not be happy. So, I want you to get my mother's approval in the shortest time possible. To obtain my Nyang's approval. The little fellow said, let her have some hope. Live happily. This is my wish. The little fellow said with a voice full of admiration. Only you can do this. The second reason why I can't wait is, ever since I was born, not long after that Lan Meixian left, people from the Lan clan came. And there were many of them, inside the palace and outside the palace, the little fellow said, they can hide from my mother, but they can't hide from my spiritual perception. At present they are looking into every one of them, if they can be sure. As long as they are certain, they will make a move. You are undoubtedly their biggest target now. They must already be suspicious of you. The little fellow said, in the lower 3 heavens, it will undoubtedly be difficult for you to do anything. If we are controlled, it will be even more difficult for you. Furthermore, they've been preparing for more than a year. You have no chance of winning at all if you're caught off guard. So, although I know that talking to you like this is shocking, I have no choice but to tell you in advance. If you die, and you die in the lower 3 heavens, my mother will really break down. The little fellow muttered, I don't want my mother to break down. Chu Yang was exasperated. Just as he felt a little teachable and a kind of as expected of my son. He knows how to think for his father at such a young age, how filial. He was completely destroyed by this sentence. It turned out that this little rascal still didn't want his mother to be sad, but, the Lan clan. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Chu Yang's eyes. This Lan clan really didn't know what was good for them. They had actually set their sights on this place. Chu Yang was extremely smart. Once he heard this sentence, he completely understood everything. Lan Meixian was Tai Butian's teacher. She saw heavy pill at Tai Butian's place. And Lan Meixian was from the Lan clan. Facing the Tribulation Sword Master, the Lan clan was one of the first big clans to bear the brunt. How could they not have made preparations? Therefore, she had started to make preparations in advance. Tai Butian wouldn't say who he was, of course, and Chu Yang could understand that the Lan clan kept it a secret and wouldn't deal with Tai Butian's mother before things were clear. He reckoned that the Lan clan had the same idea as the Li clan, to become one of the tribulations and continue to be glorious for 10,000 years. No matter what, under this premise, they had to give way. Moreover, with the master-disciple relationship between Tai Butian and Lan Meixian, the Lan clan already had this initial condition. If they knew who the Tribulation Sword Master was, then with the Lan clan's means, there were thousands of ways to establish a relationship with him and then logically become a tribulation. This was the Lan clan's wishful thinking. And at that time, the master-disciple relationship between Tai Budian and Lan Meixian would become an even more indestructible bond. Tai Budian didn't know, Yang didn't know. Then, this plan was almost 100% successful. No matter from which aspect, there was no possibility of failure. It was just that the Lan clan never dreamed that their plan, which they thought was flawless, would actually fail in the hands of a little child who had just turned one. "I know," said Yang deeply. "Then I'm relieved," said the little fellow very happily. "Now, you don't have anything else to do, right?" Yang raised his eyebrows. "No." "What do you want to do?" asked the little fellow warily. "Just making a few changes to the agreement just now." Yang said lightly. "First, naming is the matter of the parents. There has never been a child who named himself, so the name you gave is invalid. For the time being, you will still be called Tai Yang. In the future, after you acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan, I will give you a name." You're cheating." The little fellow was dumbfounded. He never thought that this old man of his would burn the bridge after crossing the river. "As for your nickname, from now on, you will be called Dan Dan," said Yang. "This name is not bad." "No." The little fellow wanted to cry but had no tears. "You have to do it even if you can't." Yang pursed his lips. "I'll tell my mother that I want to ruin all your plans. I'll do what I say." The little fellow threatened fiercely. "I'm not afraid. If you're not afraid that your mother will be sad, you can even sell your father." Yang said calmly, "It's rare for you to be so sensible. You know how to care for your mother at such a young age." "Not bad, not bad. Let me tell you, you're not allowed to be disobedient in the future. If you're disobedient, I have ways to make your mother heartbroken." "You?" The little fellow was dumbfounded. Although he knew a lot, this was the first time in his life that he had reincarnated as a human. He was only a theoretical giant. In reality, he was still inexperienced. In a face-to-face confrontation with a wily old fox like Yang, he was immediately defeated. "You don't keep your word." The little fellow's face twisted. "This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. As long as you're strong, you can go back on your word. Just like now, I can beat you up if you don't keep your word, but you can't do anything if I don't keep my word." Yang laughed mischievously. "Son, you should learn a little. You bragged quite a lot just now, but bragging too much without any strength can only be a joke. Do you understand?" Yang asked with his eyebrows raised. "I understand." The little fellow's pink face was a little twisted. "Wait for me to grow up." "You're moving, aren't you going to call me father?" Minister Chu raised his chin. "Son, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." "Father." He had to call him father sooner or later. What was the difference between calling him father earlier or later? Although it was a little embarrassing to be forced to call him father, this was his father. It didn't seem to be embarrassing. "Well, good Dan Dan." Yang nodded approvingly. "Father, can I not call you Dan Dan?" The little fellow was completely soft. "This problem." Yang smiled deeply and faced his son's fawning eyes. "No." The little fellow lowered his head dejectedly. "When your mother comes later, you know what to say, right?" Yang was very proud. "I know." "Good, since that's the case, I'm in high spirits now. I'll tell you a few stories to play with," Yang said with a smile. At the same time, he filtered the stories in his heart. Yes, personal experiences that could be used as a reference for his son, and could be understood. After 4 or 5 stories in a row, the little fellow listened until he yawned. "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Minister Chu asked. "Father, these..." The little fellow was speechless and was a little mad. "Tell stories. Why are you telling these? My experience with that sword is not as much as what you're telling me, right?" He told a few more. The little fellow finally couldn't bear it anymore. He revealed a cute smile and climbed up with his 2 short little hands. He said innocently, "Father, let me tell you a few stories." When Tai Budian returned from the court meeting, what she saw was the scene of a loving father and son. She saw Yang carrying his son and walking to and fro in the imperial garden. The two of them seemed to be talking non-stop. It must be hard on him. Such a grown man actually chatting so happily with such a child. Tai Budian felt a surge of warmth in her heart and quickly walked over. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because Chu Yang's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible from afar. He was actually asking nonstop. What happened after that? After that? When they saw Tai Budian return, both father and son shut up at the same time. What after that? Tai Budian asked doubtfully. After that. Haha. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Rubbing his nose, he said, I told the little fellow a story and deliberately left the ending untold so that he could guess it himself. In the end, he was too stupid and couldn't guess it. Tai Budian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You tested such a big child like that? She was rather speechless. Chu Yang coughed a few times and said, he started training from a young age. As the saying goes, education should start from a young age. The little thing in Chu Yang's arms turned his face away, unable to bear the sight. Tai Budian rolled her eyes at him and took the child from his arms. She flew into a rage at once. You didn't give him any water? Look at how dry his lips are. Chu Yang was sweating. He was so engrossed in listening to the story that he actually forgot about this. However, this journey to the West story was indeed pleasant to listen to. At night, under the little fellow's strong request, he and Chu Yang stayed in the same room, leaving Tai Budian alone in the room. However, Tai Budian was still very happy. This father and son pair really bonded quickly. It had only been an afternoon and they had already developed to such an inseparable state. Of course. The happiest thing was Chu Yang had actually gained his son's approval so quickly. For 3 consecutive days, everything was calm and peaceful. In these 3 days, Chu Yang would sometimes coax the child. Sometimes, he would go to the Golden Palace to listen to politics. The feeling in his heart also grew stronger by the day. In these few days, he discovered Tai Budian's good points. There were simply too many. In the past, when they were together, Tai Budian also had countless good points. But at that time, he had, after all, observed her from a man's perspective and thoughts. But now that he was looking at her from a different angle, Chu Yang realized just how difficult it was for a woman to achieve what Tai Budian had achieved. Tai Budian was very open-minded. She would be able to find a solution to anything that could be solved on the same day. It definitely wouldn't be delayed until tomorrow. Even if there were some difficulties, he would still strive to overcome them. There were some issues that the officials couldn't come to an agreement on, but Tai Budian would make a decision on her own. Some were more complicated. He also ordered an investigation to be carried out within 1 day. Then it would be done. Rewards and punishments were clear, rewards and punishments were given simultaneously. It cleverly took care of everyone. It made it so that the several small groups in the court could not be formed, nor could they be separated. They could only exist by relying on each other. In front of her son, she achieved unity even more. When Chu Yang was around, she was a loving mother. When Chu Yang was not around, she was the combination of a strict father and a loving mother. In front of Chu Yang, she was a woman who was deeply in love with Chu Yang. I love you, but I won't lose my independence because of my love for you. I am as gentle as water to you, but it doesn't mean that I won't survive without you. I am tolerant of you. I won't force you or force you. Everything is up to you. No matter what the outcome is, I will have no regrets. But in front of the officials, she was a ruler who dominated the world and dominated the world. She was indisputable and unquestionable. She had a pure heart and spirit, as well as courage and heroism. She could run the world and also handle her own feelings reasonably. She even dared to face her own heart directly. Cute, intelligent, independent, generous, open-minded and upright. Not to mention her beautiful face, slim figure, elegant temperament and sense of propriety. She was peerless and a national beauty. Such a woman should be the most ideal wife for any man in the world. There was no one like her. After interacting with her these few days, Chu Yang realized that he had fallen deeply in love with this cute woman. Her depression, her pain, her joy, her bliss, her satisfaction, her regrets, her achievements, all of them made Chu Yang's heart throb incessantly. With Tai Budian's sharp mind and intelligence, she could naturally sense the changes in Chu Yang's mood and emotions these few days. Therefore, the emperor's mood had been very good and joyful these few days. Even when sitting in the majestic hall, the emperor's joy could not be concealed. That was a feeling of bliss. When the long-awaited love slowly approached again, no matter who it was, they would not act as if nothing had happened. In these few days, those people from the Lan clan who were in hiding did not appear, nor did they take any action. But Chu Yang knew that they were in the dark, using various methods to observe him. After all, these people might not have seen him before, and they might not know that he was Chu Yang. His sudden appearance in the imperial palace could only be said to be an accident. He was the biggest suspect. But they didn't dare to act rashly without concrete evidence. After more than a year of planning, if they alerted the enemy because of this and caused Tai Butian's strong disgust, then even if the tribulation sword master really came in the future, they would lose some kind of hope. Pillow talk was the most powerful thing in the world. Especially pillow talk of Tai Butian's level, it could dominate the world. So they were waiting for an opportunity. Chu Yang was also waiting for an opportunity. After sleeping with their son for a few nights, both father and son felt extremely miserable. The younger one felt that the flesh on his father's body was too hard and there was no warmth at all. Sleeping in his father's arms was much more comfortable than sleeping on his own. The older one felt that this little guy was too delicate and did not dare to turn over while sleeping with him in his arms, fearing that he would crush him if he turned over. Such a delicate little thing would definitely not be able to withstand his weight of more than 50 kilograms. In particular, some folklore said that some children were accidentally crushed to death by their parents not long after they were born, or choked to death while drinking milk, suffocated to death, and so on. Such things are definitely not bragging. At least, such things have happened here before. Chu Yang did not dare to move even more. Sleeping like this for a whole night really made all the bones in his body creak. It was even more tiring than a big battle. This night, Tai Butian was leaning against the lamp and reading memorials in her pajamas. She suddenly looked deep in thought. She frowned and thought. Then, she raised her eyebrows and quickly gave instructions. Then, she changed to the next one. Chu Yang saw that Tai Butian had nothing to worry about. She could save time to deal with official matters. It was already late at night and she was about to finish dealing with them. Tai Butian's lips curled into a smile. Even though it was late at night. Even now, Tai Butian had not taken off that piece of jade. She still looked like a handsome young emperor who was diligently dealing with official matters. Right at this moment, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. "What's the matter?" Tai Butian asked authoritatively. "Your Majesty, your humble servant Chu Yang requests an audience." A strange voice came from outside. Tai Butian was stunned. Chu Yang? Why did he come over at such a time? Wasn't he accompanying her? Could it be? At the thought of this, she hurried forward to open the door. Only to see Chu Yang standing alone at the door, she couldn't help but be startled. "What's the matter?" "That little guy chased me out." Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "I have nowhere to sleep." Tai Butian was stunned. A long time ago. The little guy had been making a fuss about wanting a room to himself. Tai Butian had never agreed. How could such a young child have a room to himself? She was worried. But Minister Chu was directly chased out this time. This was still somewhat out of her expectations. "I'll go over and take a look." Tai Butian walked out. Not long after. Tai Butian shook her head helplessly and came back. As expected. He said that he doesn't feel comfortable sleeping with someone beside him. "Then let's give it a try?" Chu Yang suggested. "Let's try letting him sleep alone?" Tai Butian frowned for a long time before she finally said, "All right. But I'll have to go over and take a look at him a few times in the middle of the night." As she spoke, she sat down. "What is your Majesty busy with?" Chu Yang leaned forward with a drooling face. Tai Butian's face suddenly turned red. Only now did she realize that there was such a big problem in her room. Late at night. A lonely lamp. A man and a woman alone. Alone in a room. This was a little inappropriate. "You can go to the guard room and make do for the night." Tai Butian suppressed her panic and said in a calm voice, "Why don't you go to the imperial study and make do for the night?" Chu Yang chuckled. No need. I'm also worried about your majesty being alone. Tonight, I'll just wait on you and serve you. Chu Yang's voice was very tactful when he said the words serve, serve. In fact, he had repeated them several times. No way. Tai Butian's face flushed red as she rejected him decisively. But Chu Yang had already leaned forward. He reached out and grabbed her hand. But your majesty said that as long as I change my mind, I can do whatever I want. I didn't say that. Tai Butian glared. But I've already said it. Chu Yang had already pulled the emperor into his arms. Tai Butian's entire body suddenly trembled. It turned out that Chu Yang's hand had already caressed her neck and gently plucked that piece of unfathomable illusion jade off her neck. Instantly, the valiant and heroic young emperor turned into a peerless beauty of unparalleled beauty. Chu Yang's eyes stared at her face without blinking. After a long time, he murmured, so beautiful. Tai Butian bit her lip and said, you. Don't be too presumptuous. Why aren't you leaving? Chu Yang had already moved closer to her ear and blew a breath of hot air mischievously. He said softly, little Tian. I realized that I've fallen for you. Tai Butian's delicate body trembled. In that instant, even her ears turned as red as agate. It may be a little fast. But I believe that you can feel it. Chu Yang leaned close to her small earlobe and exhaled gently. That warm breath made Tai Butian's entire body go limp and numb. She heard Chu Yang say, because, we have a very, very deep foundation. What, foundation? Tai Butian lowered her head and asked weakly. The foundation is here. Chu Yang raised his head. Look up. Here? Tai Butian was perplexed. She couldn't help but raise her head to take a look. However, the moment she did, she instantly realized that a shadow had appeared in front of her. A handsome face had bent down and a domineering mouth had covered her lips. The night was as dark as ink. The lonely lamp was as small as a bean. In the bedroom, a man and a woman hugged each other gently. Tai Butian had been cultivating the icy heart jade bone since she was young. Ever since she gave birth and took the heavenly elixir, she had reached the true icy heart jade bone level. Her heart was exquisite and clear, and she could see through everything. Especially when other people's attitudes toward her were hiding something, or when their emotions were truly fluctuating, Tai Butian could sense them clearly. In these few days, Chu Yang had kept a distance from her. Although he would occasionally joke around, it was harmless and he would basically change the topic. Tai Butian was well aware that Chu Yang was looking at her from different angles. Whether it was the way she conducted herself or any other aspect. Chu Yang was looking at her. But even so, Tai Butian's pride was aroused. I know that you want to find a reason to like me because of your son. But do I have to make you like me? Therefore, Tai Butian didn't give a very positive response to this matter. She just faced it very normally and did what she usually did very normally. She didn't slack off, but she didn't deliberately show it either. If there was anything unusual, it would be that she deliberately showed some temper. However, Chu Yang's gaze was becoming gentler day by day. Although Tai Butiangson was happy that she was slowly conquering her lover, she also felt a little uncomfortable. She kept feeling as if she was a commodity waiting to be judged on her appearance and everything else. Now, when Chu Yang pushed the door open and entered, Tai Butian had already guessed his intentions. But she kept feeling that it was a little too fast. But she didn't expect that this bastard would hug her after just saying a few words, deceiving her to raise her head, and those domineering lips pressed down on hers. At this moment, her emotions were in complete chaos. Tai Butian's starry eyes were tightly shut. She leaned against Chu Yang's chest. She was half forced to raise her head slightly. Her tender red lips were being ravaged by the man in front of her, her nose fluttered lightly. Her face was flushed red. Chu Yang's hands, which were gently wrapped around her waist, slowly began to exert force and gradually moved downwards. No. No. Tai Butian tilted her head fiercely. She avoided Chu Yang's hot lips, only feeling weak all over and almost falling. She supported herself on Chu Yang's chest with her hands and shook her head vigorously. No. It's too fast. Chu Yang didn't force her. He just hugged her slender waist and said, "What's so fast about it?" Tai Budian shook her head frantically. I'm a little scared, Xianxia smiled. Am I very scary? I'm not going to eat you. Tai Budian only shook her head. His bright eyes looked into Tai Butian's eyes. His movements were very slow but very resolute. It was clear that he was giving her time to react. Consider whether you want to accept me or not. As Xianxia leaned forward, Tai Butian's body slowly leaned back to dodge. She leaned back with all her might. It was almost parallel to the ground. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. The ends of her hair actually reached the ground. There was no way to retreat any further. Right now, Tai Butian's 2 feet were on the ground, her waist bent backward as if it had been broken. If she retreated any further, she would fall to the ground. His lips were less than an inch away from Tai Butian's paddle-like lips. The distance between their eyes was less than 2 inches. He asked softly, "Is that okay?" Tai Budian bit her lip and shook her head. Xianxia asked again. Tai Budian closed her eyes and shook her head. But just as she closed her eyes, she felt her cherry lips being captured again. That bone-piercing taste that she had experienced before once again assaulted her. She couldn't help but feel her head explode again. She only felt the tip of a nimble tongue prying open her red lips. After a long time, the emperor's chest heaved up and down. Her breathing was rapid and her face was flushed. Xianxia raised his head. Maintaining his original distance, he asked softly, "Is that okay?" Tai Budian turned her head away in embarrassment. What kind of question was this? You're asking if it's okay? If she didn't agree, you kissed her fiercely and then asked if it's okay? If she didn't agree, you kissed her fiercely again. And now you're asking if it's okay. What can I do if it's okay? She only felt a warmth on her lips. This guy was actually pressing his lips against hers again. After a long time, she heard Xianxia ask again softly, "Is that okay?" There was no room for resistance in the face of power. Looks like this guy is bent on making me give an answer. Tai Budian had no choice. She closed her eyes and nodded while her heart was beating like a drum. That's great. Xianxia opened his mouth and kissed her again. This time, the kiss lasted even longer. The emperor was head over heels, as if she was in the clouds. But she felt extremely strange. You asked if it's okay? When I didn't agree, you kissed me. Now that I've nodded, you're still kissing me. What's going on? After a long time, their lips parted. Tai Budian panted heavily. She finally struggled to stand up straight and asked, "What did you ask, just now?" Xianxia was stunned. "What did you think I asked you?" Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She pinched him fiercely. "Say it." Xianxia said, "I asked you just now if you felt okay when I kissed you." Suddenly, he smacked his lips and said, "Did you think I asked you if it's okay?" Tai Budian was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. "I thought you asked me." No wonder this guy continued to kiss me the moment I shook my head. He thought I didn't feel okay. That's not right. But I've already nodded. Why did you still kiss me? Tai Budian was puzzled. That's right. When you nodded, it meant that you felt okay. How can you not try harder? This time, I asked you to continue. Is it okay? There was a mischievous smile on Xianxia's face. Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She instantly knew that this guy was purely playing rogue. There was no question of whether it was okay or not. It was true that he was teaching her a lesson. Xianxia, let me ask you. You've only looked at me for 3 days. Don't you think this is a little too fast? Tai Budian asked in a low voice. I just think it's too slow. Xianxia said regretfully, how much time have I wasted? Tai Budian turned her head and then turned back. She looked deeply into Xianxia's eyes and said softly, Xianxia, if there were no children, would you be so fast? Xianxia stared into her eyes and said, what if we had never met? What if we had 17 or 18 children? Tian, no matter what, it didn't happen. It can't be considered. You're such an intelligent girl. Why would you ask such a stupid question? You might as well say that if you were a man. Xianxia let out a strange laugh. Tai Butian's face was flushed red, but she said gently, it's my fault. I'm a little petty. Xianxia looked deeply at her. He smiled and helped her up. Then, he helped her to sit down. Tai Budian didn't know what he was going to do. She looked at him blankly. With a flip of his hands, a red candle appeared in Chu Yang's hands. Together with the candlestick, they were arranged neatly. He blew out the light in front of Tai Budian. As the candles lit up, Tai Budian suddenly realized that her room had actually turned into a hazy red color. A thick red carpet had also been laid out on the floor, just like the bridal chamber of newlyweds. Chu Yang had already placed 2 cups of wine on the table. He unfolded a piece of red cloth and said, "Tian Tian. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for the time being. But I'm not going to let you off. So, I'll have to trouble you a little. Tonight, it'll be our bridal chamber night." Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She said angrily, "I didn't agree to marry you. What bridal chamber night?" But her heart was warm. He was understanding of my difficulties after all and didn't force me. Just this sentence of "you won't be able to leave for the time being" was enough to show how far Chu Yang had thought for her from her position. Chu Yang ignored her and said, "Tonight, you're my bride." As he spoke, he took a step forward and covered her head with the red veil. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Chu Yang was a little apologetic. The wedding of an emperor is so simple. But, when you're done with the state affairs, we'll hold another wedding for you in the upper 3 heavens. Tai Budian felt both joy and frustration. She wanted to pull down the red veil, but after thinking about it, she didn't. She only felt her hand being held by Chu Yang. She slowly lowered herself to the ground and cowed out 3 times. She only thought in her heart, "Am I marrying myself off just like that?" Then, there was a light in front of her. The red veil was lifted by Chu Yang. A smiling and handsome face was looking at her lovingly. He called out softly, "Mother." Tai Budian lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Then, she felt a chill in her hand. A cup of wine was stuffed into her hand. Then, she saw Chu Yang's arm around her. He said, "Mother, it's time for us to cross cups." Tai Budian felt like she was a puppet. She had become a bride in a daze, went through the wedding ceremony in a daze, drank wine in a daze, and turned herself into a certain someone's mother in a daze. Everything was under the command of this groom. There was actually such a wedding in the world, there was only the bride and groom. There wasn't even a single spectator. When the ceremony was over, Tai Budian still felt like she was in a daze. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She was still thinking in her heart, "I, Tai Budian, am getting married just like that?" What she couldn't deny was that the confusion and fear in her heart were far less than the happiness and nervousness. It was as if a huge rock in her heart had been lifted with a thud. From today onwards, I, Tai Budian, am also a woman with a husband, and a woman with someone to rely on. Silently, she heaved a long sigh of relief. It was as if all the pressure she had been under since she was born had vanished into thin air at this moment. Mother Chu Yang took her hand and held her in his embrace. His 2 eyes looked at her deeply. "Chu Yang, you." Tai Butian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Wrong. You should call me husband." Chu Yang put on a fierce face. Tai Budian opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She laughed shyly. "What are you laughing at? You're already disrespectful to your husband on your wedding night. See how I'll punish you." Chu Yang pretended to be angry. He slapped hard on the perky bottom of the beauty in his arms. Tai Budian cried out in pain, only to realize that her body was in midair. This foe had already picked her up and was walking step by step toward the big bed. Tai Butian's beautiful eyes were deep. She didn't struggle. She just looked at the face of the man who had just become her husband in a daze. There was a faint blissful smile on her lips. Her body was gently placed on the bed. She had just felt the warmth of the blanket when her vision darkened. Chu Yang was already on top of her. Tai Budian wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Her mouth had already been sealed tightly. Her hands had just moved a little when they were restrained. Her legs had just moved a little when they were also pinned down. It was a complete suppression. Then, a soft sound came from her chest. That was one of her buttons being undone. The next chapter was a little later. It wasn't to whet everyone's appetite. It was just that this pushover scene was really the most troublesome thing for writers. It was too difficult to control the limits. Once they went overboard and were reported, they would be in big trouble. Especially now that they were in the midst of a crackdown, they had to be even more cautious. But but when my temper flares up, I just don't want to let it go. So for today's plot, I even specially argued with the editor several times last night and this morning. So I have to be very careful about what I write next. All along, we've been a big target of reports. Back then, a fantasy book was reported hundreds of times. Because it created a record of being reported. That was the evil monarch from another world that I wrote. Damn it, the second chapter will be late. Everyone, please understand. Tai Budian looked at Chu Yang and felt her outer robe being undone. She became more and more shy, but surprisingly, she didn't move at all. She just looked at Chu Yang tenderly, at her man. She didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes was as if she had already said 1,000 words. She wanted to give her best side to her lover. It was just that simple, and only that simple. Tai Butian's position in herself had always been very accurate. In front of the court officials, she was the emperor of a generation. No one could question the majesty of an emperor, and no one dared to offend her. If anyone did, they would be struck down like lightning. In front of her son, she was a mother. No status or position could affect her heart as a mother. In front of Chu Yang, she was a wife, a woman. A woman whose heart belonged to someone else. Talk about the status of an emperor, or being below tens of thousands of people, none of these were necessary. Tai Budian also knew that her status as an emperor might be high and mighty to ordinary people, but to Chu Yang, it really wasn't much. However, even if Chu Yang didn't care, Tai Budian wasn't willing to show any power or authority in front of the man she loved deeply. Tai Budian had always believed in one sentence: life was too short. These 4 short words were actually all-encompassing. Any meaning was summarized in these words. But now that she was so cooperative, Chu Yang felt that something was wrong. He pressed on top of her and asked, "Why are you so quiet? You're so obedient. It makes me feel a little embarrassed." Tai Budian hugged Chu Yang's head, her eyes sparkling like spring water. Suddenly, she looked up and kissed Chu Yang on the cheek. She said gently, "Since we've already gone through the wedding ceremony, then Chu Yang is Tiantian's husband. Since Tian has a husband, her husband is her everything. Then, of course I have to listen to my husband. If my husband wants little Tian, how would little Tian dare to disobey my husband?" Chu Yang pursed his lips and chuckled. "You're the one who said that. You'll listen to everything I say, okay?" Tai Butian's beautiful hair spread out like dark clouds on the pillow. Her swan-like beautiful neck raised slightly and she bravely looked up to meet Chu Yang's gaze. She murmured, "Chu Yang." "Husband," although the voice was low, Chu Yang could clearly hear it. The woman beneath him had a kind of wholeheartedly giving, relying on, loving, and relying on him wholeheartedly. This murmur was like a bugle call to charge. Chu Yang's blood was boiling. He lowered his head abruptly and the lips on all 4 sides came together. Tai Budian shuddered all over. She could only feel a pair of hands that were like slithering snakes. Suddenly, his hand reached under her clothes. When his palm came into contact with her delicate skin, she couldn't help but tremble. His hand slowly moved forward, as if he was feeling something. It was as if he was a brave explorer who was advancing towards the peak. She pursed her lips tightly, resisting the strange throbbing in her heart that she had never felt before. She gritted her teeth. When they finally reached the highest point, Tai Budian couldn't help but let out a moan. Her flower-like toes suddenly straightened. Chu Yang went all the way down. She felt the clothes on her body slowly being removed. Slowly, her wonderful body was already exposed to Chu Yang's gaze. Tai Budian closed her eyes tightly. No matter what Chu Yang said, she refused to open them. She was like a pile of fragrant mud that he could do whatever he wanted with her, but her heart. Suddenly, a kind of fear rose in her heart. She suddenly recalled the time when she cured Chu Yang's poison in the mountains of Beyond the Heavens sect. At that time, it was as if she was going to be torn apart. She really didn't have the courage to endure that kind of intense pain. She had to endure it again. A long time had passed since the incident. The moment she thought about it, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Plus, there was still lingering fear in her heart. this time, it wouldn't be as painful as before, right? Logically speaking, in the palace, no matter if it was the emperor or the princess, after reaching a certain age, they would all have a special nanny. It was also a rule in the palace to teach them some things about human relations. No matter which plane it was, there was no doubt that such a rule existed. But although Tai Budian was a girl, she had been raised as a son since she was young. The old people from back then had all been executed. As Tai Butian's authority grew day by day, who would dare to tell her these things? Besides, Tai Budian was already the master of the entire Iron Cloud nation back then. When the world was at peace, Tai Budian had already swiftly gotten married and even had a child. Who would be so blind as to explain these matters between men and women to an emperor who already had children? Wouldn't that be courting death? If they didn't understand, where did the child come from? So until now, Tai Budian was still in a daze. She only had a rough idea. As for the specific feelings, she didn't know anything at all. The only memory she had was that time when she cured Chu Yang's poison. It was so painful that she almost died. She felt a chill on her body and the last of her undergarments left her body. Rustling sounds could be heard. It should be Chu Yang taking off his clothes. One had to admit that the speed at which Minister Chu took off his clothes was extremely fast. With a swoosh, it was clean and smooth. Then, he pounced on her. At such a critical moment, Tai Budian recalled the excruciating pain that made her wish she was dead. She suddenly bent her legs and curled up like a big prawn. "Io." Minister Chu was full of desire as he pounced on her. He had intended to embrace her in his arms, and in the next moment. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, the beauty beneath him who had allowed him to do whatever he pleased would suddenly change her position? With a thud, 2 knees hit her lower abdomen. She was stunned at once. What's wrong? Chu Yang felt like his whole body was about to explode. How could he stop at such a critical moment? I'm scared. Tai Budian covered her face pitifully. At this moment, she didn't have the demeanor of a queen descending to the world. What are you scared of? Chu Yang was very puzzled. Pain. Tai Budian muttered softly. Pain? Chu Yang fainted. Tai Budian buried her head in the pillow and said like a mosquito, the last time, the antidote, it hurt so much. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. He said seductively, I promise, it won't hurt at all this time. I don't believe you. She buried her head in the pillow and shook it vigorously. Try it and you'll believe me. He continued to seduce her. I'm scared, come, don't. Tai Budian curled up her body with all her might, like a quail that had curled up into a ball. Chu Yang was at loggerheads, but there was nothing he could do for a moment. In the end, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He leaped up, no longer caring about the order of things. He directly moved his hands up and down, forcefully flipping this graceful body over. He opened his mouth and covered her red lips tightly, preventing any sound of protest from coming out of Tai Butian's mouth. This didn't seem like a tender and sweet bridal room, but more like a real overlord forcing himself on her. Both of them were gasping for breath. Only when he really couldn't take it anymore did Chu Yang release his mouth. After pausing for a while, he sealed her lips again. Tai Budian only felt that her body was slowly heating up as that pair of strange hands wandered around everywhere. A strange feeling slowly rose up. Slowly, her tensed body started to relax without her noticing. After a long time, Tai Budian let out a muffled groan, 3 million words omitted here, cough. If I continue writing, I'll have to go to work for the government. The taste of this night was really indescribable, until a long, long time later, when Tai Butian's best friend, Wu Qianxian, asked about the taste of today, Tai Budian was still so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole to hide her face. Because she didn't know anything, she naturally thought that whatever Chu Yang said should be absolutely correct, and she just had to do as he said. Therefore, Minister Chu had exerted himself to the limit that night. Minister Chu enjoyed all kinds of strange and unacceptable things, one after another. Before they reached, Her Majesty had already begged for mercy. But after that, she realized that the other party was even more aggressive, and, from this night onwards, as long as the two of them were together, tonight's events would repeat. Repeat and repeat, all the way until many, many years later, all the way until many years later. When she was with her sisters, and they were all familiar with each other, they talked about those embarrassing things. It was only then that Tai Budian knew that all those methods and techniques that this damned bastard had used on her all these years, were actually very unbearable, in short, very taboo. One time, after drinking wine, Wu Qianxian and the others asked about it. The ladies laughed at her for a long time, causing Sword Master Chu to be disliked by the embarrassed Her Majesty for a long time. But at that time, many years had already passed since then. One night passed, the night was short, and the sun rose high. From then on, the emperor didn't attend morning court. The officials who were waiting for morning court had already waited for a long time, but Her Majesty still didn't appear. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Her Majesty had always been diligent in her work. Such a situation had never happened before since she ascended the throne. There was even one time when she had a high fever and forced herself to attend morning court, but she was still persuaded to go back by the officials. But today was really strange. Her Majesty actually didn't even greet her. The sun had already risen, but Her Majesty didn't move at all. Thus, all the officials begged Lord Feng, the head steward of the imperial palace, to go and ask. As everyone knew, Her Majesty's bedroom was strictly forbidden from outsiders. The security was so tight that it was beyond any other emperor. Not to mention the palace maids, even the guards were all women. Even the eunuchs were not allowed to take a step into the bedroom. With regards to this request, Minister Feng Qiliang also felt awkward. He stood outside the bedroom and asked a palace maid to go and ask while he waited. After a long time, the palace maid came out and said, "Morning court is adjourned today." When the news came back, everyone was relieved. Although they were still a little puzzled, there was an explanation after all, so they dispersed in twos and threes. In the bedroom, Chu Yang was lying down comfortably, hugging a soft and white jade-like body. His face was full of comfort. "I said it doesn't hurt, right?" someone said proudly. Her voice was like a cat's. "Go to sleep, it's not early anymore." He didn't rest for the whole night. "Not early anymore? Ah. I have to go to morning court, oh no." Tai Budian hurriedly sat up, but the moment her body moved, she immediately fell back down with a groan. Only then did she realize that she had no strength at all, as if all the bones in her body had been pulled out. "I've already rejected the morning court for you. Just when we were doing that, you didn't hear it. Didn't you notice that I covered your mouth at that time?" Someone laughed evilly. "You, damn it." This night, Chu Yang was simply, like a dream or a fantasy. Even until now, he still felt like he was dreaming. He really didn't expect that Tai Budian, as the empress of a generation, would actually be completely clueless about what happened under the bed. She hadn't even heard of it before. Therefore, this night was completely led by Chu Yang. No matter what Chu Yang said, she only needed to say, "Isn't this how it is between husband and wife?" This was very normal, so Tai Budian did as she was told. And she was even afraid that she didn't do a good job and couldn't serve him as well as other women served their husbands. She was still very nervous and asked Chu Yang shyly, "Can I?" Chu Yang had an extremely comfortable night, and it was also extremely satisfying. But now that the passion had subsided, Tai Budian fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, Chu Yang's heart suddenly became heavy. Tai Budian didn't understand, and Chu Yang found it strange. But when he thought carefully about Tai Butian's background, he completely understood. This empress of a generation who dominated the world, an unparalleled beauty, behind that limitless glory, was an extremely tragic background and a pressure that was as heavy as heaven and earth. Although limitless glory, she was really very pitiful. Because of politics, she lost her mother, sister, and all her relatives. Because of war, she lost her father. Because of the kingdom's politics, she had no friends. Because of the pressure, she had no childhood. And now, because of him, she first gave herself and then hid her love. She even became a single mother. If it were any other woman, even if she was mentally strong, she would probably have broken down long ago. But Tai Budian bore it all alone, all the way until now. Chu Yang looked at the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. That completely relaxed and unreserved expression of trust made his heart ache. In this life, ever since he became the empress, she How many days of bliss had she had, even during that period of time when she had feelings for him and developed feelings for him? She probably didn't feel much sweetness. Because at that time, he still didn't know that she was a woman. Naturally, he also didn't know that there was a young girl's heart beating for him. Or maybe there was. At the moment when the child was in his arms. Or maybe now, after he came here. After everything was revealed, when she felt that his heart was open to her. Unfortunately, even if there was, it was also so little and so short. What could he give her? Chu Yang sighed lightly. He pulled Tai Butian's delicate body into his arms again and lowered his head. Looking at this peaceful and blissful face, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss the tip of that perky nose again. Tai Butian murmured and moved a little in his arms. Her rosy lips moved a little, but she didn't open her eyes. She merely shifted into a more comfortable position. She continued to sleep soundly on his shoulder. Tai Butian slept all the way until noon. In all these years, there had never been a night where he could sleep as comfortably and relaxed as tonight. He didn't even have a single dream the entire night. When he woke up, he blinked his sleepy eyes, and was about to get up when he suddenly realized that he was still naked. Tai Butian was completely naked. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed as she recalled the events of last night. Tai Butian's starry eyes flickered as she bit her lip in embarrassment. She spat lightly. Seeing that Chu Yang had fallen asleep right beside her, Tai Butian's heart was suddenly filled with boundless happiness and satisfaction. This bastard. Truly, fierce. Last night, he made her throw away her armor. She couldn't help but feel like biting Chu Yang when she recalled all those strange positions and methods that Chu Yang had suggested. But when she lowered her head, it turned into a light kiss. I, Tai Butian, can be considered a complete and happy woman from today onwards. Looking at the red candles on the table and the red carpet on the floor, Tai Butian's gaze became blurry. For the first time in more than 10 years, this was the first time she had such thoughts of the bed is so comfortable, I don't want to get out of bed. She felt extremely sluggish and couldn't help but want to lie down again. Right at this moment, she saw Chu Yang's tightly shut eyes move, as if he was about to wake up. Tai Butian hurriedly put her head back to its original position and closed her eyes. This fellow had indeed woken up. Actually, he had already woken up when Tai Butian woke up. But he just pretended not to open his eyes. Opening his eyes, Chu Yang muttered to himself, this pretty girl hasn't woken up yet. What a little pig. Tai Butian closed her eyes and scolded in her heart, you're the pig. But she felt a chill on her body. Someone had lifted the blanket and was looking at her body wantonly. Tai Butian didn't dare to open her eyes anymore. What a pretty little pig. Someone muttered to himself. Tai Butian felt a pair of hands roaming around her body again. This pair of hands seemed to have magical powers. Wherever they went, there would be a scorching heat. Although her eyes were still closed, her face was already flushing uncontrollably. She hasn't woken up yet. That's good, I'll secretly do it first, someone muttered to himself. The next moment, Tai Butian felt someone gently climb up her body again, and then, you. What are you doing? The Emperor opened her eyes hurriedly, somewhat flustered. Her body was still limp from last night. Why was he doing it again? Chu Yang was already on top of her body. With a lewd smile, he said, Your Majesty, I'm here to serve you, outside the Forbidden City. In Prime Minister Wang's house. Her Majesty has adjourned the morning court. The senile Prime Minister Wang sat on the old-fashioned wooden armchair. His cloudy eyes stared blankly at his feet as he muttered these words to himself. Opposite him were 4 men in blue. One of them chuckled and said, She didn't attend the morning court? Hee hee. Old man Wang, you're not telling the truth. Don't forget, your whole family's bloodline is in my hands. I know this. You don't have to remind me again and again. Prime Minister Wang panted tiredly and said angrily, I've already told you all about the important matters of the court. I didn't hide anything. The man in blue snorted and clapped his hands. Another man in blue walked in. The new one was the new butler of Prime Minister Wang's residence. Wang, how's the palace? The man in blue narrowed his small eyes into a line. There are 4 people in the palace. We suddenly lost contact with 3 of them. Now, only 7th Madam is here. Wang Yin said respectfully. Of the three, one of them suddenly disappeared in the afternoon the day before yesterday. The other two were nowhere to be seen for the whole day yesterday. 7th Madam found out about this situation and immediately informed me. Until now, there's still no news. It seems, if I'm not wrong, they should have been killed. Hee hee. Not bad, not bad. You're really good. The leading white-haired man in blue laughed softly. You're indeed the sword master. This move is really good. Really neat. Another man in blue said, 3 martial monarchs are gone without anyone noticing? Everyone's complexion became heavy. They looked at each other. Then, the white-haired blue-robed man said, if they're gone, then they're gone. Compared to our grand plan, the death of 3 martial monarchs is nothing. Moreover, it's worth it since we've probed the real situation. So, it's true this time. The others nodded solemnly. How's Lanrua now? The white-haired old man suddenly raised his head and asked. Duke Lanrua is now living in the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The man in blue said, the Grand Duke has already made preparations. He's prepared to befriend this person at all costs. Yes. Quickly informed the Grand Duke. At the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, a blue-clothed young man with delicate features, a tall stature, and a tranquil and confident expression was walking out. If the people of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens were to see him, they would certainly be shocked. This young man was the first-in-line successor of the Lan clan, one of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens, the number 1 genius of the younger generation of the Lan clan, Grand Duke Lanrua, 28 years old. He could be said to be a dazzling new star in the Lan clan. Even among the younger generation of the big clans, he was one of the best. Among the younger generation of the big clans, he was ranked 3rd. Lanrua, at the age of 3, completed the Martial Artist Foundation establishment. At the age of 5, he killed people with a sword. At the age of 7, he reached the Martial Grandmaster level. At the age of 11, he reached the Martial Revered level. At the age of 14, he reached the Martial King level. At the age of 10, he reached the Martial Monarch level. At the age of 24, he was already a martial saint. Although this was due to the huge amount of resources from the Lan clan, his own talent and aptitude were also outstanding. At the age of 24, he became a martial saint and was ranked 3rd in the land of the Grand Dukes. At the age of 28, he was already an 8th grade martial saint. According to Lanrua's own estimation, the amount of heavenly treasures he had consumed since he was young could fill up 3 rooms. The number 1 expert of the younger generation of the Lan clan, the wisest, the most talented, and the number 1 cultivation maniac, for such a young descendant, the Lan clan would naturally provide all the best resources without any regard for their own lives. Furthermore, they would always carry out the most important missions. Just like this time, when Lan Meixian accidentally discovered the divine dragon footprints of the Tribulation Sword Master, the Lan clan sent this number 1 expert of the younger generation to carry out this mission. If there was only one person in the Lan clan who was qualified to become friends with the Tribulation Sword Master and become one of the Tribulations, then this person would undoubtedly be Lanrua. The Lan clan was working on 2 fronts. Firstly, they would be on alert in the upper 3 heavens and wait for news from the lower 3 heavens. If Lanrua could pass on good news, then the Lan clan would get in touch with the Li clan immediately. The 2 clans would join forces and break off relations with the other 7 big clans. For 10,000 years of glory, the Li clan could disregard everything. The Lan clan was also willing to take the risk. When Lanrua walked out of the room, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. This place is not bad, it is really not bad. There are mountains and rivers, and the environment is elegant. That king of Hell Chu has good taste. I heard that this place was built by that Gu Duxing from the Gu clan of the upper 3 heavens. Not bad, it's really a good place. He agreed to come so easily? Lanrua looked at the blue-robed man in front of him, somewhat surprised. For the Lan clan to lie in ambush here and wait for the heir to appear before inviting them in person was undoubtedly the last resort, since they had no way of contacting the upper 3 heavens. However, Lanrua himself also admitted that there were other ways to ease the tension in this matter. For example, sending a message, sending a letter secretly by flying sword, or sending an invitation. These were all methods commonly used by people in the martial world or ordinary people. As for inviting him face to face, it was equivalent to directly telling the other party, "We know you are here, and we also know who you are. Therefore, you must fly here." It was more or less like forcing yourself on him and threatening him. Also, it was a show of force. Lan Rua knew himself very well. He was just a little uncomfortable about the matter between Chu Yang and Tai Butian, so he wanted to suppress Chu Yang a little. But when it came to jealousy, it was far from that. Lan Rua had always been proud and arrogant. When he made the decision, he knew that such an invitation might leave a bad impression on the other party, which might not be beneficial to his plan. But even though he knew, he still didn't change his mind. Because he was confident. The heavens are sealed, of course we can't go up. But you, Chu Yang, are the same as us. We are all in the lower three heavens. You can't fly anywhere either, and on my side, there are several supreme martial artists and martial saints here. No matter how powerful you are, I can always suppress you. And in a place like the lower three heavens, if such an expert wants to find someone, there is really nowhere to hide. So Chu Yang, you can't run away either. Of course, the Lan clan's first priority was to befriend the Tribulation Sword Master. Because by befriending the Tribulation Sword Master, the Lan clan could continue to enjoy 10,000 years of glory. There were two ways to solve the Lan clan's crisis. The first was to kill the Tribulation Sword Master. The second was to befriend him. But was it better to kill or to befriend him? That was a question that even a fool could answer. If you befriend this person, your clan could enjoy 10,000 years of glory. If you killed him, you could only protect the riches in front of you. Then, was it better to kill or to befriend him? As long as he wasn't a pig. There was no such question. Since they knew who the Tribulation Sword Master was, of course they had to befriend him. And they had to be careful not to act rashly. If the other party really didn't know what to do, it wouldn't be too late to kill him then. But before that, not to mention killing, he had to be careful with his words. Even if there was only the slightest chance of befriending him, he would still have to put in 100,000 points of effort. The greatest power of the Calamity Sword Master was that before his wings were fully developed, he was extremely mysterious. No one knew who he was. Now that he knew how to do it, was it up to him? Therefore, Lan Ruashin was also very certain. Therefore, this impolite invitation was sent out just like that. In his mind, after Chu Yang received such an invitation, Chu Yang would definitely not be able to do anything. He would definitely be fearful, panicked, and furious. He had thought of all kinds of possibilities, but this was the only one he hadn't thought of. The other party accepted it very calmly. Furthermore, he even specifically instructed that this banquet could not be too shabby. This made Lan Rua feel as if he had punched a pile of cotton. Alright, let me see what kind of person this Calamity Sword Master is. Lan Rua put his hands behind his back and stood at the edge of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, facing the lake. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Suddenly, he felt a sense of exhilaration as if he had met his match. On the other side, Chu Yang was also thinking, this Duke Lan is obviously threatening me. Haha, just as well. If you didn't come looking for me, I would have gone looking for you. Anyway, my relationship with the Lan clan is already so bad that it can't be salvaged. It's rare that there's a guy like you who's secluded in the lower three heavens who doesn't know anything and comes here to be slaughtered. If I don't take this opportunity to slaughter you, how can I live up to the painstaking arrangements made by Lan Meixian and the Lan clan? As for threatening me, I don't even care about the elder master of the Lan clan, much less a little bastard like you. And a blind and deaf idiot at that? The sky was already dark, lanterns were lit everywhere in Ironcloud Citadel and people were coming and going. The flow of people was endless. There were very few disturbances. It was obvious that under Tai Butian's rule, Ironcloud Citadel was very peaceful. The people were kind and simple. Everyone went about their own business and didn't interfere with each other. The entire Tianyun restaurant was booked, other customers were not allowed to enter, everyone was guessing which bigwig was going to give a treat. He actually booked the best restaurant in Ironcloud Citadel. What kind of earth-shattering figure was he going to invite? Lan Rua, dressed in a blue robe, stood in front of the restaurant to welcome the guests. His expression was calm and natural. One look and you could tell that he was free and easy. He was like a dragon or a phoenix. Along the way, the young ladies who passed by kept stealing glances at each other. What a handsome young man. It's really a pity that he's not a prostitute. Behind him, 2 first-grade supreme martial artists stood quietly. For the Lan clan to put up such a lineup to welcome the guests was already an exception. It should be known that even if the sons of other Grand Dukes came to the Lan clan, Lan Rua would only send someone to lead them in. Lan Rua would only personally come out to welcome those who were really close to him. The night was getting darker, but Chu Yang still hadn't arrived. Lan Rua's expression didn't change, but he was already dissatisfied. Damn it, this bastard is so arrogant. After waiting for a while, there were already drunkards staggering out of the other restaurants nearby, but Minister Chu was still nowhere to be seen. No matter how well-mannered Lan Rua was, he couldn't keep his cool anymore. Are you sure? He said he's coming, he asked in a low voice. That's right. It's just that I don't know why he's not here yet. Behind him, that supreme martial artist expert replied without batting an eyelid. What an arrogant person. Lan Rua's lips moved slightly as he cursed under his breath. When have I ever waited for others like this? Right at this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from afar. A man on a horse came from afar like a gust of wind. Even on this busy street, he didn't slow down at all and rushed over like a whirlwind. Lan Rua raised his head and saw a tall and big horse. It was snow-white all over, without a single blemish. The golden saddle and golden footrest shone brightly under the light of the lanterns. On the horse's back, a young man in black was riding. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like bright stars, his nose was straight, and his eyes were bright and spirited. He rode steadily on the horse with his back straight like a mountain, his expression cold and arrogant. Just like that, he pursed his lips and galloped all the way. The golden saddle shone on the white horse, moving as valiantly as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, the white horse reached the Tianyun building. The rider on the horse pulled on the reins. With a long neigh, the sturdy horse reared up and actually stopped just like that. Right in front of Lan Rua. Not more than 5 feet, the moment the sturdy horse reared up, the horse's hind legs almost poked Lan Rua's face. A strange smell assailed his nostrils. The dust that was stirred up landed on Lan Rua with a whoosh. Lan Rua was furious, but before he could fly into a rage, the rider on the horse had already dismounted. His movements were extremely nimble as he laughed heartily and walked toward Lan Rua. Wahahaha. Is this Duke Lan? Forgive me, ha ha ha. I'm extremely sorry for being late, ha ha ha. Forgive me. Lan Rua frowned and forced a smile. You must be Duke Lan? Wahahaha. That's me. He laughed heartily and said, how embarrassing, haha. As the saying goes, people have 3 urges, haha. Before I came here, in order to feast on Brother Lan, I used a small amount of laxatives. I originally wanted to just empty my stomach, but I didn't expect the dosage to be a little too large. After several trips of defecation, I actually couldn't stop it. It's all watery. How embarrassing, haha. Brother Lan, is the meal ready? Lan Rua's expression was very interesting. Looking at this glib-tongued tribulation sword master in front of him, he had mixed feelings for a moment. His Adam's apple moved up and down along with his throat, he almost wanted to vomit. I invited you here for a meal, but before we started eating, you actually explained to me about laxatives and defecation. Who the F***ck would be able to eat this? He even felt like throwing up. Not late. Her. As long as you can come, I don't mind waiting for 3 days and 3 nights. Lan Rua smiled lightly and said. He had originally wanted to say this enthusiastically, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, that enthusiastically emotion couldn't be aroused no matter what. Besides, if he opened his mouth too wide, he had the urge to vomit immediately. Thus, he could only say it so indifferently. Chu Yan laughed loudly. Brother Lan is too polite. If I had known that Brother Lan would actually stand here for so long just to wait for me, I would have held it in no matter what. It's all my fault. Talking about defecation before eating, isn't this insulting? Haha, luckily, Brother Lan is magnanimous and doesn't mind. As he spoke, he grabbed Lan Rua's hand and shook it enthusiastically. At the same time, Chu Yang's gaze was a little strange and heavy. He glanced at Lan Rua's neck and then returned to normal. Lan Rua's expression was a little stiff. Looking at Chu Yang's hand, he thought of how this pair of hands had just wiped his but countless times. Why was he suddenly grabbing his hand now? For a moment, a certain smell seemed to assail his nostrils. Lan Rua's expression was a little forced as he forcefully retracted his hand. Since Brother Chu is here, please take a seat upstairs. He felt extremely depressed. How am I supposed to eat this meal? It's already good enough that I don't throw up. Chu Yang held Lan Rua's hand tightly and said emotionally, Brother Lan, you're so righteous. Brother Lan, the moment I saw you, I felt like we were old friends. It seems like I've already known you many years ago. Today, you and I must drink to our heart's content and not return until we're drunk. Come, let's walk arm in arm. He actually pulled Lan Rua along and walked up. Lan Rua took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his stomach. Smiling, he said, since that's the case, Brother Chu, please. Yes. We're all on the same side, don't stand on ceremony. And these two, are your attendants? Go, feed my horse first. This horse is a good one, you can't neglect it. Why? You don't believe me? Look at this horse's mane, it's just like Duke Lan's hair, shiny and shiny. The two first-grade supreme martial artists were instantly depressed. Since when did we become followers? And followers with such low status at that? Lan Rua's face darkened. The horse's mane is the same as my hair? Then what am I? Chu Yang, on the other hand, laughed and held Lan Rua's hand affectionately. The two of them walked up hand in hand. Seeing the two of them walking over hand in hand, the two supreme martial artists of the Lan clan smiled bitterly. After instructing the waiter of the restaurant to take care of this good horse, they shook their heads and followed. Lan Ruaxin understood it like a mirror. This person was Chu Yang, the king of Hell Chu whom the Iron Cloud Nation claimed to be dead. Now that he had reappeared here and was even staying overnight in the palace, it was obvious that this king of Hell Chu was Tai Butian's lover. And according to Lan Meixian, that heavy pill was most likely given to Tai Butian by her lover. Then, king of Hell Chu was most likely the Tribulation Sword Master. Not only Lan Rua, but even the two supreme martial artists behind him were also very clear-headed. Although this king of Hell Chu appeared to be courteous and cordial on the surface, as if he was about to reunite with his family after a long separation, in fact, he was extremely dissatisfied with the Lan clan's invitation this time. Otherwise, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he wouldn't have said such unbearable things in front of the people who were treating him before the meal. This was obviously a deliberate act of disgust, and it was disgust in all aspects. Moreover, his demeanor revealed a sense of fearlessness. This meant that he had already understood the purpose of the Lan clan waiting here. This was equivalent to indirectly admitting his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master. This gave them unlimited hope. Even if Lan Rua was on the verge of exploding with anger, he definitely wouldn't dare to say anything that would offend him. Lan Ruaxin was indeed aggrieved, and quite aggrieved. The entire clan had spent so much effort and time to set up such a plan. No matter from which aspect, she had taken the initiative. But when this king of Hell Chu came, and he used such a disgusting method. He didn't say a single word, but everything was clearly telling him, you are here, I know. Why are you looking for me? I know. I know your ultimate purpose too. So, I have the final say, you are begging me. Not threatening me. You'd better understand this point. He used such a disgusting hooligan method to completely take the initiative. Moreover, Lan Rua was willing to swallow this grievance without being able to do anything about it. When they finally arrived at the room, the two old men inside stood up with a smile to welcome them. Only then did Chu Yang let go of Lan Rua's hand. Only then did Lan Rua introduce him with a face full of smiles. Brother Chu, this is the 10th generation elder of our Lan clan. Orchid heart painting. He paused and said meaningfully, old ancestor heart painting is currently middle stage supreme martial artist cultivation. This was vaguely oppressing. Moreover, he had the intention of testing Chu Yang. It was because Lan Rua had discovered something. He couldn't see through Chu Yang's cultivation, if one were to say that Chu Yang's cultivation was higher than his. Lan Rua wouldn't believe it no matter what, therefore, if Chu Yang's cultivation was too low, it would be revealed immediately after these words were spoken. There wasn't a single person in Jianghu who wasn't sensitive to the word supreme. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He held Lan Rua's hand enthusiastically and shook it repeatedly. Elder Lan, I've heard so much about you. It's my honor to meet you today. This was the most common greeting and also the most insincere greeting in Jianghu. Now, Chu Yang said it smoothly without any pause. It was obvious that there wasn't even the slightest bit of sincerity in it. The smile on Lan Rua's old face was especially bright. Minister Chu, you don't have to be so polite. It's only after meeting Minister Chu today that I know that we are already old. The Jianghu is now the world of the young. Her. Lan Rua smiled and continued to introduce the second person. There were 5 people from the Lan clan in the room. They were all famous experts. Towards Chu Yang's impoliteness, they didn't show the slightest bit of anger. This is the 25th generation elder of the Lan clan, Lan Qingfeng. Elder Qingfeng is now a 3rd grade supreme martial artist. Lan Rua smiled amiably. His posture was as impeccable as a textbook aristocrat. Elder Lan. I've heard so much about you. It's my honor to meet you today. Chu Yang's voice was sincere and clear. This was what he said when he met that person. Now that he met this person, he actually repeated it again. The charm of this was too profound. Lan Qingfeng's face couldn't help but twitch. He smiled and said, Minister Chu is young and promising. Tall and handsome. It's you who makes me hear so much about you. Chu Yang laughed. You flatter me. You flatter me. Unexpectedly, he accepted the compliment without any trace of politeness. Lan Rua only felt a breath stuck in his throat. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it a little. He really shouldn't have forced himself to invite Chu Yang here. He should have used a gentler method. This fellow was obviously taking revenge. But there was no use in regretting it now. He didn't expect this fellow to be so mischievous. He didn't even care about 2nd grade supreme martial artists who could turn the world upside down. These 2 are the 43rd generation elders of the Lan clan, Lan Moyun and Lan Mozhui. Both of them are 1st grade supreme martial artists. Lan Rua's introduction was already a little weak. Ayaya. The 2 elders Lan. Chu Yang opened his eyes wide enthusiastically. Then, his tone changed. I've heard so much about you. It's my honor to meet you today. The faces of the 5 Lan clan members twitched at the same time. He really wanted to grab this guy's neck and ask him, do you know anything else other than this? After the introduction, Chu Yang still hadn't sat down. As if he was still waiting. Everyone felt a little strange. Then, they heard King of Hell Chu say, this, that. Brother Lan, aren't you going to introduce yourself? You don't know me? Lan Rua suddenly felt dizzy. You used the hand that you just used to wipe your ass to hold my hand and walked for so long. You still don't know who I am. This wasn't Chu Yang's fault. Chu Yang really didn't know who this person whose hand he held for such a long distance was. He only knew that his surname was Lan and that he was a duke of the Lan clan. However, he didn't know that he was one of the many dukes of the Lan clan. However, it was undeniable. A big clan. Chu Yang only disliked the dukes of the Lan clan the most. One was Lan Chang'e, the other was Lan Ruoyun. This had already made Chu Yang completely sick of the so-called dukes of the Lan clan. Chu Yang said apologetically, Brother Lan, please introduce me. I'm ignorant. I only know that Brother Lan is an impressive person, but I don't know how impressive you are. I'm Lan Rua. Lan Rua smiled amiably. He couldn't wait to swallow this guy whole. I'm the current, 1st successor of the Lan clan. Oh. So you're a big young master. Chu Yang laughed. He purposely used the word big a few times. This made Lan Ruoxin feel as if he had eaten a fly. Minister Chu, please take a seat. Lan Xinhua smiled amiably and offered his seat. Chu Yang didn't stand on ceremony at all. Although he said that he didn't dare to accept it, he didn't dare to. Instead, he sat down on the highest seat without standing on ceremony. Everyone, please take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Xianxia smiled and offered his seat to the others. Everyone was speechless. Who's treating? Who's treating? Why are you so generous? I'm really sorry. Brother Lon is treating. I should have come earlier, but at the last minute. Minister Chu had the spirit of not giving up until he disgusts people to death. He recounted his experience with diarrhea again. The 5 Lon clan experts were dizzy from listening. They hadn't eaten yet, but they were already full. Minister Chu. Lon Rua stood up with a serious expression. He actually bowed. He said, "Little brother knows that our previous invitation has made Minister Chu uncomfortable. I'm here to express my deepest apologies to Minister Chu. I hope that Minister Chu can understand. Minister is deep in the palace and we really don't have a chance. If we force our way in or sneak in, the misunderstanding will be even bigger. Please be magnanimous and forgive us." Lon Rua was an extremely intelligent person. Xianxia's performance was very forceful. He gained the upper hand by a show of strength right from the start. He didn't hesitate to belittle himself just to vent his anger. He basically expressed Xianxia's attitude, "I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor." It was very clear and obvious. At this moment, if he didn't lower his head, there was no way to continue the conversation. He could imagine that when the dishes were served later, Xianxia would still talk about his experience with diarrhea and there wouldn't be any progress in the conversation. Not to mention any cooperation. Admit defeat? What I want is for you to admit defeat. If you don't admit defeat, I don't know what to do next. Xianxia looked at Lon Rua with some surprise on his face. He slowly smiled and said, "Since Brother Lon has said so, then I won't say any more." Actually, he was moved. It seemed that the Lon clan didn't have any ability to transmit any information when the heavenly passageway was sealed. In that case, other clans couldn't do it either, therefore, they probably didn't know that hundreds of Lon clan experts were wiped out in Tianji City. In other words, now, no matter from which aspect, he was the only one who knew the inside story. He had the complete initiative. In that case, weren't these people waiting to be slaughtered by him? The smile on King of Hell Chu's face instantly became warm and friendly. Since he had spoken, the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Everyone chatted and laughed, talking about interesting things in the martial world. From time to time, they would laugh knowingly. Not long after, the dishes were served. The Lon clan eagerly urged Xianxia to drink. Xianxia didn't reject anyone. There were only 5 dishes, but the atmosphere was already in full swing. Everyone looked as if they regretted not having met earlier. The Lon clan realized that as long as Xianxia didn't mean to disgust people, he was actually a very interesting guy. Of course, as they talked, the topic gradually changed. One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Minister Chu must know why we're here. Lon Rua smiled warmly and filled Xianxia's cup with wine. Xianxia's words seemed to be a joke, but at the same time, it didn't seem to be. But these few people from the Lon clan were obviously very well-mannered. Upon hearing this, they all burst out laughing, as if Xianxia had said an extremely interesting joke. But everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that from the moment Xianxia sat down until now, the initiative of the Lon clan had rapidly slipped into Xianxia's hands. And he was getting more and more comfortable with it. Now that things had come to this, it would probably be difficult for them to reverse the passive situation they were in today. This time, the Lon clan had no choice but to do this. Lon Rua said sincerely, "Brother Chu, please be understanding." Xianxia knew that he was talking about the Lon clan arranging for people to wait for more than a year in advance. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I still have to thank all of you for protecting Iron Cloud." Lon Rua chuckled. His eyes flickered slightly. He gulped down a few more cups of wine. Under the influence of alcohol, he said either intentionally or unintentionally, "I really didn't expect that King of Hell Chu, who single-handedly overturned the universe back then, is actually the Tribulation Sword Master whose name shook the world and dominated the destiny of the heavens. This is really a shocking event." Xianxia smiled lightly and didn't say anything. But he knew that the highlight of the day was finally here. Seeing that Xianxia didn't deny it, the few people from the Lon clan's eyes lit up and they exchanged glances. Looks like it should be him, Lan Xinhua smiled and said, Ruaer is still a little young. Actually, you should have thought about it long ago. Other than the Tribulation Sword Master, who else in this world can achieve such a shocking reversal of the situation of two big countries when he's powerless? Elder Master is right. Lan Rua laughed. Qiyang smiled bitterly and went into a daze. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he wanted to say something but held back. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He picked up his wine cup and took a sip. His gaze was deep in thought. Faintly. There was also some confusion on his face. Lan Rua, Lan Xinhua, and the others were all stunned. They vaguely felt that something was wrong with Chu Yang. Sure enough, the next moment, Chu Yang sighed bitterly. Lan Rua's eyes flashed and he laughed. Brother Chu, one must enjoy life to the fullest. Why are you sighing? Chu Yang smiled and said with some self-mockery, Tribulation Sword Master? Haha. What a great reputation. Sigh. Lan Rua, Lan Xinhua, and the others exchanged glances, their hearts thumping wildly. Chu Yang stretched out his right hand, and a clang sound was heard. A sword. It appeared in his hand just like that. The sword light was awe-inspiring and brilliant, just like the Sword Emperor. Sovereign's Descent, Calamity Sword, the five of them cried out in their hearts. Their eyes were burning as they looked at the sword. Their gazes were filled with fervor and reverence. Chu Yang's identity as the Sword Master. He could finally confirm it. This year's worth of preparations had finally not been in vain. At this moment, all five of them had the same thought. No one noticed that the moment the Calamity Sword appeared, a colorless and odorless mist melted into the dishes on the table. The fog had completely dissipated. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. With a flip of his hand, he put away the Sword of Calamity, looking desolate. He said, It's true that this thing is a treasure. Since none of you are outsiders, and you know who I am, I won't hide anything from you. Haha. However, what you don't know is the identity of the Master of Calamity Sword. It's really the biggest trap in all of history. The biggest trap in all of history? Lan Rua and the others were stunned. That's right. Chu Yang drank a cup of wine and said bleakly, It's true that the Calamity Sword can rule the world. However, without power, even with the Calamity Sword, what is it? What use is it? I only found out after I got the Calamity Sword. There is also a backlash. Backlash? Lan Rua and the others were shocked. There was a backlash from the Calamity Sword? This was the first time they had heard of it. It was indeed mysterious. That's right. The Calamity Sword has a mission. Once it recognizes its master, it starts immediately. If it can't complete it, its soul will dissipate and it will never be able to reincarnate. Chu Yang's expression was solemn. It's like a whip, lashing the sword master forward. However, to complete the mission, one has to unify the heavens. And to unify the heavens, one has to face the big clans. Haha. That's practically impossible. Lan Rua comforted him sincerely. There will always be a way. It's difficult. Chu Yang let out a bitter laugh. The five of them felt as if their hearts were on fire. Difficult? It's precisely because you think it's difficult that we can do things easily. There's nothing difficult in this world. As long as you put your heart into it, there's nothing you can't do. Lan Rua comforted him. Brother Chu, there's no need to be anxious. You will succeed. How difficult? Chu Yang only shook his head. Brother Chu, this. Lan Rua felt that the time was about right. He decided to go straight to the point. Brother Chu, we can work together. He looked at Chu Yang's face. And Brother Chu should also be able to guess that the reason why we have been planning for so long in the lower three heavens is to work together with Brother Chu. This is the only reason. Chu Yang sighed. Of course I know. It's just that this matter is extremely dangerous. Even if the Lan clan helps me, the final outcome is very likely to implicate your entire clan. Brother Lan, you have to be careful about this matter. Lan Rua smiled confidently and said, Brother Chu, you don't have to worry about this. How can one who wants to achieve great things not have any sacrifices? He paused for a moment and asked somewhat anxiously, But how many brothers does the Lord Swordmaster already have? Chu Yang revealed a warm smile and said, at the moment, there are already 7. There were still 2 places left. Lan Rua was elated. At the same time, he was also scared. So fast. Ever since the appearance of the heavenly phenomenon Tribulation Swordmaster, it had only been 2 years and there were already 7 tribulations. If he was slower by a step, then he wouldn't even be able to catch up to the heat. The eyes of Lan Xinhua and the others also lit up at the same time. There was really hope for the Lan clan. Lan Rua wanted to suppress the excitement in his heart, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his cup and said, if Brother Chu doesn't mind, I am willing to follow you and accompany you to create great things together. Chu Yang pondered and didn't speak for a long time. Everyone didn't rush him and just waited quietly. However, everyone held their breaths. Chu Yang's reaction was very normal. Everyone was very assured. On the contrary, if Chu Yang agreed without hesitation, everyone would be worried. Tribulation, how could it be decided so easily? After a long while, Chu Yang smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Lan has really given me a difficult problem. The few brothers in the past all got to know each other unintentionally and then went through trials and tribulations together for a long time before they acknowledged each other. Brother Lan is really the first to directly bring it up like this. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lan Rua also smiled bitterly and said, I don't have a choice either. Brother Chu should understand my difficulties. Chu Yang nodded. Of course I understand. But, this matter, can you let me think about it for a while? Anyway, we can't go up now. Let's just play around in the lower 3 heavens and make a decision after a period of time. How about that? Lan Rua was overjoyed. That would be the best. He knew that since Chu Yang had said so, he basically wouldn't reject him. The following period of time would just be a test for him and it would depend on his performance. Lan Xinhua and the others were also relieved at once. Speaking of social performance, how could Lan Rua, as the number 1 duke of the Lan clan, be bad? After such a long time, if he still couldn't get Chu Yang's approval after deliberately trying to befriend him, then Lan Rua should really buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. The atmosphere that followed was really lively. Everyone shook their cups and ate and drank to their heart's content. Their choice of words also seemed a lot more intimate. Lan Rua's performance was definitely praiseworthy. He didn't appear to be very eager or fawning. Instead, he was very sincere. Compared to earlier, there was obviously more closeness. However, he gave others a kind of feeling, I am me, I am one of a kind. This kind of feeling was the most pleasing to the eye. Lan Rua naturally had his own plans. Looking at the current situation, I naturally have the confidence to become one of the tribulations. However, there are also big and small tribulations. How should I raise my status and strive to become one of the top 3? Or rather, become the leader of the tribulations, that way, in the future, I will be in existence like the Yi clan in the upper 3 heavens. As for the other clans, my Lan clan is such a powerful force. When we unify the upper 3 heavens, our foundation will also be 100 times stronger than those newly established clans. By then, where will there be any big clans? I'll just swallow up all those clans directly. During the meal, Chu Yang's gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lan Rua's neck a few times before he looked away. Everyone only thought that he was sizing up Lan Rua and instead looked forward to it. This was even more so for Lan Rua himself. Every time Chu Yang's gaze swept over him, he would always act as if nothing had happened and talk cheerfully. He appeared to be brilliant, knowledgeable, elegant and charming. In the depths of Chu Yang's eyes, a hint of invisible heartache flashed past. He smiled and said, big clans are very powerful indeed. One could understand the meaning of a song. The moment he said this, Lan Rua instantly realized that the real test had come. Chu Yang was clearly probing him to see how much he understood about the big clans. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Big brother is right. Lan Rua changed his words very naturally. He smiled and said, big clans, every clan has 10,000 years of foundation. They are really not to be trifled with. Chu Yang listened with great interest. Oh? To Chu Yang, This was the first time that a core member of a big clan had introduced the clan's strength in detail without any reservations. Chu Yang listened especially attentively. Lan Rua perked up. He said, "Let's take our Lan clan as an example." As he spoke, he started to introduce his clan eloquently, including the number of supreme martial artists, their cultivation levels, how much wealth, how much manpower, how many people could be of great use, how many people were both intelligent and brave, who was the most important person, and so on and so forth. He revealed everything, big and small. End of chapter 1191. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.